Chapter 86. The Super Generation Leap. After bidding farewell to Zhang Hui, Lin Xiao made his way to his dormitory. The Jingdu Spirit Martial Academy truly lives up to its reputation as one of the nation's premier institutions. The dormitory building is quite impressive. Lin Xiao had previously heard that the dormitories at Jingdu Spirit Martial consist of 4 occupants per room, and he wondered whether his roommates had already arrived. Room 303 was not difficult to locate. Lin Xiao soon found his dormitory. The door was ajar, indicating that someone had arrived before him. Upon entering the dormitory, Lin Xiao was greeted by the sight of a young man organizing his belongings. To Lin Xiao's astonishment, the individual was none other than Sun Bin, the great-grandson of Sun Ziyuan. Lin Xiao had met Sun Bin briefly during Sun On's 99th birthday celebration. What a small world it is. Sun Bin turned upon hearing movement and was equally surprised to see Lin Xiao. What brings you here? How did you come to Jingdu Spirit Martial? While Sun Bin recognized Lin Xiao, he was not well acquainted with the circumstances, having only met him once on Sun Ziyuan's birthday. However, he was aware that Lin Xiao was a member of the Red Sun nursing home, and anyone residing there was certainly not an ordinary individual. Hence, he instinctively adopted a respectful tone. Lin Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes. What's the matter? Is Jingdu Spirit Martial your family's establishment? If you can come, why can't I? Sun Ziyuan also realized that Lin Xiao's actual age was quite comparable to his own, if not appearing younger. That's not what I meant. I simply didn't expect to see you here, Sun Bin said, and Lin Xiao found his demeanor rather agreeable. Do you reside in this dormitory as well? Indeed. Senior, are you here to see me? Lin Xiao had arrived empty-handed, and as a newcomer, Sun Bin assumed he must have luggage. What are you thinking? I'm a freshman this year too. This is my dormitory. Sun Bin, are you here to experience campus life, or do you have some special mission? Is there anything I can assist you with? Lin Xiao felt somewhat helpless. It appeared that Sun Bin had become his little admirer. Sun Bin's statement was not entirely inaccurate, as Lin Xiao had indeed come to Jingdu Spirit Martial with a specific task in mind. He walked over and placed his arm around Sun Bin's shoulder. Little son, there are certain matters you should keep to yourself and not disclose. In the nursing home, I refer to elder son as my brother. By generational hierarchy, I am your great-grandfather. Call me great-grandfather, and let's hear it. Sun Bin oh. Although he held great respect for Lin Xiao, he was puzzled by the peculiar nature of the latter's grin. Given their similar ages, he found it difficult to address Lin Xiao as great-grandfather. Lin Xiao noticed this and took out his phone. Hadn't he shamelessly ingratiated himself with the nursing home staff precisely for this day? It seems you were somewhat reluctant. I have just arrived at school and have yet to inform the nursing home of my safety. I might as well mention it to Elder Sunday. In front of Sun Bin, Lin Xiao promptly dialed Sun Ziyuan's green bubble, and it didn't take long for him to answer. Elder Sun, I have arrived at Jingdu Spirit Martial. You little rascal, at least you have a modicum of conscience, to check in with us. Elder, reporting my safety is just one aspect. Look who I have here. Lin Xiao then turned the camera towards Sun Bin. Upon seeing Sun Ziyuan, Sun Bin quickly greeted great-grandfather. Sun Ziyuan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Sun Bin. Oh, you little rascal, how come you are with Lin Xiao? By the way, you are also a freshman at Jingdu Spirit Martial this year. I completely forgot about that. Great-grandfather, I happen to be in the same dormitory as Senior Lin. I see, little Lin, since you share a dorm with Binner, please take good care of this lad. We refer to each other as brothers, and in terms of generational hierarchy, Binner is also your junior. Lin Xiao, how splendid. Without needing to speak, Elder Sun had granted him a super generational leap. Rest assured, I will take care of it. Elder Sun, please send my regards to the brothers and sisters at the nursing home. I am merely checking in. When I return, I shall bring gifts for you all. After ending the call with the green bubble, Lin Xiao immediately turned his gaze towards Sun Bin. What could Sun Bin possibly say? The elder had already spoken. If he dared to remain silent, he feared that his elder would soar over and strike him. Greetings, young master. Why do you add young when addressing me as master? Regardless, since you have called me master, I shall look after you from now on. In the capital of Jingdu, should you encounter any difficulties, I will resolve them for you. Thank you, young master. By the way, have the others from the dormitory not yet arrived? Yes, I am the first to arrive. With only a few days remaining until the start of the term, I believe they will be here within the next couple of days. Young master, where is your luggage? I shall assist you in arranging your bed. With a ready supply of labor at hand, Lin Xiao seized his luggage from the spatial ring without hesitation. It was inconsequential for his possession of spatial ring to be revealed in front of Sun Bin. It would be exposed sooner or later. Currently, he wore a spatial ring on his hand, albeit one considerably smaller than his usual one, primarily to maintain a facade. The large spatial ring he typically used was far too ostentatious. Sun Bin immediately comprehended that Lin Xiao possessed a spatial ring, and envious tears welled at the corners of his mouth. Young master, this is indeed a spatial ring, isn't it? I truly envy your possession of such a treasure. What? Do you not have one? Sun Bin was momentarily at a loss for words. Even the most ordinary spatial rings cost hundreds of thousands, and they were scarce. Even if he desired to purchase one, acquiring it would be impossible. His elder was acquainted with the esteemed Murong and had bestowed several storage rings upon their family, yet none were abundant enough to be allocated to him. I truly do not have one. This one, however, can be yours. Sun Bin's identity posed no issues. He was the great-grandson of the esteemed Sun Elder, and gifting him a storage ring should pose no problem. With this thought, Lin Xiao directly produced a storage ring with approximately 10 square meters of space and tossed it to Sun Bin. You have called me master, so I cannot let you leave empty-handed. Consider this storage ring as a token of our first meeting. Sun Bin gazed at the storage ring in his hand, momentarily at a loss for words. Upon inspecting the storage ring, he discovered that its interior space was indeed over 10 square meters, making this gift seem rather extravagant. Thank you, young master. Should you have any further requests, please do not hesitate to ask. Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Sun Bin's utterance of master sounded much more pleasing. Without waiting for Lin Xiao's instructions, Sun Bin took the initiative to help him arrange his belongings. Since they had arrived early, they naturally occupied the 2 lower bunks. After everything was in order, Lin Xiao reclined on the dormitory bed, with 2 days remaining until the start of the term. He pondered whether he should explore Jingdu during these 2 days, as remaining confined to the school seemed rather dull. Chapter 87. The New Roommate. Sun Bin and Lin Xiao were still unfamiliar with each other, and the disparity in their seniority left Sun Bin feeling somewhat constrained. Lin Xiao noticed this and said, "Young son, there is no need to feel so stiff around me. I am quite easygoing, so do not perceive me as frightening. Moreover, refrain from addressing me as great ancestor so casually. It makes me feel old, especially in the presence of others. I prefer to maintain a low profile." Sun Bin nodded vigorously, eager to comply. After Lin Xiao gifted him a spatial ring, his attitude towards Lin Xiao transformed. He was not one to adhere to rigid conventions. If a few extra respectful titles could yield additional benefits, he would not mind addressing Lin Xiao as great ancestor. Nevertheless, he preferred to avoid it, as it felt rather awkward. Lin Xiao initially assumed that the other 2 roommates would not arrive today, but to his surprise, they soon appeared. The 2 seemed to know each other and had come together. Upon entering, they were momentarily taken aback to find Sun Bin and Lin Xiao already present. As they believed they had arrived early enough, Lin Xiao scrutinized the newcomers. One was of average appearance, slightly plump, exuding an aura of warmth and mystery through his smile. The other, however, was strikingly handsome, radiating an unusual charm that was difficult to resist. With slightly disheveled hair and a hint of nonchalance, he bore a mischievous grin, as if he held the world in contempt. His eyes sparkled with a playful arrogance, yet concealed profound depth. For the first time, Lin Xiao felt a twinge of competition regarding his looks, as this individual nearly matched him in attractiveness. Sun Bin, recognizing the 2, exclaimed, "What the hell? How are you 2 here?" Hearing this, Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. "You know them?" "Indeed, young ancestor," Sun Bin replied. "This little chubby one is Hu Yu, the prince of the capital circle. Do not let his amiable appearance fool you. He is quite cunning, possessing the SS-level beast transformation ability, specifically the black tortoise form. As for the other, he is not to be underestimated either. When Jingxian is a notorious playboy in Kyoto, a real scoundrel, with an SS-level ability in gravity manipulation. Hey, old son, are you seriously trash-talking us? While your words may hold some truth, what makes you any better? You are often involved in fights with us." Lin Xiao deduced that the 3 were indeed acquainted, likely close friends. One Jingxian glanced at Lin Xiao, surprised to find someone in the dormitory who matched his own level of attractiveness. "Wait, old son, did you just call him young ancestor? What a peculiar title." Lin Xiao frowned. recalling that he had asked Sun Bin to refrain from such addresses in front of others. Understanding Lin Xiao's thoughts, Sun Bin quickly interjected, "Young ancestor, please do not misunderstand. The reason I did not conceal your identity is that they are not outsiders. Their elders are also members of the nursing home." Intrigued, Lin Xiao began to recall the who and when elders associated with the nursing home. "But I know a few with the surname Hu. I do not recall anyone with the surname Wen. Young ancestor, old whose ancestor is Hu Chun, whom you should know. There is no elder with the surname Wen because Jingshuan's grandmother is from the nursing home. She is senior Shu Guanxi." Lin Xiao immediately grasped the situation. "So you two are descendants of old Hu and sister Shu Guan. That clarifies things." Shu Guanxi and Lu Jiao were good friends, and Lin Xiao had interacted with her frequently. As for Hu Chun, he was the former president of the Kyoto Chamber of Commerce, who had advised Lin Xiao to seek assistance from the chamber should he face difficulties. Both Hu Yu and Wen Jingxian were taken aback, pondering the impressive background of the person before them, someone who knew their elders, whom they had not seen in ages. "Little Hu, like little son, you should address me as great ancestor. Little one, you are slightly older but still of my generation." Lin Xiao's audacious remark left Hu Yu and Wen Jingxian feeling as if they had been outsmarted. As they prepared to retaliate, Sun Bin quickly intervened. Although he was tempted to see Lin Xiao give the two a lesson, they were his close friends. And he did not want to leave a negative impression on Lin Xiao. "Calm down, you two. Young ancestor isn't taking advantage of you. He speaks the truth." Sun Bin swiftly explained Lin Xiao's connection to the nursing home, and upon learning of his identity, Hu Yu and Wen Jingxian fell silent. Their gazes towards Lin Xiao filled with complexity. They understood how difficult it was to gain entry into the Hanyang nursing home. Lin Xiao's presence there indicated he possessed considerable capability. Seeing their expressions, Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. "What's wrong? Do you want me to contact old Hu and sister Shuguan on your behalf?" At this, Hu Yu and Wen Jingxian immediately deflated. The two were the true power holders in their family, and they feared the consequences of disrespecting their elders. One must bow their head beneath the roof. They muttered, resigned. "Young ancestor, young grandfather." Lin Xiao sighed, bemused by their tendency to add little before their titles. "Now that is better. This is a token of my welcome." Since they were all part of the same circle, Lin Xiao naturally would not show favoritism. He had given Sun Bin a spatial ring, and it was only fitting that he do the same for the other two. Hu Yu and Wen Jingxian stared at the spatial rings Lin Xiao casually tossed to them. At a loss for words. Suddenly, it didn't seem so bad to have such a relative. "Young ancestor, young grandfather. How generous." Just then, Wen Jingxian burst into laughter. "Haha, I just realized, I'm actually a generation older than you two. Come on, call me uncle and let me hear it." Sun Bin and Hu Yu's expressions darkened instantly. From Lin Xiao's perspective, they indeed seemed to be of a lower generation. However, addressing Wen Jingxian as uncle was out of the question. They exchanged glances and shared a wicked grin. "Let us take him down." Without hesitation, Sun Bin and Hu Yu lunged at Wen Jingxian, aiming for his face. "What the heck? You two are so unfair. Let us settle this one-on-one. Don't hit my face. I need it for my livelihood." As Lin Xiao watched the three of them frolic, a smile of amusement crept across his face. Surprisingly, he found himself enjoying this lively atmosphere. Being around young people seemed to rejuvenate his own spirit. Chapter 88, The Auction. After a brief bout of playful wrestling, the three settled down. Lin Xiao was present, which kept them from being too unruly. Ultimately, Wen Jingxian was no match for the other two and found himself at their mercy. He dared not continue his banter, knowing that Sun Bin and Hu Yu would retaliate. Lin Xiao could sense that, due to his presence, they were still somewhat restrained. "All right, although I may be slightly senior, we are all of similar age. I might even be younger than you. Outside, you may call me brother, and it is best to keep my true identity under wraps." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's remarks, the three of them collectively exhaled in relief. This elder, it seemed, was quite approachable. "All right, young master, let us tidy up first. Once we're done, I shall take you out for a stroll, and I will cover all expenses today," Hu Yu declared. His status as a prince of the Beijing elite lending weight to his words. Lin Xiao made no objections, as he had intended to explore as well. Hu Yu and Wen Jingxian commenced organizing their bedding, and before long, they were ready to head out. Just as they were about to leave, Wen Jingshuan's phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, a peculiar expression crossed his face, yet he ultimately answered the call. "Hello, Lily. Didn't we agree? We've broken up. So please refrain from contacting me in the future. We are simply not suited for each other." "Not suited? Please clarify. I am type B blood, and so are you. I fear our future child might be type 2B. Is that reason not sufficient?" "That's that, goodbye." Wen Jingxian hung up the phone, leaving Lin Xiao and the others in utter astonishment. Was this truly the rationale for his breakup? Just as they were about to voice their thoughts, Wen Jingshuan's phone rang again. Though he was known for his thick skin, a rare blush crept onto his cheeks. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call again. Yaya, didn't I tell you? My great-grandmother visited me in a dream, saying we are not compatible, so please stop pursuing me. With that, Wen Jingxian hastily ended the call. Perhaps fearing another incoming call, he quietly opted to switch off his phone. Ah, young master, do not misunderstand. Our relationship was purely spiritual. We realized we were incompatible and parted ways, yet they still covet my charms and wish to entangle me. You scoffed, trash. You're just waiting to find a new one in college. Sun Bin interjected. No need to explain. We are all aware of your reputation as a playboy. Lin Xiao spat. Huh? Scoundrel. When Jingxian lamented, alas. On the very first day of meeting the young master, my image has been utterly tarnished. Ahem. Let us not dwell on such trifles. Enough of this talk. Let us venture out and enjoy. Lin Xiao, not truly concerned, acknowledged that everyone had their unique style of conduct, and he would not interfere with Wen Jingxuan's choices. With the school year yet to commence, they encountered no obstacles as they exited. Along the way, they observed numerous freshmen arriving to register. The four of them together drew many curious glances, particularly directed towards Lin Xiao and Wen Jingxian. The sight of these two handsome young men together delighted many onlookers. Initially, Lin Xiao had anticipated taking a taxi, but upon seeing Hu Yu and Wen Jingxian each in flamboyant sports cars, he realized his naivety. The outing was arranged by Hu Yu, and Lin Xiao chose to follow along without further concern. Hu Yu promptly led them to a renowned restaurant in Kyoto. Lin Xiao had no objections, as he found himself quite hungry. This establishment exuded an air of sophistication, and Lin Xiao felt a flicker of anticipation. However, when the dishes finally arrived, disappointment washed over him. It wasn't that the food was subpar. Rather, his palate had been spoiled by the exquisite meals prepared by Song Mingze. Compared to those culinary delights, this fare fell somewhat short. Fortunately, it was sufficient to satiate his hunger. He wondered about the quality of the meals at the Lingwu Academy. If the taste proved lacking, he would have to devise a plan to prepare his own meals. Noticing Lin Xiao's lack of enthusiasm, Hu Yu, feeling responsible for bringing him out, sought to uplift his spirits. Young master, do you have any preferences for activities or places you'd like to visit? I will arrange everything to ensure your satisfaction. Lin Xiao truly had no particular destination in mind. You all decide. I'm fine with anything. I am not familiar with Kyoto. Hu Yu felt a twinge of frustration. Such vague responses were the last thing he wished to hear. You two, stop pretending to be indifferent. Offer some suggestions. Sun Bin quickly waved his hands. You two are far more knowledgeable about leisure and entertainment. Don't involve me. Wen Jingxian, with a mischievous grin, suggested, how about we visit a club? I know of a place that has some attractive ladies. Get lost. We are not like you, with your head filled with such thoughts. What are you implying? I meant a legitimate club. Lin Xiao remained non-committal, genuinely uninterested in that option. Wen Jingxian, feeling a bit sheepish, had merely intended to lighten the mood, not to genuinely suggest such a venue. I heard there's an auction tonight featuring many treasures. Shall we go take a look? Upon hearing about the auction, Lin Xiao's interest was piqued. Attending the auction seemed like a splendid idea. Very well, let us go to the auction. Seeing Lin Xiao's agreement, the three of them sighed in relief. Excellent. Let us proceed with that plan. There is still some time before the auction begins. I'll procure the tickets. Hu Yu swiftly dialed a contact to arrange entry tickets. Once everything was settled, he turned to Lin Xiao. Young master, is there anything in particular you wish to purchase? This auction is quite grand, having been promoted for over a month now, and it seems there will be many valuable items. If you see something you fancy, bid freely. I will cover the costs. As the heir of the Kyoto Chamber of Commerce, Hu Yu spoke with authority. He was perceptive enough to recognize Lin Xiao's uniqueness, understanding that forging a good relationship with him would be mutually beneficial. Lin Xiao had no objections. Having someone to foot the bill was certainly agreeable. Though he had a bit of money, it paled in comparison to Hu Yu and his circle. What treasures are available? Pray, enlighten me. There are indeed numerous valuable items. I've heard that there will be several meats from spirit beasts of levels 7 and 8, along with some spirit pearls and mastercraft artifacts. Each item is worth a fortune. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Was meat from level 7 or 8 spirit beasts truly considered treasure? There were plenty of such in the nursing home. As for spirit pearls, it seemed difficult to find one that suited his needs. Regarding artifacts, he already possessed a collection within his spatial ring, and they were of considerable quality. It appeared this auction might not yield anything to catch his eye. By the way, can items be sold at the auction? Of course. Young master, are you considering selling some treasures? Lin Xiao indeed had such thoughts, as he possessed several low-level elixirs and similar items. If the price was right, he wouldn't mind parting with them. Whether or not to sell would be decided upon arrival. Chapter 89, The Gathering of Treasures. Having made their decision, the four of them opted not to linger any longer. They drove directly to the auction venue. The location of the auction was not too far, and within mere minutes, they arrived at the site. Although the auction had yet to commence, a long line of eager attendees had already formed outside. Clearly, the promotional efforts for this auction had been quite successful. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. Given the current situation, even waiting in line would likely take a considerable amount of time before it was their turn. As the four of them disembarked from the vehicle, someone promptly delivered an entrance ticket for the auction to Hu Yu. Glancing at the ticket in his hand, Hu Yu offered a somewhat sheepish smile to Lin Xiao. "Xiao Gu, I apologize. The timing was too rushed, and the private box tickets were long gone. Had I known you were coming, I would have secured an entire box." With the crowd bustling around them, Hu Yu addressed Lin Xiao as Xiao Gu as per the latter's instructions. Lin Xiao, however, was unfazed, given the limited time and the evident fervor of the event. It was commendable that Hu Yu managed to procure 4 general admission tickets. No worries, a hall is a hall. By the way, this auction seems particularly captivating, doesn't it? Indeed. This auction is hosted by the renowned Zhu Bao Lu, the largest auction house in the country, known for its extraordinary fervor at every event. Zhu Bao Lu? Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, sensing a familiarity with the name. Yes, it's Zhu Bao Lu. The identity of its proprietor remains a mystery. All that is known is that they possess formidable abilities and a substantial background. At that moment, Lin Xiao recalled where he had encountered the name before. Upon leaving the nursing home, several elderly residents had gifted him numerous items, among which was a supreme VIP card from Zhu Bao Lu. He had momentarily forgotten. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of gifts, he pondered whether that card would be of any use here. Just then, Lin Xiao noticed a few individuals entering the venue via the VIP entrance, which surprised him. How did they get in? Aren't we still waiting for entry? Xiao Gu. Those are Zhu Bao Lu VIPs. They have reserved boxes and can enter early. However, dealing with Zhu Bao Lu's VIPs is no small feat. My father is a gold member. Had he been in Kyoto, I would have used his card. Lin Xiao was taken aback. So VIP cardholders can enter early? Hu Yu, being the scion of the Kyoto Chamber of Commerce, must mean your father is a gold member. By extension, my supreme VIP card should hold an even higher status, which is indeed fortuitous. In truth, Lin Xiao did not mind whether he attended the auction in the hall or a private box. The long queue outside was daunting, and the entry time seemed indefinite. Come on, let's not dawdle here. We should use the VIP passage. Xiao Gu, are you suggesting you have a Zhu Bao Lu membership card? Indeed, I have one on hand. Can it grant us entry? Lin Xiao harbored concerns. If he were to enter alone, who would settle the bill later? Not an issue, as long as one is a member. They can bring a certain number of guests along. Then we're all set. While Hu Yu was astonished that Lin Xiao possessed a Zhu Bao Lu VIP card, he quickly recognized that given Lin Xiao's status, it was not entirely surprising. Outside, the venue was teeming with people, while the VIP passage remained relatively empty. After all, not everyone qualified to be a Zhu Bao Lu VIP. As Lin Xiao followed the trio towards the VIP entrance, he was taken aback to see Ji Buoxiao and Lu Ruyan among the crowd. These two are quite persistent. They seem to appear wherever I go. Ji Buoxiao and Lu Ruyan had indeed come for the auction. Ruyan, do you have any idea how difficult it was to obtain tickets for this auction? Having money doesn't guarantee access. It took me considerable time to secure 2. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes discreetly. It's just 2 tickets. What's the fuss about? She recognized that the attendees at the auction were either exceptionally wealthy or influential, and there was a possibility of discovering some promising prospects here. Brother Buoxiao is the best. By the way, Brother Buoxiao, are there any treasures you're eyeing at this auction? I am now a level 2 ability user myself. Although my family prepared me a level 2 spirit pearl, I am not entirely satisfied with the spirit techniques. I hope to find something better here. If not, it will merely be an opportunity to broaden my horizons. I see. If I find something I fancy, can I make a bid? Of course. But be sure to act within your means. As long as the price is reasonable, it's acceptable. I knew Brother Buoxiao would treat me well. Oh, isn't that Lin Xiao over there? The commotion stirred by Sun Bin and his companions caught Lu Ruyan's attention, and soon many turned their gaze in that direction. As few were privileged enough to traverse the VIP passage, she quickly spotted Lin Xiao. Ji Buoxiao, upon noticing, confirmed, indeed, it is Lin Xiao. What brings you here? Is this even a place for you? Lin Xiao was at a loss for words. He anticipated no good would come from encountering these two. Before he could respond, Hu Yu and his companions expressed their displeasure. Who are you to speak to our Xiao Gu like that? Ji Buoxiao frowned, uncertain of their identities, wary of provoking someone he could not contend with. The 4 were traversing the VIP passage, suggesting they were no ordinary individuals. Seeing Ji Buoxiao hesitate to respond, Lin Xiao let out a derisive huff. He truly held no regard for this individual. Enough, let's proceed inside. There is no need to engage with such people. With Lin Xiao's words, Sun Bin and the others had no choice but to comply. However, as they departed, each shot a disdainful glare at Ji Buoxiao. Lu Ruyan's attention remained fixed on Wen Jingxian. immediately discerning that both he and Hu Yu were of notable status, adorned in high-end attire. Among the two, her gaze lingered more on the strikingly handsome Wen Jingxian, perceiving him as a worthwhile catch. The quartet swiftly approached the VIP entrance of Jubao Lu, where several burly men in suits stood guard, blocking their way. "Excuse me, this is the VIP passage. If you are indeed VIP members, please present your cards." Lin Xiao recognized that these men were merely performing their duties and did not wish to make things difficult for them. He rummaged through his spatial ring and soon retrieved the Supreme VIP card. Upon seeing the card, the guards' expressions shifted drastically, their eyes widening in shock. A Supreme VIP card. The guard's demeanor instantly transformed to one of deference, bordering on obsequiousness. "Esteemed guests, my apologies for the oversight. Please, proceed." In that moment, Lin Xiao recalled that although he possessed the Supreme VIP card, he had not reserved a private box in advance. Given the bustling atmosphere, it was likely that all boxes had been booked. "I apologize, I did not reserve a box beforehand. If there are no boxes available, we can go straight to the hall. I simply wish to avoid the queue outside." "Do not worry, we always reserve a few boxes for our clients. As a distinguished Supreme VIP, we certainly have a place for you. Xiao Wang, please escort these guests to Box 0. "Understood. Consider it done." Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude to the guards. Their service was commendable. In contrast to Lin Xiao's composure, Hu Yu and the others were far from calm. It is indeed the legendary Box 0, the auction hall of the Gathering Treasure Tower. The trio had attended numerous auctions, yet they had never witnessed any visitors in Box 0. This exclusive box is undoubtedly a symbol of status. Entry is not granted merely by virtue of wealth. To their astonishment, they found themselves granted access to Box 0 this time, a fact that would undoubtedly provide them ample fodder to boast about to their acquaintances for quite some time. "Wow, Brother Xiao, you're amazing. We hit the jackpot this time." A bodyguard named Xiao Wang led them onward, and immediately after their departure, the head of the security promptly contacted the auction's organizer. Upon learning of the appearance of a legendary Supreme VIP client, the organizer could no longer maintain his composure. Despite being swamped with work, he resolved to temporarily set aside his tasks to see which illustrious figure had graced the auction at the Gathering Treasure Tower. With Xiao Wang as their guide, everything became remarkably straightforward, and the group quickly ascended to the second floor of the auction hall, where the private boxes were located. Upon arrival, Xiao Wang turned to leave, handing them over to dedicated attendants who would escort them to Box 0. One must concede that the service at Gathering Treasure Tower is commendable, as the two attendants assigned to them were exceptionally beautiful, clad in alluring maid outfits. Were it not for the knowledge of their location, Lin Xiao might have questioned whether he had inadvertently stumbled into an inappropriate establishment. Upon recognizing the esteemed guests of Box 0, the attendants adopted an attitude of utmost respect, suppressing any impractical notions they might have entertained, understanding that such distinguished clients were beyond their reach. Box 0 was positioned in the most advantageous spot, directly in front of the auction stage, affording the best view of the proceedings, allowing them to see both the auction items and the happenings in the hall. To reach Box 0, they naturally had to pass by several other boxes. With time still remaining before the auction commenced, many early arrivals lingered in the halls, not immediately entering their boxes. Those who could access this area were certainly not of insignificant stature. Most were familiar faces. Thus, they engaged in casual conversations, perhaps hoping that a chance dialogue might lead to a collaboration. This implied that Lin Xiao and his companions would need to navigate past them. Lin Xiao felt no sense of foreboding. However, he noticed that when Jingxian was cautiously hiding behind Sun Bin upon entering the vicinity. "Jingxian, what is the matter? Is there someone here you fear?" Before Wen Jingxian could respond, Sun Bin couldn't resist chiming in. "Brother Xiao, what else could it be? He must have run into his ex-girlfriend." Lin Xiao understood immediately. Indeed, the world is quite small, and encountering this fellow's ex in such a setting was hardly surprising. Their sudden appearance naturally drew the attention of those nearby. It wasn't too long before someone recognized Hu Yu and his companions. The trio was quite notorious in Kyoto, earning the moniker Three Menace of Kyoto. Sun Bin was infamous for his penchant for brawling. Many of his juniors had been on the receiving end of his fists. Had it not been for the considerable influence of the Sun family in Kyoto, coupled with their well-known protectiveness over their own, this fellow would have been dealt with many times over. Hu Yu served as the strategist among the Three Menace, possessing a cunning intellect that made most people prefer to provoke Sun Bin rather than him, for no one could predict how Hu Yu might retaliate. As for Wen Jingxian, he was the most peculiar of the trio, known for his inclination to pursue young women. Strangely enough, the very girls he targeted seemed utterly captivated by him, leaving them powerless to resist. Though Wen Jingxian crouched behind Sun Bin, he ultimately could not evade attention. A fiery and voluptuous woman was the first to confront him. "Wen Jingxian, how dare you break up with me? You are the first to ever reject me. If you don't explain yourself today, you won't be leaving. Before Wen Jingxian could utter a word, another gentle and delicate girl approached. Brother Jingxian, why did you want to break up? Did I do something wrong? If I did, just tell me, and I'll change. Lin Xiao was taken aback, and soon several other women approached, each invariably seeking Wen Jingxian. He was at a loss for words. These women, each with distinct styles, were all undeniably beautiful. It was quite the revelation that Wen Jingxian had entangled himself with so many. Indeed, he was quite the cad. Were it not for his current disinterest in women, Lin Xiao would have been tempted to inquire if Wen Jingxian had considered writing a book on his escapades. Wen Jingxian found himself in an awkward predicament, never anticipating that merely accompanying Lin Xiao to an auction would lead to an encounter with so many of his former flames. Clearly, he had neglected to check the calendar before stepping out that day. The presence of multiple women quickly obstructed the hallway, causing Lin Xiao a slight headache. However, Hu appeared experienced in handling such situations. Ladies, if you have grievances, please address them directly with the person in question. Don't block our path. Sunbin, too, instinctively distanced himself from Wen Jingxian. Lin Xiao sensed that it would be prudent to keep his distance from Wen Jingxian at this juncture. Wen Jingxian protested, "Hey, you all are my brothers. You can't just leave me hanging like this." The entourage of Wen Jingxian's ex-girlfriends paid little heed to Lin Xiao and the others, clearing a path for the attendants to usher them forward. As for Wen Jingxian, he would not be permitted to pass without clarifying a few matters first. Lin Xiao cast Wen Jingxian a look of sympathy before proceeding toward the box. He noticed that the families present did not hinder the girls from approaching Wen Jingxian, and many eyes were now fixated upon him, likely speculating about his identity, as he was the only unfamiliar face among them. Chapter 91. Is this the trash you speak of? Lin Xiao paid no mind to the gazes of the onlookers as he entered Box 0, guided by the two attendants. The crowd outside, observing the commotion, grew restless. Though the three menace of Kyoto were not particularly well regarded, they were undeniably formidable, given their capabilities. Securing a box at the Gathering Treasure Tower was not unexpected. However, the fact that they had entered Box 0 was indeed thought-provoking. These three did not possess the means to access such a prestigious locale. The question then shifted to the unfamiliar young man in their midst. As this realization dawned, many gazes took on a more significant meaning. Oblivious to their scrutiny, Lin Xiao remained unaware of what Box 0 truly represented. Upon entering the opulent private box, Lin Xiao was taken aback by its lavishness. It felt as though he had stepped into a realm of luxury. The splendid decor exuded an aura of prestige, and the plush sofas invited utter comfort, while exquisite carpets adorned the entirety of the space. A subtle scent of sandalwood wafted through the air, and the glass walls of the box provided a clear view of the auction proceedings. The expansive auction hall was resplendently decorated, with brilliant lights illuminating every corner, enhancing the luxurious atmosphere of the venue. The trio settled onto the sofa, and Lin Xiao waved off the two attendants, who promptly exited upon recognizing their privacy. Once assured of their solitude, Hu's eyes began to shimmer with excitement. "Young master, this time I have truly broadened my horizons. This is indeed the legendary Box No. 0. Is it merely a private room? Why all the fuss?" Upon observing Lin Xiao's demeanor, Hu quickly realized that Lin Xiao was oblivious to its significance. He promptly provided a brief explanation regarding the nature of Box Number 0. Only then did Lin Xiao grasp what this room represented. Reflecting on the glances cast upon him by others upon entering, Lin Xiao felt a twinge of discomfort. Had he known, he would have refrained from being so ostentatious. "Xiao Hu, if anyone inquires, just say that you brought us here." Hu immediately understood. "Rest assured, young master, I comprehend. You wish to keep your identity concealed. I shall handle it accordingly." Lin Xiao regarded Hu with satisfaction, thinking, a promising young man indeed. The amenities within the box were ample, alleviating any sense of boredom for the trio. After a considerable while, Wen Jingxian stumbled into the box, disheveled and bearing traces of lipstick upon his face. Lin Xiao couldn't help but admire Wen Jingxian's ability to attract so many of his former lovers. That, in itself, was a talent. "You two actually left him in such a predicament. I must have misjudged you." Wen Jingxian was truly at a loss for words, for those two had abandoned him entirely, almost leaving him trapped. Unable to confront Lin Xiao, he could only vent his frustration upon Hu and Sunbin. Sunbin clenched his fists, producing a cracking sound. "What is this? It seems the previous lesson wasn't enough for you." Wen Jingxian retorted, Oh damn. Outnumbered 2-1, I can't win, I concede." Lin Xiao paid no mind to their antics, recognizing that their camaraderie was genuine. Just as he was about to speak, there came a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Who could it be at this hour? Perhaps it was those individuals they had encountered earlier, curious to investigate their presence in Box No. 0. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xiao decided to grant entrance. Come in. As his voice faded, a gentleman entered. The man stood tall, clad in a neat and appropriate uniform, moving with grace that exuded professionalism and confidence. His countenance was both benevolent and solemn, and his eyes sparkled with wisdom. Upon entering, his gaze immediately fell upon Lin Xiao. He recognized the notorious trio of Kyoto. It was impossible for them to possess the supreme VIP card of Zhu Baolu. Thus the card's owner could only be the unfamiliar youth before him. Good day, sir. I am Lu Hao, the head of this auction at Zhu Baolu. May I kindly request to see your VIP card? Lu Hao's demeanor was courteous, and with no reason to decline, Lin Xiao handed over his VIP card. He had a faint understanding of why he was afforded such treatment. The elderly gentleman who had given him the card also bore the surname Lu. Lu Hao respectfully accepted the card, and upon seeing the number inscribed upon it, his expression turned even more reverent. Sir, may I inquire how you acquired this card? An elder brother gifted it to me, Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly, yet Lu Hao's countenance shifted. He knew precisely who the card's owner was. The juxtaposition of Lin Xiao's youth and his casual reference to the card's owner as elder brother was indeed intriguing. As someone responsible at Zhu Baolu, Lu Hao was astute. He discerned from Lin Xiao's expression that he was not lying. In haste, he returned the card. Please keep this safe. Tonight, whatever you desire at the auction, we shall offer you a 50% discount. Lin Xiao was pleasantly surprised. Although Hu Yu had declared he would cover the expenses, saving some money was certainly welcome. While items at the auction often carried a premium, a direct 50% discount could result in a loss for Lu Hao's side. Aware of this, Lin Xiao had no intention of being polite. After all, it wasn't his money at stake. Well, though I feel a tad embarrassed, I shall graciously accept. Sir, you are too kind. This is merely a privilege you are entitled to. If you have any further requests, I am more than willing to assist. If not, I shall take my leave. Lu Hao showed no inclination to prolong their pleasantries, and his decisiveness only served to elevate Lin Xiao's regard for him further. Now that you mention it, I do have a matter for you. Lu Hao was eager to forge a connection with Lin Xiao, and upon hearing that Lin Xiao truly required assistance, he promptly replied, Please, command me. It is not a significant issue. I have some items I wish to auction. I wonder if that would be convenient. Of course, that is a trivial matter. However, could you please show me the items you wish to auction? I can assist in evaluating them. They aren't particularly valuable, merely some scraps. Lin Xiao said as he began retrieving items from his belongings, several vials of elixirs, and some trinkets he deemed unworthy. Upon witnessing these items materialize, Lu Hao realized that Lin Xiao possessed a spatial ring, further enhancing his perception of Lin Xiao's status. Initially disappointed by Lin Xiao's description of the items as mere scraps, his demeanor shifted upon seeing the artifacts. With commendable professional integrity, he stifled his astonishment. He first picked up a vial of elixir, opened it, and inhaled its fragrance. A primary recovery pill, and of exceptionally high quality. Goodness, a revitalizing pill. Lu Hao swiftly assessed all the items, his expression turning complex as he looked at Lin Xiao. These are what you refer to as scraps? Are you perhaps mistaken in your definition of garbage? If these are scraps, then much of what will be auctioned tonight is hardly worth mentioning. Chapter 92, The Auction Commences. Observing Lin Xiao's nonchalant demeanor, Lu Hao surmised that these items likely held little significance for Lin Xiao, otherwise he would not have so casually presented them. Sun Bin and the others were equally perplexed by the items Lin Xiao had produced. However, from Lu Hao's tone during the appraisal, they could infer that these items were likely not commonplace. Sir, we shall ensure that all these items are auctioned on your behalf, and I guarantee you will receive a satisfactory price. Furthermore, Zhu Baolu will not take any commission. Lu Hao's words left Sun Bin and the others momentarily stunned. It was one thing to offer a 50% discount on purchases, but to forego commission on sales was another matter entirely. What connection could their new roommate possibly have with Zhu Baolu? Hu Yu, possessing the sharpest intellect among them, speculated that the elusive owner behind Zhu Baolu might very well be associated with the elder care facility. After cataloging the items, Lu Hao took his leave. Meanwhile, guests continued to filter into the grand hall, indicating that the auction was about to commence. Lu Hao felt an insatiable urge to remain close to Lin Xiao, to enhance his presence, yet he feared that failing to manage Lin Xiao's auction items properly might leave a poor impression. Ultimately, he left behind a business card and hurriedly departed. Lin Xiao observed the stream of incoming attendees, while Hu Yu sat beside him, introducing those he recognized. Lin Xiao listened quietly, realizing that this auction was graced by some of the most illustrious figures in Kyoto. Many individuals present here hold esteemed titles, such as chairpersons of various prominent conglomerates. Yet, paradoxically, such figures lack even the qualifications to enter the private box. This revelation deepens Lin Xiao's understanding of the dynamics within Kyoto. Hu Yu also elaborated on the nature of the boxes outside. Most were occupied by members of influential families, whose roots run deep in Kyoto, surpassing the mere stature of the conglomerates below. Lin Xiao began to grasp the true value of the VIP card he possessed. In fact, he had several of them. Although he had previously regarded these cards with a degree of indifference, he now recognized his own limited perspective. The hall swiftly filled to capacity, and upon surveying the surroundings, Lin Xiao noted that apart from the 4 tickets procured by Hu Yu, every seat was taken. He found himself gazing skyward in exasperation, contemplating why he hadn't thought to sell those 4 tickets earlier, which could have yielded a tidy profit. Hu Yu, in his obliviousness, seemed to lack a sense of financial acumen. Among the crowd, Lin Xiao naturally spotted Ji Buoxiao and Lu Rian, much to his chagrin. These two were conveniently seated directly beneath their box, meaning Lin Xiao could simply glance upward to see them. Fortunately, the glass of the box was one way, shielding them from the gaze of the patrons outside. Otherwise, one could only speculate how Ji Buoxiao would react. As all guests settled in, the lights in the auction hall abruptly dimmed, leaving only the illumination from the auction stage. Lu Hao strode confidently to the forefront. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to our auction at Jijialu. We hope that each of you will acquire the items you desire. I hereby declare this auction officially commenced. Let us now present our first item." The attendees of this auction were all individuals of significance, many of whom were familiar with Lu Hao. The fact that Lu Hao himself was presiding over the event surprised many. He had not personally hosted the recent auctions. This realization sparked excitement among the crowd, hinting at the exceptional nature of the items to be featured. The first auction item was soon introduced by a woman clad in a qipao, revealing a transparent jade bottle containing a single elixir. All eyes were drawn to the elixir. Alchemists were a rarity in this world, and though one might encounter various elixirs in the market, their efficacy often fell short. Presenting such an elixir at a top-tier auction suggested that this was no ordinary concoction. Lin Xiao quickly dismissed the notion that this was his own bottle. His elixirs were packaged in sets of 10, likely indicating that this was a consignment from another seller. Ladies and gentlemen, our first item today is the revitalizing pill. Following our appraisal, we affirm that this pill is of unparalleled quality. As you may know, the revitalizing pill can be a lifesaver in critical moments. While there are some healing experts in reality who can guarantee their presence during each injury, thus, possessing such a pill could indeed mean the difference between life and death. The starting bid for this exceptional revitalizing pill is set at no minimum, with increments no less than 10,000. Interested parties may place their bids now. To Lin Xiao's astonishment, the first auction item was indeed the elixir he had provided to Lu Hao. Although the bottle had been changed, he recognized the elixir was unmistakably his creation. A top-tier revitalizing pill was not something just anyone could concoct. Lin Xiao soon comprehended why Lu Hao chose to sell the revitalizing pill separately. It was said that rarity enhances value, and selling them in bulk might overshadow the pill's true efficacy. Unquestionably, the revitalizing pill was a coveted item, and bids soon began to pour in. Bidder 86 offers 500,000. The first bid was a staggering 500,000, prompting a smile to spread across Lin Xiao's face. It appeared he would be reaping considerable rewards today. Bidder 73 offers 600,000. Box 5 bids 1 million. Box 3 bids 1,100,000. Any higher bids? The price escalated rapidly, and Lin Xiao's smile broadened. Although he lacked expertise in alchemy, he was aware of the production costs associated with the revitalizing pill, which were relatively low, at most, around 10,000. This was indeed a windfall. Brother Song truly cherished his well-being. He had a plethora of such elixirs in his spatial ring. Song Mingza, did I give that to you? You snatched it up yourself. The price for the revitalizing pill ultimately settled at 2,100,000, acquired by Box 6. Lin Xiao surmised that Box 6 belonged to the top mercenary group in Kyoto, individuals who frequently dealt with spirit beasts, often facing casualties. Thus, purchasing some revitalizing pills for emergencies made sense. This was already a substantial sum, and Lin Xiao was quite pleased with the outcome. Sun Bin and the others gazed at Lin Xiao with hopeful expressions. Throughout the bidding process, they had considered placing bids themselves. Yet, upon realizing that the elixir belonged to Lin Xiao, they ultimately refrained. Their desire for the elixir was palpable. Lin Xiao discerned their intentions. All right, stop looking at me like that. I have plenty of these elixirs. I'll be sure to give each of you a bottle later. Sun Bin and the others were elated. Indeed, encountering the young master was a stroke of good fortune. Chapter 93, Second Tier Spirit Pearl, Spirit Technique, X-Ray Vision. Noticing the obsequious expressions of the trio, Lin Xiao felt a sense of resignation. He directly tossed a few bottles of lower-tier elixirs to them. Otherwise, he feared they might act out of desperation. He bestowed upon them lower-tier elixirs, not out of reluctance, but rather because their levels rendered higher-tier elixirs a waste. The auction continued, with perhaps the more remarkable items reserved for the finale, as Lin Xiao found himself disinterested in the earlier offerings. Next up was a mid-grade treasure, a pair of windstorm boots, which could be used once per day to enhance speed by 30. Interested parties may place their bids, starting at 500,000, with increments no less than 100,000. The classification of treasures included 4 tiers: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme grade. The windstorm boots were a commendable mid-grade treasure. However, Lin Xiao held little interest. The treasures he possessed far surpassed this item. After all, the nation's finest blacksmith resided in their retirement home, and he himself was no slouch in the craft. Lin Xiao's lack of interest did not extend to Sun Bin and the others. However, Sun Bin was the first to speak up. 600,000. As a beast transformation type with the aspect of a white tiger, his speed was respectable, but acquiring the windstorm boots would grant him a further 30% boost, significantly enhancing his capabilities. Therefore, he was intrigued. If the price remained reasonable, he would not let the opportunity slip away. To Sun Bin's surprise, following his bid, an eerie silence enveloped the auction hall. The patrons clearly heard that the voice originated from Box 0, an area previously unoccupied. To offend the guest in Box 0 for a mere mid-grade treasure would undoubtedly be ill-advised. The other private rooms showed no inclination to raise their bids. Still uncertain of Lin Xiao's identity, Lu Hao felt somewhat helpless. Although the Gale boots were merely a mid-grade treasure, their true value was at least 1.5 million. Once Sun Bin spoke up, no one dared to bid further. However, Lu Hao did not hesitate and quickly finalized the purchase. Congratulations to the guests in Room 0 for acquiring the Gale boots. Sun Bin was equally surprised at his good fortune. He realized that the low price was entirely due to the circumstances surrounding Room 0. Scoring a mid-grade treasure for just 600,000 was a tremendous gain. Hu Yu smirked, secretly interested in the Gale boots himself, but was taken aback that Sun Bin, the muscular fellow, had made the first move. Couldn't he possibly compete with him? What's 600,000? It's actually 300,000. Don't forget, all our expenses today are half off. Sun Bin paused, realizing this was indeed the case. How delightful. This minor episode did not stir much commotion, and the auction proceeded smoothly. Nevertheless, the guests downstairs frequently glanced towards Room 0. During this time, Ji Boxiao spent 2.3 million on a rather impressive second-tier wind spirit pearl, and also purchased a few trinkets for Lu Ruoyan. Lin Xiao remained utterly indifferent, showing no intention of raising the bid. Meanwhile, when Jingxian and his companions made a few acquisitions, likely due to the intimidation factor of Room 0, as soon as they made an offer, others willingly withdrew. Next, we present the following auction item. It is a spirit pearl, shimmering with a ghostly blue light. Upon seeing another spirit pearl, many in attendance expressed interest. Judging by its size, it is a second-tier spirit pearl. Many influential figures present did not require a pearl of this grade, yet they would not mind purchasing it for their younger relatives if its abilities were commendable. Lu Hao's gaze grew somewhat complex upon seeing the pearl. This particular pearl had been auctioned several times before, only to remain unsold. To his surprise, it had resurfaced once more. This second-tier pearl possesses quite remarkable abilities, but regrettably, only awakeners with eye-related powers can utilize it. The starting bid is set at 1 million. I understand this price may seem steep, but it is determined by the seller, and I have no authority to alter it. Each bid must exceed the previous by no less than 10,000. Suddenly, Lin Xiao, who had been idle, straightened up with unexpected intensity. He had not anticipated that this auction would present him with such a delightful surprise. Now that he was a second-tier awakener, he had not previously encountered a spirit pearl he could use. The ability is X-ray vision. Is it the kind of vision he had always imagined? That was a skill coveted by countless men. Although he was currently uninterested in dating, who wouldn't he want to appreciate the beauty of such a remarkable gift? He had to secure this spirit pearl. Although Lin Xiao had already resolved to claim the pearl, he refrained from bidding immediately, wanting to ascertain if anyone else might contest him for it. As it turned out, Lin Xiao had overthought the situation, despite the allure of X-ray vision. If one could not utilize it, it would merely serve as an ornament. Even if there were awakeners with eye-related abilities in their families, they were all of low grade, making it hardly worth the expenditure of 1 million on them. Just as Lu Hao was about to announce another failed auction, Lin Xiao finally made his move. 1,000,001. If you all aren't bidding, I'll be the one to seize the opportunity. This expenditure feels justified. Upon seeing Room 0 raise the bid once again, the crowd remained silent, as they had no use for the pearl. Just as Lin Xiao believed victory was assured, an incongruous voice rang out. 1,100,000. The bidder was Ji Boxiao, who had anticipated Lin Xiao's interest upon seeing the pearl, recognizing it was perfect for him. Thus, he had patiently awaited Lin Xiao's bid to provoke him. Sure enough, Lin Xiao did place a bid. Consequently, Ji Buoxiao promptly chose to raise the stakes. As Ji Buoxiao raised the bid, whispers erupted around him, and all eyes focused on him. Who is this? So audacious as to challenge Room Zero's bid? I don't recognize him. Perhaps he is from out of town, somehow managing to secure a ticket here, unaware of what Room Zero signifies. Regardless, I admire his courage. Ji Buoxiao, naturally aware of the attention directed at him, felt no discomfort. Instead, he reveled in it. He was destined to be the center of attention. Lin Xiao felt exasperated. Ji Buoxiao truly could not resist irritating him. 1,111,000. 1,200,000. 1,021,000. Ji Buoxiao was clearly becoming overly enthusiastic, just as he intended to raise the bid again. He felt Lu Ruoyan tugging at his sleeve. He glanced at her with annoyance. Why are you pulling me? Can't you hear that Lin Xiao's voice? Lu Ruoyan was at a loss for words. Can't you see the current situation? I know what you're saying. But haven't you noticed that Lin Xiao's voice is coming from Room Zero? Ji Buoxiao finally regained his senses. Indeed, Lin Xiao's voice was unmistakably emanating from Room Zero. He was not oblivious to what Room Zero represented. Suddenly, he understood why everyone was staring at him. He felt remarkably brave. Chapter 94. Oh no, it's that thrilling feeling. Despite any lingering resentment, Ji Buoxiao dared not continue bidding. His fear was not of Lin Xiao, but of the other individuals present in the room. Could ordinary people even enter Room Zero? Even if he were a fool, he could deduce that those accompanying Lin Xiao were not to be trifled with. Ultimately, Lin Xiao secured the spirit pearl for 1,021,000. Lin Xiao glanced down at Ji Buoxiao, realizing this fellow had inadvertently caused him to spend an additional 200,000. Wait, after the discount, it was merely 100,000. Even so, he felt a pang in his heart. He suddenly regretted not having raised the bid earlier. Ah well, had he made the offer, perhaps no one would have dared to contest it. He had no interest in those items anyway, and he would have been at a loss regarding how to handle them if purchased. This was merely a minor episode, and the auction continued. Perhaps the appetizers had mostly been served, as many exquisite items gradually appeared. The auction prices for numerous items soared into the millions, leaving Lin Xiao to marvel at the sheer abundance of wealth among the attendees. Reflecting on his previous part-time jobs that barely yielded 3,000 to 4,000 a month, he could only gaze skyward in disbelief. Meanwhile, his elixirs and treasures had been selling quite well, with prices that greatly satisfied him. Just then, a knock echoed at the door of Room Zero once more. The four of them were somewhat surprised, but proceeded to open the door. Upon seeing the staff delivering their previously auctioned items, Lin Xiao had to concede that Lu Hao was quite capable. Ordinarily, these items would only be delivered after the auction concluded, but Lu Hao had arranged for them to be brought over now. After the attendants departed, Lin Xiao finally picked up the spirit orb. Sun Bin and his companions gazed at Lin Xiao in bemusement, as they could not fathom his reasoning for purchasing this particular orb. Wen Jingxian wore a particularly foolish expression. Young master, although this ability to see through is undeniably enticing, if it cannot be absorbed, it merely serves as a decorative item. Why, then, do you wish to acquire this spirit orb? Lin Xiao rubbed his nose and replied. Who told you I couldn't absorb it? The trio suddenly realized that, up to this point, they were still unaware of Lin Xiao's unique abilities. Due to Lin Xiao's status, they had unconsciously overlooked this matter. Furthermore, as Lin Xiao was a new student at the Jingdu Spiritual Martial Academy, they assumed his ability level would not be low. Young master, what exactly is your ability? The admission notice stated an SS level power attribute, but in truth, my actual ability is an F level enhancement of vision. F level? Sun Bin exclaimed. Young master, I may not be well read, but surely you jest. Lin Xiao understood their astonishment. The events that transpired within him were indeed difficult to articulate. The best course of action was to demonstrate through his actions to silence their queries. All right, there's nothing here that piques my interest. I shall absorb the spirit orb first. If you see anything you desire, feel free to call out your bids. With that, Lin Xiao settled onto the sofa, clutching the second-tier spirit orb, and commenced the absorption process. The second-tier orb contained a substantial amount of spiritual energy, and as he absorbed it, Lin Xiao immediately felt a significant increase in his internal spiritual power. The absorption of the second-tier orb did not take much time, and Lin Xiao soon opened his eyes, finally completing his second-tier spiritual technique. Sun Bin and his companions had ceased to pay attention to the auction and were instead fixated on Lin Xiao. After all, it was an ability to see through. What man wouldn't desire such a divine skill? Upon seeing Lin Xiao awaken, they immediately gathered around him. Young master, how do you feel? Quickly try out the effect of your new spiritual technique. Lin Xiao was indeed eager to test it. He activated his vision enhancement at once. Since Wen Jingxian was closest to him, he instinctively directed his gaze toward him. However, as Lin Xiao realized what he had done, a a twinge of regret washed over him. Would he inadvertently witness something unsightly? At that moment, a bluish light shimmered in Lin Xiao's eyes as when Jingxian, noticing Lin Xiao's gaze, instinctively covered his groin with one hand and his chest with the other. "Young master, please don't use me as a test subject." Lin Xiao retorted, "Oh, do you think I want to? I simply lost control." Fortunately, Lin Xiao did not see anything he wished to avoid. His vision enhancement did not erase clothing as he had imagined, but functioned similarly to an X-ray, revealing the essence of things. When Jingxian appeared before him like a skeletal diagram. Although it differed from his expectations, overall, it proved to be quite practical. When he returned to the nursing home, he could use this technique to assist the elderly in health examinations. "All right, stop covering up. It's not as you envision. I won't see your privacy." Lin Xiao briefly explained the effects of his ability, and when Jingxian finally felt reassured. At that moment, Lin Xiao discovered another function of his vision enhancement. Behind Wen Jingxian was the wall of the private room, and to his surprise, his ability could penetrate the wall, revealing a figure in the adjacent room. There was only one person in the next private room, and judging by the silhouette, it was a woman. Her figure was strikingly voluptuous, ample bosom, curvaceous hips, a slender waist, and long legs, truly a paragon of perfection. Although Lin Xiao could not discern her face or ascertain her age, he felt an inexplicable sense that she was an exquisite beauty. Shutting off his vision enhancement, Lin Xiao found himself chuckling at his own thoughts. What did it matter if there was indeed a beauty in the next room? His attention returned to the auction, where the next item was another spirit orb. As everyone could see, the auction item was once again a spirit orb, this time a fourth-tier light attribute orb, accompanied by the spiritual technique Judgment of Light. The rarity of light attribute spiritual beasts is well known, and the starting bid was set at 5 million. Interested friends may now place their bids, Lu Hao announced, igniting excitement among the attendees. Light attribute users were already scarce, and the demand for a fourth-tier light orb was even lower. However, just because it was unnecessary for some did not mean no one sought to purchase it. Acquiring this orb might very well attract a powerful light user in the future. The price quickly escalated to 7 million, with no signs of halting. While Lin Xiao quietly observed, a voice emerged from the adjacent room 1. The sound was ethereal, sweet, and delicate, drawing listeners into its enchanting embrace. Yet for some reason, it carried an air of shyness. 20 million. The room fell silent once more. Had someone entered room 1 this time? While it may not rival room 0, the occupant of room 1 was certainly of no ordinary status. The price surged by 13 million, indicating the other party's determination to win. Many pondered whether to continue raising their bids. A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Xiao's mind. Those 3 simple words seemed to strike a chord within him, leaving him feeling almost overwhelmed. He had previously believed he had steeled himself against such feelings. Yet upon hearing her voice, he found himself wavering. This was bad. It was the sensation of longing. Chapter 95, Striking It Rich. Striking It Rich. The price of 20 million was already quite substantial, yet perhaps the allure of the light orb was too great, for someone ultimately placed a bid. Box 5 bids 21 million. Box 1 bids 30 million. The woman from Box 1, although her voice trembled, was resolute in her bidding. She had only slightly increased the bid, yet she swiftly added nearly 10 million more. Once again, silence enveloped the room. Ultimately, the light orb was claimed by the woman in Box 1. Lin Xiao was somewhat astonished by the financial audacity displayed by the occupant of Box 1. If Box 1 was indeed adjacent to him, then the alluring figure he had glimpsed earlier was likely the owner of Box 1. Suddenly, he found himself consumed by an overwhelming curiosity about this young lady beside him. What to do? He longed for her patronage. He even felt a strong impulse to venture into Box 1 to see what the owner of that enchanting voice looked like. However, Lin Xiao's rationality ultimately prevailed. For now, it was best to keep his distance from women. As he contemplated this, he couldn't help but glance over at Hu Yu. Earlier, when Hu Yu introduced the situation, he hadn't mentioned anything about the occupant of Box 1. Little Yu, do you know who the occupant of Box 1 is? Hu Yu scratched his head. I have no idea. I didn't see the occupant of Box 1 before. They must have entered either before us or after we had already settled into our box. Lin Xiao felt a pang of disappointment, but it was of little consequence. His focus returned to the auction, which was nearing its conclusion, with the prices of the items steadily climbing. The auction items were remarkably diverse, featuring a variety of rare antiques, but the majority were items useful to awakened individuals. Several corpses of 8th-level spirit beasts were auctioned, astonishingly fetching prices in the millions. This left Lin Xiao feeling incredulous. Could the remains of these spirit beasts truly command such exorbitant sums? He recalled the numerous high-level spirit beast corpses within his spatial ring. Reflecting on this, he realized just how steep the cost of living in the retirement home was. He had only spent 5 million to secure his residency, A remarkable bargain indeed. As the auction progressed, the prices escalated, with even 9th-level spirit orbs making an appearance. Lin Xiao was acutely aware of what it meant to possess great wealth. The final bid for that 9th-level spirit orb soared to 30 billion, which made Lin Xiao, who believed he had acquired a modest fortune, deeply cognizant of how far he still had to go. Neither he nor the other 3 companions purchased any items, not due to a lack of allure, but rather because, at their level, those items were of no utility to them. With Lu Hao's concluding remarks, the auction came to an end. There was no longer any purpose in lingering. Yet Lin Xiao was in no rush to depart, as he had sold a considerable number of items and was awaiting the funds. Perhaps driven by some subconscious impulse, Lin Xiao employed his X-ray vision to peer into the adjacent VIP box, only to discover that the woman inside was preparing to leave. He rose, eager to catch a glimpse of her. In that moment, an unexpected wave of nervousness washed over him. As he saw the door of the VIP box open, he too prepared to step outside. Just as he did, he found Lu Hao standing at his threshold. "Sir, I am here to present you with the proceeds from this auction." Lin Xiao's mind was consumed by the image of that woman, refusing to fade away. "One moment, please." Stepping outside, he glanced toward the first VIP box, only to find that the woman had already exited and turned the corner of the corridor. He caught a fleeting glimpse of her silhouette before she vanished from view. At that moment, a strong urge to pursue her surged within him. Yet he ultimately halted his steps. What was happening to him? Perhaps after today, he would never have the chance to meet her again. He must be losing his mind. With a bitter smile, he shook his head and returned to the VIP room. What was the point of dwelling on such thoughts? He ought to ascertain just how much he had earned today. Upon returning, Lu Hao appeared somewhat bewildered. Quickly recovering, he handed Lin Xiao a card. "Sir, the total auction value of the items you consigned amounts to 585 million. After deducting your expenses of 35 million, you are left with 550 million. All contained within this card." Lin Xiao could hardly believe his ears. Had he truly sold so much? Although he had prepared himself for sudden wealth, he had not anticipated such a significant sum. He felt elated. After the auction commenced, he had been focused solely on the prices of his items, each of which was not particularly low, yet he had not realized the total value would be so high. This was not entirely his fault, as the items he had offered were of lower grade, with each priced between 1 million and 5 million. However, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Particularly, the pills he had brought were sold separately by Lu Hao, a method that significantly inflated their prices. Lin Xiao suppressed the tremors threatening to overtake his hands as he accepted the card from Lu Hao. "Thank you for your hard work." "Not at all, sir. Is there anything else I can assist you with?" At Lu Hao's inquiry, the image of the woman from the first VIP box re-emerged in Lin Xiao's mind. "Do you know who the owner of the first VIP box is?" Lu Hao seemed taken aback by the question. "I'm afraid we at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion do not pry into our clients' identities, so I cannot provide that information," Lu Hao replied truthfully, genuinely unaware of the woman's identity. Lin Xiao felt a twinge of disappointment, but understood. Lu Hao had indeed conducted himself appropriately. Upon meeting Lin Xiao, he had only inquired about the origin of his VIP card, not his identity. "That's all right. I was merely curious. Thank you for your understanding. Although I cannot disclose her identity, I can tell you that she used a VIP card from the Dihao Group, which suggests she may be affiliated with them." "Dihao Group? The wealthiest conglomerate in Huaxia?" "Indeed. Although Hu Yu was a scion of the business aristocracy in Kyoto, in terms of wealth, his family paled in comparison to the Dihao Group, which had influence nationwide." Lin Xiao understood now why she was so affluent. She was indeed associated with the Dihao Group. "I see, thank you. You're too kind, sir. When you next encounter her, please do extend some kind words on my behalf." Lin Xiao recognized whom Lu Hao referred to and did not decline. Considering that the auction's items had been discounted and he had not been charged the usual 10% commission, he had nearly saved himself 100 million. Offering a compliment was certainly within his capacity. No problem. Lu Hao's delight was palpable. Lin Xiao's agreement validated all his efforts. As Chapter 96 unfolded, with the funds secured, Lin Xiao felt no need to linger any longer. Utilizing the VIP passage, he avoided the throngs of people. Hu Yu regarded Lin Xiao with a hint of embarrassment. He had initially promised to cover the expenses of this outing, yet Lu Hao had unilaterally decided to deduct their purchases from Lin Xiao's auction earnings. While Lin Xiao remained silent, Hu Yu grappled with his own sense of discomfort. "Xiaogu, we had agreed that I would foot the bill. I had no idea Lu Hao would take it upon himself to deduct it from your earnings. Let me transfer the money to you now." Lin Xiao, realizing the oversight, felt a surge of alarm. "Wow, I completely forgot about that. That's 35 million. Ultimately, however, Lin Xiao declined Hu Yu's offer. Although he cherished wealth, having earned such a substantial amount today did not warrant neglecting the gesture of goodwill. Besides, the primary reason was that the 3 individuals before him were descendants of the residents of the retirement home. As an elder, It was only fitting to buy a few items for the younger generation, wasn't he it? Yet, despite this reasoning, it was impossible for him to deny the pang of regret in his heart. He felt a profound ache, as if it were difficult to breathe. The initial thrill of acquiring a fortune had been significantly dulled. Just then, upon exiting the venue, Lin Xiao unexpectedly encountered Ji Xiao and Lu Ruyan. He was rendered speechless. What were these two doing? Did they not recognize his discomfort? Did they not think to steer clear of him? Ji Xiao's gaze flickered with disdain as he spotted Lin Xiao, though he knew he could not provoke Lin Xiao's companions. The sight of Lin Xiao incited an uncontrollable urge to mock him. To my dear friends, this individual is nothing but a charlatan. Although I am unaware of how you came to know him, I sincerely hope that you will soon discern his true nature. Before Lin Xiao could utter a word, Hu Yu and the others were already incensed. They had become acquainted with Ji Xiao, having observed him and Lin Xiao colluding to inflate prices during their previous encounter in the private room. They had not even sought trouble, yet this scoundrel dared to sow discord between them and Lin Xiao. Were they not aware of Lin Xiao's integrity? Could a fraud truly bestow upon them such a bounty of elixirs? Could a deceiver settle the accounts of this auction on their behalf? Today, if they do not teach you a lesson, do you truly believe that the notorious trio of Kyoto is merely a name without substance? Who are you to speak to us in such a manner? Dare to reveal your name, and I assure you, you shall not leave unscathed. Who do you think you are, addressing our elder brother in such a disrespectful tone? Spare me your prattle. Let us simply thrash him. The three made as if to confront Ji Xiao, sending him into a state of panic. He had not anticipated that his seemingly benign warning would ignite the fury of these three firecrackers. What was more troubling was that he felt these three were indeed forces he could not contend with, even if they were to lay hands on him. He could not retaliate. Lin Xiao, while indifferent to the prospect of the trio dealing with Ji Xiao, felt compelled to intervene given the multitude of onlookers. Enough. You three. Engaging with such a character would only tarnish your hands, he declared. With Lin Xiao's words, the trio complied. Albeit their gazes remained fixed on Ji Xiao. If looks could kill, he would have been reduced to 1,000 pieces. Although Lin Xiao had halted their advance, it did not signify his intention to let Ji Xiao off the hook. It is often said that a gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. However, he was no gentleman. He preferred to settle scores promptly. Lin Xiao approached Ji Xiao and placed a hand on his shoulder. Ji Xiao, I warn you. Do not seek to draw attention to yourself in my presence. Consider this a reprieve, should I encounter you again prancing about before me. I would advise you to learn why the flowers bloom red. Ji Xiao, who had prepared himself for a beating, was taken aback by Lin Xiao's unexpected intervention. Naturally, he felt no gratitude towards Lin Xiao, instead blaming him for this entire debacle. As he watched Lin Xiao approach, his heart raced. He had witnessed Lin Xiao's prowess during the secret realm assessment. Despite now being a second-tier powerhouse, he knew he was no match for Lin Xiao at such close quarters, especially with the three still glaring at him as if to say, make a move, and we shall end you. Fortunately, Lin Xiao merely patted his shoulder. Lin Xiao's words struck deeply at his pride, and he wanted to utter some hollow niceties, but dared not. He could only silently endure this humiliation. Lin Xiao, pray you do not fall into my grasp. For if you do, I shall ensure your suffering is profound. Lin Xiao, finding Ji Xiao's impotent fury rather tedious, bid farewell to Hu Yu and the others before departing. Ji Xiao glared resentfully at Lin Xiao's retreating figure, ultimately left with nothing but impotent rage. This fury needed an outlet, otherwise he would surely be consumed by it. Glancing at the silent Lu Ruyan beside him, he conceived a plan for release. Ruyan, let us depart. Lu Ruyan gazed dreamily at the departing figures of Lin Xiao and his companions, only now realizing how masculine Lin Xiao appeared. Hearing Ji Xiao call her name, snapped her back to reality, prompting her to swiftly don a different demeanor. Brother Xiao, do not be angry. It's not worth getting upset over such a person, for it would only harm your well-being. Witnessing Lu Ruyan's affected behavior only intensified the flames of desire within Ji Xiao. Were it not for my caution regarding Lin Xiao's companions, do you think I would let him off so easily? This auction has been remarkably fruitful, significantly enhancing my capabilities. Enough of this. I shall not return to school today. Let us find a place to rest. Lu Ruyan understood Ji Xiao's motives and did not oppose him. Brother, you are so mischievous. By the way, may I have the items you purchased from me earlier? Of course, Ji Xiao replied, reaching into his pocket, only for his expression to shift to one of bewilderment. His pockets were utterly devoid of contents. All the items acquired from the auction had vanished without a trace. The spirit pearl and other auction treasures were gone. To make matters worse, his car keys, phone, and wallet were all missing. Seeing Ji Xiao floundering, Lu Ruyan's eyes flashed with disdain. What are you playing at? Surely, he is not attempting to take advantage of us. Brother Xiao, what is the matter? She inquired. My spirit pearl and the items I bought for you have vanished. They are all gone. Jibo Xiao exclaimed, his demeanor clearly not feigned. How is that possible? They were just here. Search again. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had already settled into Hu Yu's luxury vehicle, meticulously reviewing their recent acquisitions. He had no intention of approaching Jibo Xiao without cause. In fact, he would prefer to keep his distance from such a character. His proximity to Jibo Xiao had merely served to lighten the latter's pockets. Jibo Xiao had amassed nearly 10 million in auction goods, all of which now belonged to Lin Xiao. As for the car keys, phone, and other items, they were of no use to him and had long since been discarded into a nearby trash bin. After all, who invited this fool to provoke him? In this game, he possessed a million ways to utterly ruin him. Chapter 97. A sudden turn, and that person turns out to be a classmate. The auction had persisted for several hours, and it was now nearly 10 o'clock at night. Unlike the small town of Suncheong, Kyoto was aglow with lights. The true nightlife was just beginning. Perhaps feeling guilty for not spending any money, Hu Yu treated Lin Xiao to a lavish meal. Lin Xiao made no objections. When a wealthy benefactor offers, one ought to indulge. Throughout the meal, Hu Yu and the others urged Lin Xiao to partake in drinks, but Lin Xiao steadfastly declined. Drinking was a pastime he would never revisit. After their meal, it was quite late. Although Lin Xiao abstained from alcohol, the others had consumed a fair amount. They would never engage in drinking and driving. While Lin Xiao could drive, he could not manage 2 vehicles simultaneously. So Hu Yu promptly found a nearby 5-star hotel for their stay. The four enjoyed a lavish evening, while Jibo Xiao faced a grim fate. Penniless and stripped of his car keys and phone, he nearly found himself homeless. Had it not been for Lu Ru Yin possessing some funds, they might have ended up sleeping in the park. Of course, this incident had dampened Jibo Xiao's desire to share a room with Lu Ru Yin. He was consumed with the need to retrieve his lost belongings. But how had they gone missing? He had considered the possibility of Lin Xiao's involvement. After all, Lin Xiao merely patted his shoulder, and with so many witnesses present, it was likely that he was targeted while leaving the venue. Damn it. If only he could discover who was responsible, he would not let them off lightly. Lin Xiao, Saio, if you could actually figure it out, then my time in the nursing home would have been in vain. The following 2 days passed without the four returning to school, as the trio guided Lin Xiao through the vibrant streets of Kyoto. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Lin Xiao thought it a shame not to enjoy himself while in Kyoto. On that particular evening, they finally decided to return to school. Not because they had exhausted their fun, but primarily because tomorrow marked the commencement of the academic year. That night, the counselor was scheduled to hold a class meeting, necessitating their return. Lin Xiao had been notified about his admission to Kyoto Lingwu by an elderly resident of a nursing home, completely unaware of what awaited him. It was only through casual conversations with Sun Bin and the others that he learned he had been assigned to the finest class at Kyoto Lingwu, a class comprised of the most exceptional students among the new intake. The entry requirement for this class was an SS level ability, meaning there were 40 prodigies with abilities surpassing SS level in this year's cohort. Notably, the entire Sun City had only one SS level, Shenyao. From Zhouji, he discovered that Shenyao had not come to Kyoto but had instead gone to the magical city. Oh, Zhouji. He had been so preoccupied with fun that he had forgotten about his good friend. How could he have been so negligent? Well, he would make it up to him later. This also illustrated how challenging it was to assemble such a class. And Lin Xiao began to understand why his ability was publicly classified as SS level. It was likely a means to secure his place in this elite class. When the four of them returned to Kyoto Lingwu, it was already late, and with little time before the meeting commenced. They opted not to return to their classroom, but went straight there instead. Given the late hour, many students had already arrived. Their entrance naturally drew the attention of most onlookers. Soon, the girls in the class were collectively in a frenzy, astonished to find such handsome boys among them. Hu Yu was automatically overlooked. While Sun Bin could not be deemed particularly handsome, his muscular physique had its own appeal, attracting quite a few admirers. However, the majority of gazes were fixated on Wen Jingxian and Lin Xiao. Their otherworldly good looks were striking, each embodying a distinct style. Wen Jingxian exuded a rogue charm, while Lin Xiao resembled a sunny, affable young man. Oh my, I thought there were no boys in this class who could make my heart flutter, yet here are two. I must get their contact details. Draw your swords, sisters. There's no way I'm letting you have them. They say beauty is a feast for the eyes. I once thought it was a myth, but now I believe it. I'm already satiated. Handsomeness truly is delectable. I'm enamored with that dashing lad. His carefree expression has captured my heart. I prefer the sunny boy. He looks like someone who knows how to care. Why choose? I want them both. Hey, that chubby guy is blocking our view. Hu Yu retorted, thanks a lot. Lin Xiao, however, paid no mind to the opinions of those around him and made his way to a seat at the back with his friends. As soon as they settled, Wen Jingxian began surveying the room. Well, I must admit, there are quite a few beauties in this class. You truly can't change your nature, can you? Seeking new targets so quickly. Humph, rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows. I'm a man who acts on impulse, not on emotion. If I get involved with a girl from this class, I fear I won't have a moment's peace afterward. Though Lin Xiao had known Wen Jingxian for a short time, his recent behavior suggested no flaws in his character, given Wen Jingxuan's tendency to abandon relationships. If he were to date a girl from the class, it could indeed lead to a tumultuous experience. Wen Jingxian had a point. There were indeed many beauties in the class, yet Lin Xiao felt indifferent. For some inexplicable reason, the silhouette of the woman from the auction's VIP room resurfaced in his mind. Lin Xiao sighed, realizing he must be enchanted. Not long after they settled, another figure entered the classroom, drawing everyone's gaze, including Lin Xiao's. Upon seeing her, he was momentarily stunned. The entire class fell silent, as if even breathing had ceased. The woman appeared like a finely sculpted masterpiece, her skin as pale as snow, delicate as silk. Her brows arched elegantly, framing her enchanting eyes, which shimmered with a captivating depth. Her straight nose and naturally crimson lips lent her an air of allure. Perhaps sensing the attention, she lightly bit her lip, a charming blush creeping onto her cheeks. Though her attire concealed her figure, it could not hide her perfect curves, especially her legs, which seemed to stretch longer than some people's lifespans. After scanning the classroom, she found an unoccupied corner and settled down. Once she was seated, the class seemed to remember how to breathe again. Nonetheless, no one dared to comment on her presence, as if any words would be a desecration of her beauty. Lin Xiao stared at her, and at that moment, her image merged perfectly with that of the woman from the VIP room. He never expected to see her again so soon. After searching for her endlessly, he suddenly found her as his classmate. Chapter 98. What if I love her even more? Though the woman was seated in the corner, many in the class couldn't help but glance in her direction. Lin Xiao was among them. Yet unlike the others who displayed some restraint, he gazed openly. Wen Jingxian was equally mesmerized. Goodness, what celestial beauty is this? For the first time, I feel a twinge of inferiority in front of a girl. Didn't you just say that rabbits don't eat near their burrows? How come you're smitten now? Aren't you? You remained silent. If he felt nothing, it would surely be a lie. Not everyone was stealing glances at the woman. A few were momentarily taken aback upon seeing her and quickly straightened themselves. Their unusual demeanor soon caught the attention of others. What is wrong with you all? Are you pretending to be gentlemen, thinking such a clumsy act will catch her attention? Right? You were wild in the dormitory. Why act coy now? Upon hearing the surrounding chatter, those individuals realized they had to explain themselves. What do you know? It's normal not to recognize her. She has been in Jinling. And we're also from Jinling. Do you know who she is? She is the legendary sorceress Luo Yao. Upon learning her identity, many gasped in astonishment. This seemingly shy girl was, in fact, the famed sorceress. Luo Yao was a legend among the new students at Kyoto Lingwu, becoming a first-year student with a rank of 4, a rare occurrence over the years. Most students had only heard her name before, but this was their first encounter with her in person. After all, Luo Yao was a natural dual-element user, possessing both SSS-level light and dark abilities, a combination that surely qualified her for this elite class. Previously, many had discussed her situation, and now they finally beheld the real deal. Indeed, Luo Yao's beauty was beyond reproach. It was no wonder she was crowned the top school beauty. However, upon recalling the legendary figure of Luo Yao, many were hesitant to cast their glances in her direction. It was no jest. She was a formidable fourth-tier powerhouse, and they certainly did not wish to incur her wrath. Lin Xiao and his companions were equally taken aback to discover that this woman was indeed the fabled Luo Yao. Wen Jingxian could not suppress a shiver. Good heavens! I actually found myself intrigued by the legendary witch. I must be courting danger. 1. Thankfully, you managed to restrain yourself and refrain from any outrageous behavior. Otherwise, you might very well be sprawled on the ground by now. Listening to the trio's discussion only heightened Lin Xiao's curiosity about Luo Yao. His knowledge of her was limited to the whispers of those who had traveled with him, and he was now eager to learn more. Observing the expressions of Sun Bin and his companions, it was evident they possessed greater insight. You three, enlighten me about Luo Yao. The trio exchanged incredulous glances at Lin Xiao's inquiry. Brother Xiao, you don't know Luo Yao? Lin Xiao was at a loss for words. Why should he be expected to know? I know a little. On the way here, I overheard some talk in the car. She's a fourth tier with dual innate abilities, both SSS grade light and dark elements, and apparently has a dual personality. Beyond that, I'm at a loss. Why do you all seem so afraid of her? Brother Xiao, you have no idea how many have been deceived by her appearance. Well, perhaps deceived is not the right term. Like her extraordinary powers, she possesses two distinct personalities. The one currently on display is her primary persona, shy and demure. However, she also harbors a second persona that is boorish, ruthless, and merciless. It is said that anyone who dared to pursue her has faced dire consequences. I advise you to keep your distance. Lin Xiao was unfazed by Wen Jingxuan's warning. Once the majority learned of Lu Yao's identity, they dared not meet her gaze again. Even when they did glance, it was merely a feigned casual look. Lu Yao's fearsome reputation indeed preceded her. Unlike others, even while conversing with Sun Bin and the others, Lin Xiao's attention remained unwaveringly fixed on Lu Yao. Recalling what Lu Hao had disclosed to him post-auction, he suddenly remembered that the head of the Dihao group bore the surname Luo. This revelation led to deeper contemplation. Luo Yao's identity could not be simple. How intriguing. Seeing Lin Xiao remain undeterred, Wen Jingxian felt somewhat helpless. Considering Lin Xiao's kindness towards them, he deemed it necessary to impart a final caution. Brother Xiao, I recognize your strength, but you are merely a second-tier ability user at present. If you truly provoke her, you may not stand a chance. Relax, I know my limits. Realizing that his warnings had fallen on deaf ears, Wen Jingxian felt powerless. Luo Yao was situated not far from Lin Xiao. As the gaze directed at her diminished, she visibly relaxed, the crimson hue on her cheeks fading significantly. It appeared that everyone had come to know her identity. While she felt somewhat shy, she still longed for companionship. Yet, whenever her other self surfaced, it drove away those who sought to draw near. She was at a loss. After all, in a strict sense, the other was still her. This time, however, there seemed to be something different. Why did she sense a more fervent gaze? Soon, she identified its source, a strikingly handsome young man not far from her. When her eyes met Lin Xiao's, their gazes inadvertently locked. Feeling Luo Yao's attention, Lin Xiao immediately smiled at her. Luo Yao quickly averted her gaze, her delicate face once again flushed. Is it really necessary to be this adorable? At that moment, Lin Xiao suddenly sensed a faint surge of spiritual energy emanating from Luo Yao, causing the color on her face to drain away in an instant. Luo Yao's expression shifted back to Lin Xiao, and though her visage remained the same, he felt a notable change in her demeanor. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll have your eyes plucked out. Lin Xiao was taken aback by the rapid transformation of the woman before him. This was indeed a swift metamorphosis. Was this what her other persona was like? The moment Luo Yao spoke, Lin Xiao confirmed that she was the enigmatic woman from Box 1. Yet, her voice now lacked the previous timidity, replaced instead by an icy sharpness. Lin Xiao was certainly not intimidated by Luo Yao. Witnessing her pouting expression made his heart race. Beautiful things invariably captivate the beholder. As their exchange unfolded, the onlookers were left in shock, gazing at Lin Xiao in awe. This classmate was indeed bold. Luo Yao had unveiled her second personality, yet he dared to tease her. Perhaps Lin Xiao's audacity took even Luo Yao by surprise. She paused momentarily, then clenched her fists, preparing to confront him. Just then, an elderly gentleman with graying hair entered the classroom. If Lin Xiao's instincts served him correctly, this must be their advisor. Seeing the elder, Luo Yao could only momentarily suppress her fury, casting Lin Xiao a fierce glare while mimicking a throat-slitting gesture. Little did she know, such an action, coupled with her small fangs, struck Lin Xiao as utterly charming. An angelic visage, a devilish figure, and a capricious personality. My goodness, how can I love her even more? Chapter 99, No More Pretenses. I reveal my power level. Lin Xiao himself was unsure of what had come over him. Prior to meeting Luo Yao, he had encountered many beauties, yet none had stirred his heart. He had always believed that women merely slowed down his draw. However, everything changed upon meeting Luo Yao. At the auction, merely hearing her voice had sent his heart racing. Even the silhouette and profile of her figure lingered in his thoughts. Initially, he had thought it might be a fleeting fancy, perhaps believing he would never cross paths with her again. Who would have imagined that just 2 days later, he would once again encounter Luo Yao, and she was now his classmate? Such is fate. Of course, Lin Xiao had no intentions of pursuing Luo Yao immediately. That would be impractical. However, if they spent some time together and he felt a connection, he would not mind exploring that possibility. Luo Yao remained blissfully unaware of Lin Xiao's thoughts. Her mind was preoccupied with the idea of demonstrating her true colors to him after the class meeting. As the elderly gentleman made his entrance, the classroom fell silent once more. The students regarded him with a sense of reverence. Lin Xiao noted this and gently nudged Hu Yu, seated beside him. Who is this? Why does it seem as though everyone knows him? Hu Yu's eyes widened. Brother Xiao, are you serious? You came to study at the Kyoto Spiritual Martial Academy, and you don't even know our principal? Lin Xiao sheepishly scratched his head. Surprisingly, he truly did not know. By the way, what business does the principal have in our class? Isn't it a bit unusual for him to serve as our advisor? The elder approached the podium, surveying the students with a satisfied nod, especially when looking towards Luo Yao and Lin Xiao. The smile on his face became even more radiant. Lin Xiao keenly sensed this and understood the reason behind it. It was merely due to his connections. Lin Xiao's assumption was correct. under normal circumstances. As the principal of the Kyoto Spirit Martial Academy, he would not need to personally serve as a counselor. Even if there were prodigies like Luo Yao among the students, he would still refrain from taking direct charge. However, Lin Xiao's presence prompted him to decide to personally oversee this class. How could he resist the curiosity of being able to personally greet those whom his two predecessors took under their wing? Greetings, students. I trust you are all acquainted with me, yet we must adhere to the necessary formalities. I am Chu Wentian, the principal of Kyoto Spirit Martial Academy, as well as your counselor. I specialize in the SSS level, 9th rank, special department, ability, sword. I hope to assist you all in the days to come. Despite prior speculation, the revelation that Chu Wentian was indeed their counselor caused a wave of excitement among the students, who erupted into enthusiastic applause. Chu Wentian raised his hand to signal for silence. The purpose of today's class meeting is simply for everyone to get acquainted and to elect a class monitor. Let us begin with self-introductions, starting with this young man. The boy whose name was called quickly stood up, bowed to Chu Wentian, and approached the podium. Hello everyone. My name is Feng Xiong, from Pingcheng. I am an SSS level, 2nd rank, Earth-type ability user, and I enjoy playing basketball. I look forward to your support in the future. After Feng Xiang's introduction, the class responded with applause. Chu Wentian nodded and gestured to another girl. Unfazed by the attention, she stepped up to the podium. Hello everyone. I am Wu Xinyue, a 2nd rank SSS level healing-type ability user, hailing from Luoyang. I enjoy listening to music. I am Su Jingyi, a 3rd rank SSS level psychic-type ability user, also from Luoyang. As Lin Xiao listened to his classmates introduce themselves, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Truly, this was the elite class of Kyoto Spirit Martial Academy, each student more extraordinary than the last. Finally, it was the turn of the 334 brothers. The first to take the stage was Wen Jingxian, drawing the attention of many girls once more. Hello. My name is Wen Jingxian, male, and I have a fondness for females. I am a 2nd rank SSS level gravity manipulation user. I am Sun Bin, an SSS level 2nd rank beast transformation user, with the beast transformation type being White Tiger. I am Hu Yu, who enjoys making money, a 2nd rank SSS level beast transformation user, with the beast transformation type being Xuanwu. After their introductions, whispers began circulating among the students. Oh my, aren't these the legendary 3 hazards of Kyoto? I can't believe they've come together. It seems our class 1T have a moment of peace. So that handsome guy is actually Wen Jingxian, the notorious playboy? I was hoping to get close, but now I think I'll pass. You don't want him? I've accepted that he is a playboy. Hey sister, must you be so desperate? Amidst the discussions, Lin Xiao gradually walked up to the podium. Upon seeing him, Chu Wentian's smile reappeared. He was particularly intrigued by this young man. After all, anyone recommended by his 2 predecessors could not be an ordinary individual. At this moment, Lin Xiao felt somewhat conflicted about how to introduce himself. Should he adhere to the description on his admission notice stating he was a strength-type user? Or should he reveal his true ability? After a brief internal struggle, he reached a decision. Greetings, fellow students. I am Lin Xiao, from Sun City. I have many interests, but I want to enumerate them here. According to my admission notice, I am classified as a 2nd rank SSS level strength-type user. I hope for your guidance moving forward. Lin Xiao felt quite clever by phrasing it this way. Even if his classmates discovered his deception later, they would not delve too deeply into it. After all, his admission notice did indeed state he was an SSS level strength-type user. Just as Lin Xiao was preparing to step down, someone in the audience spoke up. What do you mean by saying your admission notice states you are an SSS level strength user? Is your ability not of the strength type? Lin Xiao had not anticipated being caught so swiftly. As one person spoke, others began to connect the dots, and all eyes turned to him. Indeed, Lin Xiao had mentioned that his admission notice stated he was a strength user. This raised questions. Was his background fabricated? Chu Wentian observed Lin Xiao with keen interest. Fully aware of the young man's circumstances, he was curious to see how Lin Xiao would navigate this predicament. Lin Xiao felt a headache coming on, but soon he found clarity. If he wasn't mistaken, he would spend considerable time with these classmates, and they would eventually discover the truth about his abilities. Therefore, he decided it would be best to address it directly. Since you've caught me, I might as well lay my cards on the table. My true ability is an F-level vision enhancement. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, his revelation sent shockwaves through the students. This was the elite class of Kyoto Spirit Martial Academy. Even if Lin Xiao claimed to be an unprecedented 4S ability awakener, they could likely accept it. Yet, he proclaimed his ability to be F-level. This raised an important question. How had Lin Xiao entered this class? A conspiracy? Surely there was something amiss. Chapter 100, Absolute Power. In an instant, all eyes turned to Chu Wentian. How had an F-level awakener like Lin Xiao managed to enter the Kyoto Spirit Martial Academy? And he even dared to say it in front of Chu Wentian. Who granted him such audacity? Principal, we require an explanation. Yes. Counselor. Could it be that there are undercurrents within Kyoto Spirit Martial Academy? Shu Wentian had been enjoying the spectacle, but he was taken aback by Lin Xiao's blatant honesty. He was eager to see what Lin Xiao was capable of, given that his two predecessors had recommended him. He found it hard to believe that Lin Xiao was devoid of any real talent. Lin Xiao, why don't you clarify this matter? Having declared his ability as F level, Lin Xiao knew that matters would not simply resolve themselves. Doubts would arise, and the most effective way to silence the skeptics was through his strength. While my ability may be classified as F-level vision enhancement, it would not be inaccurate to also claim I am an SSS-level strength user. A simple test will suffice. Zheng Jia, you mentioned you are an SSS-level strength user. How about we compare our strengths? Zheng Jia stood up, brimming with confidence in his own power. The notion that an F-level awakener would dare to challenge him was absurdly audacious. What do you propose? An arm wrestling match? I'm genuinely worried I might accidentally break your wrist, Lin Xiao quipped, uncertain whether such bravado would lead to embarrassment later on. Gazing at the wooden table before him, he realized it might not withstand their competition. His eyes then landed on another young man. I recall you are a metal-type user. Could you reinforce this table? We wouldn't want to damage school property and incur costs. The addressed boy rolled his eyes but complied, soon enveloping the table in a thick layer of metal. Satisfied, Lin Xiao placed his hands on the table. Let us begin. Zheng Jia, unwilling to back down, sat directly opposite Lin Xiao, their hands clasped together. Shu Wentian took the initiative to act as the referee. Upon seeing that both participants were prepared, he called for the match to commence. Zheng Jia immediately exerted his strength, initially believing he could easily defeat Lin Xiao. However, no matter how hard he tried, Lin Xiao remained utterly unaffected. How could this be? After all, he was a genuine powerhouse of strength. Observing Zheng Jia's gritted teeth, Lin Xiao wore an expression of ease. My classmate, have you not had your meal? Put in some effort. Zheng Jia's face turned crimson. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. This could not continue. It was evident that this fellow possessed considerable strength. It seemed that defeating him without employing spiritual techniques would be impossible. Be wary. I shall employ my spiritual technique now. Lin Xiao nodded, appreciating that Zheng Jia had the decency to provide a warning. Power amplification. Berserker strength. Battle intensity. At first, Zheng Jia feared that the surge in his power might injure Lin Xiao. However, after activating his spiritual techniques, he discovered that Lin Xiao remained unfazed. This realization ignited his competitive spirit, prompting him to unleash all three strength-enhancing techniques. At last, Lin Xiao felt a hint of pressure. Indeed, as an SS-level power user, Zheng Jia was nearly matching him. The onlooking classmates stared in bewilderment at the two. Zheng Jia, don't hold back. Put in some effort. Could it be possible that Lin Xiao was also an SS-level powerhouse? Are you foolish? How could he be a power user? Lin Xiao is merely relying on raw strength. Haven't you noticed he hasn't utilized any spiritual techniques thus far? This revelation struck the crowd into silence once more. Lin Xiao had come to understand his own strength. It was evident that his true power surpassed even that of an SS-level power user. Be cautious. I shall exert my strength now. After delivering the warning, Lin Xiao began to apply his force. Although Zheng Jia was prepared thanks to Lin Xiao's warning, he ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming might. Soon, his hand was pinned down onto the table by Lin Xiao. I concede. Zheng Jia was not one to shy away from defeat. A loss was simply a loss, nothing to be overly concerned about. Yet, he could not fathom why it had turned out this way. Could you enlighten me as to why your strength is so formidable? Lin Xiao found himself at a loss for words when it came to explaining this matter. The reasons behind his immense strength were multifaceted. Consuming high-grade spirit beast meat was one aspect, yet the primary reason lay with that elixir. However, these explanations were not easily articulated. Well, it's just a matter of exercising more. Zheng Jia replied, I believe you not. If mere exercise could yield such strength, would there still be a need for power users? He chose not to delve deeper. Everyone harbored their own secrets, and since Lin Xiao was unwilling to share, he would not press the issue. Lin Xiao then turned to address the others. I trust there are no objections remaining? Others were certainly left with reservations. After all, he had effortlessly overpowered an SS-level power user, raising questions about his qualifications to remain in this class. After stepping down, Sun Bin and the others gazed at Lin Xiao in astonishment, having just realized the extent of his extraordinary strength. Lin Xiao smiled slightly. This is merely the basics. There is much more to astonish you in the future. Following Lin Xiao, only Luo Yao remained in the corner. She regarded Lin Xiao with a hint of surprise before stepping up to the podium. I am Luo Yao, a level 4 SSS dual system of light and darkness. Hailing from Jinling. You should all be aware of my circumstances, yet I must still caution you. Do not provoke me, or I shall not hesitate to show you why I am dubbed the witch." As she spoke, Luo Yao shot Lin Xiao a fierce glare. It was evident that her second personality was in control at that moment. The classroom fell into an eerie silence, many gazing at Luo Yao with awe. Only Lin Xiao maintained a nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unfazed. Luo Yao felt an urge to discipline him on the spot, but restrained herself upon noticing Chu Wentian beside her, opting instead for a haughty huff as she returned to her seat. Once all introductions were concluded, Chu Wentian returned to the podium. "Very well. I believe everyone now has a better understanding of one another. Next, we shall select a class leader. There is no need for an election. I will appoint directly. Luo Yao, your strength is the most formidable. Would you take on the role of class leader?" Luo Yao scoffed. "I refuse. Let whoever desires it take the position." Chu Wentian was taken aback by her blatant dismissal. The girl certainly had a personality. If she did not wish to take the role, so be it. "Lin Xiao, how about you?" Lin Xiao was taken aback that Chu Wentian called upon him to be class leader. He quickly waved his hand. "Counselor, please consider someone else. I am rather lazy and not suited for the role of class leader." His words were genuine. He simply wished to take it easy, leaving the burdensome responsibilities of class leader to someone else. Chu Wentian was left speechless, perplexed as to why the position of class leader felt akin to a hot potato, with everyone reluctant to take it. "Su Jingyi, how about you take on the role of class leader?" Su Jingyi, a level 3 powerhouse, was the highest ranked after Luo Yao in the class, and her appointment met with no objections. "Very well, counselor. Then it is settled. Lin Xiao, please remain behind while the rest of you may leave." Suddenly being called out, Lin Xiao felt bemused. Why am I being singled out? Can't I just enjoy my carefree existence? Chapter 101, Qualification for Participation. Since Chu Wentian had spoken, Lin Xiao had no choice but to stay. He glanced at Sun Bin and the others. "I am unsure why the principal has summoned me, nor do I know how long it will take. You three may return to your dorms." Naturally, Sun Bin and the others had no objections, although Lin Xiao's cultivation was somewhat lacking in their minds. He had already been mentally acquainted with the elders residing in their retirement home. The discussions of the higher-ups were not to be meddled with by mere juniors. One by one, others began to leave. As Luo Yao exited, she shot Lin Xiao a fierce glare. Lin Xiao responded with a playful wink. Luo Yao nearly lost her composure and retaliated, but, thankfully, reason prevailed. She subtly raised her middle finger at Lin Xiao before turning to leave. Lin Xiao chuckled. "Come on. How can a beauty like you resort to such an undignified gesture? Yet, I must admit, I like it." Once the rest of the class had departed, Chu Wentian turned his attention to Lin Xiao. His gaze was imbued with curiosity. "Greetings, young brother. I have long heard of your esteemed name, and today I finally meet you." Lin Xiao thought. No need for further pleasantries. This principal is clearly an ally, having already elevated our rapport. "Brother Chu, let us skip the formalities. I am curious as to why you have kept me here." Chu Wentian found it amusing that Lin Xiao had so quickly adopted a brotherly tone. Having spent years in the Jingdu Spiritual Martial Academy, he was accustomed to the deference paid to him by both students and teachers alike, often exuding an air of authority. Lin Xiao's natural camaraderie, unaffected by his imposing presence, clearly marked him as someone extraordinary. If Lin Xiao were aware of Chu Wentian's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff, for during his training in the retirement home, he had undergone specialized pressure resistance training. A row of formidable individuals exuded their potent aura, compelling him to withstand the pressure. It was not that Chu Wentian was currently unable to project his own might. Even if he unleashed his full power, he knew he would be utterly outmatched. However, surrendering outright was simply out of the question. It was nothing particularly extraordinary. He believed that the seasoned comrades would have briefed him on the task at hand prior to their arrival. Lin Xiao nodded, aware of this fact, as he had been informed that in a few months, there would be a grand competition on a global scale, in which he hoped to participate. So what? Upon observing Lin Xiao's nonchalant demeanor, Chu Wentian realized that Lin Xiao might not yet grasp the gravity of the situation. "I must ask, young brother, just how much do you know about this grand competition?" Lin Xiao scratched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. His knowledge was rather scant, if not entirely non-existent. "Ahem. Perhaps I only know the name of the competition." Chu Wentian raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of incredulity towards this unreliable youth. "Did those seasoned comrades not explain the circumstances to you?" "No, they did not." "Did you not inquire further?" "Why should I? I assumed you would inform me upon my arrival." Chu Wentian could only gaze skyward in exasperation, finding Lin Xiao's reasoning utterly irrefutable. "Fine. I cannot fathom why those old comrades recommended you so fervently. Nevertheless, since they have, I shall not oppose it. However, representing Huaxiao in the world competition is no simple feat, and as it stands, you are not yet qualified." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. He had suspected that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed, and the elders of the retirement home had sent him for a reason. A talent like him was not simply to be used for trivial matters. Brother, stop beating around the bush. Just because I am not qualified now does not mean I cannot be later. Please, enlighten me about the entry requirements. Chu Wentian regarded Lin Xiao with satisfaction. He saw confidence in the youth, which was essential if he were to represent Huaxia in battle. Let me clarify for you. The world competition occurs every 4 years, and it is scheduled to take place in 3 months. This means you have only this one opportunity to participate. By the next iteration, you will have already graduated. Prior to the global competition, all spiritual martial arts academies here will conduct a selection process, and only the top 20 will qualify to compete. Furthermore, while there is no formal rank requirement, as a superpower, Huaxia's minimum rank for participants in previous competitions has been level 4, and your current level is somewhat lacking. Lin Xiao grimaced. Is this some sort of joke? My true combat prowess cannot be measured by mere rank. Expecting me to elevate my rank to level 4 within 3 months is truly unreasonable. Brother Chu, must we adhere strictly to rank? You cannot disregard true combat strength. Achieving level 4 in 3 months is beyond my capabilities. That is unfortunately not an option. After all, the competition involves the entirety of Huaxia's spiritual martial arts academies, with most participants being 3rd or 4th year students whose ranks typically exceed level 4, with some exceptionally strong individuals even reaching level 6. Level 4 is already the minimum requirement. Then I simply cannot participate. With level 6 powerhouses present, my participation would merely be a futile endeavor. That is not an option either. As you are explicitly required to compete, Lin Xiao was at a loss. Every avenue seemed closed off to him, leaving him feeling trapped. So, are you suggesting that I must take the path of a mercenary? I did not say that. In 3 months. Achieving the status of a B-level mercenary seems far more challenging than elevating your rank to level 4. My suggestion is that you diligently train, perhaps by that time, you will indeed reach level 4. Alas, why must my fate be so arduous? Chapter 102. Do not tread upon the tiger's tail. When Lin Xiao arrived at the Kyoto Spiritual Martial Academy, he envisioned participating in the upcoming world competition and striving for the best possible ranking. However, he was taken aback to discover that he lacked even the qualification to compete. Understood, Brother Chu, I will do my utmost. Very well. The purpose of our conversation today was solely to convey this information. You may return now. Lin Xiao left, burdened by thoughts. There was no way he could forego participation in the world competition if he failed to meet the requirements. He could already foresee the consequences awaiting him upon returning to the retirement home. Moreover, he did not wish to disappoint the elderly residents, whom he had come to view as family, providing him with a sense of belonging that he had long been deprived of as an orphan in 2 lifetimes. To honor these elders, Lin Xiao felt he could no longer afford to be complacent. It was time to train diligently. Besides training, he would also explore other avenues. The military recommendation was no longer an option. Thus, he was left with only one path, to become a B-level mercenary. Lin Xiao was entirely unfamiliar with the mercenary system, and it seemed he would need to take the time to learn about it and discover if there were ways to swiftly elevate his mercenary rank. As Lin Xiao departed, Chu Wentian remained, contemplating Lin Xiao's figure. In truth, his discussion with Lin Xiao had been a well-considered decision. He recognized that Lin Xiao's true combat ability far surpassed his rank, and he intended to include Lin Xiao in the upcoming world competition, even if it meant granting him a substitute position. He had conveyed this information to Lin Xiao because his old comrades had informed him that Lin Xiao's demeanor tended to be rather carefree. Without some form of encouragement, he would likely remain stagnant. This was the primary reason Chu Wentian sought to motivate Lin Xiao. Now that his objective had been achieved, it was up to Lin Xiao to determine how far he could grow. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, had he realized Chu Wentian's true intentions, he would have certainly been less inclined to strive for improvement. At that moment, he was making his way back to the dormitory. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the semester had not yet officially commenced, but the university felt rather desolate. Only a few couples were present on the playground. The Kyoto Spiritual Martial Academy was vast, requiring a good 15 minutes to walk from the teaching buildings to the dormitories. Lin Xiao mused that perhaps it was time to consider purchasing a bicycle. Forget it, it's a waste of money. A stroll is quite agreeable, and I shall consider it a form of exercise. The journey spans merely a few minutes, yet the road is predominantly devoid of pedestrians. Were it not for the illumination of streetlights, the atmosphere would indeed feel somewhat eerie. At this moment, Lin Xiao is preoccupied with thoughts of how to secure a spot in the world competition, mechanically placing one foot in front of the other, entirely oblivious to the pair of eyes glaring at him from a distance. Luo Yao, having endured Lin Xiao's provocations on several occasions, harbors a seething anger within her. If her primary persona were in control, she might have let it slide. However, it is her secondary personality that currently reigns. the very embodiment of the witch that Luo Yao has become. Previously, she had only ever bullied others, but after being bested by Lin Xiao today, she is determined to reclaim her dignity. Thus, fueled by indignation, Luo Yao strategically positions herself along Lin Xiao's route back to his dormitory. This time, she intends to make him pay. She has concocted a plan to deliver a swift blow that would render him unconscious, then strip him and tie him to a lamppost. He must learn the consequences of provoking her. Do not blame me. It is your own fault for gazing at me with such lewdness. Although the area is sparsely populated, there will inevitably be passers-by who might intervene, and this shall serve merely as a minor punishment for him. The script is already written, she merely awaits the catch. At last, Luo Yao spots Lin Xiao's figure, a sly grin creeping across her lips as she picks up a branch of considerable thickness, slipping into the shadows. Her movements are incredibly adept, clearly not her first foray into such mischief. At that moment, Lin Xiao sneezes, inexplicably feeling a chill at the nape of his neck. Rubbing his nose, he finds himself momentarily bewildered. Am I catching a cold? Impossible. It must be that the sisters at the nursing home are missing me. For their sake, I must strive harder. Thinking of such trifles is futile. I should return to my dormitory. Dispelling the chaotic thoughts from his mind, Lin Xiao feels his steps grow considerably lighter. He strides toward Luo Yao's south hiding place, completely unaware of her presence, and certainly does not suspect that someone in Kyoto Lingwu would contemplate ambushing him. As Lin Xiao passes by the shadows where Luo Yao conceals herself, she leaps forth the moment he is out of reach, swinging the branch towards the back of his neck with unerring precision. She harbors no fear of inflicting harm upon him. She is a professional at delivering such stealthy strikes. She knows precisely how to incapacitate someone swiftly without leaving any lasting repercussions. As the branch nears Lin Xiao's neck, a triumphant smile spreads across Luo Yao's face, for she is convinced of her success. Initially, Lin Xiao remains oblivious to Luo Yao's presence, but that does not imply that her ambush will succeed. The instant Luo Yao reveals herself to strike, Lin Xiao senses an impending danger, a murderous intent. During his time at the nursing home, he underwent diverse training, with reflexes being a crucial component. The training was straightforward. The elderly would suppress their own abilities and could launch a surprise attack on him at any moment. In the beginning, Lin Xiao suffered numerous beatings, but gradually he became attuned to the presence of lethal intent. Those were lessons learned through bloodshed. The moment he sensed danger, his muscle memory kicked in. He deftly sidesteps the branch aimed at him, turning to deliver a counterstrike in one fluid motion. Lin Xiao channels all his strength into this palm strike, a habit ingrained during his time at the nursing home, where each elder was a figure he revered. Even at full power, he would never harm them in the slightest. Luo Yao, taken aback by her normally effective ambush failing, stands momentarily stunned, watching as Lin Xiao's hand approaches her chest. At that moment, Lin Xiao finally recognizes that it is Luo Yao who has attempted to ambush him. It is too late to retract his hand. He can only lessen the force of his strike. His hand inevitably makes contact with a soft surface. My, how ample! How springy! Observing the transformation of Luo Yao's expression from anticipated victory to shock, then to fury, Lin Xiao realizes he has landed himself in quite the predicament. There is no time for reflection. He quickly retreats, increasing the distance between them. Before Luo Yao can utter a word, Lin Xiao takes the initiative. Luo Yao, a formidable level 4 practitioner, resorts to ambush? Is your confidence in your abilities so lacking? Infuriated, Luo Yao acknowledges her stealthy tactics. But Lin Xiao's blatant disregard for the violation of her personal space goes unmentioned. How infuriating. She had merely intended to teach him a lesson, but the situation has escalated. He shall learn that one should never poke a tiger's behind. Do not speak nonsense. I shall accuse you of defamation. I did not touch your backside. Luo Yao, this fool truly has a knack for stirring the pot. Chapter 103, A Wager. As soon as Lin Xiao uttered those words, he regretted them. Sometimes, one's tongue moves faster than one's brain, and he could hardly restrain himself. To say such a thing at this juncture only serves to stoke the flames. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Luo Yao erupts with rage. An overwhelming aura radiates from her. Judgment of light. A potent essence of light begins to coalesce, illuminating the surroundings as if it were midday, even in the depths of night. The light elements swiftly transform into arrows of light, hurtling directly towards Lin Xiao. Startled, Lin Xiao recalls this judgment of light. He remembers it from the auction, where Luo Yao had purchased a spirit pearl containing this very technique. What a grudge she must hold to unleash such a powerful attack right off the bat. In truth, Luo Yao regrets her impulsive action. Her anger had clouded her judgment. Lin Xiao's sharp tongue had provoked her beyond reason. The judgment of light has already taken form, and even she cannot retract it. While Lin Xiao may have unintentionally trespassed into forbidden territory, the sequence of events was purely instinctual. In fact, Lin Xiao had shown restraint. She had witnessed him sparring with Zheng Jia, and had he not held back, a strike of that magnitude would have been far from harmless. Now, seeing the judgment of light materialize, she fears she might inadvertently kill Lin Xiao. Holy cow, is this little brat serious? The arrows of light, born from the judgment of light, raced towards Lin Xiao with astonishing speed. No longer able to afford the luxury of sharp retorts, Lin Xiao must prioritize resolving the immediate crisis. In an instant, he activates his first spiritual technique, enhancing his vision. In his eyes, the arrows of light seem to slow down. His mind begins to race, cognizant that while he possesses remarkable resilience, enduring the full brunt of a level 4 judgment of light leaves him with uncertainties. While enduring the assault is a possibility, it may necessitate the expenditure of his precious defensive artifacts. Lin Xiao is reluctant to waste them unless absolutely necessary. Thus, he resolves to evade the arrows using his speed. In a swift decision, he sheds his burdens by stowing them in his spatial ring. As the arrows descend, Lin Xiao retreats at once, narrowly evading several of them. To his astonishment, upon hitting the ground, the arrows explode. Lin Xiao was caught in the blast wave of the explosion, but fortunately, his robust physique spared him from any serious harm, leaving him somewhat disheveled instead. However, this was not the time for such considerations. A barrage of light arrows was coming his way. This time, Lin Xiao had learned from the past. He understood that merely dodging this spiritual technique was insufficient. He had to ensure that the explosive force of the light arrows did not inflict any damage upon him, necessitating a peak enhancement of his speed. The light arrows were densely packed, making each of his evasions quite perilous. Yet, to Luo Yao's surprise, every time she thought Lin Xiao would be struck, he managed to avert disaster. Ultimately, he evaded the judgment of light. The power of the judgment of light was considerable, while Lin Xiao emerged unscathed. The path back to his dormitory was riddled with craters from the explosions. Seeing this, Lin Xiao felt a surge of frustration. Would the school demand compensation? If so, he would certainly refuse. After all, those who cause destruction should bear the cost. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he felt a flicker of anger. Are you serious? Luo Yao, perhaps aware of her own culpability, refrained from lashing out and merely let out a cold huff. Who told you to be so provocative? I couldn't help myself for a moment. Lin Xiao sighed, acknowledging his own responsibility. While it was true that Luo Yao had initiated the attack, he had also ventured into territories he ought not to have, making it difficult to assign blame. Forget it, I won't hold this against you. Now that you've vented your anger, can you let me off the hook? Luo Yao flashed a mischievous smile, prompting Lin Xiao, who had been anxiously watching her, to mentally curse her as a mischievous sprite. Let us just forget about what happened earlier, but if you dare to speak of it, I won't hesitate to ensure you remain silent forever. Gazing at the fiercely innocent Luo Yao, Lin Xiao felt his heart flutter. Fortunately, she chose not to pursue the matter further. Wait a minute, she had attacked first. Why did it seem as though the fault was now his? Never mind. He decided not to dwell on it. Rest assured, I won't speak of this incident. Can I leave now? Leave? Not so easily. Though I won't dwell on what just transpired, young man, you have successfully captured my attention. It has been quite some time since I encountered an opponent of similar age, and I believe you are worthy of being my rival. Let us seize this opportunity to spar. Lin Xiao realized he was struggling to keep up with Luo Yao's train of thought. However, her words ignited a spark of competitive spirit within him. Previously, in the nursing home, he had been utterly outmatched. Now, he finally faced a peer of comparable talent, and he was eager to gauge his current combat prowess. Very well, I welcome your guidance. Surprised by Lin Xiao's enthusiastic agreement, Luo Yao intended to seek his consent. Regardless of whether he agreed, she was determined to engage in this battle. Although Lin Xiao had successfully blocked her 4th-level spiritual technique, it did not signify much. The power of light-based abilities diminished significantly at night, and she was now prepared to demonstrate her true capabilities to Lin Xiao. While she couldn't entirely blame him for the earlier incident, as he had indeed touched something he shouldn't have, a thorough beating seemed justifiable. Then be careful. With that, Luo Yao vanished into the shadows. Even with the presence of several streetlights, night was undeniably her domain. Upon seeing Luo Yao's figure disappear, Lin Xiao became serious and immediately activated his night vision and vision enhancement. He quickly discerned her hiding spot, marveling at the efficacy of his infrared sensing capabilities. Though Luo Yao concealed herself within the shadows, her body heat was an undeniable giveaway. In simpler terms, she was hiding in vain to Lin Xiao's eyes. To his astonishment, through the night vision's detection feature, he discovered 2 additional figures not far away. These 2 individuals had seemingly arrived unnoticed, and Lin Xiao was entirely oblivious to their presence. Unbeknownst to him, Those lurking in the shadows were Chu Wentian and a vice principal of the school, Morong Bo. The commotion caused by Luo Yao's use of the judgment of light had been significant. It was only natural for them to have taken notice. The two watched with excitement from their vantage point. TSK, TSK, TSK. This little girl wielding both light and dark powers has been forced to use her 4th level technique. How intriguing. To emerge unscathed from such a powerful attack, that young man is quite impressive as well. Brother Morong, care to make a wager on who will win this duel? That depends. It must be Luo Yao, who hasn't yet revealed her full strength. Not necessarily. I'm betting on Lin Xiao. That young man is named Lin Xiao? Do you know him? A mere 2nd level novice can hardly be a match for Luo Yao. I know all the students in my class, so let us wager. The stakes will be that bottle of aged wine you've treasured for 20 years. If you win, I'll take your grandson as my apprentice. Are you serious? Absolutely. Do you think I'd jest? Then it's a bet. Their attention returned to the clash between Luo Yao and Lin Xiao. While Chu Wentian was not entirely aware of Lin Xiao's true capabilities, he felt assured that anyone recommended by those seasoned veterans would possess real talent. Furthermore, Morong Bo's grandson demonstrated noteworthy aptitude, prompting Chu Wentian to consider taking him on as a disciple. In summary, he was certain this would be a profitable venture. Chapter 104. Responding to change with constancy. Luo Yao remained unaware that Lin Xiao could see her every move. She was still searching for an opportunity to launch a decisive strike against him. Both the power he exhibited in the classroom and the speed with which he evaded her judgment of light made it clear to her that resolving matters with Lin Xiao would not be a simple task. Hence, she no longer viewed him as an ordinary 2nd-level awakener, but rather as an equal. Lin Xiao, unhurried, manifested a long sword in his hand. He dared not be overly complacent when facing a 4th-level powerhouse like Luo Yao. At the very least, having a weapon in hand provided him with a sense of security. His shadow stretched long under the streetlight, and Luo Yao slipped into his shadow, preparing to launch an attack from within, believing her approach to be clandestine. She was oblivious to the fact that Lin Xiao perceived everything with crystal clarity, as she finally succumbed to the urge to strike. He swiftly pointed his sword toward his shadow. Should she continue her assault, she would undoubtedly collide with the blade. Luo Yao was taken aback. She had underestimated him. Realizing too late that he had detected her presence so swiftly, naturally, she would not recklessly charge in. Instead, she retreated into another shadow, biding her time for the right moment. Lin Xiao acknowledged that compared to the shadow wolves he had previously encountered, Luo Yao was significantly more formidable. He wished to engage in a fair spar, but was not keen on playing hide-and-seek. Luo Yao, stop hiding. I know where you are. Attempting to ambush me is futile. Unmoved by Lin Xiao's words, Luo Yao remained unconvinced that he could pinpoint her location. Lin Xiao anticipated this and gestured toward her position. I am not joking. I know you're there. Come out. When Luo Yao saw that Lin Xiao accurately indicated her exact location without a hint of error, she finally revealed herself. Astonished by his perception, how did you discover me? Not wishing to divulge all his secrets, Lin Xiao could only answer vaguely, well, do you believe in a man's 6th sense? Luo Yao, I don't believe you for a second. She had never before suffered so many setbacks at the hands of someone her own age. This fellow was indeed extraordinary. Humph. Don't think that just because you've discovered my position, you can act with impunity. Let me show you what I have in store next. With that, Luo Yao once again melted into the shadows, and Lin Xiao immediately discerned her hiding place. He was still mulling over why knowing she was concealed in the shadows was ineffective against him when Luo Yao's figure began to move. Her silhouette darted swiftly within the darkness. Lin Xiao arched an eyebrow. He had begun to understand Luo Yao's strategy, although she was aware that he could perceive her movements. Her rapid motion could compel him to shift as well, and in doing so, he might reveal a flaw. If he was not mistaken, Luo Yao intended to strike when he exposed a vulnerability from behind. Had it been anyone else, they might have fallen prey to her cunning. Alas, it was he. When he activated his vision enhancement, his field of view approached in almost panoramic 360 degrees. Even the slightest blind spot was no place for a figure as substantial as Luo Yao to conceal herself. All he needed to do was maintain his stance amidst the chaos. Luo Yao observed Lin Xiao standing still, somewhat taken aback. This was entirely different from what she had anticipated. Could it be that Lin Xiao truly could not discern her whereabouts? Had she merely stumbled upon her hiding place by sheer luck? Otherwise, why did he show no reaction even as she positioned herself directly behind him? Luo Yao found herself puzzled, yet she sensed an opportunity to strike. She swiftly launched an attack from Lin Xiao's rear. To her astonishment, as she prepared to make her move, Lin Xiao instantly turned around, his sword poised directly at her. How could this be? Did he possess eyes at the back of his head? Lin Xiao merely smiled faintly, offering no explanation. He wasn't foolish enough to reveal his trump card. Frustrated by her failed ambush, Luo Yao transformed her body into shadows, launching an assault from all directions against Lin Xiao. She truly did not believe that he could evade her onslaught from every angle. The reality proved otherwise. Lin Xiao managed to counter each of her attacks with unwavering composure, meeting her with the tip of his sword regardless of her approach. Facing a weapon that was evidently far from ordinary, Luo Yao refused to pit her flesh against it. It dawned on her that defeating Lin Xiao by leveraging the mobility of her shadow-based abilities was unlikely. This entire spectacle did not go unnoticed by Chu Wentian and Murong Bo, who observed from a distance. How is it possible? How does this lad consistently predict her moves with such precision? Does he truly have eyes behind him? Murong Bo mused. I cannot fathom how he accomplishes it either. However, his abilities are related to vision. The explanation must lie in either his superior field of perception or his acute awareness of danger. One could not deny that rising to the rank of a 9th-level powerhouse required considerable skill. He had already deduced the essence of Lin Xiao's capabilities. Yet, how had he discovered Luo Yao's hiding place? It was not merely a matter of sensing danger. The girl emitted no trace of aura when concealed. Why are you asking me? I have no idea. Did you not realize that this lad is exceptional? Otherwise, how could you have wagered on his victory? Chu Wentian regarded Murong Bo with incredulity. If he were devoid of any skill, would I bet on a 2nd-tier novice to triumph over a 4th-tier expert? Do you think I am as foolish as you? Murong Bo gazed skyward in silence, utterly unable to counter the argument. This is infuriating. How do you always know where I intend to strike? I use my eyes. Luo Yao, how infuriating. Sooner or later, this fellow would drive her to madness. Humph. Do not think you have triumphed. I initially intended to let you lose gracefully. Since you have chosen to make things difficult for yourself, I shall defeat you head-on. As soon as the words left her lips, a spear materialized in Luo Yao's hands. Lin Xiao was taken aback. He had expected a deluge of spiritual techniques to bombard him, not for Luo Yao to engage him in close combat. There was no denying that Luo Yao was a prodigy, and Lin Xiao acknowledged this fact. However, in his view, a mage specializing in light and shadow should inherently possess weaker melee capabilities. Yet, it seemed that Luo Yao was not as simplistic as he had imagined. Furthermore, the emergence of the spear indicated that she possessed a spatial ring. Truly, she was quite the little heiress. Luo Yao was evidently aware of Lin Xiao's thoughts. Who do you look down upon? Do you know that I was the champion in the martial arts competition for the youth group in Jinling? Chapter 105. Purely accidental. After hearing Luo Yao's words, Lin Xiao could not help but roll his eyes. How dare she flaunt her status as a youth group martial arts champion? He was the boy who won the orphanage's urine-throwing contest. He had no intention of engaging in further banter with Luo Yao. Instead, he twirled his sword, adopting a stance of readiness. Luo Yao wasted no time either. She wielded her spear with the grace of a dragon emerging from the sea, charging towards Lin Xiao with formidable momentum. Her steps were firm and powerful, each one imbued with remarkable finesse. The spear danced in her hands with agility, sweeping toward Lin Xiao. The spear tip gleamed ominously, seemingly poised to tear through the very air. Lin Xiao was not one to back down, although the sword required swift and precise movements. He wanted to ascertain the source of Luo Yao's confidence. Thus, when faced with her sweeping strike, he chose not to evade, meeting her head-on with a single stroke of his sword. The clash of spear and sword produced a crisp sound, and both combatants felt a tingling in their hands as they retreated 3 steps. Lin Xiao was somewhat incredulous. He had indeed underestimated Luo Yao. He was well aware of his own strength, and even Zheng Jia, who wielded 2nd-tier SS-level powers, was no match for him. Yet Luo Yao had matched him blow for blow. Even without exerting his full strength, the encounter left him astonished. It appeared her physical prowess was formidable. In contrast, Luo Yao was even more astonished. While her strike seemed to equal Lin Xiao's in strength, she had actually been outmatched. The spear, being a weapon of sweeping arcs, allowed for greater expression of power, and she had put her full effort into this attack, knowing Lin Xiao's strength was considerable. However, Lin Xiao wielded a sword, making it more challenging to manifest his true might. Judging by Lin Xiao's relaxed demeanor, it seemed he had not unleashed his full power. The disparity in strength appeared to be quite significant. With each lost thought, they exchanged glances and launched into battle once more. Luo Yao's spear danced with grand and mighty gestures, while Lin Xiao's swordplay was enigmatic and unpredictable, creating an inescapable defense. The two figures melded into a blur, neither able to gain the upper hand for the time being. Suddenly, Luo Yao exerted herself, thrusting her spear like thunder toward Lin Xiao's chest. Lin Xiao evaded, his sword slicing toward Luo Yao's throat. With one hand, she blocked the blow and quickly retreated. The battle between them escalated to a fever pitch, with neither daring to show even the slightest hint of slack. Lin Xiao perceived that Luo Yao's spear technique had clearly been honed under the guidance of a master, and his own swordsmanship was not to be underestimated either. Standing on the sidelines, Chu Wentian gazed in awe at Lin Xiao's swordplay, marveling at the artistry he exhibited. His own unique ability was the sword, and his mastery of swordsmanship surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Even he could discern that Lin Xiao's technique was extraordinary. In the midst of their duel, Luo Yao managed to hold her ground, indicating that both were exceptional talents. Realizing that continuing in this manner would not yield fruitful results, Lin Xiao recalled a spiritual technique he had yet to employ, seizing the opportunity to test its potency. Weakness detection. Upon activating this skill, he immediately comprehended its practicality. 2 points of vulnerability manifested on Luo Yao, one at her right wrist and the other at her left knee. These were her current weaknesses. Armed with this knowledge, Lin Xiao felt no compunction about exploiting these vulnerabilities, launching a relentless barrage of attacks aimed directly at them. Luo Yao instantly sensed the mounting pressure. The two weaknesses were areas she herself had been unaware of, and Lin Xiao's sudden escalation in prowess left her feeling outmatched in what had previously been an evenly contested battle. At last, Lin Xiao seized an opportunity to strike, aiming his sword toward Luo Yao's right wrist. At that moment, she was poised to retract her spear, a task not easily accomplished. With Lin Xiao's attack imminent, she had no choice but to loosen her grip. As her left hand prepared to withdraw the spear, Lin Xiao deftly stepped forward, placing his foot on the spear and thrusting his sword toward her face. Luo Yao, left with little choice, abandoned her spear to evade the strike. Should she continue? Observing the spear at Lin Xiao's side, she recognized her inferiority in weaponry. Yet, she pondered the possibility of engaging in unarmed combat without weapons. Lin Xiao was taken aback, surprised that she was so unwilling to concede. Since she was insistent, he was more than willing to oblige. Tossing the spear back to Luo Yao, he sheathed his sword into his spatial ring, adopting a Wing Chun stance. Wing Chun, Lin Xiao, I humbly request your guidance. Upon seeing Lin Xiao's stance, Luo Yao furrowed her brow. Could he possibly have knowledge of ancient martial arts? She held a fair degree of confidence in her close combat abilities, having dabbled in taekwondo and similar disciplines, where she seldom encountered opponents. However, Lin Xiao's professional demeanor began to unsettle her. No, she thought, one must not falter before battle. Only through combat can one ascertain the outcome. Without waiting for Luo Yao to make the first move, Lin Xiao initiated the assault, his form agile and his steps fluid, his strikes as swift as lightning. His punches overwhelmed Luo Yao, unleashing a flurry of fist shadows upon her like a tempest. Caught off guard, Luo Yao found herself unable to counterattack, forced to focus solely on defense as Lin Xiao's punches quickened, akin to raindrops in a storm, intense and unrelenting. Regret consumed her. During their weapon match, she could at least hold her own, but in this close-quarters combat, she stood no chance. As defeat loomed, Luo Yao could no longer restrain herself and unleashed her spiritual technique. Holy Light Bomb. This first-tier light-type technique served a straightforward purpose, illumination. However, a higher-level user could manipulate the brightness, achieving a blinding effect. Although Lin Xiao was engaged in close combat with Luo Yao, he had maintained his enhanced vision and night vision throughout. He had not anticipated that she would resort to using a spiritual technique at that moment. Caught unawares, the sudden brilliance rendered him temporarily blind. Damn it, you sly little thing, Lin Xiao exclaimed inwardly, a surge of frustration coursing through him as he struggled against the blinding light. It had been ages since he had experienced such a sensation after awakening his unique ability. Irritated, Lin Xiao refused to relent. Though his vision was obscured, he relied on his last memory of Luo Yao's position and lunged forward. Aware of the Holy Light Bomb's power, Luo Yao had closed her eyes as she released it, harboring no intent to harm Lin Xiao. She merely hoped it would halt his onslaught. Unexpectedly, before she could open her eyes, she felt a figure crash against her, pinning her down. Coincidentally, his hands found their way onto her soft chest. Though Lin Xiao could not see, the familiar sensation informed him of his predicament. Is this truly a coincidence? He thought. Mortified, it was an accident, entirely unintended. Chapter 106. Goodness. Could she possibly be a Yandere? Lin Xiao was genuinely flustered, despite not meaning to. He had inadvertently touched her inappropriately. Even without sight, he could sense Luo Yao's fury radiating from her. No, he thought, to prevent her from exploding in anger, he needed to restrain her. Acting swiftly, Lin Xiao maneuvered his hands to pin down Luo Yao's arms, subduing her. As she struggled, his excitement grew. No. He felt compelled to hold on tighter. If he were to release her, this ordeal might never end. The effects of the Holy Light Bomb began to wane, and Lin Xiao's vision gradually returned. At that moment, he beheld Luo Yao's flushed face, her expression filled with indignation as she glared at him. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Lin Xiao devised a plan. Deny everything. What is the matter with you? Didn't we agree on unarmed combat? Why did you suddenly use a spiritual technique? Luckily, I was clever enough to restrain you. Otherwise, I would have been knocked out. What do you mean? Luo Yao retorted, her frustration palpable. Do you think this is a game? If you had simply conceded, I would have ceased my attacks. Do you have any idea how critical vision enhancement is to me? Your holy light bomb nearly blinded me. If I had truly lost my sight, I would hold you accountable for life. Lin Xiao's words flowed forth like a rapid-fire barrage, leaving Luo Yao momentarily stunned. Moreover, his earnest demeanor suggested he was not feigning his distress. Had he truly been unaware of the nature of his earlier actions? If so, should she bring it up? Frustration mounted within her. This guy was infuriating. Yet, he did make a valid point. Her use of the holy light bomb for self-preservation, though unintentional, could have harmed him severely. Could she truly forgive him just like that? Why did it feel so peculiar? As Luo Yao's emotions began to stabilize, Lin Xiao sensed that his strategy might be bearing fruit. He let out a long sigh of relief internally. However, releasing Luo Yao was out of the question. She was clever and unpredictable. If he were to let go, she might retaliate fiercely, and he would have no one to turn to for justice. The atmosphere became increasingly awkward. Finally, it was Luo Yao who broke the silence. All right, I admit I was in the wrong. Can you release me now? Lin Xiao eyed her warily. At present, I have you subdued. Have you conceded? If you acknowledge your defeat, I shall let you go, but once you concede, you cannot retaliate. No way, I haven't lost. I admit that I am not your match in close combat, but I am not a melee fighter. Let me go, and we can start over. I want you to witness the true essence of a magical artillery. Lin Xiao resolutely rejected, musing that it was absurd to compare his spiritual skills with this individual. His own abilities lacked any offensive capabilities, while the dual light adept Luo Yao, even without absorbing a single spiritual pearl, possessed 8 spiritual skills. He certainly did not have a penchant for self-harm. No way, this ends here. You concede. And I will release you. Absolutely not. You are taking advantage of me. How am I taking advantage of you? I subdued you with my own merit. I advise you to cooperate, or I may have to resort to unconventional methods. I will never yield. As Luo Yao spoke, she began to struggle. Lin Xiao's temper flared. Why was this girl so infuriating? Calm down a bit. Don't push me. Luo Yao remained unmoved, doubting Lin Xiao could escalate the situation further. Lin Xiao chuckled. He had already offended Luo Yao today, so there was nothing left to worry about. Humph, you forced my hand. Did you not say that one should not touch the tigers? But, well, watch me do just that. While speaking, Lin Xiao restrained both of Luo Yao's hands with one hand, while the other hand rose to deliver a resounding slap to her rear. Do you concede? If not, I will continue until you do. Luo Yao was taken aback. She never expected Lin Xiao to take such an action. The fiery sting on her backside made her realize that this was all too real. Lin Xiao, I will never forgive you. Huh. Still stubborn, do you concede? Will you yield? I refuse. Huh. After several more slaps, Luo Yao finally ceased her struggles, her face flushed as red as a monkey's backside. Lin Xiao felt a pang of anxiety. Goodness, she can't possibly be a Yandere, can she? Then, Lin Xiao, please stop. I concede. Lin Xiao quickly released Luo Yao and retreated a couple of steps. OMG, she truly is a Yandere. Upon seeing Lin Xiao step back, Luo Yao showed no intention of retaliating. Lin Xiao, I'm sorry. The other side of me has caused you trouble. Lin Xiao, what the heck? She is not a Yandere. It's her second personality that was scared away, and now her first personality has emerged. Indeed, it was the first personality of Luo Yao that had appeared. Her tone noticeably altered. I apologize. I was compelled to act. I realize I owe you my gratitude for dealing with her. Her personality would eventually lead to her downfall. Observing the first personality of Luo Yao speak with increasing fluency intrigued Lin Xiao. By the way, how do you two switch? Is there a specific condition? And are you aware of what I did to her? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's inquiries, the first personality of Luo Yao's face immediately turned crimson. Lin Xiao quickly understood that she was aware of what had just transpired. It mainly depends on our subjective consciousness. Whoever wishes to emerge more strongly will manifest that personality. Lin Xiao grasped the situation. It was indeed fascinating. Just as he was about to voice more thoughts, Chu Wentian and Murong both stepped out from the shadows. Lin Xiao immediately felt a headache. Did this count as being caught in the act of vandalism? It turned out they had been observing the match from the sidelines. While he did not recognize Murong Bo, he assumed he was part of the school's upper echelon. Chu Wentian had no intention of reprimanding them. Well, friendly sparring among students is not a bad thing, but please do not do it here next time. Our school has a training ground. Lin Xiao remained silent. As he had acted out of necessity, Luo Yao's face reddened again. I understand, principal. All right, you two can return. We will handle the cleanup here. Upon hearing that he wouldn't need to compensate, Lin Xiao wasted no time in making a hasty exit. Luo Yao followed suit. Chu Wentian glanced at Morongbo. This time, I have one. Bring out that bottle of wine. Don't worry, I will also accept your grandson. Morongbo then seemed to realize. You must have planned this all along. You are not losing anything, are you? What? Am I that kind of person? Humph. You certainly are. However, I originally intended to present you that bottle of wine as a gift when you accepted my grandson as your apprentice, so I am not at a loss. You are still unwilling to take even a slight loss, huh? One thing must be made clear. Although I have accepted your grandson as my apprentice, our hierarchy cannot be altered, or I will retract my acceptance. Relax, relax. Am I the type to take advantage of you? Hee. Are you not? Chapter 107, Military Training. On the way back to the dormitory, Lin Xiao reflected on his battle with Luo Yao. He had gained a clearer understanding of his true combat abilities. Although he had triumphed over Luo Yao, he did not genuinely believe she was not his match. After all, during their encounter, she had not fully utilized her spiritual skills. In a genuine life-and-death struggle, whether he could stand against Luo Yao remained uncertain. Of course, Lin Xiao was not being overly modest. Among the Tier 4 awakeners, Luo Yao was undoubtedly among the most elite. This also implied that the majority of Tier 4 awakeners should not pose a threat to him. Unfortunately, participation in the international competition required a true assessment of their levels, which was somewhat vexing. When Lin Xiao returned to the dormitory, he discovered that the other three had already finished washing up and were lounging in bed. Seeing Lin Xiao's disheveled appearance, they were somewhat puzzled. Xiao Ge, what happened? You didn't get into a scuffle with the counselor, did you? Lin Xiao then realized that the explosive shockwaves from his battle with Luo Yao had torn his clothes. What are you thinking? I just tripped while walking. The three regarded Lin Xiao with skepticism. That excuse was rather flimsy. You can guess whether we believe you or not. However, they had no intention of pressing further. Lin Xiao's reluctance to divulge his reasons was understandable. It was then that Lin Xiao noticed 4 military uniforms in the dormitory. What is this? Hu followed Lin Xiao's gaze and quickly grasped his thoughts. No way, Xiao Ge, you didn't know that starting tomorrow, we will undergo a month of military training? Lin Xiao was taken aback. Indeed, he was unaware. A month? His schedule was already tight. And spending an entire month standing at attention and marching in formation seemed absurd. No way, once the training begins. I will see if I can find an opportunity to get out of it. Alright, you all take it easy, I will go wash up. When Lin Xiao returned from washing up, the three were already engrossed in a game. Lin Xiao had little interest in gaming, so he did not join in. Having spent the past few days indulging with these three, he felt a sense of lethargy creeping in. Training would begin tomorrow. He could not afford to continue in such a state of decline. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xiao drifted into slumber. Observing Lin Xiao asleep, Hu and the others quietly set aside their phones, wary of making any noise that might awaken him. They glanced at the time. It was only 9 in the evening. Was this the time for young people to rest? Shouldn't they stay up past midnight? Right. Forgetting that this individual had recently emerged from a retirement home, it seems he has prematurely embraced the twilight of life. At the break of dawn, precisely at 4 o'clock, Lin Xiao's biological clock roused him from slumber. Observing that others remained in repose, he stealthily extricated himself from his bed. After tending to his personal matters, Lin Xiao donned a tank top and set off to exercise. He jogged directly from the dormitory to the playground, treating it as a warm-up before commencing his rigorous training. Lacking any equipment, he resorted to running laps around the track. The playground was situated not far from the school's entrance, where a glimmer of light could be discerned. As Lin Xiao completed his 10th lap, he noticed a large bus entering the gates of Kyoto Lingua. With nothing else to occupy his time, he continued his workout while observing the commotion. Dozens of soldiers clad in military uniforms disembarked from the vehicle. Each soldier stood tall and silent, forming an orderly line as they proceeded in a singular direction. Lin Xiao surmised that these individuals might very well be the instructors for their military training. With that thought, he redirected his focus back to his exercise. Coincidentally, at one end of the track, Lin Xiao crossed paths with the marching instructors. Although they continued onward, their gazes subtly lingered upon Lin Xiao. Once he had run a distance, a few instructors began to whisper among themselves. Is it truly around 5 in the morning already? Has someone commenced their morning exercises? Observing his cultivation level, which was merely at the 2nd tier, they concluded he must be a freshman. How intriguing. Youth is indeed a splendid time, brimming with boundless energy. Hey, Commander, do bear in mind that you're only 21 this year. Do not bemoan your age. This lad likely remains oblivious to what awaits him, and one wonders if he will regret expending so much energy come the military training. Enough chatter. Let us head to the cafeteria. We must replenish our spirits. Today we shall rigorously train these young prodigies. Ensure the mission is accomplished. Lin Xiao paid no heed to their conversation and continued with his training. By 6 o'clock, others gradually began to arrive at the playground for their own exercises. Some were taken aback to see Lin Xiao had already beaten them to it. With the arrival of others, Lin Xiao adopted a more subdued demeanor. 2 hours of training left him feeling quite comfortable, with only a slight sheen of sweat adorning his forehead. Sensing it was time to return, he decided to stop by the school cafeteria for breakfast, curious about the fare at Kyoto Lingua. Upon entering the cafeteria, he was taken aback by the selection of ingredients available. Remarkably, the cafeteria offered spirit beast meat. Moreover, the prices were astonishingly reasonable. A bun filled with first-tier spirit beast meat cost merely 5 yuan. The most expensive option, 4th-tier spirit beast meat, was priced at around 100 yuan. Such prices were indeed a testament to fairness. He ordered some 3rd and 4th-tier spirit beast meat, and the taste could only be described as mediocre. It was not that the cafeteria's offerings were lacking. Rather, his palate had grown accustomed to finer delicacies. After finishing his meal, he ordered additional large buns and drinks for his 3 companions before preparing to return to the dormitory. At this point, the number of people on the path had increased, and Lin Xiao noted the time. It was not yet 7 o'clock. Truly, at a premier institution like Lingua University, the students were exceptionally diligent. However, upon returning to the dormitory, he found this notion to be misguided. His 3 roommates were still deeply ensconced in their dreams, showing no signs of awakening. Upon hearing Lin Xiao open the door, they merely opened their eyes momentarily before drifting back to sleep. Lin Xiao rapped on the table. Enough of this slumber. I brought breakfast. At the sound of Lin Xiao's voice, the 3 finally opened their eyes, and upon seeing the lavish spread he had brought, their drowsiness dissipated. Without even bothering to wash up, they dove into the food. Lin Xiao, unperturbed, took a quick shower. When he returned, he noticed that when Jingxian and Hu Yu appeared rather restless. Confused, Lin Xiao inquired, "What troubles you? Brother Xiao, are these buns filled with spirit beast meat?" "Indeed. I didn't dare to bring you the higher tier options. They're merely filled with 2nd-tier spirit beast meat. Is there an issue?" "Indeed. And a significant one." Sun Bin, the only one of the trio unaffected, stood as a testament to his muscular physique. "Brother Xiao, no worries. These 2 simply cannot handle the nourishment." Lin Xiao understood. These 2 were evidently too frail, indicating he would need to bring them along for training sessions in the future. Chapter 108. Is it that intense from the very start? In the subsequent half hour, when Jingxian and Hu Yu engaged in both cultivation and strength training, finally absorbing the energy within them, Lin Xiao sighed as he observed them. "You 2 are far too weak. As 2nd-tier awakened ones, it should not take you this long to digest 2nd-tier spirit beast meat. It appears systematic training for you is necessary." When Jingxian and Hu Yu exchanged glances, reluctant yet hesitant to voice their dissent, Sun Bin, however, could not resist mocking them. "Huh, I told you to train with me, yet you refused. Regret it now, don't you? You're hardly in a position to laugh. You're only marginally stronger than them, and you need training too." Sun Bin promptly fell silent, though unlike the others, he did not harbor aversion to training. The commotion caused by when Jingxian and Hu Yu transformed what was once ample time into a tight schedule. The 4 hastily donned their military training uniforms and made their way to the assembly point. The gathering site was the school's playground, where they soon located their class. At this juncture, the instructors had yet to arrive, and the female students clustered together, speculating whether their instructor would be handsome. Amidst this crowd, Lin Xiao immediately spotted Luo Yao. Upon sensing Lin Xiao's gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson. Lin Xiao recognized that she was currently in her primary persona. He refrained from approaching her directly, wary of inadvertently triggering her secondary persona, which could lead to an altercation. On this September morning, the air was suffused with a warm essence, almost palpable as the sunlight danced upon the skin. Many individuals were already beginning to perspire lightly. One could only imagine the sweltering heat that would prevail in the midday and afternoon hours. It was needless to speculate that, after a month, the majority here would shed their old skins. As time progressed, the instructors finally marched in orderly formation onto the playground. They swiftly dispersed, locating the classes they were assigned to oversee. Lin Xiao's class, renowned at Kyoto Lingua, was fortunate enough to be under the tutelage of the most distinguished instructor among the military personnel. This instructor was the leader of the group of soldiers. He was tall and imposing, with broad shoulders and a sharply tailored uniform that exuded an aura of authority. His bronze skin radiated vitality, and his features conveyed unwavering determination and decisiveness. Many of the female students could no longer contain their admiration. "Wow, so handsome. Just my type. He looks so youthful. He seems about our age. Look at his epaulets, a 1-bar 3-star rank. Such a young captain." Amidst the excited chatter of the girls, the officer approached Lin Xiao's class. Though no words were spoken, an imposing aura emanated from Murong Jing, silencing the students in the class. "Greetings, everyone. My name is Murong Jing, a level 5 SS Metal System practitioner. For the upcoming period, I shall be your military training instructor. As his voice resonated, applause erupted from the students. Lin Xiao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that their instructor would be such a formidable level 5 powerhouse. Why, one might wonder. Had such an elite not attended Lingwu High School, but chosen to enter the military instead? At that moment, Lin Xiao began to comprehend why his request to Chu Wentian for a military recommendation had been swiftly dismissed. With just one instructor being a level 5 SS metal system practitioner, it was clear that the military would not easily grant a single recommendation. Murong Jing's gaze swept over the assembled students, and when it landed on Luo Yao, a flicker of admiration crossed his features, though he quickly concealed it. Upon spotting Lin Xiao, his gaze lingered for a moment. He recognized Lin Xiao as the young lad he had seen training on the playground during their enrollment. Interesting. Who is the class monitor? Step forward for roll call. Check for any absentees. Any absence will result in an automatic failure in military training. Murong Jing's words struck the assembly like a thunderbolt. Was it truly that ruthless? An absence equating to failure? Su Jingyi promptly stepped forward, reporting to the instructor. I am the class monitor. Murong Jing tossed the attendance sheet to Su Jingyi, who immediately began calling names. Bai Zishuan. Present. Speak up. Have you not eaten? Bai Zishuan. Present. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. It was evident that the traditional military training methods were in play. The roll call concluded swiftly. With no absentees for the first military training session. With each name called, Murong Jing's gaze would rest upon the individual for a moment, and once everyone was accounted for, he instructed Su Jingyi to regroup. Stand at attention. At ease. Align to the right. Forward, look ahead. At ease. It must be said that those who could become top students at Kyoto Lingwu possessed a fundamental level of discipline, as they promptly followed the simple commands. Murong Jing was somewhat satisfied with their performance. I have heard you are the elite of Kyoto Lingwu. Is that correct? Yes. Nonsense. To me, every single one of you present is nothing but trash. Murong Jing's words were devoid of politeness, flushing the proud students with embarrassment. Not convinced, are you? Then bear it. If you wish for me to acknowledge you as anything but trash, you must prove it to me. Do not merely wallow in impotent anger. I shall now introduce the training regimen you will undergo. Surely, no one believes that the purpose of this military training is merely to march in formation or stand at attention, for that would be a grievous error. The standards by which I will train you will mirror those of a special abilities task force, encompassing physical training, firearms training, and more. Let it be known in advance that should you fail in any one aspect, your final grade will reflect that failure. Upon hearing Murong Jing's words, Lin Xiao felt a sense of surprise. This military training seemed far from what he had envisioned. Now, we shall commence with the first exercise, a 10-kilometer weighted run. With the boys carrying 25 kilograms and the girls 10 kilograms. Everyone must complete the distance. Failing to do so will result in an automatic failure. The students were left in a state of bewilderment. Is this military training? Is it truly this intense? 10 kilometers? With weight? Failure for not finishing? While many lamented their fate, Lin Xiao had already dashed forward, picking up a 25-kilogram weight and setting off. Just 10 kilometers? 25 kilograms? Child's play. This morning, I ran at least 4 10-kilometer laps in 2 hours. Following Lin Xiao, Luo Yao was the second to step up. Instead of opting for the 10 kilograms designated for girls, she too selected a 25-kilogram weight. This prompted Murong Jing to regard Luo Yao with newfound respect. Intriguing. The quality of this year's freshman exceeds my expectations. With 2 students leading the charge, the rest, albeit reluctantly, began to pick up their weights and start running. Initially, Lin Xiao did not sprint. 10 kilometers was not 100 meters, and there was no need to rush so early. Although his stamina could easily support a sprint, that would draw too much attention. He preferred to remain discreet. Luo Yao quickly caught up to him. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, her cheeks flushed once more, possibly recalling their encounter from the previous day. Lin Xiao, however, remained focused. It was best to avoid provoking Luo Yao at this moment, as he did not wish to trigger her other personality. Luo Yao glanced at Lin Xiao, attempting to muster the courage to speak. After several self-encouragements, she finally gathered her resolve. Lin Xiao, would you like to race again to see who finishes 25 laps first? Lin Xiao was taken aback. He had not anticipated Luo Yao would initiate conversation. He had thought she might need time to recover from yesterday's events, but it seemed that was not the case. Another race? Is it you or your other self who wants to compete? It's me. Don't worry. She's not coming out for the next few days. She's afraid she might explode at the sight of you. Lin Xiao responded with a smirk. If you feel guilty, don't expect me to spare you. Luo Yao was momentarily confused. While her statement seemed innocuous at first, a closer examination revealed potential issues. So, are we racing or not? If it's you, let us race. But don't say I didn't warn you. You won win. We shall see. While I may not be your match in close combat, I have trained for long-distance running. You're not the 10,000-meter champion of the toddler division, are you? Luo Yao. Is that joke going to fly? Let us begin. With that, Luo Yao surged ahead, swiftly creating a gap between them. Lin Xiao shook his head. Since she wanted to race, he would indulge her. He did not hasten his pace but maintained his previous speed, knowing that time was on his side. The competition had only just begun. In contrast to Lin Xiao and Luo Yao's ease, the others were not faring as well. Some melee practitioners handled it decently, while others from the magical system were already beginning to sweat. 10 kilometers proved exceedingly challenging for them, especially under the added weight. As time progressed, Lin Xiao gradually found his rhythm, increasing his speed and quickly catching up to Luo Yao. She attempted to accelerate, but despite her efforts, she could not increase the distance between them. Ignoring Luo Yao, Lin Xiao once more surged ahead, widening the gap. Are you kidding? Just because you trained doesn't mean I didn't. This is merely my daily routine. Murong Jing did not run. Instead, he calculated the number of laps completed by the students. The exceptional performance of Lin Xiao and Luo Yao had not escaped his notice, particularly Lin Xiao, who had already completed 15 laps without breaking a sweat, appeared to be in complete control. He had lapped several students by a considerable margin, and his running speed was not far off from that of the elite special abilities forces, even without utilizing any abilities. 25 laps posed no challenge for Lin Xiao, as he completed the task in less than half an hour. While he regarded this achievement as merely adequate, he lamented that in the previous world, such a speed would have shattered world records. Upon finishing the 25 laps, he halted and stood beside Murong Jing. Shortly after Lin Xiao's completion, Luo Yao also finished her task, albeit with a noticeable struggle compared to Lin Xiao's calm demeanor. She gasped for breath, her chest rising and falling rhythmically, leaving both Murong Jing and Lin Xiao momentarily in awe. It was Murong Jing who eventually regained his composure and averted his gaze. Ahem, both of you performed admirably. You show promise. Lin Xiao remained non-committal, standing next to Murong Jing not for praise, but to discuss a serious matter. Instructor, may I discuss something with you? Murong Jing, slightly taken aback, wondered what Lin Xiao wished to convey, piquing his interest. Oh, do share. If it seems reasonable, I might consider it. It's not a major issue. I feel that the military training program offers me no significant enhancement. Might I request an exemption from it? Murong Jing's expression shifted to one of disbelief. What? Are you trying to undermine the training? On the very first day, you wish to be excused? Do you think too highly of yourself? Lin Xiao, do you underestimate our training? Your performance is merely adequate. Within our special abilities unit, it barely ranks at the bottom. Lin Xiao remained silent, instead unfastening a weighted strap from his arm and presenting it to Murong Jing. The latter, bewildered, accepted the strap instinctively. He was taken aback by its weight. Despite its seemingly ordinary appearance, it weighed around 40 to 50 kilograms. Had Lin Xiao been carrying such a burden all along? Instructor, as you can see, this weight is just one of several I bear. My earlier performance was merely a casual run. Luo Yao, who listened intently, couldn't help but feel disheartened. Casual run? What a boastful statement. Could you be a little more considerate of my feelings? This is quite demoralizing. Murong Jing fell into silence, unsure of how to respond. He recognized that Lin Xiao was not lying. He had indeed run with hundreds of pounds of weight and achieved results comparable to those of the elite special forces without exerting himself fully. Who, after all, was the instructor here? What would happen if this young man were to truly unleash his potential? Murong Jing recalled Lin Xiao's morning training, realizing that the current physical drills offered little benefit for someone of Lin Xiao's caliber. However, this did not warrant an outright exemption from military training. Lin Xiao, while I acknowledge your capabilities, our training encompasses more than just physical conditioning. There are other facets, such as shooting practice this afternoon. I excel in shooting as well. How about this? What would it take for me to be excused from training? Would out shooting you suffice? Murong Jing, feeling a mix of amusement and indignation, thought, does he really think he can surpass me? I am the shooting champion of this military competition. Very well. If you can outperform me in this afternoon's training, I shall grant your request for exemption. Lin Xiao grinned. Excellent. The bait has been set. With the terms of the wager established, Lin Xiao felt no urgency. The military training had only just begun, and the duel with Murong Jing awaited in the afternoon. As he sat idly by, he noticed when Jing Xian and Hu Yu rushing past, panting heavily with sweat pouring down their faces. Seeing Lin Xiao's relaxed demeanor, they exchanged glances of disbelief. Was the disparity between them truly so vast? Lin Xiao settled comfortably next to Murong Jing, who sighed as he observed the other students still running. Although we have promising individuals like you, there are plenty who lag behind. How many laps have they completed? Only 10, and they have a long way to go. Not everyone can be as exceptional as I am, and their poor performance stems from a lack of prior training. With time, they will improve significantly. Lin Xiao's words garnered Murong Jing's newfound respect. You may find it peculiar, but many of these students specialize in long-range attacks. Typically, they would have close combat support, rendering such training unnecessary. What's so strange about it? It's beneficial for them to engage in such practice. Haha, I find you quite intriguing. Murong Jing responded with a chuckle. Lin Xiao continued to converse casually with him when he suddenly noticed a shift in Murong Jing's expression, which grew serious. Do you know? I have participated in numerous battles, most against spirit beasts. These creatures do not differentiate between ranged and melee fighters. To them, we are all enemies. When a horde of spirit beasts appears, even melee fighters can only withstand so much, and many will breach the ranks of ranged attackers. Do you know what it's like to witness a strong fighter fall to a low-level beast? It pains me deeply. You are all top students at Jingdu Lingwu, the pillars of our future. I do not know how much this month will enhance your skills, but I hope my training can provide some assistance, at least enabling you to run a bit faster or hold out longer until melee support arrives. Listening to Murong Jing, Lin Xiao's perception of him shifted. This was a man worthy of respect. Though his words were blunt, they stemmed from genuine concern for the students. The instructor's intentions were indeed sincere. I believe what you say holds great merit. Murong Jing regarded Lin Xiao with a bemused smile. He pondered why he had shared such thoughts with Lin Xiao. Perhaps it was the young man's abilities that garnered his acknowledgement. In that moment, he no longer viewed Lin Xiao merely as a trainee, but as a friend. Enough of this. I have high hopes for you. You will not surpass me in the afternoon competition, so focus on your training. You never know, if you lose. Try not to shed any tears. Murong Jing could only glare, contemplating how he might discipline this audacious fellow. He tossed the notebook into Lin Xiao's hands. Don't slack off after running. From now on, you are responsible for counting laps while I go check on this fellow. Many are already starting to take it easy. Seeing his shade disappear, Lin Xiao felt a tinge of helplessness. Counting laps was at least something to occupy himself with. Soon enough, the playground was filled with Murong Jing's roars. You pitiful weaklings, utterly pathetic. Are you turtles? No, even turtles crawl faster than you. Haven't you eaten? Get moving. Can't hold on any longer? If you can't, just give up. In my eyes, you're all failing anyway. You can have the next month off. Would anyone truly consider giving up? Don't make me lose respect for you. Many students were already struggling to keep up, and Murong Jing's words were a double blow to both their bodies and spirits. However, his scolding did have some effect. Among those admitted to the elite class of Lingwu in Kyoto, none were ordinary. They were all exceptionally talented individuals, used to living in the limelight. Now, being verbally belittled by Murong Jing, they could hardly bear the humiliation. Each of them harbored a fierce determination, unwilling to be looked down upon by Murong Jing. Especially as they observed Lin Xiao leisurely counting their laps from the starting point, the motivation to push themselves surged. Their physical potential awakened, and they began to run faster than before. With a 10-kilometer weight-bearing run, they persisted for a full 2.5 hours. When the last student crossed the finish line, a fleeting smile appeared on Murong Jing's face. Although their performance was lacking, at least no one had fallen behind. However, that smile quickly vanished. You took so long for such a short distance. If a spirit beast were chasing you, you'd have died countless times by now. Now, take a 10-minute break to rehydrate, and we'll move on to the next training session. A collective groan escaped the students, but there was no time to lament. They hurried to recover their stamina. The Lingwu Academy in Kyoto had officially commenced, and the freshmen were undergoing military training while many upperclassmen without classes gathered around to watch. Several mischievous seniors indulged in ice pops and chilled watermelons, savoring them in front of the new students. They had been through this themselves, and this was their way of showing care. Of course, the main reason was their own sense of imbalance. They needed to flaunt a little. Such individuals were few, as most were there to see if there were any handsome boys or beautiful girls among the new students. Rumor had it that this batch of freshmen was exceptionally good-looking. Lin Xiao felt the gaze of many senior girls lingering on him, an attention that could sometimes be quite bothersome. Wen Jingxian also attracted considerable attention from the girls. But unfortunately, he had no time to notice them. He and Hu Yu were among the last to cross the finish line, feeling as if their lungs might burst. Accepting the water Lin Xiao offered, he gulped it down. Xiao Gu, this instructor is trying to kill us. Exactly. If I didn't care about being looked down upon, I would have considered giving up. When have I ever endured such hardship? Watching the two complain, Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. All right, enough of your complaints. This time, I'm playing the instructor. Your physical fitness truly needs improvement, so practice hard. It will benefit you. Chapter 111. Do you have any idea why we're doing extra training? Wen Jingxian and Hu Yu could only sigh. It seemed they would either survive the month or suffer greatly. Sun Bin, considered the strongest among the three troublemakers, was able to keep up with the 10-kilometer run. Seeing his two friends utterly exhausted brought him immense joy. Murong Jing, ever mindful of the time, acted swiftly. As soon as the 10 minutes were up, he assembled the squad. Despite the chorus of groans, the students obediently lined up. Lin Xiao noticed many legs trembling, a consequence of high-intensity training. Morong Jing was clearly aware of this. He didn't impose another grueling exercise, but instead led them in some stretching and recovery exercises. Recalling his bet with Lin Xiao, Morong Jing felt it was an opportune moment to share the news and incite some excitement. Class, I know you're not satisfied, but I'm afraid I'm your instructor, and you'll have to endure it. If you can't bear it, you can challenge me. I have good news. You can challenge me in the subjects I'm teaching. If anyone can surpass me in any one of them, you'll be exempt from training. Lin Xiao has already challenged me with the shooting training this afternoon. Is there anyone else who wishes to participate? Bring it on. Of course, my time is limited. If you succeed, you'll be exempt, but if you fail, your training load will double. Upon hearing the possibility of exemption, many students' eyes lit up. However, when they learned that failure would result in doubled training, they hesitated. Lin Xiao had already issued a challenge, and they saw this as an opportunity to gauge the instructor's strength. If Lin Xiao succeeded, they could challenge later. Seeing no one stepping up, Morong Jing felt a bit disheartened. He had expected some eager challengers. He underestimated these students. Unbeknownst to him, upon hearing that success could lead to exemption, Luo Yao's eyes sparkled. However, as her dominant persona was currently in control and rather shy, she refrained from voicing her thoughts publicly. Whether Luo Yao would dare to challenge Morong Jing remained uncertain. After an hour of recovery training, most students began to feel a bit better. It was now lunchtime. Everyone anticipated a break to eat, only to realize they had underestimated the harshness of this military training. Meals were indeed necessary, but they would be taken under Morong Jing's supervision. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, they discovered that their meals had already been ordered. Each boy received a pound of second-level spirit beast meat, while each girl received 8 ounces, mandatory to finish all of it. Most students wore expressions of despair, knowing things wouldn't be that simple. Second-level spirit beast meat was not easily digestible. To harness its energy, further training was inevitable. Lin Xiao observed all this with a sense of familiarity. Hadn't he endured something similar in the nursing home? The only difference was that the spirit beast meat he had there was of a higher grade, and with Lu Jiao, a healing expert, around, he had no worries. The school had indeed put thought into it. Second-level spirit beast meat was neither too taxing on the students' bodies nor completely unmanageable. It was just right for enhancing the physical fitness of the newcomers. The meal was consumed in silence, with many ultimately forcing the food down. Lin Xiao felt no pressure at all, even thinking he could eat another 2 pounds. Once Morong Jing saw everyone had finished, he finally clapped his hands. Dissolve. Everyone, take a moment to rest. Let us regroup at 2 o'clock for shooting practice. With that, Morong Jing departed without a glance back at the students. The students murmured, rest? We're practically bursting with energy. It's impossible not to train. Many had already started jogging towards the playground. Even Sun Bin, despite being a close combat specialist, couldn't resist the call of sustenance. After all, 1 pound of spirit beast meat was quite an energy overload. Lin Xiao, however, chose to watch everyone leave, intending to return to his dormitory for a brief nap. This midday slumber was a mark of respect towards Morong Jing. Whether he could escape training would depend on his afternoon performance. Upon awakening, Lin Xiao noticed that his 3 dorm mates had yet to return, indicating it was indeed a day to sweat it out. Arriving at the playground, Lin Xiao observed that most of his classmates were sprawled out on the ground without a care for their appearances. He approached Wen Jingxian and the others. How do you feel? The trio sighed in unison. Hu glanced at Lin Xiao and asked, Bro Xiao, I'm curious about your training methods. Why is it that despite our levels being the same, you seem unaffected? Please, enlighten us. I'm not withholding information. I was once at your stage. And I've consumed level 6 spirit beast meat, Lin Xiao replied, causing the 3 to fall silent. If level 2 spirit beast meat was already pushing them to their limits, they figured it was futile to attempt to learn his ways. Just as Lin Xiao was about to further encourage them, Morong Jing appeared. Everyone assemble. The students hurriedly fell into line. I am quite pleased with your initiative to practice during lunch. The students exchanged glances, thinking, do you really not know why we're practicing? This afternoon's training will be relatively easy. We'll be focusing on target shooting. Many may underestimate firearms, but I must inform you that at lower levels, firearms can be more formidable than abilities. I'm unsure how many of you have experience with them, but I hope everyone can practice diligently in the upcoming training. With the mention of target shooting, excitement surged among the students. Most had never handled firearms before, and the opportunity to practice shooting brought them immense joy. Seeing their enthusiasm, Morong Jing knew it was time to proceed. He organized the group and led them to the training grounds of Jingdu Lingguo. Due to military training, the grounds had been specially arranged with a shooting range. Upon entering, the neatly arranged firearms caught the eyes of numerous boys, their excitement palpable. Lin Xiao recognized the 95 type rifle at a glance. He had practiced extensively with it during his time at the nursing home. After the elite class had assembled, Murong Jing immediately focused on Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, you dare to challenge me? I presume you have a fair understanding of firearms. Let us begin and show them how to use them. Lin Xiao was eager for the challenge. Defeating Murong Jing would grant him the freedom to pursue his own interests. While military training held significance for ordinary students, for him, it felt like a mere waste of time. Chapter 112, Farewell. With Murong Jing as challenge issued, Lin Xiao could not back down. He stepped forward confidently. Murong Jing was unsure of Lin Xiao's knowledge of firearms, so he picked up a rifle and swiftly disassembled it before Lin Xiao's eyes. In an instant, he had completely taken apart the weapon, placing the components neatly on the table and gesturing for Lin Xiao to proceed. Understanding Murong Jing's intention, to gauge his knowledge of firearms, Lin Xiao wasted no time. He approached the table and quickly reassembled the rifle, taking about the same amount of time as Murong Jing. Murong Jing's expression shifted, as someone who had long dealt with firearms. He understood that disassembly and reassembly were distinct tasks. Typically, reassembly was slightly slower, yet Lin Xiao matched his speed, indicating a loss for Murong Jing. This realization diminished his previous underestimation of Lin Xiao. Impressive. It seems you are not one to make empty challenges, Murong Jing acknowledged. Just average. I'm only the third best in the world. Lin Xiao retorted playfully. All right then, how do you propose we compete? Or would you prefer to let the instructor decide? Murong Jing was unsure whether to label Lin Xiao as confident or arrogant. He had allowed Lin Xiao to choose the method of competition to avoid any perceived advantage. But Lin Xiao had returned the ball to him. Very well, let us start with fixed targets. We'll empty our magazines and see who hits the most. Sounds good. With the rules established, the two stood several meters apart, each holding a rifle. Su Jingyi was designated as the temporary referee, and at the signal, the competition began. Both competitors swiftly raised their rifles, their movements agile and practiced. The first gunshot shattered the silence. They fired almost simultaneously, and although there were two rifles, only one shot rang out. Bullets whistled through the air, striking their targets with precision. They alternated shots, the sound of gunfire echoing as spent shells danced in the air like sparks. Both exhibited remarkable accuracy. Each shot demonstrated exceptional precision and stability. Murong Jing employed a single-shot technique, beneficial for maintaining high accuracy and controlling the rhythm of shooting. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, opted for a rapid-fire approach, pulling the trigger in quick succession, sending a barrage of bullets flying. Though Murong Jing didn't closely monitor Lin Xiao's performance, he could hear the rapid gunfire from his side. A smile crept onto his face. Lin Xiao was still too young. How could one employ rapid fire against fixed targets? The disadvantage of rapid firing was its inherently lower accuracy, making it difficult to ensure each bullet struck its mark. It seemed the victory was already in Murong Jing's grasp. As Lin Xiao emptied his magazine, Murong Jing had barely completed half of his own. Unperturbed, Murong Jing continued at his own pace. Only after he too emptied his magazine did he glance at Lin Xiao. I initially thought you had some shooting experience, but it seems you lack even the most basic knowledge. Did you not consider the drawbacks of rapid fire? Lin Xiao remained unfazed. He had chosen rapid fire for a reason. Instructor, we haven't reported our scores yet. Are you perhaps too confident? Murong Jing chuckled, sensing Lin Xiao's stubbornness. Let us see if he can truly grasp the difference. Report the scores. Two students rushed to the target area. Murong Jing's score was announced first. Instructor Murong, 30 shots. All within the 10 ring. The students erupted in applause. Achieving a perfect score was nothing short of astonishing to them. Unmoved, Murong Jing, the reigning champion in the military district, knew that if he were to miss on a fixed target, he might as well find a wall to crash into. Yet, he couldn't fathom why Lin Xiao remained so composed after his score was revealed. Could it be no? That was impossible. A sense of foreboding lingered in the air. Continue reporting the targets. The student assigned to inspect Lin Xiao's targets gazed in astonishment at the results, scrutinizing the surrounding area for an extended period. At this moment, Murong Jing's face broke into a renewed smile. Had he missed the mark? Report to the instructor. Lin Xiao has also achieved a perfect score of 10 rings. The classmates erupted in a chorus of gasps. While they were astonished that Murong Jing could score 10 rings with every shot, they merely felt it was a testament to their instructor's prowess. Lin Xiao, however, was different. He was a student like them. How could he attain such excellence? It was inconceivable. Bring me the targets. Murong Jing, no novice to the game, found it absurd that every shot could land within the 10 rings during such rapid firing. Upon hearing Murong Jing's command, two students promptly brought over the targets without delay. The moment he laid eyes on them, Murong Jing's demeanor shifted dramatically. Although his own shots had all hit the 10 rings, there were still minor discrepancies. The 10-ring area was riddled with holes. whereas Lin Xiao's shots seemed to have struck a single point. There was merely a small hole at the 10-ring position. The student inspecting Lin Xiao's targets could not refrain from interjecting, "Instructor, I understand your thoughts. I checked the area surrounding the target, and there are no signs of any missed shots, meaning every shot from Lin Xiao struck that exact spot." Murong Jing regarded Lin Xiao with incredulity. "Could you enlighten me on how you achieved such precision during rapid fire?" Lin Xiao scratched his head and replied, "Instructor, it's not that I don't wish to teach you, but my abilities are closely tied to my vision. Even if I shared my methods with you, you would be unable to replicate them. While I may have had the upper hand in this round, the final score is the same. If you are dissatisfied, we can compete in other ways until a victor is determined." Murong Jing was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Xiao would offer him such consideration. As Lin Xiao stated, their scores were equal, but in terms of both accuracy and firing speed, he had been thoroughly outclassed. "Enough. I'm not one to shy away from defeat. You have won." Murong Jing conceded, fully aware that he could not match Lin Xiao in marksmanship. Continuing the contest would only serve to further embarrass him. It was far more prudent to concede outright. Witnessing Murong Jing's voluntary surrender, the classmates could not help but erupt in applause for Lin Xiao, particularly the trio from Kyoto, who reveled in the triumph as if they had won the competition themselves. "Wow, Brother Xiao is incredible. From this day forth, you shall be my idol. Ah, so handsome. I want to bear your children." Lin Xiao waved dismissively at his classmates. "Let us not get carried away. Instructor, does our previous wager still stand?" "Of course. From this moment on, you are exempt from military training, and you'll receive a perfect score. In truth, I believe you should consider joining the military. The military is too exhausting. I am rather laid back and ill-suited for it. Since I've won, I shall take my leave now. Farewell." Under Murong Jing's astonished gaze, Lin Xiao departed without a moment's hesitation, showing no signs of reluctance. Murong Jing exclaimed, "Hey, must you leave in such haste? What about my dignity?" Chapter 113, A New Identity, Shaolin. Lin Xiao's victory illuminated the path of triumph for many students. Among them were individuals of considerable stature, most hailing from affluent backgrounds, who indulged in recreational shooting during their leisure time. Many harbored confidence in their marksmanship. Witnessing Lin Xiao's successful exemption from training, several could no longer remain passive. Following Lin Xiao's exit, 5 individuals immediately stepped forward to challenge Murong Jing. A cruel smile crept across Murong Jing's face. He truly doubted that the elite class of Kyoto Lingwu was as extraordinary as rumored. Reality soon proved these challengers were overly ambitious. While a few possessed decent shooting skills, they were still no match for Murong Jing, let alone Lin Xiao. Consequently, all 5 found themselves facing an intensified training regimen. This revelation silenced the crowd. Lin Xiao's prowess did not equate to their own, demonstrating that the joys and sorrows of individuals do not necessarily resonate. At this juncture, Lin Xiao had returned to his dormitory. With military training scheduled to last a month and his exemption secured, he now had an entire month of free time. If utilized wisely, it could yield significant benefits. The immediate priority was to resolve the issue of qualification for the world competition. Elevating his skills was not a matter of mere desire. Thus, he had initially bypassed this route. He had no leads on military recommendations. Consequently, his only remaining option was to pursue an upgrade in his mercenary rank. Lin Xiao had scant knowledge of the mercenary system, and with the afternoon already waning, it was too late to venture out. Seizing the moment, he decided to delve into the intricacies of the mercenary system. With that thought, Lin Xiao retrieved a laptop from his spatial ring. This was no ordinary laptop. It had been gifted to him by the hacker king Liang Qixing from the nursing home, equipped with top-notch specifications. Once powered on, Lin Xiao promptly began searching for information regarding the mercenary system. Before long, he acquired the knowledge he sought. Mercenaries were a unique breed, with ranks paralleling the levels of abilities, ranging from the lowest F grade to the highest SSS grade. At first glance, becoming a B-grade mercenary did not appear overly daunting. However, a deeper inquiry revealed the complexity of the endeavor. The number of SSS-grade mercenaries worldwide was a mere handful, with SS-grade numbering in the hundreds and S-grade in the thousands. Even B-grade mercenaries were considered significant figures within their domain. The pathway to elevating one's rank as a mercenary was through the accumulation of points. Upon registering, one began as an F-grade mercenary with an initial score of 0. To ascend to E-grade, one required 1,000 points, with each subsequent level multiplying the point requirement by 10. Thus, to achieve B-grade status, one would need a staggering 1 million points. Such a feat was no easy task. Lin Xiao explored various missions within the mercenary hall, noting that lower-tier tasks, like hunting low-level spirit beasts, yielded minimal points, with monetary rewards being more substantial. He noted a mission to hunt 100 first-level spirit beasts, which offered a mere 5 points, while the monetary reward amounted to 500,000. Even the reward for slaying ordinary 4th-level spirit beasts was only 100 points. Upon reviewing this, Lin Xiao nearly gave up. He began to comprehend why Chu Wentian had remarked that attaining B-grade mercenary status within 3 months was no simple feat. It was not merely challenging. It was profoundly difficult. Lin Xiao continued his research, gaining a more comprehensive understanding of the mercenary system. The mercenary realm was rife with a diverse array of individuals, many of whom operated independently, while others chose to join mercenary groups. The existence of these groups was precisely what encouraged Lin Xiao to persist in his aspiration to become a mercenary. The ranks of mercenary groups mirrored those of individual mercenaries, with the total points of group members constituting the group's overall score. The F-level mercenary group requires merely registration to join, spanning from E-level to SS level. The points necessary for a mercenary group to upgrade are tenfold that of an individual mercenary's upgrade. Thus, to ascend to E-level mercenary status, one needs 1,000 points, while an E-level mercenary group necessitates 10,000 points, and so forth. The SSS mercenary group stands as the most formidable, demanding an astounding 1 trillion points. Presently, there exists not a single 3S mercenary group across the entire Blue Star. Accumulating points is not merely a matter of numbers, as the mercenary group is bound by a peculiar regulation limiting membership to no more than 100 individuals. Even the most elite mercenary groups cannot exceed this threshold, and should they surpass it, they must adopt a division model. The entry barrier for SSS mercenaries is a staggering 10 billion points. Thus, to establish a 3S level mercenary group, each member would need to be an SSS mercenary, a nearly unattainable dream. Currently, there are fewer than 10 SSS level mercenaries in all of Blue Star, and even if they were to unite, they would still lack the requisite points. The SS level mercenary group requires a mere 100 billion points, which has led to the peculiar phenomenon of numerous SS level mercenary groups existing, yet none at the SSS level. It is rumored that several of the top-ranking SS-level mercenary groups are striving to become the first SSS-level mercenary group in Blue Star. Moreover, the strength of a mercenary group is not solely determined by its rank. The combat prowess of a 10-member SS-level group differs significantly from that of a 100-member SS-level group. However, such matters are far too distant for Lin Xiao to concern himself with at present. Aspiring to become a mercenary, he naturally intends to commence from the lowest F level. If he were to undertake tasks solely on his own, the prospect of becoming a B-level mercenary within 3 months would be virtually impossible. The only feasible solution he could conceive is to join a higher-ranked mercenary group, preferably one at B-level or above, as this would yield a substantial amount of points from completing group tasks. This is the singular method he has envisioned to attain B-level status within 3 months. Now that he has a plan, the sole remaining question is whether those mercenary groups would accept him. On this front, Lin Xiao harbors little concern. Despite his lower cultivation level and his mercenary rank being the unregistered F level, this does not preclude him from being sought after. The skills he acquired at the retirement home could easily surpass the capabilities of many, and merely showcasing a fraction of them would be the limit for numerous individuals. What excites Lin Xiao the most is a unique stipulation within the mercenary system. Upon registering as a mercenary, aside from providing genuine personal information at the time of registration, he can adopt a codename for all other aspects. This provision allows Lin Xiao to freely utilize certain skills without revealing his identity. He even contemplates that the identity he registers under will also be a fabricated one. As long as he is aware of the truth, it suffices, at most. Once he achieves B-level status, he will disclose this to Chu Wentian. Thus, he makes this delightful decision. Little does Lin Xiao know that this spontaneous action will forge a future mercenary king. Of course, these are matters for another time. Crafting a false identity is no arduous task for a top-tier hacker like Lin Xiao. He swiftly infiltrates the system and creates a fabricated identity for himself. He also employs special methods to generate the necessary documentation. They cannot truly be deemed fake, as they are indistinguishable from the genuine articles, even having been entered into the system, leaving no room for suspicion. To mitigate any unforeseen complications, he grants this identity the highest level of access privileges. His caution stems from the fear that an inexplicably appearing identity might raise other suspicions. It is always prudent to remain vigilant. Gazing at the information on the documentation, Lin Xiao feels a twinge of sentiment. The name is simply a reversal of his own, transforming from Lin Xiao to Xiao Lin. The photograph reflects his appearance prior to his journey to this realm. It is, in a sense, a rebirth for him. Chapter 114. I challenge you. Having resolved all matters, Lin Xiao expended several hours to accomplish his task. Now, he merely awaits the opportunity to visit the Mercenary Association in Kyoto the following day. Sensing the commotion emanating from downstairs, Lin Xiao realizes that today's military training has concluded, and Hu Yu and the others will soon return. As anticipated, The trio returns shortly, also bringing back dinner for Lin Xiao. Observing his relaxed demeanor, they are filled with envy. Young master, from this moment forth, you shall be my idol. You were exempt from training on the very first day. How impressive. I am utterly envious. How about you teach me a thing or two? So I too can avoid training? Even if I wanted to teach you, you'd still have to be capable of learning. By the time you could manage it, military training might very well be over, so you may as well give up. Hey, Lao-san, do you look down on me? My apologies. But I have never held you in high regard. Lin Xiao finds himself at a loss for words whenever these three are together. It seems abnormal if they do not engage in a few jests. Rather than respond, he picks up a pen and begins to write on a blank sheet of paper, immediately captivating the trio's attention. Once he has filled the page, Lin Xiao hands it over to them. You three ought to cease your complaints. You truly need to enhance your physical fitness. Though the intensity of military training is no trifling matter, I feel it still falls short. This is the training regimen I have devised for you. Today, consider it a rest day, but starting tomorrow, adhere strictly to my plan. Do not even think about slacking off. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to increase the intensity. The trio's faces turn ashen. Today's military training has already pushed them to their limits, and they cannot fathom that Lin Xiao perceives the intensity as lacking. Is this even something a human would say? They quickly glance at the training plan Lin Xiao has drafted. Wake up at 4 in the morning. Additional practice after military training in the evening. Young master, please spare us. There is no room for negotiation. This is the most optimal plan tailored to your physical capabilities. Should you refuse to comply, I would not hesitate to have my elder siblings pay you a visit. Upon hearing this, the trio falls silent. Once Lin Xiao speaks, there is no need for those elders to intervene. A simple phone call from him would suffice to incite their fathers to unleash their wrath. All right, if you endure this, you will discover just how beneficial it is for your development. If I were at school, I would train alongside you. Upon hearing Lin Xiao say he would train with them, the trio has little else to say. However, Hu Yu, possessing the quickest wits, soon discerns the implication behind Lin Xiao's words. Young master, do you mean to say you might temporarily leave school? Yes, I have some matters to attend to outside. I find remaining at school rather tedious, especially since I do not need to participate in military training. As for what Lin Xiao intends to do, the trio refrains from pressing further. They sense that Lin Xiao harbors countless secrets. Young master, you may use my car. I do not require it for the time being. Lin Xiao's eyes brighten. This young man is quite considerate. Having access to a vehicle would indeed facilitate matters for him, and he sees no reason to decline. Very well. Continue with your tasks. Cherish this final night of rest. Realizing this, the trio quickly rushes off to freshen up, as they desperately need to wash away the stench of sweat. After showering, they gather to play games together, according to the training regimen devised by Lin Xiao. Starting from tomorrow, there will be little time for gaming. Thus, today must be a day of unparalleled slaughter. Lin Xiao shook his head, indifferent to the three individuals, consumed the dinner they had brought back, and then reclined on his bed to continue researching matters of importance for the following day. At the Kyoto Lingwu Teaching Building, Murong Jing arrived at the principal's office and knocked upon the door. Enter. Upon hearing the command, Murong Jing promptly opened the door and stepped inside. Within the office stood two figures, Chu Wentian and Murong Bo. Upon sighting them, Murong Jing immediately saluted. Murong Bo surveyed Murong Jing with satisfaction. You cheeky rascal. We are all on the same side. There is no need for such formalities. Good day, grandfather. Good day, Grandpa Chu. Murong Jing was the grandson of Murong Bo originally. He was not required to attend this military training assignment. It was only due to Murong Bo's insistence that he came to Kyoto Lingwu as an instructor. Xiao Jing, do you know why your grandfather summoned you here? Murong Jing shook his head, curious to discover what scheme his grandfather was concocting. Please enlighten me, grandfather. It is undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity. I brought you here because I have found you a teacher. Starting tomorrow, you will undergo regular military training during the day and join old Chu for lessons in the evening. Murong Jing's spirit soared. As a metal element practitioner, he could forge various weapons, with swords being his utmost favorite. If he could become Chu Wentian's disciple, it would greatly enhance his combat prowess. Is it true? Grandpa Chu, will you take me on as your student? Chu Wentian regarded Murong Jing with evident approval. Are you still calling me Grandpa? Master, I bow to you. Chu Wentian made no move to assist Murong Jing, but instead remained seated to accept his homage. Henceforth, Murong Jing would officially be his apprentice. Although Murong Jing was now a disciple, Chu Wentian would not immediately begin his instruction. There was no need to rush. Well then, how do you feel about leading the elite class? Master, they are all promising candidates. While some possess a somewhat shaky foundation, I am confident that within a month, I can train them to proficiency. I cannot guarantee much, but by the end of military training, I shall at least double their combat effectiveness. Excellent. I also have my eye on several promising students in the class. particularly Lin Xiao and Luo Yao. Make sure to train them well. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's name, Murong Jing's expression turned peculiar. Luo Yao is manageable, but I'm afraid Lin Xiao is a lost cause. I've already exempted him from training. Chu Wentian raised an eyebrow in surprise. What is going on? Exempted on the first day? Although feeling somewhat embarrassed, Murong Jing recounted the events of the day to Chu Wentian. Master, I believe this is for the best. Given Lin Xiao's displayed abilities, my training regimen would yield him little improvement. Very well, let it be as you say. After some further discussion, the three decided to head to the school's training grounds. Chu Wentian intended to gauge Murong Jing's capabilities on this first day to facilitate the formulation of his instructional strategy. As they exited, they noticed someone waiting for them. Who else could it be but Luo Yao? Murong Jing was taken aback upon seeing her. Luo Yao, are you here to see the principal? No. I'm here to find you. Luo Yao's voice was somewhat frosty, which surprised Murong Jing. Wasn't she rather shy earlier? Why did she seem like a different person now? Are you seeking me for something specific? Do your previous words still hold? If I surpass you in a particular aspect, I can be exempted from training? Murong Jing's face flushed. It seemed he had misinterpreted her intentions. Of course. Are you challenging me? Indeed. I wish to challenge you. With both principals present, let them serve as judges. Chapter 115, The Mercenary Guild. Murong Jing felt speechless. This cohort of students was rather difficult to manage. You can challenge me in any way you wish. I shall accept. You may set the terms, and we can commence during tomorrow's military training. No need for that. Let us do it now. Murong Jing glanced at Chu Wentian and Murong Bo, realizing that having just become a disciple, Luo Yao's insistence was rather inconvenient. After some consideration, he acquiesced. How do you intend to challenge me? A duel, perhaps? Murong Jing's expression changed. Lin Xiao had bested him in marksmanship, and though he had conceded defeat gracefully, Luo Yao's challenge seemed rather excessive, demanding a direct confrontation. After all, he was also a 5th-level practitioner. Did she truly underestimate him? Are you certain? You aren't afraid. Are you? At this moment, Luo Yao was clearly under the influence of her second personality, showing no regard for Murong Jing's feelings. Murong Jing felt a surge of irritation. Very well. Since we are heading to the training grounds, let me witness your prowess. The quartet soon arrived at the training grounds, where Chu Wentian and Murong Bo readily assumed the roles of referees. Murong Jing had initially intended to teach Luo Yao a lesson. Although he harbored a certain fondness for her, her disregard for him was rather excessive. However, once the battle commenced, Murong Jing's demeanor shifted drastically. It seemed that the previous day's encounter with Lin Xiao had ignited a fierce determination within Luo Yao, and she unleashed all her pent-up energy upon Murong Jing. This time, Luo Yao was not inclined to resort to sneak attacks or close-quarters combat. She unleashed her full power from the outset, bombarding Murong Jing with a relentless barrage of light and dark elemental techniques. Caught off guard by her aggressive onslaught, Murong Jing swiftly encased himself in a layer of metal, allowing him to withstand the initial wave of attacks. Murong Jing no longer underestimated Luo Yao. She had proven herself worthy of his full effort. Summoning a long sword, he charged toward her. Unfortunately, Luo Yao offered him no opportunity to close the distance. Before he could approach, she utilized her dark element abilities to create space between them, followed by another round of elemental assaults. It was evident that Luo Yao's combat style was exceptionally effective against Murong Jing. Their levels were not vastly disparate, one at the 4th level and the other at the 5th, coupled with Luo Yao's innate dual-element proficiency. The gap between their strengths had been significantly narrowed. Although Murong Jing had yet to sustain any injuries, it was only a matter of time if the battle continued. Murong Jing now understood the formidable nature of this new cohort. First Lin Xiao, now Luo Yao. What prodigies they were. As their duel progressed, Chu Wentian and Murong Bo intervened to halt the contest. That is enough. Let the battle conclude here. Luo Yao, you need not continue with military training. Having achieved her objective, Luo Yao chose not to linger. She had also sufficiently vented the frustration from her battle with Lin Xiao. After exchanging farewells with the three, she departed. Murong Jing sighed helplessly, recognizing that Chu Wentian and Murong Bo's interference was for his own good. Should the fight have continued, while he might not have lost, he certainly would not have emerged unscathed. His only path to victory lay in depleting Luo Yao's spiritual energy. However, before her energy was exhausted, he was sure to sustain injuries. In a genuine battlefield scenario, Luo Yao could easily retreat using her dark element abilities before her energy ran out. He had lost, but not without justification. Observing the somewhat despondent demeanor of Murong Jing, Chu Wentian couldn't help but find it amusing. What's the matter? Feeling disheartened? Murong Jing nodded. Indeed. He was feeling quite defeated. In the military, he was seldom challenged. Yet today he had been bested by 2 students, a rather embarrassing situation. This isn't your fault. As for Lin Xiao, I want to comment, but suffice it to say, you lost without disgrace. To put it this way, that girl lost to Lin Xiao yesterday. And as for her, I can only say she has a natural advantage over you. No, she possesses an innate ability to counter most ability users. Unless one exceeds her level by a significant margin, defeating her is exceedingly difficult. Murong Jing wholeheartedly agreed. The duality of light and darkness truly was an exceptional advantage. Wait, what did my master just say? Luo Yao lost to Lin Xiao? Isn't Lin Xiao only at the second level? Although reluctant to admit it, the truth was undeniable. Thus, you have much to learn. From now on, I shall guide you. I can confidently assure you that under my tutelage, you will not fall to Luo Yao. The training ground was still bustling with onlookers, and the confrontation between Luo Yao and Murong Jing had captured the attention of many. This topic quickly ascended to the trending search in the Kyoto Spirit Martial Academy. Additionally, some individuals had even recorded and uploaded videos. Those who witnessed the footage dared not underestimate Murong Jing. After all, managing to emerge unscathed from Luo Yao's ferocious attacks was a remarkable feat. This also caused many upperclassmen who had harbored interest in Luo Yao to temporarily abandon their pursuits, realizing that they might not stand a chance after all. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and his companions were oblivious to all of this. Lin Xiao was not inclined to pay attention, while the other three were engrossed in gaming. A night passed without incident, and the following day, Lin Xiao awoke promptly. He roused the three roommates from their slumber, who, though extremely reluctant, dared not voice any complaints. Under Lin Xiao's lead, they proceeded to train together. Lin Xiao even added weights to their routines. Considering their circumstances, the weights were significantly lighter than his own, but adapting to them would still require some time. While they trained, Lin Xiao provided them with some spirit beast jerky he had prepared. This would enhance their training efficiency and enable them to endure the rigors of their regimen. Otherwise, they might struggle to withstand a day of intense training. After 6 o'clock, Lin Xiao prepared to depart, intending to register as a mercenary. He wondered if he might find a high-ranking mercenary group to join that day. The distance from Kyoto Spirit Martial Academy to the mercenary headquarters was considerable, but fortunately, he had Wen Jingshuan's sports car at his disposal. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. Lin Xiao experienced the morning rush hour in Kyoto, where a journey that should have taken half an hour took him an arduous hour and a half. Fortunately, he had left early, and upon arriving at the mercenary headquarters, it was nearly opening time. Lin Xiao did not rush to exit the vehicle. Seeing no one paying him any heed, he began to alter his appearance. His visage swiftly transformed into that of his former life. Gazing into the mirror at the face from his past, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "What a handsome lad." Once he was fully prepared, Lin Xiao finally stepped out of the sports car. Faced with the towering mercenary building, which soared several hundred floors, he couldn't help but acknowledge the wealth of the mercenary union. In the land of Kyoto, where every inch is precious, constructing such a monumental edifice was no minor feat. Why ponder so much? He hoped for a smooth day ahead. Upon entering the mercenary building, Lin Xiao encountered no obstructions. Glancing at the layout map, he quickly discerned that registration for mercenaries was located on the 3rd floor. Without further thought, he opted for the stairs and soon reached the 3rd floor, designated specifically for mercenary registration. The area was not overly crowded, and Lin Xiao swiftly completed his registration without encountering any issues. The only moment of pause occurred when he chose the name Xiao Lin for his mercenary identity, causing the registrar to momentarily falter. Fortunately, no further inquiries were made, as it was not uncommon for individuals to register under their real names. Thus, from this moment forward, Lin Xiao became an F-rank mercenary. Next, Lin Xiao needed to accept missions to earn points from the staff member assisting him. He learned that both task acceptance and seeking out mercenary groups were located on the 5th floor. Without a second thought, he made his way to the 5th floor. In stark contrast to the 3rd floor's tranquility, the 5th floor was bustling with activity. Before even stepping inside, he was greeted by the clamor of voices. D-rank mercenary group seeks powerful output. C-rank and above mercenaries welcome to join. C-rank mercenary group in need of a healer. No level restrictions. Lin Xiao immediately perked up, eager to explore. However, he soon furrowed his brow in consternation. He realized that he had previously underestimated the situation. The highest-ranking mercenary groups here seemed to cap at C-rank. Even within the C-rank groups, he found himself woefully unqualified. He had engaged in brief conversations with members of several mercenary groups, only to be dismissed when they learned he was an F-rank mercenary and only at the 2nd level, without even inquiring about any other special skills he might possess. Lin Xiao had no choice but to accept this reality. Was the path to becoming a mercenary truly unattainable? After perusing the entirety of the 5th floor without locating a suitable mercenary group, just as Lin Xiao began to resign himself to the notion of a fruitless day, he suddenly heard a man calling out, B-rank mercenary group seeks a chef. No level restrictions, but a certain level of self-defense capability is required, and above all, exceptional culinary skills. This proclamation immediately captured the attention of a throng of onlookers, Lin Xiao included. The speaker was a somewhat slender young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, with a physique as thin as a bamboo stalk. Yet, Lin Xiao felt no inclination to underestimate him. He sensed a palpable aura of menace emanating from the young man. Such a presence could only be forged through numerous brushes with death. The allure of joining a B-rank mercenary group was undeniable, drawing considerable interest. Wow, a B-rank mercenary group is recruiting. I wish I could go, but alas, I can't cook. I know that guy. He's Shun Ho from the Wolf Battle Mercenary Group. Their combat prowess is formidable. With only 11 members, they have attained B-rank status. You can imagine their terrifying strength now. I never expected them to be recruiting. Recruiting makes sense, but why a chef? The thoughts of these prominent figures were beyond our understanding. The reputation of the Wolf Battle Mercenary Group was stellar, and joining them would undoubtedly be beneficial. I can make tomato scrambled eggs. I wonder if that qualifies me? Listening to the surrounding discussions, Lin Xiao gleaned an overview of the situation. This fellow was named Shun Ho, truly a name befitting his character. The consensus among the crowd was that the Wolf Battle Mercenary Group boasted an excellent reputation, and if he could join, it would not be a bad outcome. Their strength was unquestionable. As previously mentioned, with only 11 members, they had achieved B-rank status, indicating that nearly all members were A-rank mercenaries, a level of prowess that was undeniably elite. The opponent was recruiting a chef, and he possessed unwavering confidence in his culinary skills. Although he could not quite measure up to Song Mingze, he was not far behind either. If such skills were insufficient to satisfy them, then all his efforts and learning would have been in vain. Having finally found a team that suited him, Lin Xiao was determined not to let this opportunity slip away, and he boldly approached Shun Ho. I wish to apply. Shun Ho cast a glance at Lin Xiao, nodded, and gestured for him to wait momentarily. Lin Xiao understood, for the allure of an B-rank mercenary group was indeed overwhelming. Within mere moments, over a dozen individuals had already stepped forward to enlist. That's enough. Everyone, follow me. Since we are in search of a chef, we must assess your culinary skills. To clarify, we will only accept one candidate, so if you are eliminated, please refrain from causing a commotion. No one dared to voice any objections, and under Shun Ho's guidance, they exited the mercenary headquarters, as they were to evaluate culinary abilities. It was essential to find a suitable kitchen. The group soon arrived at a quaint little restaurant. Upon entering, Lin Xiao spotted 10 young men and women, all appearing to be around 20 years old. He could sense a palpable air of decisiveness emanating from them. It was likely that these 10 were the other members of the War Wolf mercenary group. Compared to them, the students from Jingdu Lingwu could be likened to greenhouse flowers. The 10 individuals exchanged no words, merely casting a fleeting glance in their direction. Shun Ho, being responsible for recruitment, could not neglect the others. All right, everyone, please introduce yourselves. With this prompt from Shun Ho, the candidates began to introduce themselves in turn. Yin Xia, B-rank mercenary, level 4 A-class fire element, previously studied culinary arts for a time. Little Fatty, B-rank mercenary, level 4 B-class beast transformation. My father is a chef, so I picked up a few things. Lin Xiao was the last to present himself. He noted that among those applying, the lowest rank was C rank, and the weakest had a cultivation level of at least 3. Indeed, he was the least impressive in terms of rank. However, when his turn came, he exhibited no signs of timidity. Xiao Lin, F-rank mercenary, level 2 SS strength element. I dare say, few can rival my culinary skills. Having adopted a pseudonym, he decided to disguise his abilities as well, for this was not his first time doing so. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's self-introduction, not only the members of the War Wolf mercenary group, but even those who had come to apply, could not help but focus their attention on him. The reason was simple. Lin Xiao's various rankings were undeniably low. Aside from his SS level ability, he was otherwise utterly unremarkable, with everyone's gaze fixed upon him. Lin Xiao scratched his head. Why are you all looking at me? Aren't we here to recruit a chef? As long as my cooking is good, what does it matter? Shun Ho chuckled heartily. Indeed, ranks are of little consequence. The key is that the food must be delicious. Now that everyone has introduced themselves, let me outline the task at hand. Fried rice. The simpler the dish, the better it showcases your culinary talents. You will each prepare a serving of fried rice in the kitchen, and once done, write your names on the plates. We shall taste them, and the one with the best flavor will be selected. Is everyone in agreement? The crowd voiced their approval. However, the simplicity of fried rice sparked a glimmer of hope in a few who had intended to muddle through. Lin Xiao found the task rather amusing, for it was indeed straightforward and blunt. Chapter 117, Codename Haiju. Since there were no objections, everyone began their preparations. Once completed, they simply needed to place their fried rice on the counter. With Shun Ho's directive, all the applicants, including Lin Xiao, entered the kitchen. Inside, a few staff members from the restaurant were present, indicating that the Werewolf mercenary group had temporarily commandeered the establishment. The cooking stations were limited, and those confident in their culinary skills quickly set to work. Fried rice was a simple dish, and it wasn't long before someone had finished. Others soon followed suit. Lin Xiao, however, remained unhurried, confident in his culinary prowess. He could not afford to lose. He was determined to join the Werewolf mercenary group. In the restaurant, Shun Ho casually took a seat. I believe we will find a decent chef this time. Our meals should improve. At this remark, a woman shot Shun Ho a fierce glare. Her appearance could only be described as average, but her figure was strikingly voluptuous, particularly her waist, which could easily be grasped with a single hand, rivaling that of a water snake. Monkey, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that the food we had before was inadequate? I have worked tirelessly to prepare meals for you, and you are still dissatisfied? Shun Ho seemed to recall some unpleasant past experiences. You know very well the level of your cooking, don't you? If we have made it this far, it is thanks to your leniency. The others nodded in agreement. Observing their expressions, the woman scoffed. Ungrateful lot. While the group engaged in light banter, the restaurant staff began to serve the prepared fried rice. Lin Xiao and the other applicants emerged from the kitchen. The moment had arrived to determine their fates. The members of the Werewolf mercenary group surveyed the dozen plates of fried rice, nodding in acknowledgement before each picked up a spoon to begin tasting. They started with the first plate, each taking a spoonful. After tasting, they remained silent and moved on to the next. Lin Xiao was the last to finish, and his plate was placed at the end of the line. The members of the Werewolf mercenary group had not expressed any opinions after sampling the previous dishes. Each had merely taken a bite without further comment, their faces betraying no emotions. The onlookers were left uncertain about their thoughts, feeling somewhat anxious. Finally, it was Lin Xiao's turn, and to his surprise, the members of the Werewolf mercenary group did not immediately dive into his fried rice. Lin Xiao's dish was the most visually appealing of all. The golden grains of rice were beautifully arranged, exuding an enticing aroma. The eggs were evenly enveloping each grain, with chopped green onions sprinkled throughout, adding a refreshing note. For some inexplicable reason, upon seeing this plate of fried rice, Lin Xiao felt an odd reluctance to eat it. What a coincidence, I feel the same, one of them remarked. Let us hope it's not just a pretty face, may the flavor not disappoint us. Despite their reluctance, when the moment to taste arrived, none of them held back, each scooping a generous spoonful. As the fried rice entered their mouths, expressions of delight spread across their faces. The other mercenaries, witnessing their reactions, realized they were in peril. This was the first time they had seen such expressions on the faces of the Werewolf mercenary group members. Yet, until the results were announced, a sliver of hope lingered in the hearts of the crowd. Unfortunately, this flicker of hope was swiftly extinguished by the subsequent actions of the Werewolf mercenary group. After tasting Lin Xiao's fried rice, Shun Ho was the first to react. Seizing the moment while others were still savoring, he quickly took another spoonful. Seeing Shun Ho's actions, the others followed suit. Had Lin Xiao and the others not been observing, they might have fought over this serving of fried rice. Lin Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes. It's just a plate of fried rice. Is it really that serious? Lin Xiao's fried rice was swiftly devoured, leaving not a single grain behind in the plate. In an audacious display, Shun Ho snatched the plate, disregarding the gazes of those around him, and began to lick it clean. This was one thing, but Lin Xiao could even perceive a glimmer of regret in the eyes of a few others. Were they lamenting their slow reaction? Surely not. That would be excessive. Finally, after Shun Ho had rendered the plate spotless, Lin Xiao glanced at the bottom. The outcome was evident to all. The others could take their leave, while Lin Xiao was to remain. Although the others were somewhat reluctant, they dared not voice their discontent and departed one by one, leaving Lin Xiao standing alone. Shun Ho promptly extended his hand towards Lin Xiao. Welcome to the Battle Wolf Mercenary Corps. Lin Xiao shook his hand, maintaining an impassive expression. Everything was well within his grasp. The others observed Lin Xiao's demeanor, unable to suppress their nods of approval. Although Lin Xiao's level was somewhat lower, his psychological fortitude was undoubtedly commendable. Now that you are a member of our mercenary group, it's essential to reacquaint ourselves. Brothers, introduce yourselves. Zishu, A-class mercenary, level 5 SS class wind element. Chonyo, A-class mercenary, level 5 SS class earth element. Inhu, A-class mercenary, level 5 SS class fire element. Mao Tu, A-class mercenary, level 5 SS class healing element. Shenlong, A-class mercenary, level 5 SS class thunder element. Xixi, A-class mercenary, level 5 SS class poison element. Wu Ma, A-class mercenary, level 5 SS class strength element. Wei Yong, A-class mercenary, level 5 SS class water element. Shen Ho, A-class mercenary, Level 5 SS Class Beast Transformation, specifically a monkey. Inji, A-Class Mercenary, Level 5 SS Class Sound Element. Sugo, A-Class Mercenary, Level 5 SS Class Plant Element. After everyone had introduced themselves, Lin Xiao could no longer maintain his composure. What was going on? A uniform assembly of A-Class mercenaries, all Level 5 elites. All possessing SS Class abilities. Such a lineup was rather extravagant, was it not? Moreover, it turned out that Shunho's name was merely a code. They were all named after the Chinese zodiac. Regrettably, there were only 11 of them, missing the sign of the pig. Wait, adding himself, didn't that make 12? Why did he suddenly have an ominous premonition? Shaolin, is it? Welcome to our ranks. You have seen our situation. You wouldn't want to disrupt our formation, would you? From now on, we shall call you Haiju. It seems fitting, especially in light of your culinary skills. I refuse. Objection is futile. Henceforth, you shall be known as Haiju. Lin Xiao, oh, thank you all. Though Lin Xiao was inwardly reluctant, he realized that to accrue points, he would have to endure this for the time being. Everything hinged upon the accumulation of points. Chapter 118, Accepting a Mission. Haiju, I will ask you one last time. If you are certain about joining our mercenary group, we can apply shortly. Your responsibility will be to manage our meals during missions, and the points earned from tasks will be equally distributed among us. No objections? What objections could Lin Xiao possibly have? This was precisely the arrangement he desired. I agree, but I must clarify a few things beforehand. I won't always be available. For the next month, I can be on call, but afterward, I may only be free on weekends. There might be instances when I need to take leave. Can you accept this? If not, I won't hold you up. Lin Xiao spoke the truth. If the Battle Wolf Mercenary Corps could not accommodate this, he would not hinder their progress in pursuit of points. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the members of the Battle Wolf Corps merely smiled. That is absolutely no problem. We are not always at full capacity, so we can certainly work with that. Lin Xiao exhaled in relief. This was his primary concern, and knowing they could accept it eased his mind. Zishu regarded Lin Xiao thoughtfully. Available for the next month. At level 2, with time only on weekends. This raises intriguing questions. Lin Xiao's availability coincides perfectly with the timeline of new students at the Lingwu Academy. Could he possibly be a freshman? It seemed that when the opportunity arose, an investigation would be necessary. In contrast to the members of the Battle Wolf Corps, Lin Xiao found himself even more intrigued by them. He sensed something unusual about them. Their qualifications were certainly in line with the elite standards of the Lingwu Academy. To suggest they were merely attempting to form a mercenary group for amusement was utterly implausible. The key was that Lin Xiao sensed a distinct aura emanating from them, an aura he had previously encountered in Murong Jing and other instructors. As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of insight flickered in Lin Xiao's eyes. Could they all be military personnel? If that were the case, matters could become quite interesting. Since there are no objections, let's head to the mercenary headquarters to formalize your membership and see if there are any tasks available. Consider it our inaugural mission. Do you have time? Yes. Lin Xiao was eager to commence his tasks and earn points, as that was the very purpose of his presence here. Seeing Lin Xiao offer no dissent, the group proceeded directly to the mercenary headquarters. As Lin Xiao walked at the rear, he soon noticed that 4 women had joined him. Within the Battle Wolf Mercenary Corps, there were 4 females, Mao Tu, Si Shi, Wei Yang, and Yinji. Being surrounded by 4 women caught Lin Xiao somewhat off guard. Was it possible they were drawn to his looks? The styles of the 4 ladies were entirely different. Mao Tu was the cute type, Si Shi was alluring, Wei Yang was gentle, and Yinji appeared delicate. Though they trailed behind Lin Xiao, none spoke. Their gazes involuntarily fixated on him. The glances of the other 3 conveyed curiosity and exploration, while only Si Shi regarded Lin Xiao with a somewhat icy stare, as if she were ready to devour him whole. Si Shi, have I offended you in some way? Mao Tu smiled subtly. Don't mind her. It's merely because you have taken over her duties, which has left her feeling disgruntled. Taken over her duties? She used to be responsible for our meals? Lin Xiao was at a loss for words. A practitioner of poison was in charge of their meals. They truly had a daring palate. However, he couldn't help but wonder. Ladies, if you already have a cook, why are you still recruiting? It's a long story. See, she is the type who is both inept and loves to play around. Once you have the misfortune of tasting her cooking, you'll understand. Had it not been for her inability to consume her own culinary creations, she would never have relinquished control. Lin Xiao, yikes. Best to avoid tasting that. He feared he might be poisoned. Zishu and the others observed how quickly Lin Xiao had bonded with the women in the group, feeling somewhat helpless. The women in the corps were no mere ornaments. When provoked, they were each fiercer than the last. Whether Lin Xiao's attention from them was a blessing or a curse remained to be seen. The group swiftly arrived at the mercenary headquarters. The process for Lin Xiao's membership was straightforward. All it required was a visit to a designated window. Next came the selection of tasks. The group swiftly selected several team missions, all directed towards a fifth-tier secret realm beyond Kyoto. Should they successfully complete all tasks, they would earn over 300,000 points and a cash reward of 20 million. Averaging the distribution, Lin Xiao would also receive approximately 30,000 points. By such calculations, becoming a B-grade mercenary within 3 months was indeed not just a dream. The team missions were managed by the Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps, allowing Lin Xiao to focus on swiftly accepting numerous solo tasks. He had done his homework. This fifth-tier secret realm harbored many individual missions as well. It was entirely feasible to accomplish some solo tasks while working on the team missions. The individual tasks within the fifth-tier secret realm offered substantial points. Once he had accepted a sufficient number of tasks, they would soon be ready to embark on their venture into the secret realm. Before their departure, Zishu, as the leader of the mercenary corps, approached Lin Xiao. "Hi Zhu, we are heading into a fifth-tier secret realm, and the dangers are self-evident. While we will do our utmost to protect you, we cannot guarantee that unforeseen circumstances won't arise. Are you certain you wish to join us?" "Of course. Fortune favors the bold," Lin Xiao replied. "Indeed, while fortune favors the bold, your cultivation level is somewhat lacking for such a perilous journey. Do you possess any other means of self-preservation?" "Brother Zishu, let me be straightforward. Can you procure some firearms? You know how to use firearms?" "Just a bit." "That's manageable then. What firearms do you desire?" "I have quite a few, as we also utilize them. Please prepare handguns, rifles, and sniper rifles. I can handle them all." Zishu regarded Lin Xiao thoughtfully. "No problem. I will ensure they are ready before we reach the secret realm." Lin Xiao nodded, growing increasingly intrigued by Zishu and the others. In this world of revitalized spiritual energy, firearm management was not overly strict. The regulations were primarily enforced within the city. However, under normal circumstances, one could only acquire handguns and rifles. Yet he had specifically requested a sniper rifle, which surprised him that Zishu could also obtain one. This raised his suspicions. Although he had a variety of firearms stored in his spatial ring, he was not yet fully trusting of Zishu and the others. So it was best to keep them concealed. With these firearms and a host of fifth-tier experts, he should be relatively safe. Moreover, his true strength was not as simplistic as it appeared. It felt as though a multitude of points and rewards were beckoning him. Chapter 119. Arrival at the secret realm. Having accepted nearly all the missions, there was no further need to linger at the mercenary headquarters. Upon exiting, Zishu seemed to recall something and turned to Lin Xiao. "Hi Zhu, we might be gone for a day or two, possibly up to 5. Do you need to prepare anything? If so, we can take you to retrieve it, or we can purchase it if necessary." Lin Xiao nodded eagerly. Even if Zishu hadn't mentioned it, he would have sought a reason to step out. After all, he could not easily reveal his spatial ring, and he still needed to prepare some diversions. If he carried a large bag and fetched a few items, he would likely not arouse suspicion. "No need to buy anything. My vehicle is nearby, and my belongings are in it. Just give me a moment to retrieve them." The others expressed no suspicion and accompanied Lin Xiao to the parking lot. Upon seeing his supercar, they were momentarily taken aback. Lin Xiao's attire did not suggest he could afford such luxury. He offered no explanation. Instead, he theatrically entered the supercar and retrieved a snakeskin bag containing some clothing and items he deemed necessary before leisurely exiting the vehicle. Well, who would have thought our pig brother is actually a rich kid? Driving a supercar and carrying a snakeskin bag. This must be the latest trend. They jested about Lin Xiao, who simply smiled in response. What is this pig brother nonsense? He mused inwardly. For the sake of points, I will endure this. Zishu extended his hand to Lin Xiao. Hand over your luggage. I'll hold on to it for now. Lin Xiao hesitated, wondering if they would search his belongings. Was this a sign of distrust? Brother Zishu, I can manage on my own. Zishu found it amusing. He raised his hand to display a slender finger adorned with a ring. What are you thinking? Having welcomed you into our mercenary corps, we certainly do not doubt you. I possess a spatial ring, and I thought it prudent to keep your items temporarily. When we enter the secret realm, I will return it to you. Lin Xiao feigned awe. Wow, is this the legendary spatial ring? Indeed. Our entire mercenary corps has just this one. We spent a month's earnings to acquire it, and we were fortunate to encounter a seller. It has a space of over 10 square meters. Without this spatial ring, our mercenary level wouldn't have risen so swiftly. Lin Xiao understood. The utility of a spatial ring was indeed significant, especially for tasks requiring the retrieval of spiritual beast corpses. Carrying such massive bodies back was no trivial task, and a spatial ring would alleviate much hassle. But what does your smug tone imply? Is a 10 square meter spatial ring something remarkable? I possess one that spans hundreds of square meters. I have a multitude of those. Realizing Zishu's true intention, Lin Xiao relinquished his snakeskin bag without further thought. As Zishu took the bag, he felt its weight. What on earth is in here? Why is it so heavy? Well, as the team's cook, I needed to ensure we had all the necessary provisions. It contains pots, pans, cutlery, and some other daily necessities. Huh. Carrying all this with you makes me somewhat believe you are indeed a cook. All right, we'll leave your supercar here. Parking is free for mercenaries. Let us take our vehicles directly to the secret realm. Sounds good. The others' vehicles were conveniently parked nearby, 3 military off-road vehicles. Once on board, they set off toward the outskirts of Kyoto. Recognizing the journey would take some time, Lin Xiao decided to send a message to his dorm mates, informing them to excuse him from school for the next little while, as he might not be returning soon. Hu Yu and the others did not respond. They were likely engaged in military training and unable to have their phones. Driving the vehicle, Zishu had Lin Xiao seated in the passenger seat, while Chonyo and Shunho occupied the back. Both Zishu and Chonyo appeared reticent, while Shunho was quite talkative. Throughout the journey, he engaged Lin Xiao in conversation, sharing amusing anecdotes about their comrades, only to shift abruptly to recounting dreams he had the previous night. Zishu and Chonyo seemed accustomed to Shunho's chatter, ignoring him entirely. Thus, Shunho conversed mainly with Lin Xiao, occasionally posing questions. Lin Xiao stifled a chuckle, realizing that having Shunho in his vehicle was likely a deliberate arrangement by Zishu. Shunho's seemingly innocuous inquiries were, in fact, subtly aimed at extracting Lin Xiao's basic information. These remnants are merely the leftovers of the elderly residing in the nursing home. Naturally, he has no difficulty managing them. It can only be said that the information he shares with them is solely intended for their awareness. Even during his conversation with the monkey spirit, he feigned casual inquiries, inadvertently extracting a wealth of information from the creature. Unbeknownst to the monkey spirit, it posed numerous questions to Lin Xiao, failing to detect any irregularities, which only served to enhance its enthusiasm towards him. While the traffic conditions were manageable in Kyoto City, they deteriorated significantly upon leaving. Many stretches of the road were rugged and uneven. Fortunately, they were driving military-grade off-road vehicles, which proved capable of handling the terrain. Lin Xiao understood well why the mouse spirit had forbidden him from driving a sports car. Such terrain would undoubtedly lead to its ruin. Of course, some jostling was unavoidable during the journey. The members of the Wolf Warrior Mercenary Corps were evidently accustomed to such conditions, the only concern being Lin Xiao's comfort. This was precisely why he was assigned the passenger seat. To the mouse spirit's surprise, Lin Xiao exhibited no signs of discomfort whatsoever. After a grueling 4 hours, they finally arrived at the location of the 5th-level secret realm. Concealing the off-road vehicle in a discreet spot, the mouse spirit promptly began issuing commands. Everyone was instructed to take a 10-minute break before entering the secret realm. Understood. At the mouse spirit's command, all members of the Wolf Warrior Mercenary Corps began to rest on the spot. The sheer strength of their execution raised Lin Xiao's suspicions about their true identities. Their demeanor increasingly resembled that of a military unit. The mouse spirit sat beside Lin Xiao. "Are you hungry?" Lin Xiao inquired, patting his stomach. "A little. Do you need me to prepare food now?" "No need. We haven't brought any ingredients. Once we enter the secret realm, we will gather resources on site. That's when you can truly showcase your skills." "All right, leave it to me." The mouse spirit was pleased with Lin Xiao's cooperation. He held a fondness for this new member, though he lamented Lin Xiao's relatively low level. Nevertheless, as long as he could cook well, that would suffice. After all, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw, can they? The 10 minutes flew by, and before the mouse spirit could speak, everyone instinctively stood up, ready to enter the secret realm and immediately search for ingredients to solve their lunch dilemma. Chapter 120. Food delivered to their doorstep. Lin Xiao had only ventured into a 1st-level secret realm during his time in Sun City. The secret realm before him was a 5th-level one, and he was filled with curiosity about its interior. At the entrance of the secret realm, the mouse spirit did not rush in but instead distributed some equipment to everyone. Each person received a complete set of communication devices, followed by firearms. To Lin Xiao's astonishment, the other members of the Wolf Warrior Mercenary Corps were also armed. Each was equipped with a handgun and a rifle, while Lin Xiao had an additional sniper rifle, a request he had made earlier. Observing Lin Xiao's surprise, the monkey spirit chuckled and explained, "No need to be so astonished. This equipment will prove useful. In the secret realm, we must conserve our spiritual energy. If a situation can be resolved with firearms, there is no need to expend spiritual energy." Lin Xiao wholeheartedly agreed. Once everyone was properly outfitted, the mouse spirit issued another command. "Everyone, check your equipment." At the mouse spirit's command, all members began to inspect their firearms, and Lin Xiao was no exception. During the inspection, he observed the members of the Wolf Warrior Mercenary Corps and noted their synchronized movements, which further confirmed his suspicion that they were indeed military personnel. What purpose did these soldiers have in forming a mercenary group? They were all around 21 or 22 years old, far too young to be veterans. The military would not allow so many promising recruits to leave service. Never mind. This was not a question he needed to ponder. Surely the military had its own plans. At that moment, the mouse spirit's voice crackled through Lin Xiao's earpiece. Everyone, please respond. Chou Niu received. Inhu received. Xiao Lin received. Upon responding, Lin Xiao noticed that all eyes turned towards him. He understood why they were looking at him, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. Reluctantly, he replied once more. Haizhu received. Now that's more like it. Prepare to enter the secret realm. Chou Niu and Wei Yang are responsible for protecting Haizhu. Chou Niu and Wei Yang promptly moved to Lin Xiao's side. Once all arrangements were made, the Wolf Warrior Mercenary Corps officially entered the secret realm. Lin Xiao entered last, alongside Chou Niu and Wei Yang. The moment they stepped into the 5th-level secret realm, Lin Xiao sensed its extraordinary nature. The spiritual energy here was several times more concentrated than that of the outside world, causing every cell in his body to come alive. Lin Xiao could not help but take several deep breaths. Refreshing. The members of the Wolf Warrior Mercenary Corps instinctively spread out into an oval formation, keenly observing their surroundings. UG, check for the presence of spirit beasts nearby. Typically, spirit beasts rarely appeared at the entrance of a secret realm, but it was not impossible. UG immediately closed her eyes. Being of the sound element, she could detect the presence of spirit beasts through sound. There's movement in the northwest, no other abnormalities. All eyes immediately turned towards the northwest, Lin Xiao included. He activated his enhanced vision ability and, indeed, noticed some movement in the grass in that direction. The others also discerned the situation there, likely due to their time spent together, as there was no need for the mouse spirit to issue further commands. The members of the Wolf Warrior Mercenary Corps took action. The first to strike was Sugo. With plant-based abilities, controlling vegetation was relatively simple. The dense, upright grass lay flat, revealing the true form of the spirit beast, a level 4 thorny wild boar. The thorny wild boar, realizing it had been exposed, ceased its concealment and charged directly at the group. While Lin Xiao contemplated whether to intervene, the members of the Wolf Warrior Mercenary Corps were already in motion. First, Chou Niu made a sweeping gesture, conjuring a thick earthen wall in the boar's path, causing it to collide with the barrier. Perhaps due to its speed, the impact left the boar momentarily dazed. Wu Ma seized the opportunity, lunging forward to deliver a powerful punch to the dazed boar's head. As a level 5 strength user, the force behind that punch was formidable, and the thorny wild boar met a swift end without experiencing any suffering. After dispatching the thorny wild boar, Wu Ma first checked for the presence of spirit orbs, confirming there were none. He effortlessly carried the several hundred pounds of thorny wild boar back and unceremoniously dropped it before Lin Xiao. Food delivered to your doorstep. Let us have it for lunch. Lin Xiao, now coming back to his senses, realized he had been overly dramatic. With so many level 5 powerhouses dealing with a level 4 thorny wild boar, what was there to be anxious about? Just as he was about to agree, a thought struck him. If we cook here, the aroma might attract nearby spirit beasts. Is that a concern? The monkey spirit laughed heartily. Rest assured, just focus on cooking. We would welcome spirit beasts coming to us. It would save us the trouble of searching for them. With that reassurance, Lin Xiao felt entirely at ease. Brother Mouse, please return my belongings, Lin Xiao requested. Nodding in acknowledgement, Brother Mouse promptly handed over Lin Xiao's snakeskin bag. With remarkable speed, Lin Xiao extracted his culinary tools from the bag. The onlookers, including Brother Mouse and his companions, couldn't help but express their admiration. This was professionalism at its finest. I will handle the thorny wild boar first. You all gather some dry firewood, Lin Xiao instructed. Without hesitation, Brother Mouse assigned 2 individuals to search for firewood, while Lin Xiao unsheathed a short knife and began to process the thorny wild boar. Although classified as a level 4 thorny wild boar, known for its tough skin and robust meat, it posed little challenge in Lin Xiao's skilled hands. The knife, seemingly ordinary, sliced through the boar's flesh with effortless precision, narrowing the eyes of Brother Mouse and his crew in astonishment. It appeared that Lin Xiao was no ordinary chef. In a mere 5 minutes, he had nearly completed the necessary preparations. I am not in a rush to cook, as I still lack some ingredients. I need a few people to protect me, Lin Xiao called out. Naturally, Brother Mouse and his companions had no objections and immediately followed Lin Xiao to procure the necessary materials. Lin Xiao had already noticed that despite being on the outskirts of the secret realm, there were still plenty of edible spiritual herbs in the vicinity, perfect for his culinary endeavors. As he diligently dug up various herbs and wild vegetables, Brother Mouse and his companions looked on in wonder. Once the ingredients were sufficiently gathered and the dry firewood collected, Lin Xiao felt ready to commence cooking. The conditions here were rudimentary, making direct cooking impossible. He had only brought a pot, lacking a stove. Observing the members of the War Wolf Mercenary Corps, an idea struck him. He began directing them to construct an earthen stove and a makeshift barbecue pit using the earth element abilities of the sturdy bull, while the fire element user, Tiger, was tasked with starting the fire, and the water element user, Goat, was responsible for washing and providing fresh water. Under Lin Xiao's guidance, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, with everyone fulfilling their roles without complaint. At least during meal preparation, Lin Xiao was the undisputed leader. With the assistance of his companions, Lin Xiao's speed significantly increased. Before long, a sumptuous feast featuring a whole boar was ready. Strangely enough, perhaps due to the location being an entrance, the delightful aroma of the cooking did not attract any other spiritual beasts, leaving Lin Xiao somewhat disappointed. He had initially hoped to offer additional servings, but now they could only make do with what they had. As they gazed upon the abundant spread, the members of the Wolf Mercenary Corps, except for Lin Xiao, could hardly contain their salivation. Stir-fried pork, braised meat, stewed pig's trotters, grilled kidneys, barbecued meat, and stir-fried fatty intestines. Was this a dream? Snake, take a good note of this. Enough dawdling. Everyone can dig in now. With that, Brother Mouse, who was among the more composed members, could no longer suppress his anticipation. At his command, a flurry of activity ensued as everyone eagerly began to feast, each person hastily shoveling their favorite dishes into their mouths. Soon, expressions of pure enjoyment graced their faces. While savoring Lin Xiao's fried rice, they had already thought highly of his culinary skills, but now they realized they had underestimated him. Lin Xiao's cooking was not merely good, it was extraordinary. Feeling hungry himself, Lin Xiao was in no mood for modesty. He picked up a piece of stir-fried pork and tasted it, quickly furrowing his brow. Alas, the limitations of their conditions had diminished the flavor somewhat. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Lin Xiao with incredulity. The taste is lacking, they thought. Is this some kind of humble brag? We've never tasted anything this delicious before. None dared to speak, too busy indulging in the feast, fearful that if they paused to converse, someone else would snatch away their food. Before long, the entire thorny wild boar had been devoured. Lin Xiao mused, are these people reincarnated gluttons? That was a whole boar. At this moment, aside from Lin Xiao, every member's belly was round and full, including the female members. What a delightful meal. This is the best I've ever had, they exclaimed. I knew the pig had great cooking skills, but this was beyond my expectations. I feel like I've ascended from hell to paradise. Hey. I acknowledge the pig's culinary prowess, but must you trample on my pride? Lin Xiao was quite pleased with their reactions. His efforts in the kitchen were not in vain. However, he couldn't help but feel their responses were a bit exaggerated. I assure you all, there is no need for such enthusiasm. I can guarantee that as long as we have ingredients, every meal will be at least this good, he stated. Upon hearing this, the gazes directed at him sparkled with hope. Pig, from now on, you shall be my sworn brother. Amidst the praise from the others, Brother Mouse's eyes flickered with curiosity. He harbored questions about Lin Xiao's circumstances. Although Lin Xiao had consumed less than the others, he had still eaten a considerable amount. The meat from a level 4 spiritual beast was nothing unusual for the level 5 warriors, while Lin Xiao, at level 2, had consumed a notable quantity without apparent adverse effects. This raised suspicion in Brother Mouse's mind. Contemplating this, Brother Mouse refrained from asking directly. Perhaps Lin Xiao harbored secrets unknown to him. As long as Lin Xiao posed no threat to their interests, he would not dwell on the matter. All right, we have eaten and drunk our fill. Now it is time to get down to business. We did not come here merely for a picnic. We have tasks to complete, Brother Mouse declared, reinvigorating everyone. Sure thing, boss. You certainly ate no less than we did, and we will complete the task diligently, they replied. Indeed. We must find more spiritual beasts, otherwise, dinner will be in jeopardy. Bull, stay close to Pig, and ensure he encounters no mishaps. With laughter, the group regained their focus and set off to explore the level 5 secret realm. The members of the Wolf Mercenary Corps were not newcomers to this realm and had long established a route for exploration. Lin Xiao found himself in the center of the group, being the weakest among them. During their exploration, Lin Xiao remained industrious. There were still many spiritual herbs available, some suitable for cooking and others required for his tasks. The taciturn bull, observing Lin Xiao's enthusiasm, felt a flicker of curiosity. Pig, what do you need all these wild herbs for? Lin Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Wild herbs? These are treasures. They are fine seasonings that enhance the flavor of dishes. Look, this is horseradish. Its taste is similar to chili peppers and can serve as a substitute in their absence. As he continued to gather, Lin Xiao shared the uses of these spiritual herbs with Bull, capturing the interest of the others who wondered how Lin Xiao possessed such extensive knowledge of herbs. In their eyes, the grasses appeared indistinguishable. The few individuals standing alongside Lin Xiao assisted him in gathering the herbs, as their ability to savor more delectable food hinged upon this endeavor. Lin Xiao relished the leisurely pace, grateful for the help, which significantly expedited the process. Moreover, not all the spiritual herbs were mere seasonings. Some were essential for the tasks he had undertaken. Throughout the entire process, Lin Xiao maintained his enhanced vision, fearful that a moment's inattention might cause him to overlook something vital. His focus extended beyond the surrounding herbs. He was also vigilant about the environment. After all, they were in a level 5 secret realm, rife with peril, and exercising caution was always prudent. At that moment, Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, spotting a pack of over a dozen wolf-like spiritual beasts ahead. Judging by their coloration and size, they appeared to be frost giants, all of level 4 or higher. Everyone, be cautious. Approximately 1,500 meters ahead lies a pack of frost giants. Prepare for battle, Lin Xiao announced, rendering his companions incredulous. You can see that far? They questioned, unable to fathom such a claim. It was nearly impossible to discern small objects at that distance on flat terrain, let alone in the intricate environment of a secret realm. Lin Xiao's ability to identify a pack of spiritual beasts from such a distance was astonishing. Not only did he see them, but he could also ascertain their numbers and species. His companions, though skeptical, decided it was better to believe than to dismiss the possibility. Zishu trusted that Lin Xiao would not deceive them without reason. Yuji, can you verify this? Zishu urged. Yuji nodded quickly, her heart racing with indignation. She had been responsible for vigilance, attuned to the surrounding sounds, yet Lin Xiao had detected the threat before her. Normally, her monitoring range extended 500 meters around her, making it reasonable that she could not hear anything from 1,500 meters away. Now, with Lin Xiao's assertion, she was determined to investigate. Wei Yong concentrated her abilities directly ahead, her range expanding rapidly. With her level 5 capacity, 1,500 meters was well within her capabilities. She soon returned, astonished. Report, there is indeed activity approximately 1,500 meters ahead, and the sounds indicate a considerable number. Zishu's words silenced the group. They gleaned ample information from her confirmation of Lin Xiao's assertion regarding the presence of spiritual beasts ahead. However, Zishu's abilities were limited. She could only glean so much from the sounds, which highlighted the disparity between her and Lin Xiao. Observing the astonished gazes directed at him, Lin Xiao realized he had inadvertently revealed his true capabilities. Yet, he bore no regrets, for he had joined the Wolf Mercenary Corps, and his abilities would inevitably come to light. With this thought, Lin Xiao gestured towards his eyes, acknowledging that his extraordinary vision allowed him to see further than others. His companions, understanding this extraordinary talent, regarded him with newfound respect. Zishu's perspective shifted. She had previously viewed Lin Xiao merely as the team's cook, but now recognized his significance. In a secret realm, the ability to detect spiritual beasts ahead of time was invaluable. Lin Xiao's awareness of the frost giants at a distance allowed them ample preparation time, greatly facilitating their potential to eliminate the beasts. Zishu found herself increasingly impressed with Lin Xiao, contemplating the strategic advantage of bringing him into their fold as a prime scout. Now that we have identified the wolf pack, let us deliberate on our course of action, Zishu proposed, prompting immediate discussion among the group. Let us engage. One of our tasks is to collect 10 level 5 frost giant pelts. If we can eliminate them all, we might complete our mission outright. Everyone nodded in agreement, eager to proceed. Zishu shared this sentiment, eager to vanquish the frost giants. All right, let us move forward. We need to strategize. What are your thoughts? Zishu continued. We have the advantage of surprise. The enemy is unaware of our presence. We must exploit this. I suggest utilizing firearms. Charging headlong would squander our advantage. Yes. Let us initiate a few rounds of fire coverage. Others concurred, acknowledging the efficacy of their weapons against level 5 beasts. Just as Zishu was about to finalize the plan, Shenhui interjected, wait, 1T using firearms ruin the meat quality? I was hoping for a decent dinner. His concern stemmed from his newfound admiration for Lin Xiao's culinary skills. He did not wish their recklessness to deprive him of a delicious meal. The group recognized the validity of Shenhui's point. Had this been any other time, they might have deemed his reasoning absurd, but now it resonated with them. As their gazes returned to him, Lin Xiao smirked, expressing disdain. Wolf meat, Ison, tea exactly palatable. All right, let us proceed according to plan. Everyone, follow my lead and let's swiftly resolve this. The members of the Wolf Mercenary Corps immediately fell into a state of readiness. Haiju, you're on lookout duty. Report any changes immediately. Yuji's expression shifted. Had her responsibilities been usurped? Lin Xiao gave her an affirming gesture, and the team stealthily advanced towards the frost giant pack. Lin Xiao sensed their unusual demeanor as they approached. Maintaining a safe distance, the Wolf Mercenary Corps moved quickly, becoming cautious as they neared 1,000 meters, each member adeptly concealing themselves. They soon caught sight of the frost giants, albeit only vaguely due to obstructions. Their admiration for Lin Xiao deepened. His vision truly was formidable. The frost giants remained oblivious to the presence of the wolf mercenary corps, leisurely resting in their domain. The sensory perceptions of spiritual beasts surpassed those of humans. Consequently, Zishu and the others ceased their verbal communication and resorted to gestures instead. Prior to entering this area, they had conveyed this necessity to Lin Xiao. Naturally, Lin Xiao understood the rationale and did not object. He possessed a modicum of proficiency in sign language himself. When Zishu directed with hand signals and received a response from Lin Xiao, he was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lin Xiao would be adept in sign language as well. What further surprises might this young man unveil? Although a distance of 1,000 meters falls within the effective range of a rifle, achieving sufficient accuracy and power necessitates a closer proximity. Zishu's earlier gestures indicated that they should advance further, preparing to fire when they were approximately 500 meters away. The group unanimously agreed, each taking cover as they stealthily approached the direction of the wolf pack. Chunyu remained by Lin Xiao's side, tasked with his protection. Concern flickered in Chunyu's gaze. Lin Xiao had not undergone specialized training, and he feared that Lin Xiao might inadvertently attract unwanted attention from the wolves, jeopardizing their ambush. However, Chunyu's worry swiftly transformed into astonishment as he observed that Lin Xiao's concealment skills were on par with, if not superior to, any among them. This was somewhat disheartening. Others gradually began to recognize this fact as well. Had the moment not been so critical, they would have likely inquired about the extent of Lin Xiao's abilities. The members of the War Wolf Mercenary Corps were seasoned veterans, despite taking a bit longer. They managed to close in on the wolf pack from 500 meters without detection. At this moment, the situation of the wolf pack became evident to all. Just as Lin Xiao had articulated, there were precisely 15 wolves. The admiration for Lin Xiao deepened among the group. Zishu commenced another round of communication through sign language, swiftly allocating targets for everyone, with Lin Xiao assigned to a lower-tier level 4 frost giant wolf. Lin Xiao felt somewhat disheartened. TCH. Who does he think he is looking down upon? Nevertheless, he did not express this sentiment. He would fulfill the task assigned to him. The group began to regulate their breathing, rifles aimed at their respective targets. Lin Xiao activated his weakness detection, discovering that the vulnerabilities of the frost wolf lay in its eyes and mouth. With weaknesses identified, it became a straightforward endeavor. Brace for my wrath. Battle. The moment was ripe for conflict. Chapter 123, a perfect hit. Zishu, observing that everyone was nearly prepared, unhesitatingly issued the command to fire. In an instant, gunfire erupted incessantly. As soon as Zishu gave the order, Lin Xiao targeted his quarry. With a single bullet, he successfully struck the eye of the level 4 frost giant wolf. At this range, compounded by the frost giant wolf's lack of vigilance, failure would have rendered his prior training futile. The level 4 frost giant wolf had no chance to howl in despair before it succumbed to its fate. The marksmanship of the others was commendable as well. Most bullets found their mark on the frost giant wolves. Alas, given the 500-meter distance, not everyone possessed Lin Xiao's sharpshooting prowess, resulting in many frost giant wolves sustaining only minor injuries. In this round of fire, 5 frost giant wolves were slain. The frost giant wolf pack, perhaps caught off guard, had not anticipated becoming targets while merely resting. The death of their comrades ignited their ferocity, and the gunfire exposed the position of the War Wolf Mercenary Corps, prompting the frost giant wolves to charge forward with ferocious howls. 3 frost giant wolves remained stationary, commencing the release of their spiritual techniques, blue ice light shimmering from their mouths. The War Wolf Mercenary Corps, unwilling to remain idle, swiftly initiated a second round of concentrated fire. Lin Xiao, no longer inclined to hold back, targeted those frost giant wolves, preparing to unleash their abilities before the others could commence their next volley. Each shot accurately struck the mouths of the 3 frost giant wolves, readying their techniques. In this brief span, Lin Xiao had successfully dispatched 4 frost giant wolves. The attention of the others remained fixed on the immediate task of eliminating the wolves before them, believing the 3 slain frost giant wolves to be the work of their own comrades, unaware of Lin Xiao's involvement. However, Chunyu was different. Since the first round of fire, his focus had been unwaveringly on Lin Xiao. Tasked with Lin Xiao's protection, he feared the young man might impulsively rush forward. Thus, he witnessed Lin Xiao's precise targeting of the 3 frost giant wolves in its entirety. Hiss! Such marksmanship is extraordinary. Terrifying indeed. The frost giant wolves were no longer entirely unprepared. Although Zishu and the others executed another round of concentrated fire, the number of slain frost giant wolves was minimal. In this volley, only 3 more were brought down. The speed of level 5 spiritual beasts was formidable, and the remaining 4 frost giant wolves had already closed in on the position of the War Wolf Mercenary Corps. Faced with this scenario, Zishu remained unperturbed. Ridiculous. With their lineup, a mere 4 level 5 frost giant wolves posed no threat to them. As the frost giant wolves approached, the use of rifles became unnecessary. The defensive and melee fighters surged forward. The ranged attackers awaited their moment to strike. At Zishu's command, Chunyu, Wuma, and Shunho charged ahead without hesitation. Though Chunyu's duty was to protect Lin Xiao, the latter was in a secure position, surrounded by comrades, allowing for a degree of flexibility. With a sweeping gesture, numerous earthen walls materialized in the path of the advancing frost giant wolves. Shugo utilized his unique ability to ensnare, causing countless vines to erupt from the ground, entangling the frost giant wolves. The wolves struggled in vain to escape, only to be ensnared further by additional vines. Observing the frost giant wolves immobilized, Wuma unleashed his strength. Launching an assault against them, Shinho transformed into a formidable beast, wielding a wooden staff that he swung toward the head of a frost giant wolf. The 4 frost giant wolves posed little trouble for the group. The ranged attackers hardly needed to intervene. This was all part of Zishu's plan. Their mission was to collect the pelts of the frost giant wolves, and their involvement would inevitably damage the pelts, rendering the effort counterproductive. After the battle concluded, Zishu did not lower his guard. Haiju and Yuji remained vigilant, monitoring their surroundings and prepared to report any anomalies immediately, while the others began to clear the battlefield. Lin Xiao promptly immersed himself in the task at hand, keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. Yuji, too, did not lag behind, observing Lin Xiao beside her. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. Haiju, you truly surprised me. You've taken over my task right from the start. Lin Xiao scratched his head sheepishly, realizing that his presence seemed to have inadvertently undermined Yuji's confidence. Sister Rooster, please do not belittle yourself. Your significance in our team is incomparable to mine. It is essential to recognize that among spirit beasts, there are many adept at concealment. These creatures cannot simply be detected by keen eyesight. When the moment arrives, it shall be your time to shine as the ace of our group. Although Sister Rooster understood that Lin Xiao was merely offering her comfort, her spirits lifted considerably. Lin Xiao was indeed correct. There was no need for her to undermine herself. Especially considering that individuals like Lin Xiao are exceedingly rare. There was no need to compare herself to him. The commotion from the recent battle was far from inconspicuous, and the surrounding spirit beasts had certainly sensed it. Fortunately, there were no packs of beasts nearby, only solitary ones. And given that this area was likely the territory of the Frost Wolf pack, the lone beasts kept their distance. A few bold ones merely observed from afar. But upon witnessing the numerous fallen frost giants, they fled without a glance back. Zishu and the others were still busy cleaning the battlefield, with Chonyo standing beside Zishu. Boss, the Haiju is quite formidable, he remarked. Zishu, not thinking much of it, assumed that Chonyo was praising Lin Xiao's marksmanship. During the first round of shooting, he had feared Lin Xiao might miss, so he had kept a closer watch, and upon seeing Lin Xiao's target successfully fall, he turned his attention elsewhere. Indeed, his shooting is commendable. A single shot took down a level 4 frost giant. It seems he has practiced, no wonder he sought a firearm from me. I am not referring to that. While you were engaged in battle, Lin Xiao made his move again, successfully eliminating the 3 level 5 frost giants that were preparing to unleash their techniques, and he did so with only 4 bullets. 4 bullets, 1 level 4 and 3 level 5s, all hits. Do you comprehend what this signifies? At this revelation, Zishu was no longer at ease. What? He was responsible for eliminating those 3? He had indeed noticed the 3 frost giants poised to attack, intending to intervene, but before he could, they had already been dispatched. It simply hadn't occurred to him that Lin Xiao was the one to do so. Boss, did you not notice how effortlessly we dispatched the Frost Wolf pack this time? Zishu suddenly realized. In previous encounters with beast hordes of this magnitude, they had managed to prevail, but it always required considerable effort. To annihilate an entire pack so easily was unprecedented, and all of this seemed to revolve around Lin Xiao. His extraordinary vision allowed them to prepare in advance, and his impeccable aim had felled the frost giants poised for ranged attacks. This fellow truly was their lucky star. Initially, they had merely sought a cook to improve their rations, yet they ended up acquiring a powerhouse. Chapter 124, The True Utility of X-Ray Vision. After a while, the battlefield was finally cleared. Let us report on our gains. Upon hearing the call for a summary, Shinho could hardly contain his excitement. Boss, a bountiful harvest. We acquired 15 frost giants, for level 4s and 11 level 5s, all with intact pelts. This means we have completed a task barely after entering the secret realm. Zishu was quite satisfied with this outcome. Reflecting on their many expeditions into the secret realm, this time felt astonishingly smooth. Excellent. Excellent. The credit for this battle goes to Haiju, Zishu declared. Shinho, who had been eager to continue his report, was momentarily taken aback by Zishu's words, but quickly regained his composure. I have no objections to that. If it weren't for Haiju spotting the Frost Wolf pack first, we would not have been able to execute such a flawless ambush. The others nodded in agreement. I am not merely referring to that. In this instance, Haiju also scored the most kills against the Frost Giants. What? That cannot be. The group looked incredulous. They acknowledged Lin Xiao's contributions, but asserting that he had the highest kill count was met with resistance. Zishu sighed, realizing that if it weren't for Chon Yo's constant observation of Lin Xiao, he too might have overlooked Lin Xiao's achievements. Cannot be? Then who do you think killed the 3 Frost Giants that were about to unleash their techniques? Zishu posed the question, prompting everyone to exchange glances. They had all seen the 3 slain giants, but at the time, they had not considered who had struck them down, merely assuming it was another teammate. Now, with no one stepping forward to claim credit, their gazes inevitably returned to Lin Xiao. They could not bring themselves to take credit for another's accomplishments. They had considered prioritizing the elimination of those 3, but someone had simply beaten them to it. They had not anticipated that it would be Lin Xiao. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under their scrutiny, Lin Xiao thought, what is with all this attention? It was just a few spirit beasts I dispatched. Why are they looking at me like that? If I had truly unleashed my full power, while I cannot guarantee total annihilation, I could have certainly taken down a few more. What are you all staring at me for? Those wolves were merely standing there like live targets. What is there to boast about in killing them? The crowd murmured in awe. Behold, what top-tier humility looks like. Indeed. Haiju, I have nothing more to say. I am thoroughly impressed. Zishu recognized that his team had come to acknowledge Lin Xiao's prowess, which was undoubtedly good news for him. Although Lin Xiao's culinary skills had long since won over everyone, there lingered a slight reservation regarding his combat abilities, given his relatively lower strength. However, that was no longer the case. Lin Xiao had conquered them all with his formidable skills. All right, the credit for this achievement is awarded to Haiju. Now, let us continue onward. It is getting late, and we must find a suitable place to rest before nightfall, as well as address our dinner arrangements. Boss, while your words hold merit, I have not yet finished detailing our gains. Zishu finally realized that Shunho's excitement hinted at something more significant. Could it be that we found spirit orbs? Shunho's statement piqued everyone's interest. He cleared his throat. Ahem, in addition to the wolf pelts. We also have a wealth of complete materials such as wolf fangs, which would fetch a considerable sum if sold. Seeing Shunho avoiding the main point, the crowd grew impatient. Enough, monkey. If you keep this up, I might just have to deal with you. Your excitement suggests something good has come up. Did we find spirit orbs? Shunho's face fell. Am I that obvious? Sigh, it's rather dull. Yes, we did find spirit orbs, ice-type orbs, which are quite valuable. After saying this, he produced 2 perfectly round spirit orbs. At that moment, everyone was thrown into a frenzy. 15 spirit beasts yielded 2 spirit orbs. What incredible luck is this? While higher-level spirit beasts have a greater chance of producing spirit orbs, even for level 5s, 1 orb per 100 is considered fortunate. We never expected to find 2. Zishu's gaze fell once more upon Lin Xiao. Could it be that this fellow truly is our lucky star? Lin Xiao scratched his nose, feeling somewhat bemused. While the discovery of 2 spirit orbs was certainly a boon, ensuring a larger share of wealth, no one would turn down money. Why are you all looking at me so greedily? My orientation is perfectly normal, thank you very much. Regrettably, they were of the ice element, among our group. There are still a few who have yet to absorb their 5th level spirit techniques. Furthermore, these 2 are exceptional area of effect spirit techniques. What a pity. Nevertheless, there will be other opportunities. So let us not dwell on this. Let us set forth. All the spoils have been gathered by the little rat, and the group continues along the predetermined route. Thanks to Lin Xiao's presence, he is always able to detect the existence of nearby spirit beasts at the earliest moment, which has bestowed upon the Wolf Mercenary Corps an unprecedented sense of ease. Alas, they have not encountered another spirit beast horde like the Frost Wolf pack. Instead, they have only come across solitary spirit beasts, predominantly of the 1st and 2nd tiers. Such spirit beasts belong to the lower echelon within the 5th level secret realm, serving as prey for the higher-tiered spirit beasts. 1st and 2nd tier spirit beasts are indeed the most common sights within the 5th level secret realm. Initially, they encountered a 4th level thorny wild boar, followed by the frost giant wolf pack, which left the members of the Wolf Mercenary Corps in disbelief. Now, seeing so many low-level spirit beasts has rather relaxed their nerves. Previously, when faced with these lower-tier spirit beasts, they would hardly deign to act unless provoked. However, the situation has changed. With Lin Xiao, a top-notch chef, in their midst, these creatures are now viewed as mere ingredients. Hey, pig, what do you think of that rabbit? It seems perfect for braising. A spark of inspiration flickered in Lin Xiao's eyes as he cast a glance at the rabbit and employed his spirit technique, perspective. Not particularly appealing. That rabbit is so adorable. Why would we want to eat it? Besides, Haven Tea, we already caught 3 rabbits? That should suffice. Lin Xiao felt an immense sense of joy at this moment, as he suddenly recalled something when Shunho presented the spirit pearl earlier. After entering the secret realm, there was a spirit technique he had yet to employ, perspective. He understood its function, but he wondered if it could reveal the presence of spirit pearls within spirit beasts. To validate his hypothesis, he began to experiment during their journey. Initially, he found nothing, as not every spirit beast harbors a spirit pearl within. However, upon discovering a spirit pearl within a second-tier armored pangolin, he realized his theory was indeed viable. He vividly recalled his comment on the pangolin's meat, and the astonished expression on Shunho's face when he swiftly dispatched the creature and extracted a second-tier spirit pearl. So this is the true application of perspective. As long as he desires, he can ensure that every spirit beast he slays possesses a spirit pearl. Chapter 125. From now on, let me handle such matters. Lin Xiao felt a surge of delight. He had never anticipated that perspective would hold such a utility. He would not foolishly display his newfound advantage, but would instead quietly amass fortune. Throughout their journey, Lin Xiao enabled the Wolf Mercenary Corps to acquire a wealth of ingredients. Of the numerous spirit beasts encountered along the way, only 2 bore spirit pearls. Even so, this left the members of the Wolf Mercenary Corps utterly astonished. In their previous missions, securing even 1 or 2 spirit pearls over several days was considered fortunate. Now, merely half a day into their expedition, they had already amassed 4 spirit pearls. If they were to share this news, other mercenary groups would undoubtedly be consumed by envy. As twilight gradually descended, even with the formidable strength of the Wolf Mercenary Corps, nighttime excursions were fraught with peril. Soon, the little rat issued a command to rest. The others had been eagerly anticipating this moment, and upon hearing the announcement, all eyes turned towards Lin Xiao. He naturally understood the reason behind their gaze. It was due to their appetites. Were these fellows all gluttons? They had consumed so much at midday, yet here they were, hungry again. Lin Xiao would not decline, for the very reason he had joined the Wolf Mercenary Corps was their search for a cook. He had a duty to fulfill. Not in haste, he glanced once more at the little rat. Brother Zishu, is it truly all right to light a fire and cook in this area? Zishu was well aware of Lin Xiao's concerns. After an entire day of travel, although they had not yet reached the core area of the secret realm, they were no longer on its periphery. Here, both the quantity and level of spirit beasts were markedly different from when they first entered. Lighting a fire for cooking would undoubtedly attract numerous spirit beasts. In the past, Zishu might have opted for their provisions instead, as even dry rations were preferable to the fare prepared by Zishi. However, now that they knew of Lin Xiao's extraordinary culinary skills, they had no desire to sample dry rations. Rest assured and cook, attracting a few spirit beasts is of no concern. We aim to hunt more spirit beasts, after all. It's akin to waiting for the hare to come to us. It would be best to prepare a larger quantity, as we should be nearing the core area tomorrow, which poses relative danger for us. If we were to attract a horde of spirit beasts, we might struggle to withstand the onslaught. Understood. With Zishu's assurance, Lin Xiao knew precisely what was expected of him. Before he could even speak, the members of the Wolf Mercenary Corps instinctively sprang into action. Those gathering firewood did so, while others set about igniting the flames. Such trivial tasks required no effort from Lin Xiao, while those who could not assist began erecting tents, for they would be spending the night here. Once the spirit beasts had been dealt with, Lin Xiao immediately set to work. Heat the oil. Lin Xiao, multitasking, prepared several exquisite dishes simultaneously. Soon, the air was filled with an enticing aroma. The others, unable to assist, took up defensive positions around the area. There was, however, one exception, Zishi, who could not tear her gaze away from Lin Xiao's culinary prowess. Initially, she had intended to learn a few techniques. Yet Lin Xiao's dazzling display left her utterly bewildered. Lin Xiao noticed her fascination and remembered that Zishi had previously been responsible for their meals, so she must possess some foundational skills. Sister Zishi, would you care to lend a hand? Can I really? Of course. Just follow my instructions. Zishi beamed with delight. She could never hope to match Lin Xiao's multitasking ability and was far better off focusing on a single task, as many opportunities to learn would arise in the future. Lin Xiao, uncertain of Zishi's capabilities, assigned her the simple task of grilling meat, advising her when to flip it and when to season it. With a significant quantity of food to prepare, Lin Xiao concentrated on his cooking, only occasionally checking in on Zishi when the time felt appropriate. The delectable scent of the food inevitably drew the attention of nearby spirit beasts. These creatures, accustomed to a diet of raw flesh, had never encountered such an enticing aroma before, and one by one, they began to gravitate towards the source of the fragrance. Zishu and the others assured Lin Xiao that he could focus on cooking while they handled the spirit beasts. Lin Xiao held considerable faith in the combat prowess of the Wolf Mercenary Corps and paid little mind to the beasts. He could hear the sounds of battle between the mercenaries and the spirit beasts from time to time. Before long, Lin Xiao had prepared an impressive array of dishes. Taking advantage of a moment's respite, he surveyed the surrounding battleground. Perhaps due to the relatively low levels of the nearby spirit beasts, those attracted by the scent posed little threat to the wolf mercenary corps. Lin Xiao had more ingredients to process than before, all freshly acquired from the hunts of the wolf mercenary corps. Shaking his head, Lin Xiao chose to disregard those distractions and prepared for another round of cooking. Zishu had mentioned that this time, they should prepare more, as once they entered the core area tomorrow, they might not have the opportunity to start a fire and cook. Just as Lin Xiao was about to begin, he suddenly recalled that the barbecued meat over by Shi should be nearly ready. Sister Shi, it's about time. The barbecue should be done, he called out. Instinctively glancing in her direction, his expression quickly turning peculiar. At the makeshift grill, Shi was indeed grilling skewers of meat, but they appeared charred to the point of resembling charcoal. This left Lin Xiao perplexed. Reflecting on his guidance, he could not fathom where things had gone awry. Sister Shi, did you truly follow my instructions? Absolutely, not a single step was overlooked, she replied. Unconvinced, Lin Xiao pointed to the skewers nearby. Grill some more, and I shall guide you alongside. Shi playfully stuck out her tongue and picked up another batch of skewers. Lin Xiao, contemplating, also took some prepared skewers and proceeded to teach her directly, confident that no further mishaps would occur. Their actions were nearly synchronized, and every step was identical. However, when the final products emerged, Lin Xiao was left bewildered. His grilled meat sizzled with oil, bursting with flavor and aroma. While Shi's creations could only be described as utterly unappetizing, Lin Xiao was at a loss, questioning where the fault lay. It was utterly unscientific. Their methods were not just similar, they were identical, yet the disparity in results was staggering. Ultimately, Lin Xiao concluded that perhaps Shi simply was not cut out for cooking. Sister Shi, let me handle such matters in the future. Your role will be to enjoy the food. Shi gazed skyward in exasperation, truly having devoted herself to learning from Lin Xiao, dreaming of cooking for the members of the Wolf Warriors mercenary group when he was absent. Now, it seemed she would never master it. With this thought, her mood soured, and she angrily sought out the spirit beasts to vent her frustration. Observing Shi's departing figure and then glancing at the skewers she had left behind, Lin Xiao couldn't help but wonder, how had the members of the Wolf Warriors mercenary group survived all this time, with Shi handling the cooking? Chapter 126, A Swift Integration into the Collective. Lin Xiao, still shaken, cast another glance at Shi. The sight was startling. Just as the others in the Wolf Warriors mercenary group had said, Shi was indeed both inept at cooking and playful. However, one thing Lin Xiao was certain of was her genuine passion for the culinary arts. Perhaps the earlier setback had hit Shi hard, as she now teetered on the brink of an outburst, emanating a green mist of spiritual energy. Everyone, stand back. Let me handle these spirit beasts. Upon hearing her words, those still engaged in battle with the spirit beasts instinctively retreated. Seeing them back off, Shi unleashed her power, the green mist radiating outward. Although a considerable number of spirit beasts approached, most were of low rank, with only a few being of level 4 or 5. Initially, the spirit beasts dismissed the green mist, but soon they realized something was amiss. Their movements became sluggish, their reactions dulled. Before long, they gradually lost their senses. Lin Xiao gasped in amazement, realizing he had underestimated the combat prowess of the Wolf Warriors mercenary group. He had yet to witness them fighting at full strength. Shi, being of the poison element, had incapacitated all those surrounding spirit beasts with just a slight exertion of her abilities. At this moment, Shunho snapped back to reality, perplexed at Shi's actions. Sister Snake, what are you doing? Those creatures you poisoned can't be used for food. Don't provoke me. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to leave you bettered in for 10 days or half a month. Shunho fell silent, aware of Shi's formidable nature. It was best not to irritate her. Lin Xiao turned his gaze back to his cooking, confident that in time, he would fully comprehend the combat capabilities of the Wolf Warriors mercenary group, whether it was Shi's display of power that intimidated the spirit beasts or not. The fragrant aroma lingered, yet no more foolish spirit beasts dared to interfere. Shunho and the others dealt with the slain spirit beasts, acquiring a level 3 spiritual orb, a meager reward at best. By now, the sky had turned completely dark, and Lin Xiao's meal was finally ready. The members of the Wolf Warriors mercenary group gathered to dine, and Lin Xiao had prepared an abundant feast, aside from leaving some for dinner. Most was stored away by Zishu in a spatial ring for their upcoming sustenance. Everyone enjoyed the meal immensely, everyone except Shunho. Perhaps Shi had taken offense, as she had allocated all her earlier charred meat to him, justifying it as a way to avoid waste, and made it clear that unless he finished those, He was not permitted to eat anything else. Shinho looked up at the sky in silence. The spirit beast you poisoned can't be eaten. So isn't that also wasting food? Why can't I control this mouth of mine? Others remained silent. Why did he have to add his own commentary? Observing Shishi's earnest demeanor, Shinho had no choice but to endure. Fine. It's not like I haven't eaten it before. He settled beside Lin Xiao, who was currently astonished at the sight of Shinho consuming the charred meat. Sensing Lin Xiao's gaze, Shinho promptly offered him a skewer of Shishi's cooking. Hey, give it a try. Don't worry, it won't kill you. Lin Xiao's face was a canvas of rejection. Absurd. Why would he share in this culinary disaster? Before he could voice his refusal, others chimed in one after another. Lin Xiao, try it. It's actually not bad. We've all survived on this before. Zishu and the others looked at Lin Xiao with playful expressions. At that moment, they truly considered him one of their own. Since he was part of the group, it was only fitting that he experience what they had gone through. This was also a means of swiftly integrating into the collective. Even she gazed at Lin Xiao with eager anticipation. Lin Xiao buried his face in his hands. There are always troublesome subjects trying to bring me down. Faced with Shishi's expectant gaze, Lin Xiao relented, fearing that if he upset her, he might end up bedridden for 10 days or half a month, which certainly wasn't worth the trouble. Accepting a skewer of barbecue from the grinning Shinho, Lin Xiao's brows knitted into a frown. He began to repeatedly hypnotize himself. After all, this is food made under my guidance. It may just look unappealing, but the taste should be decent. Perhaps Lin Xiao's self-hypnosis worked, as he found himself genuinely curious about the flavor of the skewer in his hand. Gathering considerable courage, Lin Xiao steeled himself and took a bite. Instantly, his expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. He was at a loss for words to describe the taste. With that single bite, he discerned a multitude of flavors: sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, salty, astringent, and numbing, all mingled together, delivering an overwhelming assault on his taste buds. Lin Xiao felt a tingling sensation in his tongue, nearly succumbing to the urge to expel the barbecued meat from his mouth. However, upon catching a glimpse of Shishi's expectant gaze, he managed to suppress the impulse and swallowed the morsel. Sister Shishi, the flavor is quite delightful. But please refrain from cooking in the future. Shishi was well aware of her culinary skills. Otherwise, she wouldn't have considered hiring a chef. Yet, seeing Lin Xiao so tactfully consume the meat, she concluded that from this moment onward, he was one of her own. She snatched the barbecue from Lin Xiao's grasp and tossed it back to Shinho. Monkey, this is a token of affection from your sister. Just let Piglet have a taste. Shinho grumbled. Only I suffer in this world. Is being handsome a free pass to do as one pleases? Relieved that he didn't have to consume the entire skewer, Lin Xiao sighed with relief. Had he been compelled to finish it all, he feared he might not manage. Observing Shinho, who was gritting his teeth yet swiftly devouring the meat, Lin Xiao felt a sense of admiration blossom within him. The enchanting flavor still lingered on Lin Xiao's palate, leaving him yearning for more. Eagerly, he seized the leg of lamb on the table and took a hearty bite. However, he was soon bewildered. What was happening? Had he lost his sense of taste? Why could he discern no flavor from the lamb leg? Chonyo, noticing Lin Xiao's astonishment, chuckled and reassured him. Just a minor after effect. Nothing to worry about. It will pass shortly. True to Chonyo's words, 5 minutes later, Lin Xiao's taste buds finally returned to life. Good heavens, that was terrifying. Cherish life and steer clear of food prepared by Sister Shishi. The group then began to enjoy their dinner amidst laughter and chatter. Perhaps it was merely Lin Xiao's impression, but he sensed a notable shift in the group's attitude toward him. While they had previously treated him kindly, there had always been a semblance of distance. Now, it felt as though they genuinely regarded him as one of their own. To be candid, Lin Xiao found himself quite fond of this newfound sense of belonging. Chapter 127, The Onslaught of the Golden Eating Mice. After dinner, the group prepared to rest. The night within the secret realm was undoubtedly fraught with danger, necessitating a watchful presence. Zishu divided everyone into 3 groups of 4, each taking turns on duty. This arrangement ensured that all members had ample time to rest while also safeguarding against unforeseen events. Lin Xiao was assigned to the 3rd group, which would take the early morning shift. He expressed indifference, as he was amenable to any grouping. Zishu's distribution was deliberate. He ensured that Lin Xiao, Yuji, and Shishi were placed in separate groups. While Shishi may not possess the reconnaissance skills of Lin Xiao and Yuji, her ability to disperse her toxic mist at night would alert her to any approaching spirit beasts. Aside from the 4 on duty in the 1st group, the others retired to rest, Lin Xiao included. He was the type of person who was carefree and lighthearted, even in the depths of a secret realm. He slept soundly and quickly succumbed to slumber. When he awoke, it was already 2 in the morning, the time for the final shift change. Stifling a yawn, he rose. His companions for this shift were Chonyo, Chenlong, and Sugo. With reconnaissance, output, control, and defense all represented, their team was impeccably balanced. Outside, darkness enveloped everything. After the changeover from the second group, Lin Xiao began to survey his surroundings. The enveloping darkness posed no challenge for him, with his night vision. It was indistinguishable from daytime. Making a fire in the secret realm was unwise, as flames would attract nearby spirit beasts. Naturally, the members of the Werewolf mercenary group would not commit such a blunder. The four sat in silence, wary of disturbing the others' rest. Chou Niu and his companions lacked Lin Xiao's superior vision, only managing to discern vague outlines in the surrounding area. They showed no signs of boredom, likely accustomed to the stillness. Under Lin Xiao's night vision, everything was crystal clear. The infrared sensors revealed no presence of large spirit beasts nearby. Only some lesser spirit creatures nestled in the ground, seemingly in slumber. Between 2 and 3 in the morning is when humans feel their most fatigued. Chou Niu and the others were fighting off yawns, striving to stay awake. Lin Xiao, however, remained alert, as he was accustomed to rising early for study in the nursing home. Noticing the absence of any spirit beasts, Lin Xiao felt a twinge of boredom. After greeting his companions, he resolved to venture nearby in search of luck, perhaps to uncover some task-related spiritual herbs. Upon learning of Lin Xiao's intentions, the others voiced no objections, considering it safe to allow him to explore the vicinity. Reluctant to let Lin Xiao go alone, Chou Niu decided to accompany him, while the other two remained to guard the camp. As they began their search, Lin Xiao's fortune proved exceptional. It wasn't long before he discovered a wealth of spiritual herbs, including a Gu Yuan ginseng that was at least a century old. If herbs had levels, this Gu Yuan ginseng would undoubtedly be classified as a 6th level. Stumbling upon such an aged specimen in this location was an unexpected boon. Most importantly, Lin Xiao recalled that one of the tasks in the mercenary system involved seeking out century-old Gu Yuan ginseng, offering rewards of a hefty 50,000 points and 20 million in cash. How could his luck be so splendid? Elated, with such a promising start, Lin Xiao's enthusiasm surged, driving him to scour the area fervently. Chou Niu, unfamiliar with the herbs, was tasked with safeguarding Lin Xiao, accompanying him to prevent him from dozing off. Lin Xiao initially hoped to find more Gu Yuan ginseng in the vicinity. However, reality proved otherwise. Aside from the one specimen, there were no other high-value spiritual herbs to be found. Lin Xiao realized he had been overly greedy, acknowledging that if there were truly a multitude of Gu Yuan ginseng here, it would have likely been harvested long ago. Discovering this single specimen was already a stroke of incredible luck. While searching, Lin Xiao remained vigilant, aware that this was a 5th-level secret realm, and should a 5th-level spirit beast suddenly appear, it could very well spell disaster for him. Just then, after a while of searching for herbs, Lin Xiao resumed his observation of the surroundings. Initially, it was merely a routine check, and he paid it little mind. However, his expression soon shifted to one of alarm. Over 1,000 meters away, a multitude of red dots suddenly appeared. His night vision, equipped with infrared sensitivity, rendered these newly emerged dots far more conspicuous than they would have been in daylight. From the image he discerned, it was a swarm of rodent-like spirit beasts, their numbers beyond estimation. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao shouted, "Enemy attack! All personnel prepare for battle." Lin Xiao's sudden exclamation startled Chou Niu, who instinctively shielded Lin Xiao with his own body. "Where are the enemies?" "Fear not, I am here." Lin Xiao was touched by Chou Niu's unwavering resolve to protect him. This damned sense of security. "Brother Niu, stop dawdling. Let's return to the camp. The enemy is still some distance away." The ugly bull swiftly snapped to attention, joining Lin Xiao on their journey back to the camp. Upon their arrival, they found the others already awake, each displaying a look of bewilderment as they gazed at Lin Xiao. "Didn't Tiwi say there was an enemy attack? Where are they?" Aware that this was not the moment for theatrics, Lin Xiao gestured towards the direction of the rat swarm. "Over there, a large number of rodent spirit beasts have appeared. If I'm not mistaken, it seems to be a horde of golden-eating mice. The exact number is unclear, but there are certainly many, and they are rapidly closing in on us." The faces of the members of the Wolf Battle Mercenary Corps grew grim. Although they were taken aback by Lin Xiao's ability to sense such distant movements at night, they felt a strange sense of acceptance, perhaps due to the multitude of surprises he had previously bestowed upon them. "Damn it, it's a horde of golden-eating mice. Let us hope there aren't too many, otherwise, even we won't be able to withstand them. Everyone, form a circle and prepare for battle." The Zisher did not intend to flee. The speed of the rodent swarm was exceedingly rapid, and even if they attempted to escape, they would not venture far. It was better to fortify their defenses right where they stood. At that moment, the commotion caused by the rodent horde finally reached their ears, with incessant squeaks echoing around them. Though they had not yet laid eyes on the swarm, the noise alone indicated the golden-eating mice would be numerous. Lin Xiao swallowed hard. Unlike the others who could only gauge the situation through sound, he had a clear view. The swarm was slowly advancing towards them, with even more hordes behind. An endless sight stretching into the horizon. The numbers could very well be in the hundreds of thousands. Chapter 128. Surrounded on all sides. Lin Xiao found himself at a loss for words to describe his current feelings. Such a vast scale of golden-eating mice was unlikely to be easily dealt with. He was certain that the 12 of them would not even qualify to serve as mere snacks for these rodents. Even with Lin Xiao's keen eyesight, he could not ascertain the true magnitude of the swarm. Besides the sheer quantity being difficult to calculate, more golden-eating mice continued to rush towards them beyond his line of sight. If Lin Xiao was unsure, it was needless to say that the others were utterly in the dark. At this moment, the rest of the Wolf Battle Mercenary Corps could only judge the situation through sound. Most were still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Zisher, do not panic too much. Golden-eating mice are social spirit beasts that prefer to act in unison. Having a larger number is normal. However, they do possess weaknesses. Their levels are quite low, most being only rank 1, with only a few reaching rank 2. In the face of absolute strength, numbers do not always signify much. Lin Xiao recognized that Zisher was attempting to comfort him, and he could only manage a wry smile. He acknowledged the validity of Zisher's words. Indeed, in the face of overwhelming strength, sometimes numbers do not hold weight. Yet, it also depended on the circumstances. There are instances where sheer numbers could overwhelm even an elephant. Lin Xiao refrained from voicing his observations, opting not to undermine the group's confidence. Just as Zisher was speaking, the horde of golden-eating mice finally came into view. The dawn light had begun to break, and although the others' eyesight was not as sharp as Lin Xiao's, they could certainly see the swarm at this proximity. Zisher immediately began coordinating their defense. Ugly Bull, erect several earthen walls in front of us. Let us see if we can redirect the golden-eating mice elsewhere. Lin Xiao began to recall information about the golden-eating mice. They were a peculiar breed of spirit beast. Despite their low ranks, few wished to encounter them. Golden-eating mice were omnivorous, and in Lin Xiao's memory, it seemed there was nothing they would not consume. When food was scarce, they could even survive by eating dirt. Moreover, golden-eating mice rarely produced spirit orbs, rendering them devoid of any valuable items. Thus, under normal circumstances, no one desired to cross paths with a horde of golden-eating mice. Without hesitation, Ugly Bull raised several earthen walls in front of the camp. If all went well, the horde would circumvent their campsite. However, Lin Xiao was aware that the situation was not so straightforward. The sheer number of golden-eating mice was overwhelming. Redirecting them depended on the circumstances. Just as Lin Xiao had anticipated, when the frontmost golden-eating mice encountered the earthen walls, they were indeed forced to alter their trajectory. Yet, the overwhelming numbers meant that the ones at the front slowed their pace. While the densely packed mice behind did not heed this change and continued advancing at their previous speed. In an instant, a considerable pile of golden-eating mice amassed at the earthen walls. In the blink of an eye, the horde had piled up several meters high, even surpassing the height of the walls, with many mice tumbling over the walls and crashing down. The ones below, trapped beneath their companions, found their escape routes blocked by their own kind. To continue moving forward, they resorted to gnawing at the earthen walls in their path. In their minds, if something hindered their progress, they would simply consume it. The lower golden-eating mice bared their sharp teeth and began to gnaw at the earthen structures. The level 5 SS-class earthen walls were not easily breached, but the overwhelming numbers of the golden-eating mice proved to be a formidable force. Ultimately, the walls could not withstand the onslaught and collapsed with a resounding crash, crushing numerous golden-eating mice in the process. Yet, not a single mouse hesitated in its advance. Zisher now realized the severity of the situation. The scale of this horde was far greater than he had imagined. It was excessively overwhelming. Everyone, attack freely. We cannot allow them to get close. The members of the Wolf Battle Mercenary Corps had previously refrained from engaging, still clinging to the hope of evading the horde. Now that combat was inevitable, they each unleashed their spirit techniques. Wind sweeps the clouds. Wildfire spreads. Thunderous might. The most effective means of dealing with the swarm of golden-eating mice was to deploy area of effect spirit techniques. Under the barrage of several group attack techniques, a substantial number of golden-eating mice fell. With the fire and lightning unleashed by Yin Hu and Chen Long, everyone present finally grasped the situation around them. As far as their eyes could see, the ground was teeming with golden-eating mice. Despite having eliminated many, it barely made a dent in the overwhelming numbers present. Zisher's expression darkened. How was this possible? A mere level 5 secret realm could not possibly spawn such a vast horde of golden-eating mice. All ranged attackers, take turns using your abilities. We cannot let the horde breach our defenses. There are too many enemies, and this battle may drag on indefinitely. Conserve your spirit energy. Zishi, you go first. Zishi nodded, immediately releasing a cloud of toxic mist. The the toxic cloud expanded towards the horde of golden-eating mice. The poison released by a level 5 poison specialist was far beyond what these rank 2 mice could withstand. The foremost mice collapsed in droves. Yet this did not deter their fellows from advancing. Sensing that their fallen companions were obstructing their path, many golden-eating mice resorted to consuming the bodies of their own kind. The mice poisoned by she carried the toxin with them, creating a chain reaction that resulted in even greater devastation. Under the relentless onslaught of the serpent's poison, the carcasses of the golden-munching mice ahead soon piled up to a height exceeding 1 meter. The number of golden-munching mice succumbing to the toxic mist was likely nothing short of tens of thousands. The price for slaying such a multitude of mice was evident. As the serpent's complexion swiftly turned pallid, her internal spiritual energy was nearing depletion. Boss, this is untenable. The number of mice is overwhelming. Step back for now and recover as much spiritual energy as possible. Leave the remainder to us. We will attack in sequence. I will strike first. Upon uttering these words, the mouse of the child took over the serpent's task, unleashing a barrage of wind-based abilities into the throng of mice. Each spiritual technique claimed the lives of hundreds, if not thousands, of golden-munching mice, yet ultimately, it merely delayed their advance toward the group. The child mouse's own spiritual energy was rapidly dwindling. While large-scale techniques boasted greater lethality, they exacted a significant toll on one's energy. Reinforcements are on the way. Lin Xiao did not engage. It was not due to a lack of desire, but a sense of helplessness. He lacked long-range offensive capabilities, and even with a firearm, the bullets would prove ineffective against such a swarm. However, he marveled at the formidable prowess of the Wolf Warriors' mercenary corps. Such a vast assembly of golden-munching mice was momentarily held at bay by their efforts. Given the current circumstances, as long as their spiritual reserves remained intact, it would not be a simple matter for the mice to close in on them. The concern lay in whether their energy could keep pace. Lin Xiao also discerned that following the outbreak of battle, more golden-munching mice were hastening toward their position. This signified that the mice which had previously circumvented them from other directions were now turning back. They were truly surrounded. Chapter 129. A glimmer of hope amidst adversity. The child mouse recognized this development, his expression darkening further. If it were merely the mice in front, they could rotate their efforts and, aided by the abundant spiritual energy in the area, potentially withstand this tide of rodents. Yet now, the golden-munching mice were assaulting from all sides, escalating their pressure instantaneously. This required several individuals to simultaneously confront foes from various directions, which could lead to a depletion of their spiritual energy. At that moment, the rooster stepped forward. Everyone, take a moment to rest and cover your ears. The group understood the rooster's intent, promptly covering their ears. Observing their reactions, Lin Xiao followed suit, shielding his ears as well. A deathly wail. A powerful sonic wave emanated from the rooster, expanding outward from his center. The impact was strikingly evident, as a significant number of surrounding golden-munching mice were once again struck down. The rooster's voice persisted, single-handedly repelling the onslaught of the mice. Though Lin Xiao had covered his ears, he still felt his head spinning from the force. Being the least experienced among them, he realized that had it not been for his robust physique, he might not have endured the assault. He had initially thought that the rooster, like himself, was merely responsible for reconnaissance. Little did he know of the rooster's formidable abilities. Indeed, he felt he was the weakest link in their group. Lin Xiao also perceived the plight of the Wolf Warriors' mercenary corps. It was not their strength that was lacking, but rather the sheer number of adversaries they faced. The most pressing issue now was the potential depletion of their spiritual energy. If the golden-munching mice managed to close in, even with all members being level 5 experts, their fate would likely culminate in inevitable demise. He pondered a solution to this dilemma, the recovery pill. This potion could swiftly restore their spiritual energy. Yet he hesitated to produce it, seizing this opportunity to gauge the true nature of the Wolf Warriors. The rooster's sonic assault continued for some time, inflicting considerable damage upon the swarm of mice, but at the cost of exhausting his own spiritual energy. The others quickly stepped in to fill the gap. The child mouse's expression darkened further. Within a brief span, they had slain no fewer than 100,000 golden-munching mice, yet the surrounding hordes showed no signs of waning. Were they truly destined to perish here today? Simultaneously, everyone's spiritual energy began to run thin. The serpent, having been the first to exhaust her reserves, was compelled to rejoin the fray, even without fully replenished energy. The melee fighters, like the horse and monkey, though brimming with energy, lacked area of effect techniques. Even if they wished to charge out, they would find themselves impotent. The child mouse sighed, retrieving 2 jade vials from his spatial ring. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Were these not the recovery pills he had sold at the auction? He had contemplated whether to produce them, but had not expected the child mouse to possess some as well. They were likely procured during the auction. The child mouse tossed both vials to the serpent. Compared to the rooster's sonic attack, the serpent's toxic mist was even more lethal. Additionally, he had matters to convey. Should the rooster engage in attack, he would be unable to communicate. Upon receiving the recovery pills, the serpent immediately consumed one, her internal spiritual energy restored to full capacity, and she commenced another round of harvesting. Seizing this opportunity, the child mouse gathered the others together. Everyone, I did not anticipate encountering such a massive wave of golden munching mice. Given the current circumstances, the sheer number poses an insurmountable challenge. Even if we hold our ground, we likely cannot persist for much longer. I hereby decree that when we can no longer endure, all should attempt to break through. We cannot all perish here. Horse and monkey, you two are the fastest. I believe you can likely escape. I ask for nothing more than that you take the pig with you. We have implicated him. Boss, we will not leave. We shall die together. To abandon you and flee alone would be to disregard our bond. Silence. At the current rate, we may all perish here, and if we do, it would be in vain. If you escape, at least you can care for our families and inform our leaders of our failure. The horse and monkey wished to protest further, but upon seeing the child mouse's gaze, they swallowed their words, just as the child mouse had articulated. If they could not escape, their demise would bear no meaning. The child mouse's final gaze fell upon Lin Xiao. Pig, I apologize for involving you in this. I never anticipated such a situation. All I can do is ensure that horse and monkey take you with them. Lin Xiao had remained silent thus far, assessing the situation. The serpent could still endure for a while longer. It was not yet time to reveal his trump card. The child mouse's words enhanced his impression of the wolf warrior's mercenary core. At this juncture, they would not squander their energy on theatrics. What moved him most was the child mouse's insistence that the most likely to escape, horse and monkey, take him along, rather than any other member of the group. In that moment, he understood that this was a team worthy of trust. He could not accept the idea of these individuals perishing here. Brother child mouse, is it not too early to speak such disheartening words? We may not necessarily meet our end here. The little mouse gazed at Lin Xiao's calm demeanor with increasing admiration. Setting aside everything else, his unflinching attitude in the face of overwhelming odds was enough to earn his respect. However, one matter must be made clear. He genuinely doubted their ability to withstand the impending tide of mice. Haiju, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. You and the other two should prepare to break through. Rest assured, they will do everything in their power to ensure your safety. Do not harbor any guilt. Sometimes, living can be more agonizing than death. At this moment, Lin Xiao had completely laid aside his wariness towards the group. Anyone capable of expressing such sentiments must possess commendable character. He directly retrieved several vials of healing elixirs from his spatial ring. Unlike the healing elixirs of the little mouse, his were contained in bottles of 10. Upon seeing Lin Xiao produce these vials, the little mouse was taken aback. He squinted, convinced that Lin Xiao had not previously carried such items. The only explanation was that Lin Xiao also possessed a spatial ring. Haiju, even if these are healing elixirs, we may still not endure. Big brother mouse, you are truly impressive for deducing that. As for whether we can endure, why not take a look for yourself? Although the little mouse remained somewhat skeptical, the prospect of survival was far more appealing than the alternative. With a heart full of curiosity, he opened the bottle Lin Xiao had given him. Upon discovering that each vial contained 10 healing elixirs, he lost his composure. Good heavens! With so many healing elixirs, victory is far from certain. Indeed, it was a moment of unexpected fortune amidst despair, reminiscent of finding light in a dark forest. Chapter 130. Indeed, we shall heed Brother Pig's counsel. The expressions of the others brightened with joy, although they had prepared themselves for a calm acceptance of death. Who among them truly wished to perish? Each individual present had family ties, many were unmarried, and several were the only children in their families. To die here would be a profound disservice to their elders at home. With the abundance of healing elixirs, the little mouse and his companions regained their confidence. They initially contemplated distributing the elixirs to allow everyone a chance to recuperate. However, they ultimately abandoned this notion, given the current circumstances. Even the lightning-affiliated Chunlong could not strike down the voracious golden mice as swiftly as the snake and rooster could. Of course, this was not a reflection of Chunlong's inadequacy. In terms of spiritual technique potency, Chunlong and his peers were indeed formidable. Yet, dealing with a horde of golden mice felt akin to using a cannon to swat flies. Their techniques could only cover a limited area, lacking the effectiveness of the snake and rooster's abilities against such numerous, lower-level spirit beasts. The snake and rooster's techniques were perfectly suited for this scenario. The little mouse swiftly decided that these healing elixirs would be prioritized for their use. The snake, who had been diligently slaying enemies, remained unaware of the little mouse's deliberations. At this moment, she had consumed her final healing elixir, and her internal energy was nearly depleted. Just as she prepared to greet the little mouse and the others, She saw him offering her another vial of healing elixirs, surprised that he still had reserves, as she had thought he had only purchased 2 during the auction. She dismissed her concerns. Any additional time they could hold out was invaluable. However, when she realized the vial contained 10 elixirs rather than 1, her composure faltered. Although questions lingered in her mind, she understood that now was not the time for inquiries. They would address everything after surviving the wave of mice. The snake consumed another healing elixir and resumed her role as a tool in their battle. After taking her 5th elixir, she began to falter, not from a lack of energy, but sheer exhaustion. Even the production team's donkey would not be pushed this hard. The rooster, already growing impatient, immediately surged forward. The sound wave technique activated once more, forcing the snake, who had intended to speak, to cover her ears. She could not fathom the sudden appearance of so many healing elixirs. As the rooster consumed her 7th elixir, she too began to struggle. Her output was effective but had taken a toll on her voice, leaving it hoarse. The good news was that the number of voracious golden mice surrounding them had visibly diminished, with a little more effort. It was merely a matter of time before they eradicated the rest. Noticing the rooster's fatigue, the little mouse and the others sprang into action without waiting for the snake to take the lead, while the snake and rooster had held their ground. The energy within them had been replenished due to the abundant spiritual energy in the area. A collective determination surged within them as they witnessed the dwindling numbers of golden mice. Failing to act now might lead to losing their opportunity. In an instant, spiritual techniques unleashed havoc, and the remaining golden mice were ruthlessly vanquished. Feeling the absence of any further golden mice charging at them, the little mouse and his companions collapsed onto the ground, having narrowly escaped the brink of death. Moments ago, their heightened focus had dulled the sensations of fatigue, but now they were acutely aware of their exhaustion. The corpses of the golden mice had amassed into a small mountain. Who could say how many they had slain? By this time, the sky had begun to brighten, yet the area remained shrouded in darkness beneath the mound of mouse bodies. In such an environment, discomfort settled over them. Surrounded by corpses, escape seemed a daunting task. Inhu, please incinerate these golden mice. Inhu nodded. Although this was a secret realm, humans and mercenaries often frequented it. If left unaddressed, it could lead to an outbreak of disease. Moreover, a significant number of the bodies had perished due to the snake's poison, which could not remain here. Chonyo utilized his earth-based abilities to provide protection for the group, while Inhu unleashed his fire-based powers. Initially, he anticipated exhausting himself, given the sheer volume of golden mouse corpses. To his surprise, a single activation of his spiritual technique ignited laughter erupted from everyone, and the matter was swiftly brushed aside. The Mouse clan members were not ungrateful. Rather, they preferred actions over mere words, planning to demonstrate their appreciation through tangible deeds later. Setting aside this topic, the recent mouse tide was indeed unusual. It felt distinctly amiss. Though they had encountered mouse tides before, the sheer number this time was staggering. Lin Xiao had never ventured into a high-level secret realm, so he was oblivious to any irregularities. The thought startled him. He had assumed such phenomena occurred regularly within secret realms. What was he thinking? If that were the case, they would never have come here. It would be tantamount to courting death. He speculated that perhaps something had transpired in the core area of the secret realm. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's conjecture, the others began to entertain the possibility. It was conceivable that some anomaly in the core zone had provoked the golden-eating mouse horde. The pressing question now was whether they should continue deeper into the realm. Everyone was invited to share their thoughts. Should they advance or retreat? A silence enveloped the group, as uncertainty gripped them. Noticing the lack of response, Zishu turned to Lin Xiao directly. Hog, you should make the decision. Your life was saved by us. If you wish us to advance, we shall, and if you advise retreat, we shall return. The others nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, we shall heed Brother Pig's counsel. Lin Xiao responded with a sigh. Wait, why must this question fall upon me? Reluctant to turn back after acquiring so many points, he contemplated the situation. Although the nature of the challenges ahead remained uncertain, he felt emboldened. After all, he had his own trump cards. In that case, let us press forward. Aren't you all intrigued about the disturbances in this secret realm? Chapter 131, The Roar from the Core Zone. With Lin Xiao's stance made clear, the decision became straightforward. Everyone resolved to proceed. Zishu and the others were indeed curious about the circumstances that had incited such a massive upheaval among the golden-eating mice. However, they did not act immediately. The flames continued to rage, and they had to wait until all the golden-eating mice were incinerated before they could move on. The incineration of the mouse carcasses persisted for over 2 hours. By the time the fire died down, daylight had fully arrived. While golden-eating mice seldom yielded spirit orbs, it was not entirely impossible. With such a large number, some orbs were bound to appear. Soon, they discovered several spirit orbs lying quietly in the ashes. They refrained from collecting them immediately. Although the flames had extinguished, the surrounding stench remained pungent. Zishu unleashed several wind-based spirit techniques, and Wei Yong conjured a small artificial rain to alleviate the discomfort. They then began to tally their haul. When they gathered all the spirit orbs, they were momentarily stunned. The golden eating mice, which typically did not produce spirit orbs, had inexplicably yielded over 30. This was astonishing to Zishu and the others, revealing the sheer number of golden eating mice they had vanquished. After such a battle, fatigue weighed heavily upon them, and hunger gnawed at their stomachs. Yet, no one expressed a desire for breakfast. The mere thought of the golden eating mice made them feel somewhat queasy. They swiftly decided to continue onward, postponing breakfast to be combined with lunch later. At that moment, everyone found themselves staring blankly at the path ahead. The route they had planned previously coincidentally aligned with the direction from which the mouse tide had surged. Now, all understood what it meant for the road to be unobstructed. Previously, their path had been fraught with obstacles, grasslands and forests. Yet now, everything had vanished. All flora had been devoured in the wake of the golden-eating mouse tide. The group fell into a contemplative silence, realizing the journey ahead might become rather monotonous. As it turned out, for the next half-day, Lin Xiao and his companions pressed on without encountering a single spirit beast. The original inhabitants of this area were either long gone or had perished beneath the onslaught of the mouse tide. By noon, they finally reached a moment to rest. Zishu felt quite astute for having persuaded Lin Xiao to prepare an abundance of food during dinner the previous night. It was proving invaluable now. Otherwise, under the current circumstances, it would have been challenging to catch even a single spirit beast. Had they not prepared in advance, they would have been left with only dried rations. With Lin Xiao, the culinary maestro, in their midst, no one from the Werewolf Mercenary Corps had any desire to resort to dry provisions. After lunch, they resumed their journey, knowing they had made considerable progress that morning. With no obstructions, even without Lin Xiao or Yu Ji scouting ahead, the surrounding scenery was laid bare before them. In such circumstances, they could be said to be traveling at full speed. After a morning-esque trek, they had covered several dozen miles. Despite this, they still had not reached the origin of the golden-eating mouse tide, which left everyone feeling incredulous and somewhat apprehensive. The path taken by the mouse tide led directly to the entrance of the secret realm. If such a vast horde of golden-eating mice were to escape the confines of the realm, combined with their prodigious reproductive capabilities, the resultant devastation would be unimaginable. What could have caused the golden-eating mice to act with such urgency? Zishu suddenly felt compelled to uncover the reason behind this phenomenon. After another afternoon of travel, they finally arrived at the epicenter of the golden-eating mouse uprising. The vegetation here had regained its lushness. Lin Xiao immediately sensed the difference. The concentration of spiritual energy was even more potent than when they first entered the secret realm. A suspicion began to form in his mind that this might indeed be the core area of the realm. Zishu's words confirmed his hunch. Everyone, be cautious. We are approaching the core zone of the secret realm. The spirit beasts here are far more dangerous than those outside, predominantly 5th-level beasts, with a few 6th-level entities among them. It is getting late. Let us refrain from entering today, rest for the night, and explore thoroughly tomorrow. Lin Xiao understood that Zishu was addressing him. The others were unaware of how many secret realms Zishu had traversed. Such a straightforward matter hardly warranted special explanation. No one perceived anything amiss. After a day of travel, a rest was indeed warranted. Since there was no need to light a fire for cooking, Lin Xiao found himself relatively free. He began to survey his surroundings. The vegetation here, though not overly abundant, had been ravaged by the golden-eating mice. However, based on the current state of affairs, it seemed that the number of mice at that time had not been excessively large. The subsequent mouse tide must have been triggered by the actions of these mice, attracting others, and ultimately leading to the overwhelming numbers they had encountered. Currently, his position could only be regarded as the periphery of the core zone. Yet even so, Lin Xiao had already spotted several rare spirit herbs. Suppressing his inner impulse, he reminded himself that the herbs would not flee. It would be best to wait until tomorrow's exploration to seek them out, lest they inadvertently provoke a spirit beast best left undisturbed. A fierce battle could ensue. Henceforth, their journey must be approached with utmost caution. The rat spoke of the spirit beasts they might encounter, most likely of the 5th rank or higher, the perilous nature of which is self-evident. In this moment, the rat and his companions busied themselves, as they needed to prepare for a night's rest in this unfamiliar territory. Amidst their activities, a deafening roar echoed from the core area, piercing the air and immediately alerting the members of the Wolf Mercenary Corps, who swiftly gathered in unison. Lin Xiao turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, yet found no discernible trace of a spirit beast within his line of sight. Following that harrowing roar, silence enveloped the surroundings. The eyes of the rat and his companions fell upon Lin Xiao and the rooster. Lin Xiao shook his head decisively. No danger was evident, and the roar had emanated from a considerable distance away. The rooster, being attuned to sound, affirmed, indeed, the source of the sound is quite far. Though I didn't focus intently, I sensed that the origin of the roar was not nearby. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group turned grave. This was far from reassuring. Such a clear sound from a distance could only imply one thing. The master of that roar was formidable indeed. Chapter 132. I refuse. Do you have any other insights? The rooster pondered, her sensitivity to sound prompting her to reflect further. I may be mistaken, but I think I detected a warning within that roar. Lin Xiao's eyes brightened at her words. Could the emergence of the gold-eating mice be related to this sound? His observation struck a chord. Indeed, it was very plausible. The one who emitted that roar must possess great strength, and the gold-eating mice, being of a lower rank, could have been frightened into fleeing. This theory made perfect sense. Let us set this aside for now and continue to rest. We can investigate further tomorrow. With the assurance that the source of the roar was not nearby, the group relaxed and resumed their tasks. As it was still early, they took their time, engaging in conversation rather than hastening to rest. The rat called Lin Xiao aside, wishing to discuss certain matters privately. Though Lin Xiao was curious about the reason for this summons, he followed the rat without hesitation. The rat regarded Lin Xiao with admiration. His initial intention in recruiting Lin Xiao had merely been to secure a cook. Yet, after 2 days of interaction, his perception of Lin Xiao had evolved significantly. Lin Xiao was no longer simply viewed as the team's chef. His value had risen in the rat's eyes. The rat's intense gaze made Lin Xiao feel a shiver run down his spine. Brother rat, why did you call me over? If there is something to discuss, please say it. Your stare is unnerving. Realizing his demeanor, the rat replied, don't overthink it. I merely wish to ask you a few questions. Speak freely. As long as I can answer, I shall do so honestly. You are a freshman at the Spirit Martial University, correct? Lin Xiao found this to be an unsurprising deduction. It was not difficult to guess. Yes, that is correct. I thought military training was occurring now. Why are you not participating? The instructor deemed there was little he could teach me, so I was exempted. The rat responded with a knowing expression, acknowledging that based on Lin Xiao's displayed abilities, military training indeed seemed unnecessary. Having spent some time with us, what is your impression? It's quite good. Everyone has been very considerate. I'm not referring to that. You must have gathered some understanding of our situation. Are you not even slightly curious about our identities? Or do you have any conjectures regarding them? Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, perplexed by the rat's sudden inquiry. He had entertained thoughts about the identities of the Wolf Mercenary Corps members, but hadn't anticipated the rat would directly address it. Unsure whether to respond, he realized that since the rat had asked, he likely sought an answer. Thus, he decided to be forthright. Are you referring to your identities as soldiers? The rat's eyes narrowed. He had merely intended to gauge Lin Xiao's perception, but Lin Xiao's confident response caught him off guard. How did you discern this? Is our disguise insufficient? Lin Xiao could not help but roll his eyes. Come now, your ranks and abilities are the most glaring indicators. Under your circumstances, there is no need to be mercenaries. Surely it isn't that simple. Mercenaries earn quite well, and besides, you have also become one, have you not? Lin Xiao was momentarily speechless. This point was indeed hard to refute. Well, many of your subconscious behaviors are habits formed within the military. Such things cannot be concealed easily. The rat had to concede that many habits ingrained from military life were not easily altered. I didn't expect you to notice this. Do you have a military background in your family? Yes, there are indeed veterans in my family. Lin Xiao spoke truthfully, as he had come to regard the elderly in the nursing home as his family. Many of them had served in the military, albeit in higher ranks. Upon hearing this, the rat's gaze towards Lin Xiao grew even more fervent. No wonder this fellow was such a skilled marksman. It must have been due to the guidance of his elders. In that case, I will not keep it hidden any longer. I wish to ask if you have any desire to join our unit? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao shook his head. I refuse. The rat's expression was one of disbelief. Must you be so haughty? Why reject so swiftly? At least feign some contemplation. Why? I value my freedom and cannot abide by strict regulations. The military's management is far too rigorous for my taste, and I would likely be expelled swiftly should I join. The rat was taken aback by Lin Xiao's reasoning, unsure how to counter it. Perhaps reconsider? You could join us here. The constraints are minimal, and as long as you don't overstep, no one would dare expel you. Yet there are still constraints, and I am still studying, so I refuse. Do not be so absolute. Grant me an opportunity, as well as one for yourself. Studying and joining the military are not mutually exclusive. You can prioritize your academics. I refuse. The rat found himself at an impasse. His persistent attempts to recruit Lin Xiao stemmed from recognizing his potential, and it felt like a waste for such talent to remain outside the military. The rat contemplated further persuasion, yet seeing Lin Xiao's earnest demeanor, he understood that convincing him in the short term would be improbable. Additionally, he had many other matters to attend to that he could not dictate. It would be prudent to await the emergence of the secret realm before consulting with my superior. Regardless of the circumstances, he is determined to bring Lin Xiao into the fold. Very well, since it has come to this, I shall not press the matter. You may ponder it further. Lin Xiao remained non-committal, as he harbored no intentions of enlisting in the military for the time being. He simply wished to take a step back, just as the two were about to exchange further thoughts. A roar emanated once more from the core region of the secret realm. Whether it was due to the prior warning from the rooster spirit or not, both Lin Xiao and Zishu discerned an ominous undertone in the roar. This development piqued their interest. What exactly was the origin of this warning? And who was it directed at? Could it be the other spirit beasts within the core circle? There were too many questions lingering in Lin Xiao's mind, and he could not arrive at any conclusions. All he could do was wait for the next day to delve deeper into the core area. Chapter 133. The confrontation of spirit beasts that night. The group maintained a stance of vigilance. As before, they took turns resting. Fortune was on their side, as no spirit beasts disturbed them. However, they were periodically greeted by that same roar. At dawn, the horizon gradually brightened as the sun slowly ascended, casting its first rays of light upon the earth. The air was infused with a refreshing essence, and dewdrops clung to the leaves, sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight. The members of the Werewolf Mercenary Corps had long since readied themselves for action. The intermittent roars from the core area had ignited their eagerness to explore. Under Zishu's command, everyone set forth towards the core region of the secret realm. Lin Xiao took on the role of scout, initially believing that the number of spirit beasts would increase upon entering the core area. To his surprise, after some time within the core region, he had yet to encounter many spirit beasts. Occasionally, they would come across a few, but those creatures would promptly retreat at the sight of them. Zishu and the others were equally perplexed. They had traversed this secret realm before, yet it was their first experience of such a dearth of spirit beasts in the core area. It seemed linked to the roars that echoed intermittently, approximately every hour. Lin Xiao and his companions would still hear that roar, which served as a guiding beacon. Lin Xiao reveled in the tranquility, as the core area teemed with spirit herbs, and he collected them unreservedly. With the revelation of his spatial ring, he no longer felt the need to conceal it. Anything that caught his eye was promptly stowed away. Zishu and the others bore no objections, allowing Lin Xiao to collect as he pleased. The group continued onward toward the source of the sound, and after half an hour, they encountered a small hill that obstructed their path. Lin Xiao had noticed the hill earlier. It was not particularly high, reaching a maximum of about 200 meters. The roar seemed to emanate from the other side of the hill. Zishu issued a direct command: ascend the hill. The vantage point atop the hill might provide them with valuable insights. Lin Xiao concurred, and after confirming that no anomalies were present on the low hill, the group began their ascent. Upon reaching the summit, they quickly found an advantageous position for observation. Before Lin Xiao could even begin to analyze the scene, the roar resounded again. This time, the sound was exceptionally clear, indicating they were nearing the source. Lin Xiao immediately directed his gaze toward the origin of the noise. The adage that one can see further from a higher vantage point proved to be entirely true. Their chosen location was ideal, although the foliage below was dense. Lin Xiao was still able to discern many details. Lin Xiao inhaled sharply. No wonder they had not encountered many spirit beasts earlier. They were evidently congregating here. A mere glance had revealed the unusual situation. At least 100 spirit beasts were gathered in this area, which was within the core region. The spirit beasts inhabiting this locale were predominantly of a rank above level 5. Such a multitude of spirit beasts posed a significant threat, even to the formidable Werewolf Mercenary Corps. Zishu and the others could not match Lin Xiao's keen eyesight, but they had their means of assessment. At this moment, Zishu produced a military-grade telescope to scrutinize the situation below. Although his view was not as clear as Lin Xiao's, he gleaned the general idea. Things were becoming complicated. Lin Xiao remained silent, continuing to observe, this time employing his spirit techniques for enhanced clarity. To his astonishment, it appeared that the spirit beasts were divided into two factions, locked in a standoff. Both groups of spirit beasts were glaring at one another, but the most conspicuous among them were a cluster of stone giants, the leader towering at least 5 meters high, while the others stood around 4 meters. Lin Xiao recognized these spirit beasts, the skyward stone beasts, a troublesome kind known for their high attack and defense, making them formidable adversaries. The leader among them was classified as a level 6 spirit beast, while the others were level 5. The roar they had heard earlier was indeed emitted by the leader of the skyward stone beasts. Opposing them were various other spirit beasts, a veritable menagerie. This development intrigued Lin Xiao. What could have incited such discord among the spirit beasts? He refrained from hastily drawing conclusions and continued to observe. Soon, he furrowed his brow in realization. An interesting detail caught his attention. In addition to the confronting spirit beasts, there appeared to be a third party. Humans were present, cleverly concealed in their surroundings. Had Lin Xiao not possessed exceptional eyesight, he might have overlooked their presence entirely. Upon closer inspection, Lin Xiao was astonished to count at least 70 or 80 humans. He promptly relayed his discovery to Zishu, who was equally taken aback. While he had noted the standoff among the spirit beasts, he had not discerned the hidden humans. Contemplating the situation, he gathered everyone together and succinctly summarized the findings of both himself and Lin Xiao before addressing the group. What were their thoughts on this matter? The others fell into deep contemplation. Everything about this situation felt peculiar. Boss, we visited this secret realm more than once, and the Skyward Stone beasts have always been the dominant presence. Rarely do we see other spirit beasts challenging them. Even we would not dare to engage them, as it would be a fruitless endeavor. What on earth has transpired today? What heinous act have the Skyward Stone beasts committed to provoke such an assault from so many spirit beasts? It's baffling. The standoff has persisted for some time, indicated by the duration since we first heard the roar. Furthermore, those hidden individuals are most likely from the Blazing Flame Mercenary Corps. I recall they accepted the task here 2 days prior to us. Lin Xiao's interest was piqued, having just registered as a mercenary. He was not well acquainted with the mercenary groups in the capital. The Blazing Flame Mercenary Corps? Are they formidable? Moderately so. They are classified as a B-rank mercenary group. Much like us, though their quota is filled. 100-member B-rank mercenary group. How strong could they possibly be? Do not underestimate them, although their lower ranks may be lacking. Their leader, Feng Yang, is quite powerful, being a level 6 S-grade fire elemental. The group engaged in further discussion, yet they could not ascertain the current state of affairs. Their immediate priority was to clarify the situation at hand so they could determine their next steps. The rat made a swift decision, instructing the others to remain behind as he and the rooster stealthily approached, hoping to overhear something of value. The rat was not foolish enough to seek out Feng Yang, for the reputation of the Flame Mercenary Corps was far from commendable. While they might exercise some restraint within the city, their history of bloodshed and pillaging in the secret realm was well documented. Thus, the best course of action he could conceive was to rely on the rooster to gather any pertinent intelligence. Descending the mountain, the rat remained cautious, as did the rooster. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao continued to observe the situation below, sensing that the unfolding events were not as straightforward as they appeared. The lead Sky Stone beast exhibited signs of considerable emotional instability, and there had to be a reason behind it. The encircling spirit beasts seemed in no hurry to engage, and Lin Xiao was skeptical that there was no ulterior motive at play. Chapter 134, Level 7. The rat and the rooster descended the mountain with great care. Lin Xiao was not idle either. They were equipped with military-grade communication devices. The rat had intentionally left Lin Xiao behind to coordinate their efforts from above. Their pace was brisk, and under Lin Xiao's guidance, they soon arrived within approximately 500 meters of the Flame Mercenary Corps hideout. Recognizing that they were nearing a critical point, the rat signaled the rooster to begin gathering information. The rooster immediately focused her mind, intent on eavesdropping on the Flame Mercenary Corps activities. It appeared that the members of the Flame Mercenary Corps had been here for some time and were quite familiar with the surroundings. When they first noticed the multitude of spirit beasts, Feng Yang had nearly ordered a retreat, despite having nearly 100 subordinates. Their varied strengths rendered them incapable of confronting these beasts. However, upon realizing that the spirit beasts had divided into 2 factions and were at an impasse, he perceived an opportunity. He promptly concealed his men, harboring a simple yet cunning plan, to wait for the 2 factions to clash, hoping to seize an advantageous moment amidst their strife, perhaps even profiting from their mutual destruction. While the notion was appealing, executing such a plan was far from simple. The 2 factions of spirit beasts had been locked in a standoff for a full day and night, and the mercenaries had likewise remained hidden for the same duration. The roars of the Sky Stone beast had frightened many spirit beasts away, yet the presence of mosquitoes was undeterred. Many members of the mercenary corps were now covered in bites, and had it not been for the substantial reward promised, several would have considered abandoning their post. Damn it! Why endure this torment? Wouldn't it be more pleasant to be back in the city, sleeping beside a loved one? Hush, don't complain. You see, we can still rest. While those spirit beasts remain locked in confrontation, I sense they are on the verge of conflict. With so many spirit beasts above level 5, regardless of how many spirit orbs we might collect, the materials from their bodies would afford us a luxurious respite. We could certainly indulge in the company of a few beautiful princesses afterward. While such dreams were enticing, action would ultimately be required. However, Weave always avoided the Sky Stone Beast in the past. Who would have imagined it would be targeted this time? Which side do you think will prevail? That is hard to say. Although the Sky Stone Beasts are few in number, their combat prowess far surpasses that of ordinary spirit beasts. If the disparity in strength is too great, how will we seize the opportunity? The Flame Mercenary Corps had hidden themselves at a considerable distance from the spirit beasts, which was why they had remained undetected. Thus, while they could not create any significant commotion, whispering among themselves posed no issue. The rooster meticulously processed the information in her mind, her eyes widening in realization. Among the myriad details, she discerned the reason for the standoff between the two factions of spirit beasts. She exchanged a knowing glance with the rat, who immediately understood, and the two silently retreated. Throughout their ascent back to the low mountain, they spoke not a word, but the rooster's astonished expression communicated that matters were indeed more complicated than they seemed. Upon rejoining Lin Xiao and the others, who had been anxiously awaiting their return, the rooster was prompted to share her findings. What have you discovered? The rooster, without uttering a word, took a long drink from her water flask. Everyone, do you know why these spirit beasts are at an impasse? The unexpected question caught everyone off guard, and had they not been so eager to learn the reason, they might have been tempted to reprimand this teasing individual. The rooster, aware of the urgency, swiftly revealed the answer. It seems the leader of the stone beasts is on the verge of a breakthrough, potentially ascending to a level 7 spirit beast. Her revelation plunged the group into silence. In a level 5 secret realm, the resident spirit beasts ranged from level 1 to 6, and the classification of this realm indicated that level 6 beasts were scarce. Who could have anticipated that the Sky Stone Beast was poised to evolve into a level 7 spirit beast at such a time? Lin Xiao, however, felt this was fitting. He had sensed a certain tumultuous energy emanating from the Sky Stone Beast, which now made sense as it approached the precipice of a breakthrough. With the silence lingering, Lin Xiao, harboring a question, spoke up. I find it puzzling. Even if the leader of the Sky Stone Beasts is about to advance, why would the other spirit beasts target it? Is that logical? His query snapped the others back to attention. Hog, this is your first time here, and you are unfamiliar with the situation. The most formidable spirit beast in this secret realm is undoubtedly the Sky Stone Beast. Its temperament is notoriously violent, having previously reigned tyrannically in the core area. To put it simply, the number of spirit beasts that have perished at its hands far exceeds those we have slain. Should it successfully ascend to level 7, it would likely become invincible here. With its nature, the first course of action post-breakthrough would be to expand its territory, rendering other spirit beasts its targets. The only hope for those beasts lies in preventing its ascension. With this explanation, Lin Xiao grasped the situation. It was, indeed, the Sky Stone Beast's own hubris that had led to its plight. One must not be overly ostentatious, whether as a person or a beast, lest they become the target of collective ire. A valuable lesson indeed. So, the Flame Mercenary Corps intends to wait for the spirit beasts to clash, and then capitalize on the aftermath? Indeed, that is their plan, came the reply, as the unspoken intelligence of the mercenaries became apparent. The rat sighed. Their intentions are commendable, but executing such a plan is fraught with challenges. Lin Xiao, puzzled, asked, what do you mean? I sense no flaw in their strategy. The success of their plan hinges on the Sky Stone Beast failing to break through. Should it succeed, none of us would stand a chance against it. The chasm between level 6 and 7 is insurmountable. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Xiao acknowledged that he was no longer a novice. He understood the fundamentals of cultivation. The transition from level 6 to 7 indeed represented a significant hurdle. When a cultivator ascends from level 6 to 7, they not only acquire an additional spiritual technique, but also awaken a unique talent. 4 elemental attribute awakeners. This special talent allows them to become elemental in nature. For instance, a fire element awakener could transform into a being of flame, which is a primary reason why conventional weaponry proves ineffective against high-level abilities. The same holds true for spirit beasts. Upon breaking through to level 7, they too would awaken special talents. After awakening a unique talent, one's combat power experiences a qualitative enhancement. However, what truly instills fear is another factor. Upon reaching level 7, spirit beasts undergo a significant increase in intelligence. The IQ of a level 7 spirit beast rivals that of an ordinary human. Chapter 135. Observing the tigers fight from the mountain. Everyone is already aware of the situation. It now falls to Zishu to make a decision. Zishu finds himself in a quandary. He does not wish to gamble with the lives of his companions. Yet he also senses that this could be a fortuitous opportunity. To forego it would indeed be a pity. Suddenly, his gaze brightens. He has come to regard Lin Xiao as the lucky star of their team. In moments of indecision, seeking the counsel of Haizhu has become his subconscious inclination. Haizhu, what are your thoughts? Lin Xiao's eyelids involuntarily twitched violently. Why was he being dragged into this again? Aren't you the leader of the team? Nevertheless, since he was asked, he shared his perspective. I merely wish to express my opinion. This situation undoubtedly harbors both danger and opportunity. If we were to simply leave, I believe everyone would feel a sense of regret. My suggestion is to observe the tigers fight from the mountain. After all, we are currently in the shadows. Neither the spirit beasts nor the members of the Flame Mercenary Corps have discovered our presence. We can watch and retreat if necessary, but if an opportunity arises, we should seize it. Zishu found himself growing increasingly fond of Lin Xiao. He too had contemplated a similar approach. However, being from a military background, he instinctively tended to overthink matters. While the Flame Mercenary Corps had a notorious reputation, there was no substantial evidence against them. In his view, competing with the Flame Mercenary Corps for the fruits of victory felt somewhat underhanded. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, possessed a more carefree mindset, acting upon his thoughts without hesitation. This was precisely what the Wolf Mercenary Corps lacked. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Lin Xiao, with keen insight, noticed this shift. As he articulated his plan, he could observe a flicker of struggle on the faces of the Wolf Mercenary Corps members. Had Zishu not agreed, there might have been dissent. I understand what everyone is thinking. This is not a matter of winning through deceit, but rather fair competition. This is the essence of survival for mercenaries. Do not entertain notions of direct confrontation. Ambushes are not dishonorable. Consider this. If we were the ones lying in wait, and the Flame Mercenary Corps discovered us, do you think they would refrain from attacking? I know some of you may argue that we are different from them, but that is mere rhetoric. During his conversations with the members of the Wolf Mercenary Corps, he had gained insight into the infamous reputation of the Flame Mercenary Corps. One could only describe it as notorious. Why should they extend any courtesy to such a mercenary group? This was one of the reasons he had chosen not to join the military. Those individuals were far too rigid. The members of the Wolf Mercenary Corps had not anticipated being chastised by Lin Xiao. They found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal, their faces turning crimson with embarrassment. Upon reflection, Lin Xiao's words resonated with unexpected logic. Indeed, proximity to the wise and the foolish influences one's character. Spending time with Lin Xiao had evidently left an impression. Zishu smiled as he observed this exchange. At that moment, he became even more resolute in his desire to recruit Lin Xiao into their ranks, at any cost. Zishu was about to deliver a concluding statement when a roar echoed once more, prompting everyone to instinctively direct their gazes towards the source. Lin Xiao, too, was no exception. Initially, he had assumed that the Qingtian stone beast was once again demonstrating its prowess to the spirit beasts, but he was mistaken. With the roar of the Qingtian stone beast leader, all the stone beasts launched an assault on the spirit beasts. Naturally, the spirit beasts were not defenseless. They retaliated fiercely. Lin Xiao could not miss such an exhilarating battle. He activated his spiritual technique to enhance his vision. Zishu took out a telescope to observe, while the others strained their eyes, unable to discern the battle, catching only fleeting glimpses of the Qingtian stone beast, which left them feeling anxious. Boss, have you seen enough? Show me. Such a spectacle is rare. Get out of the way. I've only just begun to watch. Lin Xiao had a clear view of the battlefield. He had been pondering the situation. There were only about 10 Qingtian stone beasts, including their leader, while the spirit beasts numbered around 100. Given such a disparity in numbers, why had the spirit beasts not yet engaged? After the battle commenced, he realized that the combat prowess of the Qingtian stone beasts was indeed formidable. The leader of the Qingtian stone beasts did not rush to engage. Its subordinates were all level 5 spirit beasts. Faced with a spirit beast force that outnumbered them several times over, they exhibited no signs of panic. Charging directly into the midst of the spirit beasts. The spirit beasts encircling them came in various forms, some specializing in ranged attacks, while others excelled in close combat. Among them were 5 level 6 spirit beasts. As the Qingtian stone beasts charged forward, they began directing their subordinates to engage the enemy. The close combat fighters lunged, clawing and biting, raining down attacks upon the Qingtian stone beasts. Yet, the results were less than satisfactory. Their strikes seemed to merely tickle the Qingtian stone beasts, causing minimal damage. This was precisely what made the Qingtian stone beasts so vexing, an absurdly high level of defense. Inevitably, the Qingtian stone beasts retaliated against these spirit beasts, their massive forms moving with an agility that belied their size. With a sweeping motion, they seized the nearest spirit beasts, tearing them asunder. Blood splattering through the air in a gruesome display. Stimulated by the bloodshed, the Qingtian stone beasts grew increasingly ferocious, launching a fierce counterattack that sent their vastly outnumbered enemies into retreat. The spirit beast army, emboldened to advance, was not without its preparations. As the close combat spirit beasts fell back, those adept in spiritual techniques began to unleash their assaults. Dozens of spiritual techniques struck the Qingtian stone beasts, yielding immediate results. One level 5 Qingtian stone beast was slain on the spot, its massive body disintegrating into stone dust. Lin Xiao observed all of this with keen interest. It appeared that the physical resistance of the Qingtian stone beasts was quite high, while their magical resistance was relatively low. From the current state of the battle, the outcome remained uncertain. At this juncture, the leader of the stone beasts finally took action, as it plunged into the spirit beast horde. It moved as if in an unchallenged realm. Any spirit beast that approached it stood no chance. The other level 6 spirit beasts, avoiding direct confrontation with the stone beast leader, maintained their distance. The stone beast leader, however, found itself at an impasse. In that moment, the stone beast leader let out another furious roar and abruptly withdrew from the battle. While the leader retreated, the other stone beasts did not. They fought with wild abandon. Blocking the spirit beast's attacks, the stone beast leader cast a resentful glance at the spirit beasts but refrained from further aggression. Lowering its massive body to the ground and remaining still, Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes at this sight. He had sensed that the stone beast leader was likely struggling to contain its burgeoning power. If he was not mistaken, it was on the verge of a breakthrough. Could this be the turning point in the battle? Chapter 136. The Flame Takes Action. The condition of the stone beast leader did not go unnoticed by the spirit beasts, particularly the level 6 spirit beasts that had been lurking in the shadows. At this moment, all rushed forth, and the 5th-tier stone beasts, upon witnessing the scene, recklessly obstructed their path. Although the combat prowess of the stone beasts was formidable, being besieged by such a multitude of spirit beasts momentarily impeded their advance. Ultimately, the 5 6th-tier spirit beasts managed to reach the side of the stone beast leader. They showed no courtesy, launching a direct assault. If the stone beast leader were to be interrupted at this critical juncture, it could very well meet its demise here. Lin Xiao observed everything intently. Even he believed the stone beast leader was on the verge of failure. However, just as this assumption took root, the seemingly hunched stone beast leader suddenly stood upright. Seizing a 6th-tier berserk fire lion with ferocity, it then slammed the creature into the ground, taking advantage of its disorientation to crush its head beneath its massive foot. After slaying the berserk fire lion, the stone beast leader pounded its chest fiercely, emitting a series of roars. The remaining 4 6th-tier spirit beasts appeared momentarily stunned, hastily retreating from the stone beast leader's vicinity. The stone beast leader did not pursue them, but instead crouched once more. The 6th-tier spirit beasts were now uncertain. Was this creature genuinely attempting to break through, or was it merely luring them in as bait? Lin Xiao was taken aback. The stone beast leader, which appeared so foolishly adorable, exhibited an unexpected level of intelligence, employing strategy to outsmart its foes. He had underestimated it, failing to realize that the creature was merely feigning vulnerability. While Lin Xiao could not ascertain whether the stone beast leader was truly on the verge of a breakthrough, he sensed that its time was running short. Even if it had not yet achieved its transformation, it could not maintain this charade for much longer. Nevertheless, this was of little concern to him. The battle between spirit beasts had yet to yield a victor, and the members of the Blazing Flame Mercenary Corps had not yet intervened. For now, it was wise to observe the unfolding spectacle. The 4 6th-tier spirit beasts were filled with anxiety. Should they strike, fearing the stone beast leader might employ the same tactic again? Yet, if they hesitated, the stone beast leader could very well complete its breakthrough, unleashing a wave of vengeance upon them. Soon, one particularly astute lightning cloud leopard devised a plan, unleashing a lightning-based spirit technique directly at the stone beast leader. As the technique struck, debris cascaded down, yet the stone beast leader appeared utterly unfazed. This sight emboldened the remaining 6th-tier spirit beasts, prompting them to launch another coordinated attack on the stone beast leader. As they approached, the stone beast leader rose once again, swiftly dispatching another 6th-tier spirit beast. The remaining 3 6th-tier spirit beasts were on the verge of tears. This stone beast leader was truly cunning, having outwitted them twice. Seeing the leader crouch down again, they dared not attack. The 6th-tier lightning cloud leopard was thoroughly intimidated, resorting to launching spirit techniques from a distance. The other 2 6th-tier spirit beasts quickly followed suit, bombarding the stone beast leader with a relentless barrage. This time, the stone beast leader refrained from counterattacking, enduring the onslaught with its own body. Meanwhile, the battle between the stone beasts and spirit beasts had reached a fever pitch. Though the stone beasts were rugged and durable, facing foes that outnumbered them several times over proved to be overwhelming. As one stone beast after another crumbled into fragments, the tide began to shift in favor of the spirit beasts. However, the losses on the spirit beast side were equally staggering. Their casualties far surpassed those of the stone beasts. By the time the last towering stone beast was slain, aside from the 3 6th-tier spirit beasts, Only about 35th tier spirit beasts remained. Under the command of the 3 6th tier spirit beasts, the remaining spirit beasts joined forces to besiege the stone beast leader. The stone beast leader refrained from retaliating, as the surrounding spiritual energy began to surge towards it uncontrollably. It was genuinely nearing a breaking point and commencing its breakthrough. In the distance, the leader of the Blazing Flame Mercenary Corps, Feng Yang, sensed an opportunity. With only 30 or so spirit beasts remaining, most of which bore injuries, the moment to strike was now or never. He could not allow such untold riches to slip through his fingers. With a sweeping gesture, he rallied his troops. Charge forward. Once we eliminate these spirit beasts, the rewards shall be plentiful, and I'll treat you all to a month's leave with all expenses covered. Upon hearing Feng Yang's words, the members of the Blazing Flame Mercenary Corps erupted with fervor, rushing forth with wild cries. Even before they arrived, the prepared spirit techniques were already hurled into the fray. Though the members of the Blazing Flame Mercenary Corps lacked the elite prowess of the wolf warriors, their sheer numbers were intimidating. Such a multitude of spirit techniques, even if some were of lower rank, combined to create a formidable force. Dozens of spirit techniques detonated within the spirit beast ranks, instantly slaying over a dozen 5th-tier spirit beasts. Even the 3 6th-tier spirit beasts were impacted, sustaining minor injuries. The eyes of all spirit beasts were irresistibly drawn to the members of the Blazing Flame Mercenary Corps. They had not anticipated that victory was so close at hand, only to be interrupted by the sudden emergence of the mercenaries. Enraged, the 3 6th-tier spirit beasts ceased their assault on the stone beast leader. Damn humans! You shall all perish. The lightning cloud leopard was the first to unleash its 6th-tier area attack spirit technique, Electric Serpent Dance. The lightning strike fell upon the Blazing Flame Mercenary Corps. The 6th-tier lightning cloud leopard's attack was far beyond the capacity of these largely 4th-tier mercenaries to withstand. Despite establishing a defense, many were directly killed. Seeing his comrades fall, Feng Yang revealed a cruel smile. This had been part of his plan all along. The more that died, the smaller the final reward would need to be distributed. Though he harbored such thoughts, he shouted, "Brothers, fear not. Let us avenge our fallen comrades." As he spoke, Feng Yang wasted no time in launching his own attack. Witnessing their leader spring into action, the members of the Blazing Flame Mercenary Corps promptly followed suit, once again directing their assault at the spirit beast horde. The spirit beasts were now fully aware of the torment the stone beasts had endured. Though they possessed greater strength, they were being suppressed by foes that vastly outnumbered them. It was utterly vexing. Lin Xiao quietly observed this entire scene from a low hill, at a loss for words. Was Feng Yang truly a fool? Could he not wait until the spirit beast had dealt with the stone beast leader before intervening? By attacking now, was he not aiding the stone beast leader? The spirit beast's ire was drawn away from the stone beast leader, leaving it unscathed. What if the stone beast leader succeeded in its breakthrough? Would they not all meet their end here? Furthermore, while the number of spirit beasts had dwindled, there remained 3 6th-tier ones. Even if they succeeded in defeating them, the Blazing Flame Mercenary Corps would likely suffer severe losses. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Xiao. Could it be? Was Feng Yang intentionally orchestrating this chaos? If so, this man was truly malevolent. Chapter 137, A Twinge of Impatience. Lin Xiao was correct. Feng Yang was indeed harboring such intentions. The Blazing Flame Mercenary Corps' notorious reputation stemmed, in part, from their frequent turnover of personnel. To put it another way, the casualty rate within the Blazing Flame Mercenary Corps was exceedingly high. Were it not for the exceedingly generous remuneration offered by Feng Yang to recruit mercenaries, he might have found it nigh impossible to gather a capable force. The battle raged on, and Feng Yang's expression darkened as he recognized a grave error. He had underestimated the combat prowess of the spirit beasts. The 5th-level spirit beasts had been manageable. Their numbers diminished significantly after several rounds of assault. The real challenge lay with the trio of 6th-level spirit beasts, the Thundercloud Leopard, the Blazing Tiger, and the Golden Bear. The Golden Bear posed a lesser threat, being a melee combatant that could be evaded. The other two, one imbued with lightning and the other with fire, inflicted heavy casualties upon his ranks with each unleashed ability. The newly recruited mercenaries were nearing their limit, leaving only his trusted subordinates. Among the 100 members of the Blazing Flame Mercenary Corps, most were recent additions, while over 20 were Feng Yang's loyal confidants, all of whom were 5th-level cultivators and C-grade mercenaries. Should these individuals fall, Feng Yang would suffer a severe blow. Thus, he had instructed them to remain at the rear of the formation. Though the Blazing Flame Mercenary Corps had sustained significant losses, his core team had endured remarkably well. However, the situation had shifted. The new recruits had perished in droves, and the 5th-level spirit beasts were nearly eradicated. What remained were the formidable trio of 6th-level spirit beasts. Deploying his trusted subordinates against them would likely result in substantial losses. as he surveyed the battlefield strewn with the carcasses of spirit beasts. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Feng Yang's eyes. Regardless of the cost to his own men, he was determined to eliminate these beasts. Otherwise, the treasures they guarded would slip from his grasp. The potential spoils from this endeavor could surpass all his previous missions combined, and upon returning to the city, selling these riches would surely attract formidable allies. Brothers, we've come this far, let's advance. The survivors of the Blazing Flame Mercenary Corps understood the gravity of the moment. Despite their trepidation, they steeled themselves for the impending clash. The remaining members were primarily 5th-level warriors, bolstered by Feng Yang's 6th-level prowess, providing a substantial hope for victory against the trio of 6th-level spirit beasts. At this juncture, Zishu set aside his binoculars, realizing it was time for them to act. The earlier scenes of combat had extinguished any lingering guilt within him. Feng Yang had never regarded his subordinates as comrades. Had he been in command, he would have orchestrated a coordinated barrage of abilities rather than sending his men forward blindly, which could have resulted in minimal casualties, perhaps even none. Confronting such a leader bore no psychological burden. The time is ripe. Except for the wild boar, everyone else, descend. We must resolve this battle before the stone beast leader breaks through. Lin Xiao was momentarily bewildered. What is happening? You all go down, leaving just me behind. Just as Lin Xiao contemplated voicing his concerns, Zishu preemptively explained. Wild boar, I understand your thoughts. The reason for your exclusion from the battle is for the greater good. Your presence here is of utmost importance for us to monitor the surroundings. Moreover, it is not that I look down upon you. Your true cultivation level is only 2nd tier, and the upcoming battle is beyond your capability. Lin Xiao thought to himself. He really gives me no face at all. Yet, he acknowledged that even if he joined, without revealing his trump card, he would likely be of little assistance. Perhaps even a liability. I understand. Time is of the essence. Everyone, hurry down. If that stone beast leader breaks through, it will be truly troublesome. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's agreement, the members of the Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps sighed in relief. They genuinely did not want Lin Xiao to get involved. The battlefield situation remained uncertain, and their descent could also entail danger. Without further ado, they swiftly descended the mountain. Their objective clear, to reach the battlefield as quickly as possible. Observing Zishu and the others hastening down the mountain, Lin Xiao made no move to follow. Even from his vantage point atop the low hill, he could still aid the Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps. The elevated terrain afforded excellent visibility, making it an ideal sniping location. Although the distance to the conflict was considerable, it remained within range for a sharpshooter. Since entering the secret realm, he had yet to employ his sniper rifle. And truth be told, his hands were itching to do so. He retrieved the sniper rifle from his spatial ring, while Zishu had also provided him with one. It paled in comparison to the specially crafted rifle prepared by his brother Shano. This time, the targets were not low-level spirit beasts, so caution was prudent. As Zishu and the others swiftly advanced, they were now only about 1,000 meters from the battlefield. The confrontation between the Blazing Flame Mercenary Corps and the trio of 6th-level spirit beasts was nearing its conclusion. The Thundercloud Leopard had been successfully slain, while the Golden Bear and Blazing Tiger were on their last legs. The elite members of the Blazing Flame Mercenary Corps had suffered substantial losses, and now only 5 remained alongside Feng Yang. With a casual flick, Feng Yang unleashed a fireball, dispatching the battered Golden Bear. His expression was grim. He realized he had been overly confident. Had he known better at the outset, he would not have sent those expendable troops to their demise so recklessly, nearly leaving himself as the sole commander. Yet, as the tide of battle turned in his favor, he became consumed with visions of triumph. Once the Blazing Tiger was dealt with, the Stone Beast leader, still in the throes of a breakthrough, would surely fall into his grasp. This venture promised to yield unprecedented gains. While Feng Yang reveled in his fantasies, the gravely injured Blazing Tiger unexpectedly unleashed a desperate final assault. The 6 remaining members of Feng Yang's group were clustered together, and given their lack of speed and defense, they could only brace themselves for the oncoming strike. Feng Yang had not anticipated such a sudden resurgence from the Blazing Tiger, believing it was on its last breath. As the lethal ability descended upon them, Feng Yang instinctively seized one of his subordinates beside him, using him as a shield. The individual, caught off guard, looked at Feng Yang in disbelief. His unwavering loyalty had ultimately been sacrificed. After executing its final ability, the Blazing Tiger fell lifelessly to the ground, having wagered its life on that desperate strike. As the flames dissipated, only Feng Yang remained standing. By sacrificing his subordinate to absorb the impact, and given his own affinity with fire, which granted him greater resistance, he emerged unscathed. Gazing at the fallen Blazing Tiger, Feng Yang erupted into maniacal laughter. In the end, victory belongs to me. Chapter 138, The Unexpected Turn. Feng Yang's spirits soared to unprecedented heights. Although he had effectively sacrificed the blazing flame mercenary core, which he had painstakingly built over the years, the potential rewards before him dwarfed that loss. Once he eliminated the stone beast still undergoing its breakthrough, all these spirit beasts would be his. Just imagine the fortune they could bring. As long as he processes the gains from this venture, he can hardly consider himself a mere mercenary. Engaging in daily indulgence may lead to his own demise through excess. Yet, the most crucial aspect remains. There is no one with whom to share these spoils. Everything belongs solely to him. Almost forgetting, this is not the time for celebration, as the stone beast leader still awaits resolution. Should he delay further, and the leader succeeds in its breakthrough, he would find himself utterly outmatched. Just as Feng Yang prepared to take action, a sudden alertness overcame him. He noticed movement behind him. It was the members of the Werewolf Mercenary Corps arriving. Lin Xiao had been closely observing the battlefield changes, witnessing every event unfold before his eyes. He had not anticipated that it would ultimately be the Flame Mercenary Corps that would find themselves in such a mutually destructive predicament. The sight of Feng Yang using his brother as a shield was particularly striking to him. This Feng Yang truly deserves his fate. He utilized his communication device to relay the situation at hand to Zishu and the others. Upon learning that only Feng Yang remained alive on the scene, they no longer concealed their presence. Everyone hastened their pace and eventually arrived. Upon seeing Zishu and the others, Feng Yang's expression was one of utter dismay. He recognized the members of the Werewolf Mercenary Corps as they all traversed the mercenary circles of the capital, being fellow B-rank mercenaries who had crossed paths on several occasions. Feng Yang was taken aback, realizing he had become the unsuspecting prey, already targeted by others. Was this not a case of losing the hen while trying to catch the fox? Considering the Werewolf Mercenary Corps' esteemed reputation, a flicker of hope remained in Feng Yang's heart. Brothers of the Werewolf Mercenary Corps, you see, these are the spoils diligently earned by my comrades. You wouldn't dare to snatch them away, would you? Zishu curled his lip. Had he not been aware of Feng Yang's deeds, he might have hesitated to act. Even with the potential for substantial gains, he would not resort to thievery. The honor of a soldier forbade such actions. However, now that he understood Feng Yang's character, any remnants of guilt had long dissipated. Without acknowledging Feng Yang, he issued commands to his companions behind him. Quit dawdling. Attack the stone beast leader. If it breaks through, we may all meet our end here. With that, Zishu unleashed a wind-based spiritual technique at the stone beast leader, making sure not to make the same error as Feng Yang. The leader had already been in the process of breaking through for some time, and he could feel the surrounding spiritual energy swiftly converging towards them. The priority was to eliminate the stone beast leader. Feng Yang, a mere 6th-level fire user, was of no concern to him. The others quickly followed suit with their attacks, save for the melee fighters who had yet to engage. A precautionary measure Zishu had previously advised. Given the stone beast's high physical defense, he feared unforeseen complications arising from close-range combat. Keeping the melee fighters focused on Feng Yang was a sensible strategy. Feng Yang felt his face flush with indignation as he realized he was being ignored. What manner of beings are these werewolf mercenaries? He had approached them calmly, yet they refused to acknowledge his presence. In that moment, he truly regretted his earlier decisions. Had he known, he would not have allowed his subordinates to meet such fates. If only he still had a few loyal followers by his side, he would not be beholden to their whims. Shenhe observed Feng Yang's complexion shift from green to purple, finding the situation amusing. At this juncture, he need not intervene. Merely to tease this fellow would suffice. I say, Captain Feng, how have you become a lone commander? Surely you're not contemplating hoarding the spoils for yourself? Brother Monkey, what nonsense are you spouting? You see for yourself that all these are high-level spirit beasts, which we have only managed to overcome after fierce battles. Surely you do not intend to deprive me of my share. I must provide compensation to the families of my fallen brothers. Shenhe had not anticipated that even at such a time, Feng Yang would still be preoccupied with his gains, crafting a grandiloquent justification for his claims. However, having heard of the Flame Mercenary Corps' notorious practices, he was not inclined to indulge Feng Yang. TSK, compensation? I've heard that your Flame Mercenary Corps never disperses such funds. Previously, when a family member sought to confront you, they were turned away rather harshly. With that, Shenhe unceremoniously stripped away Feng Yang's facade, leaving him feeling utterly embarrassed. Yet, with his thick skin, he retorted, Brother Monkey, you mustn't believe the rumors. Such things are unfounded. Humph. Whether it's true or not, you know well enough. Stand aside obediently, or we may be forced to take action. Feng Yang seethed, yet dared not express his anger. He could only comply and remain there. For even as a 6th-level fighter, to oppose the entirety of the Werewolf Mercenary Corps would be tantamount to courting death. Zishu paid no mind to Shenhe. He and the other ranged fighters had unleashed a considerable number of spiritual techniques. Under their relentless assault, stone fragments flew from the stone beast leader, inflicting significant damage. However, the leader's breakthrough remained unimpeded, and the rate at which spiritual energy gathered around it only increased. This was decidedly bad news. Everyone, unleash your full power. We must eliminate the stone beast leader quickly. I have an unsettling feeling. Upon hearing Zishu's urging, the others intensified their assault. Feng Yang observed all of this unfolding, somewhat relieved by the arrival of the War Wolf mercenary corps. Their collective bombardment, which failed to interrupt the stone beast leader's breakthrough, made him realize that had he been alone, he likely would have been unable to prevent it either. Shen Ho and the others were also drawn in by Zishu's voice, their attention shifting to the stone beast leader. With no one watching him, a glint of malice flickered in Feng Yang's eyes. These individuals dared to pluck the fruits of his labor. Did they truly perceive him as a soft target? He had long since prepared his area of effect spiritual technique. Once unleashed, it would catch them off guard, likely resulting in casualties. Even if the spoils were not rightfully his, they would not acquire them so easily. You all shall perish. Feng Yang had devised a plan. After executing his technique, he would escape amidst the ensuing chaos. As he raised his hand to unleash the technique, a bullet pierced through his skull. Even in death, Feng Yang could not fathom why. Despite all the members of the War Wolf mercenary corps being present and their attention diverted, he had met his end in such a manner. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of Zishu and the others. Upon witnessing Feng Yang's lifeless form, before they could speak, Lin Xiao's voice crackled through the communicator. I must ask, my friends, in future encounters like this, can we not simply eliminate such a character at the outset? Allowing someone like him to linger nearby is hardly prudent. Had I not intervened, he would have surely attempted to ambush you. Lin Xiao had witnessed death before. Yet this was his first act of killing. Observing a lifeless body and having taken a life were two entirely different concepts. He could only manage a brief explanation to Zishu and the others before succumbing to retching. Zishu and the others, glancing at Feng Yang's raised hand, realized Lin Xiao spoke the truth. They had not anticipated that Feng Yang would still harbor intentions of treachery at such a critical moment. If he had succeeded, it could have led to serious repercussions. Once again, they had been saved by Lin Xiao. At the same time, Zishu gained a renewed appreciation for Lin Xiao's capabilities. The distance from the low hill to their current location was no small feat. The linear distance was no less than 2,000 meters. Such a range for a sniper to achieve a one-shot headshot was beyond the capability of any among them. Had it not been for the incessant retching sounds emanating from the communicator, they might have doubted Lin Xiao's battlefield experience. Chapter 139, Successful Sniping. Lin Xiao was genuinely engulfed in a haze of nausea. Moments earlier, he had been meticulously observing the battlefield, particularly keeping an eye on Feng Yang. He harbored a persistent suspicion that Feng Yang would not remain docile, and his wariness led him to notice Feng Yang's subtle movements. Without further contemplation, he pulled the trigger of his sniper rifle. Only after Feng Yang was felled did he realize the gravity of his actions. He had taken a life. While he understood that Feng Yang deserved it, the reality of committing murder for the first time weighed heavily upon him, leaving him feeling quite unwell. After alerting the members of the War Wolf mercenary corps, he could no longer contain himself and succumbed to his nausea. Hearing the relentless sounds of vomiting through the communicator, Zishu and the others did not mock Lin Xiao. They, too, had traversed this phase, and during their inaugural experiences, they had been no more resilient than he. Go on, let it out. It will be better once you do. You'll gradually become accustomed to it. What do you know about comforting someone? Upon hearing the words of reassurance through the communicator, Lin Xiao felt somewhat alleviated. I urge you all to cease your chatter and focus on outputting your fire. Otherwise, the stone beast leader might truly break through. Zishu and the others were acutely aware of the critical nature of the situation, and they had never ceased their barrage. Their output was commendable. The stone beast leader was now visibly battered, yet it remained unvanquished, continuously siphoning spiritual energy from its surroundings. Damn, how resilient is this creature? Enough with the idle talk. If this fiend manages to break through, we may very well meet our end here. At that moment, the previously turbulent spiritual energy around them abruptly stabilized. All eyes were riveted on the stone beast leader. They were uncertain whether they had interrupted its breakthrough or if it had already succeeded. Boss, did we succeed? I don't know. Let us observe further. I won't feel at ease until this beast is thoroughly dispatched. Upon hearing Zishu's words, the group persisted in their assault, yet regardless of their efforts, the stone beast leader remained unmoving. As they witnessed this, a collective sigh of relief escaped them. It appeared they had triumphed. Thank goodness. For had the stone beast leader succeeded in its breakthrough, they likely would not have stood a chance against it. Shenhe attempted to approach for a closer look, but was restrained by Zishu. Hold on, let us observe a bit longer. I still have an unsettling feeling. Shenhe felt that Zishu was overreacting, but understanding that it was for his safety, he refrained from arguing. Minutes passed, and the stone beast leader continued to remain inert. Even Zishu began to feel he had overthought the situation. All right, perhaps I was mistaken. Monkey, you may go check it out now. Just as Shenhe prepared to advance, Lin Xiao's voice rang out over the communicator. Everyone retreat. The stone beast leader is not dead. The members of the Werewolf Mercenary Corps were taken aback, yet trusting Lin Xiao. They immediately distanced themselves from the stone beast leader. Lin Xiao had been closely monitoring the situation. Initially, he too believed the beast had been slain and did not intervene. However, as the output continued and the stone beast remained motionless, he concluded it must be dead. When Zishu instructed Shenhe to investigate, Lin Xiao suddenly recalled the cunning nature of the stone beast leader and instinctively activated his night vision. It was daytime, and he rarely employed night vision. But remembering its infrared sensing capabilities, he decided to use it. While it did not enhance his vision, if the stone beast leader was alive, it should reveal a heat signature. Just as Lin Xiao anticipated, the moment he engaged his night vision, he detected fluctuations in the aura emanating from the stone beast leader. So, it was merely feigning death. What a crafty creature. Thus, he promptly issued a warning. In truth, Lin Xiao had misjudged the stone beast leader. It was alive, but it had no intention of ambushing Zishu and the others. It was merely adapting to its recent ascension to the 7th level. Although it was incensed by the attacks from Zishu and the group, its defenses after the successful upgrade were far superior to what they had been previously. It could withstand their onslaught. To expedite its acclimatization, it chose to endure, biding its time until it could retaliate against all present. Once the members of the Werewolf Mercenary Corps had retreated, the stone beast leader finally opened its eyes. Most astonishingly, a third eye had sprouted in the center of its forehead, though it remained closed, revealing only a narrow slit. This was the stone beast leader's innate petrification eye. The creature's form reasserted itself, towering and letting out a thunderous roar. Its body visibly expanded from over 5 meters to more than 7. Not only did its size change, but its aura transformed as well. Previously, the Sky Pillar Spirit Beast had possessed considerable intelligence. After its breakthrough to the 7th level, it experienced a qualitative leap. Observing the members of the Werewolf Mercenary Corps and sensing their auras were only at the 5th level, a flicker of disdain crossed its eyes, betraying a remarkably human-like expression. Shenhe chuckled wryly. Boss, do you think we are being looked down upon by a mere spirit beast? Now is not the time for such musings. We are in dire peril. Boss, what shall we do next? Should we fight or flee? We cannot defeat it. Let us scatter, every man for himself. Whoever can escape, do so. Haimu, stay hidden and don't reveal yourself. Once we draw it away, you can make your move, but be cautious on your way out. It's best to retrace your steps. Their conversation reached Lin Xiao's ears, and hearing Zishu speak as if preparing for the worst stirred a deep sense of emotion within him. Even at such a critical juncture, they still thought of him. Zishu, do you trust me? Zishu, who had been ready to flee, hesitated momentarily upon hearing Lin Xiao's words. Of course, we trust you. Then I shall speak plainly. If you all believe in me, hold off the stone beast leader for a while. I will take care of it. Wait, what? This is a 7th level spirit beast. Do you have a plan to deal with it? I do. All right, I believe in you. We will do our utmost to delay it. But you must act swiftly. We may not hold out for long. Lin Xiao ceased further conversation, retrieving several bullets from his spatial ring. These were not ordinary sniper rounds. They were infused bullets prepared for him by Shenhe. Externally, they bore no distinction from regular sniper bullets, yet each contained the spiritual energy of at least an 8th level expert. This was Shenhe's trump card, and Lin Xiao sensed it was time to deploy it. The reason he asked Zishu and the others to hold on a moment longer was that he had yet to uncover the stone beast leader's weakness. He did not possess an abundance of infused bullets and could not afford to waste them. He chambered around, reactivated his weakness detection, and now only needed to identify the stone beast leader's vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, the members of the Werewolf Mercenary Corps had engaged in combat with the stone beast leader. The corners of the stone beast leader's mouth curled into a derisive smile as its third eye abruptly opened, casting a cold, indifferent gaze upon the rat. Sensing the imminent peril, the rat instinctively chose to evade. Bolstered by its wind-based abilities, the rat moved with remarkable speed, narrowly escaping the lethal scrutiny of the stone beast leader. Having avoided the attack, the stone beast leader's gaze shifted to a corpse behind the rat, which began to petrify almost instantaneously. Witnessing this, all present could not help but gasp in astonishment. To turn to stone at a mere glance, such a spiritual skill was indeed extraordinary. Frustration brewed within the stone beast leader, as its initial attempt had missed its mark. Having just acquired the ability of the petrifying gaze, it was still somewhat unpracticed, and moreover, This power had a cooldown period, rendering it temporarily unusable. However, it mattered little. Dispatching these few adversaries would prove to be a simple task. With a fierce roar, the stone beast leader charged towards the group. The ugly bull swiftly conjured a wall of earth, while the dog of the year summoned vines in an attempt to hinder the stone beast leader's advance. Alas, the current stone beast leader was far too formidable. The vines were effortlessly torn apart, and the earthen barrier crumbled under a single punch. In the blink of an eye, it stood before the group, where the noon horse and the monkey immediately surged forward, prepared to face the threat head-on, willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of the ranged fighters behind them. With a mere swipe of its massive hand, the stone beast leader sent the two flying, their bodies hurtling dozens of meters before crashing into several colossal trees. The sound of shattering bones echoed, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. With their obstruction removed, only the ranged fighters remained. Or, if you do not make your move, we shall meet our doom here. Lin Xiao remained silent. During the stone beast leader's assault, he had finally discerned its weakness, its heart. At the moment the beast swung its arm, he seized his opportunity to strike. Bang! The spirit-infused bullet soared from his sniper rifle, hurtling toward the stone beast leader. It seemed the beast sensed the impending danger, lifting its gaze toward the low mountain's direction. Boom! The bullet successfully pierced the stone beast leader's heart, exploding upon impact. Its once impenetrable defenses now resembled mere parchment, a gaping hole appearing where its heart once resided. The creature's eyes reflected utter disbelief. It had only just attained a breakthrough. Wasn't it supposed to be a reward for enduring hardships? This was not how the story was meant to unfold. Chapter 140, Unfavorable Circumstances. The most adept melee fighters, the noon horse and the monkey, had been felled by a single blow from the stone beast leader. It was inconceivable to think of what fate awaited the rat and the others in close proximity. As the stone beast leader focused its attention on them, the rat and the others silently resigned themselves to their fate. They bore no grudge against Lin Xiao. Rather, they felt utterly powerless. Lin Xiao had instructed them to stall the stone beast leader, yet they were incapable of even that. As the beast's attack loomed upon them, some even shut their eyes in resignation. However, after what felt like an eternity, they realized they had not felt the expected impact. What was happening? Had they ascended to the afterlife? It seemed so peaceful. They felt no pain whatsoever. Yet not all chose to surrender. The rat prepared to deliver a final blow to the stone beast leader. Thus, he witnessed the moment just before the beast's attack struck them. A violent explosion erupted from its chest, revealing a massive cavity nearly a meter wide where its heart had been. The stone beast's vulnerability lay in its heart. Lin Xiao's shot had not merely struck the leader's heart, but obliterated it entirely. Even as a level 7 spirit beast, it stood no chance of survival against such a blow. At this moment, the others finally regained their composure. Or, you truly succeeded. I knew trusting you was the right choice. But how did you manage it? Do sniper rifles possess such immense power? Wow. This was the first encounter with a level 7 spirit beast since we began our mission, and we actually defeated it. How utterly incredible. Now that the spirit beast had been vanquished, or, you can come over now. By the way, did you hear any strange sounds earlier? Phew. This is the noon horse speaking. I feel like I can still be saved. The rat and the others suddenly recalled the two injured comrades still present. The earlier chaos had momentarily clouded their minds, lost in the relief of surviving. Rabbit, we're on our way. Thank heavens, you finally remembered us. Hearing the incessant sounds from the communicator, Lin Xiao remained silent, feeling utterly drained. His suggestion for the rat and others to hold out was based on his lack of experience with a level 7 spirit beast, leading to a near catastrophe for them. Fortunately, at the last moment, he had discovered the weakness of the sky-piercing stone beast and successfully eliminated it. Upon confirming the creature's demise, he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. This fatigue was psychological. In that brief span of time, he felt drenched in sweat. They were all safe, which was a relief. His only concern now was for the noon horse and the monkey. The rat and the others, now recalling the two, gathered around them, gazing at Rabbit with expressions of hope. The sight of the two was indeed quite dismal. Rabbit, are they going to be all right? Several bones are broken, and their internal organs are damaged to varying degrees, but thankfully, their lives are not in jeopardy. Allow me to treat them, and they will recover swiftly. Upon hearing Rabbit's assurance, everyone felt a wave of relief. As long as their lives were spared, that was what mattered. These superficial injuries could be managed with Rabbit's level 5 healing abilities. The rat had initially contemplated administering the rejuvenating elixirs acquired from the auction to the two if their injuries were too severe. However, it seemed unnecessary now. Such potions were best saved for a more critical moment. Boar, are you alright? Why have you remained silent? With the rat's inquiry, everyone realized that Lin Xiao had not spoken since the sniper shot. They began to voice their concern for his well-being. Upon learning that the noon horse and the monkey were merely injured, Lin Xiao exhaled in relief. Everyone, I'm fine. Just a bit shaken and in need of a moment to recuperate. Excellent. Once you regain your composure, come over immediately. We're eagerly awaiting your return to tally our spoils. The mere thought of assessing their gains invigorated Lin Xiao. He sprang to his feet, energized. Indeed, with the danger now averted, it is time to count our rewards. Await my arrival. I shall be there shortly. The rat and the others found Lin Xiao's eagerness amusing. They had not yet realized that he was quite the little treasure enthusiast. Soon, they all came to understand that the scene was littered with the corpses of spirit beasts, over 100 in total, many of which were above level 5. In prior excursions, they had never encountered such bountiful rewards. This time, they had truly struck gold. Though everyone was eager to ascertain how many spirit orbs could be derived from the multitude of spirit beasts, no one dared to take action until Lin Xiao arrived. They resolved to wait for his presence to collectively address the situation. Aware that Lin Xiao was en route, Zishu and the others plopped down onto the ground. The exhilarating sensation of narrowly escaping death, though thrilling, was one they truly wished to avoid experiencing again. Zishu signaled for a few to turn off their communicators. Once we exit this secret realm, I intend to request permission to bring the Haiju along. I trust you all have no objections? I wholeheartedly agree, came the reply. Only a fool would oppose. After all, during this journey, the Haiju has saved us on multiple occasions. He is our savior. Indeed, I am beginning to forget that the Haiju is only a level 2 beast. Gasp. He is merely level 2. However, the secrets surrounding the Haiju are numerous. As you all witnessed during the decisive strike against the stone beast leader, that maneuver was anything but simple. I wonder if his target were us. Could we have evaded it? What nonsense. How could Brother Haiju ever turn against us? Thankfully, they ultimately placed their trust in Brother Haiju. Had they heeded the leader's advice to flee separately, a few might have escaped, but many would undoubtedly remain trapped here forever. Observing the group engage in light banter, a smile crept across Zishu's face. Their team of 11 had been training for some time now, while they had traversed level 5 secret realms before. This heart-pounding experience was unparalleled. Previous dangers had always remained manageable, yet this time, they had nearly faced total annihilation. The fact that they emerged unscathed seemed entirely attributed to Lin Xiao. Suddenly, Zishu felt a wave of relief wash over him, recalling that just before their expedition, he had whimsically decided to recruit a chef. Otherwise, they might very well have been left stranded here. Zishu began pondering how to repay Lin Xiao for this favor, though it felt like a debt of considerable magnitude, one that seemed daunting to repay. Chapter 141, Assessing the Gains. As the others continued their conversation, Lin Xiao finally arrived at the scene. What a jest! At this juncture, if I do not take the initiative, how could I possibly justify my presence? Here I am. Upon witnessing Lin Xiao's energetic arrival, smiles bloomed on the faces of the crowd, their gazes towards him brimming with gratitude. I must say, ladies, I can accept such looks from you, but you gentlemen ought not to gaze at me with such lewdness. I am not inclined towards that. Zishu and the others erupted in laughter, well aware that Lin Xiao intended to lighten the mood. Enough of the antics. We have been waiting for you. I wonder what our spoils will amount to this time. Lin Xiao did not respond but hurried to the sides of Wu Ma and Shun Ho. Following the treatment from Mao Tu, both appeared significantly revitalized, at least no longer spewing blood. Are you two all right? We're fine, not dead yet. Lin Xiao noted their improved condition and felt a wave of relief wash over him. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a bottle of revitalizing pills, poured out 2, and without waiting for any objections, placed them directly into their mouths. Under the influence of the revitalizing pills, their injuries healed at an astonishing rate, and they soon appeared lively and vigorous. Am I not somewhat redundant? Mao Tu remarked. Alas, Brother Haiju, why waste such precious pills? With Mao Tu's treatment, we could have managed, albeit at a slower pace. Indeed, what a waste. Lin Xiao replied. Is it truly wasteful? I possess an abundance of such pills. The crowd was taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Lin Xiao's words stifled any gratitude that Zishu had intended to express. The discomfort was palpable, as his curiosity about Lin Xiao's identity intensified. Earlier, he had hesitated to administer the revitalizing pills to the two, but due to his limited stock, he had refrained from doing so. He felt a twinge of resentment towards the affluent. Enough of that. During the assessment of our gains, you won't be the main contributors, so we must prioritize your treatment. With Lin Xiao's insistence, the group found it difficult to argue further. Now that everyone had gathered, they should not remain idle. It was time to take action and see what spoils awaited them. As Zishu prompted, everyone immediately sprang into action, Lin Xiao included. With an abundance of spirit beasts present, he could not simply stand by. This time, he refrained from using his clairvoyance. He had previously employed it to avoid unnecessary efforts. The circumstances had changed, with the spirit beasts' corpses laid out before them, unable to escape. Utilizing clairvoyance to inspect the spirit orbs would diminish the thrill of discovery. Spirit beasts are treasures in their entirety, fur, teeth, and flesh, but undoubtedly, the most coveted prize is the spirit orb. Hence, the group first checked for the presence of spirit orbs. As they cleared the area, their chatter remained unabated. Haiju, I am curious. How did you deal with the stone beast leader? Of course. I only ask out of curiosity. Feel free not to answer. If you wish to know, I utilized a spirit infusion bullet. A special round gifted to me by my elder. I scarcely possess many myself. I used one this time, but saving you all was worth it. Spirit infusion bullet? What sort of ammunition is that? The mention of the spirit infusion bullet piqued the curiosity of others, while Zishu narrowed his eyes. While others may have been unaware of the significance of the spirit infusion bullet, he had come to learn a bit about it through serendipity. It was the exclusive ammunition of the legendary sniper Sha Nua. Why would Lin Xiao possess it as well? Could it be? Zishu refrained from voicing his thoughts. His intrigue regarding Lin Xiao's identity only deepening. It is a bullet capable of infusing spiritual energy. Is this what they call literary banter? What a futile explanation. Wow, brothers. We have found a spirit orb, a level 5 fire element spirit orb. Chunlong's exclamation drew everyone's attention. This was the first spirit orb discovered, setting a promising precedent. Following the discovery of the first spirit orb, the others hastened their efforts. Though the rewards would ultimately be divided equally, the sensation of discovering an orb personally was an entirely different experience from finding one through another. I have found one as well. The enthusiastic calls of spirit orb discoveries echoed as the group swiftly accounted for the spirits of over 100 beasts. In total, they unearthed 7 spirit orbs, 6 level 5 and 1 level 6. This revelation brought radiant smiles to all faces. Yet, Lin Xiao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. His pace in handling the spirit beasts was not slow, yet he had not uncovered a single spirit orb. Without his clairvoyance, it seemed his luck had run dry. Thus, aside from the stone beast leader, all other spirit beasts had been accounted for. Zishu noted Lin Xiao's slight irritation and couldn't help but chuckle. This is the kind of emotion one would expect from someone Lin Xiao's age. Haiju, since you defeated the stone beast leader, you should be the one to handle it. No, let us not. I feel my luck is rather poor today. Huh. If there are spirit orbs present, anyone can uncover them. It has nothing to do with luck. Now go on. Lin Xiao considered this, and, no longer wishing to decline, made his way towards the corpse of the stone beast leader. Gazing upon the immense carcass, Lin Xiao could not help but begin to murmur to himself. Dear friends, Lin Xiao began, while other spirit beasts may offer us their pelts and flesh, we cannot be left with merely a heap of stones. Surely, at the very least, we ought to unearth a spirit pearl, lest I be sorely disappointed. As he murmured these words, his hands were far from idle. The defenses of the stone beast leader were formidable, yet the task of cutting through it was not overly arduous. Upon beholding the fist-sized spirit pearl before him, Lin Xiao found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that all the previous efforts had merely served as a prelude. His luck had evidently been expended here. The members of the War-Wolf Mercenary Corps, witnessing Lin Xiao's silence, assumed there was no spirit pearl to be found. This was, after all, a reasonable conclusion. Fear not. For spirit pearls do not come easily, one reassured. Brother Haiju, do not fret. Our gains this time have already been substantial. Indeed, the bounty they had amassed was equivalent to what they had acquired over the past month. Is it truly here? They exclaimed, as Lin Xiao revealed the spirit pearl. The group was rendered speechless. This was a 7th level spirit pearl. With the pearl now in hand, Lin Xiao's curiosity turned to the spirit technique it contained. When he discerned the nature of the technique, his composure began to unravel. Petrifying gaze. He had already witnessed the terrifying capabilities of this technique, yet he found himself perplexed. Strictly speaking, the stone beast leader ought to be classified as a mutated earth type. Thus, did the petrifying gaze belong to the earth category or the ocular category of spirit techniques? Lin Xiao fervently hoped for the latter. He was yearning for an offensive spirit technique, and though the level of this pearl seemed rather elevated, he could hardly contain his excitement. Chapter 142, The Wind Leaves Traces. The Goose Plucks Feathers. After some contemplation, Lin Xiao decided to entrust the spirit pearl to Zishu. Upon witnessing the technique contained within the pearl, Zishu too was taken aback. His knowledge surpassed Lin Xiao's, and he would soon comprehend the pearl's significance. Haiju, I am uncertain whether you are fortunate or unfortunate. The spirit pearl derived from the stone beast leader harbors not a mere technique, but a special innate ability. Lin Xiao inquired, what do you mean? Can an innate ability truly be inherited by a spirit pearl? Observing Lin Xiao's puzzled expression, Zishu recognized that he might not be familiar with this aspect. Let me clarify. while the probability of spirit beasts producing spirit pearls is already low. The chances of a pearl containing a special innate ability are even slimmer, perhaps 1 in a million. You have encountered an extraordinary rarity. The others were equally astonished. Is Lin Xiao truly that fortunate? Boss, does this mean we are destined to strike it rich? Zishu's expression turned somewhat peculiar. While other special innate abilities might fetch a handsome price, this particular one seemed to be usable solely by awakened individuals with ocular abilities. He recalled the perspective technique from the last auction. While the technique was remarkable, finding someone in need of it would prove challenging. In my opinion, the value of this spirit pearl may not surpass that of a standard 7th level Earth-type pearl. Upon hearing this, the group fell into contemplative silence. Their gazes towards Lin Xiao tinged with complexity. It felt akin to a gaming scenario where a rare card was drawn, only to be the wrong kind. In stark contrast, Lin Xiao was enveloped in exhilaration. The petrifying gaze was indeed a spirit pearl he could utilize. Was he finally to possess an offensive spirit technique? Even if his current level rendered him incapable of absorbing it, at least there was hope on the horizon. Knowing this pearl was within his reach, Lin Xiao resolved to negotiate with Zishu. Brother Zishu, I have a friend who has awakened ocular abilities. I believe this spirit pearl would be perfect for him. Will you grant it to me? I can have the cost deducted from our recent rewards, and if that proves insufficient, I can pay extra. Zishu, initially taken aback by Lin Xiao's request, quickly cast aside any hesitation and handed the spirit pearl to him. You should have mentioned this sooner. Although it is a 7th level pearl, it won't command a high price. You saved our lives. Discussing payment would be inappropriate. This pearl is yours, and I trust the others will have no objections, right? The rest of the group quickly shook their heads, relieved to have found a way to express their gratitude towards Lin Xiao. Without further ado, Lin Xiao accepted the 7th level spirit pearl, stowing it within his spatial ring. All right, let us resume our looting. Haiju, you may rest while we continue to scour the battlefield. It is unfortunate my spatial ring lacks capacity. Otherwise, I would simply collect all these spirit beasts. Brother Zishu, if your concern lies with storage, I can assist. As you all know, I possess a spatial ring with a slightly larger capacity. To the astonishment of all present, Lin Xiao proceeded to gather all the spirit beast corpses, save for that of the stone beast leader, into his spatial ring. Zishu was left speechless. These spirit beasts were all 5th level and above, their massive forms suggesting the enormity of Lin Xiao's spatial ring. Haiju, you must refrain from openly displaying your spatial ring in the future, lest it attract unwarranted trouble. I understand. I trust in everyone. Indeed, with your spatial ring, it will be considerably more convenient for future missions. With the spirit beast predicament resolved, attention turned to the remnants of the Flame Mercenary Corps. As their members had perished, their possessions naturally fell to others. The War Wolf Mercenary Corps, seasoned by battle, bore no moral qualms about scavenging corpses. This time, Lin Xiao refrained from participating. Observing the bodies made him feel somewhat queasy. Understanding this, Zishu and the others chose not to involve Lin Xiao in their search. Surprisingly, this search yielded unexpected treasures. Feng Yang, too, possessed a spatial ring, though modest. With a capacity of only about 5 cubic meters, it harbored a wealth of valuable items, including 5 5th-level spirit pearls and a substantial amount of cash. Lin Xiao, upon learning of this, was at a loss for words. Feng Yang had proven to be the perfect tool, working for them while leaving behind a trove of riches. Once the scavenging concluded, Zishu gathered all members of the Flame Mercenary Corps, who incinerated the bodies with a fire-type spirit technique. Leaving their remains behind would only make them prey for spirit beasts. They had no obligation to carry them back. From the moment one became a mercenary, one must be prepared to meet their end within the secret realm. Having completed this task, Zishu reconvened everyone. Haiju, I need to address a matter with you. Many among us have not yet absorbed their 5th-level spirit techniques, and we have acquired some 5th-level spirit pearls in this hall. We intend to prioritize distribution among our own. I believe it is only fair to inform you that those receiving spirit pearls will offer you a monetary compensation in return. Brother Rat, your words are a bit too formal. I have taken the spirit pearl from the stone beast leader, and you have not asked for compensation. Let us proceed as we have before. I do not require any recompense. Very well, we shall do as you suggest. Brother Rat is not one to be overly sentimental. Some matters simply need to be clarified. The spirit pearls were swiftly distributed, with 3 individuals receiving their respective level 5 pearls. They refrained from hastily absorbing them, for this was indeed a secret realm, and it would be prudent to wait until they returned to the capital for that. Having successfully hunted a considerable number of spirit beasts, they had practically completed all the tasks assigned to them. It was time to head back. No one voiced any objections, as this expedition had proven rather exhilarating, and rest was in order. Yet Lin Xiao was the first to express dissent. There is no need to rush our departure. After all, We are in the core area, and most high-level spirit beasts have been vanquished. This presents a rare opportunity. I have spotted numerous rare spirit herbs, and I would find it difficult to rest easy without collecting them all. All right then, we shall heed your wishes. Given that the high-level spirit beasts have nearly all been eliminated, and we are not well acquainted with these spirit herbs, you lead, and we shall assist you in gathering them. Excellent. In the ensuing time, Lin Xiao demonstrated to the Werewolf Mercenary Corps the principle of leaving traces as the wind passes and plucking feathers as the wild geese fly. The entire core area was thoroughly scoured by him, leaving little of value behind. Chapter 143, Ascending to C-Rank Mercenary. With the core area stripped bare, Lin Xiao was in remarkably high spirits. He was surprised to learn that Brother Rat and the others were unfamiliar with these spirit herbs. After all, in the Mercenary Guild, there were numerous tasks focused on locating them. He even inquired a few of them, receiving responses that left him both amused and exasperated. They remarked that the spirit herbs appeared quite similar, and after several attempts to learn, which resulted in humorous mix-ups of wild grasses with spirit herbs, they had given up. Lin Xiao found this incomprehensible. The differences were so stark. How could they fail to distinguish them? As the others assisted in searching for the spirit herbs, Lin Xiao began to understand. Well, it cannot be forced. In future tasks with the Werewolf Mercenary Corps, he could gather herbs during his downtime, thereby accruing additional points. Having cleared the core area of spirit herbs consumed another day, Brother Rat and the others did not rush Lin Xiao, treating it as an outing. Moreover, at every meal, Lin Xiao would prepare delicious dishes from the spirit beast meat they had previously acquired. If given the choice, they would have gladly stayed there indefinitely. Once the core area had been thoroughly scavenged, the group finally commenced their return journey. They retraced their steps and encountered numerous spirit beasts. While the high-level spirit beasts in the core area had been slain, many still roamed within the secret realm. However, it would take some time for this realm to regain its former appearance. After another day and a half, they finally emerged from the secret realm. Upon returning to the real world, Lin Xiao felt somewhat disoriented, as the concentration of spiritual energy between the two realms varied significantly. The group skillfully located their previous military vehicle. It was time to report back in Kyoto. They encountered no dangers along the way, and by the time they reached Kyoto, it was already afternoon. Brother Rat first led a few individuals to report their tasks. He did not rush to submit his own, but instead opted to take on additional tasks regarding spirit beast extermination. The haul had been substantial, and he had accumulated numerous spirit beast corpses, many tasks left unclaimed previously. Now, he could complete them simply by taking them on. Why not seize the opportunity? Once he confirmed there were no more tasks to claim, Brother Rat took Lin Xiao to submit their completed tasks, which Lin Xiao had requested to familiarize himself with the process. The mercenary headquarters had a dedicated department to verify task completion. In a single trip, Brother Rat guided Lin Xiao through the completion of 9 mercenary tasks. After averaging the rewards, Lin Xiao received 90,000 points and 6,700,000 in cash, significantly more than he had anticipated. This experience made Lin Xiao acutely aware of the benefits of joining a mercenary group. Had he acted alone, who knows how long it would have taken to accrue such points. Brother Rat initially wished to allocate more to Lin Xiao, but Lin Xiao declined. There would be ample opportunities for collaboration in the future, and he did not want to create a sense of favoritism. Brother Rat acquiesced, noting that these were merely the rewards for submitting tasks. After selling the spirit pearls and some materials, there would be a more substantial income, and he could always allocate Lin Xiao a larger share later. The materials and spirit pearls Lin Xiao had gathered in the secret realm had already been organized by Brother Rat for safekeeping. Now, they merely needed to find a merchant to sell them. Once all was settled, Brother Rat turned to Lin Xiao. Hog, let's take 2 days to rest. After that, we shall continue with our tasks. Shall we? Absolutely. Lin Xiao could not refuse, as he was in dire need of points. He was eager to ascend to B-rank mercenary status. Lin Xiao declined Brother Rat's invitation to dine together, exchanged contact information, and they parted ways. After Brother Rat and the others departed, Lin Xiao returned to the mercenary hall. With the mercenary group's tasks completed, he had also taken on numerous individual assignments. A cursory glance revealed that the total number of individual tasks he had completed surpassed that of the mercenary group. Upon submitting his tasks, he had completed over 20 individual assignments. Since he had ventured into a level 5 secret realm, the rewards for these tasks were substantial. From these 20-plus tasks, his points surged by over 80,000. The points from individual tasks proved far superior to those from team tasks. This significant point gain was largely due to a century-old returning essence ginseng, which alone was worth 50,000 points, a figure surpassing the cumulative rewards of other tasks. Thus, Lin Xiao's total points reached over 170,000, allowing him to ascend from F rank to C rank mercenary status. He had made considerable progress toward his goal of becoming a B-rank mercenary. If fortune favored him, he might even achieve B rank before the military training concluded. Of course, Lin Xiao only entertained this thought. This instance had been purely fortuitous, and it would not be so simple to replicate such gains in the future. By the time Lin Xiao exited the mercenary hall, the sky had begun to darken. With 2 days of rest ahead, he decided to return to Kyoto Lingwu, as he had nowhere else to go and felt a tinge of nostalgia for his dorm mates. Meanwhile, Brother Rat and the others, after addressing their basic needs, sought out a nearby hotel to rest. Once everyone had left, Brother Rat pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The call took a while to connect. Brother Rat, what can I do for you? Hello, Chief. I have something to report. Speak. I've come across a promising candidate I wish to recruit. That's nonsense. Are you not aware of the significance of your tasks? Never mind. If you've deemed him worthy, tell me about his qualifications. If he meets the requirements, we may consider it. Certainly, he is known as Xiao Lin, a freshman at the Lingwu High School in Kyoto, endowed with a formidable second-tier SS-level power. Are you itching for a challenge? You wish to recruit anyone and everyone. Zishu had long anticipated the outburst of fury from the other party and was well aware of their temperament. After briefly explaining Lin Xiao's circumstances, he held the phone at arm's length, only bringing it back to his ear once the tirade had subsided. Zishu, provide me with a compelling reason for this individual to join us. Yes, Commander. Subsequently, Zishu succinctly recounted how Lin Xiao became associated with them and his performance within the secret realm. A heavy silence enveloped the conversation, as the other party absorbed the information conveyed by Zishu. Almost facing total annihilation, rescued you multiple times, abundant elixirs, precise marksmanship, spirit-infused bullets? Are you certain they are spirit-infused bullets? Absolutely. I can assure you. Then what are we waiting for? Bring this lad on board immediately. Such a promising talent would be a travesty to waste outside the military. Commander, you weren't quite so enthusiastic just moments ago. You little rascal, are you asking for trouble? Heh, Commander, there is still one issue. What issue? I've spoken with that lad, and he is reluctant. Damn it, he is unwilling? I don't care what methods you employ. You must ensure we recruit him. Chapter 144. Children should not inquire about such matters. Zishu continued his lengthy conversation with the commander. Ultimately, when he ended the call, a confident expression adorned his face. At this moment, Lin Xiao had returned to Kyoto Lingwu, having driven his supercar that had been parked for several days. Unfortunately, he coincided with the evening rush hour, which resulted in a considerable waste of time. It seems that for his next outing, he must avoid the peak commuting hours. Upon entering his vehicle, Lin Xiao finally reverted to his true appearance, as the prolonged alteration had been somewhat uncomfortable. By the time he returned to Kyoto Lingwu, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Contemplating for a moment, he decided to call Hu Yu, uncertain whether they had dined yet. Now that military training had concluded, they should be back in their dormitories resting. The call connected swiftly, but the background noise suggested they were not in the dormitory. Little master, you finally took the initiative to contact us. Where are you now? Just returned to school. Where are you? We're dining on the 2nd floor of the school cafeteria. Are you coming over? I just found out that my cousin is also at Kyoto Lingwu, and since tomorrow is a day off, I'm hoping to catch up with him. All right, I'll head over immediately. After hanging up, Lin Xiao made his way directly to the school cafeteria. The cafeteria at Kyoto Lingwu was quite spacious, with several restaurants on the 2nd floor, some of which had private dining rooms. Upon arriving, Lin Xiao discovered that Hu Yu was already waiting for him. Hu Yu's face bore a slight flush, indicating he had likely indulged in a fair amount of alcohol. Lin Xiao was somewhat taken aback by Hu Yu's appearance. It seemed this fellow had been diligent in his training over the past few days, resulting in a noticeable weight loss. His previously slightly bloated physique had slimmed down considerably. While his looks remained ordinary, he now appeared much more presentable. His once fair skin had been tanned to a golden hue. Little master, I've missed you terribly. Come on, let me introduce you to my cousin. Lin Xiao nodded and ascended the stairs with Hu Yu, quickly arriving at the dining room. Wen Jingxian and Sun Bin were already present. But the arrival of another individual truly exceeded Lin Xiao's expectations. It was Zhou Ji. Upon seeing Zhou Ji, Lin Xiao felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had always known that his close friend had also come to Kyoto Lingwu and had intended to reach out, but had subsequently forgotten. It had been a week since classes commenced, and this was his first encounter with Zhou Ji. He had not anticipated that the cousin who you mentioned was actually Zhou Ji. Zhou Ji was momentarily taken aback upon spotting Lin Xiao. From what he had gathered from Hu Yu and the others, he was aware that one person from their dormitory had been exempted from training, hence was unable to join them. However, he had never imagined that this individual would be Lin Xiao. Zhou Ji immediately stood up and embraced Lin Xiao. I say, Xiao Gu, you've been quite inconsiderate. You haven't reached out to me in all these days, and I couldn't get through to you. Lin Xiao smiled wryly. explaining that he had been in the secret realm for the past few days, where his phone had no signal. The 5th-level secret realm he had just entered was markedly different from the one in Sun City, where the spirit beasts were manageable and the environment was controlled. Therefore, a signal tower had been established, which allowed for live broadcasts during that event. Having returned, Lin Xiao hadn't had the chance to check his phone messages, hence had not been able to contact Zhou Ji. But would he dare to articulate that? Old Zhou, I had matters to attend to recently, which is why I haven't been in touch. I just returned to school and was eager to find you. When you mentioned you were his cousin, I rushed right over. Who you, eh? When did I tell little master that Zhou Ji is my cousin? Did I say that? However, a clever fellow like you would never divulge the truth. Cousin, that's how it is. When Xiao Gu learned you were my cousin, you should have seen his astonishment. In Zhou Ji's presence, you refrained from calling Lin Xiao little master any longer. It would be absurd if Zhou Ji discovered that Lin Xiao was of an older generation than him and attempted to take advantage of the situation. Lin Xiao regarded you with satisfaction. This lad was truly teachable, displaying quick wit that justified his affection. The 4 of them then took their seats. And knowing Lin Xiao was on his way, you promptly ordered some new dishes, which began to arrive one after another. Although the food was not particularly remarkable, it was not the time to dwell on such matters. The group enjoyed some beer, and you made a show of wanting to open a bottle for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao quickly declined, fully aware of his own limitations with alcohol. Even beer was beyond his capacity. Recognizing Lin Xiao's refusal, the others did not press the matter further. As they dined, they began sharing amusing anecdotes from recent times. Xiao Gu, you wouldn't believe it. Since you've been away, Jingxian has been quite the sensation, receiving love letters left and right. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ji became intrigued. Xiao Gu, do you know who among those pursuing Jingxian is noteworthy? A sense of foreboding suddenly washed over Lin Xiao. Given Zhou Ji's inquiry, it was highly likely that he was familiar with this person as well. It was not difficult to guess who could be recognized by both him and Zhou Ji. It can't be. Lu Rian is with Jibo Xiao, right? Those two shouldn't be a couple. Lu Rian? Exactly. You guessed it. Xiao Gu, you're impressive. Lin Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was this really difficult to deduce? Upon hearing Lu Rian's name, when Jingxian furrowed his brow, reflecting on the recent girls pursuing him, he recalled that there indeed was one named Lu Rian. After some contemplation, he slowly spoke. She is of average appearance and character. Someone like that wouldn't catch my eye. Xiao Gu, do you know Lu Rian? As soon as this topic arose, Zhou Ji seemed to unleash a floodgate, vividly recounting Lin Xiao's long-standing crush on Lu Rian as a devoted admirer. Lin Xiao could hardly suppress the urge to silence Zhou Ji's incessant chatter. How infuriating. What was he to do when haunting memories from the past came rushing back? It felt as though he was bearing the brunt of the original owner's burdens. The revelation that Lin Xiao had once been the devoted admirer of Lu Ruyan left Yu and his companions in a state of disbelief. That Lu Ruyan? Did she truly deserve such devotion? Sun Bin nudged his companion when Jingxian. Xuanzi, why not assist Xiao Gu in avenging himself? Accept her pursuit, and then unceremoniously cast her aside. When Jingxian's expression instantly morphed into one of turmoil. I have a particular aversion to uncleanliness. To put it plainly, an ancient sage once remarked that the serene path you envision is, in truth, a bustling thoroughfare. Sun Bin, perplexed, queried, what do you mean? Do you truly not grasp this? Allow me to elucidate. You think she merely opened doors for others, yet in truth, lives have been lost within. Sun Bin remained puzzled. But the other 3 comprehended immediately. Binzi, children should not inquire about such matters. You will understand in due time. Chapter 145, She gave too much. Sun Bin was consumed by curiosity, and it was only through Yu's explanation that he began to piece it together. His sun-kissed visage flushed a deep shade of crimson. Xuanzi, how did you come by this knowledge? Isn't it obvious? As a seasoned veteran in matters of the heart, I possess my methods. I can discern it simply from the way she walks. Upon hearing this, the others regarded him with a hint of skepticism. You truly are a beast. Though Lin Xiao wished to sever any ties with Lu Ruyan, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of curiosity. Old Zhou, hasn't Lu Ruyan been involved with Jibo Xiao? Have they parted ways? I'm not well versed in this matter, but I can surmise some details. Jibo Xiao likely grew tired of her, while Lu Ruyan viewed him merely as a stepping stone. With her objectives accomplished, there was no longer a need to remain together. Thus it seems to be a peaceful separation. Lin Xiao reflected on this. Given their natures, their actions seemed rather unsurprising. The discussion about Lu Ruyan was swiftly brushed aside, for it was Lin Xiao's own scandal at stake. Yu, ever perceptive, deftly redirected the conversation. Xiao Gu, did you know? Luo Yao has been seeking you these past few days. I wonder if there's something brewing between you two? Personally, I think Luo Yao is quite charming. A fitting match for you. Lin Xiao paused momentarily, bewildered by the intentions of that madwoman. What could she possibly want from me? Who knows? By the way, Xiao Gu, you might not be aware, but she too has been exempted from training, on the same day as you. Yours in the afternoon, hers in the evening. She's been exempted as well. What was she competing against the instructor for? She confronted the instructor directly. The instructor lost. Who you? Upon concluding his statement, procured a video from the school forum showcasing Luo Yao's bout against Mu Rongjing. Upon viewing the footage, Lin Xiao inhaled sharply. Fortunately, when Luo Yao had fought him, she had not unleashed such chaos, else he feared he would not have withstood it. Clearly, he needed to maintain a distance from this madwoman. Her current interest in him likely foreshadowed trouble. He must ensure she remained unaware of his return. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, when Luo Yao was mentioned, Hu Yu's gaze shifted uncomfortably. Upon discovering that Hu Yu was Lin Xiao's roommate, Luo Yao wasted no time in approaching him, leveraging familial connections to offer an irresistible benefit. All he needed to do was inform her of Lin Xiao's return to Jingdu Lingwu at the earliest opportunity. Without a second thought, Hu Yu acquiesced. After all, it was a chance to elevate the entire Hu family. He believed Luo Yao would not pose any trouble for Lin Xiao, and even if Lin Xiao discovered his betrayal, he assumed it would not matter much to him. Thus, the moment Lin Xiao reached out, Hu Yu swiftly relayed the news of Lin Xiao's return to Luo Yao. Xiao Gu, I apologize. She has provided too much. I will compensate you later. For now, I can only advise you to prepare yourself. Lin Xiao remained blissfully unaware of the betrayal unfolding behind the scenes. The meal stretched on for 2 hours. The other 4 were thoroughly intoxicated, while Lin Xiao remained entirely unaffected. Once satiated, the 5 exited the cafeteria. Just beyond the threshold, Lin Xiao spotted a figure he was most reluctant to encounter. Who else but Luo Yao? Damn, what was she doing here? He cast a wary glance at his inebriated companions, detecting no signs of alarm. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Could there be no traitor among them? Lin Xiao overlooked the fact that his eyesight far surpassed that of his companions. He spotted Luo Yao at first glance, whereas the others were oblivious to her presence, further obscured by their drunken stupor. Had Hu Yu known that his oversight spared him from a calamity, he would have surely felt immense relief. Lin Xiao could only hope that Luo Yao was not in search of him, but rather something to eat. Yet, as fate would have it, the worst came to pass. Luo Yao stepped directly into their path. Lin Xiao, we need to talk. Her abrupt appearance startled Hu Yu and the others, rousing them from their stupor. They exchanged glances between Luo Yao and Lin Xiao before decisively abandoning him. Xiao Gu, you two chat. We'll take our leave. We've had a bit too much to drink and need to relieve ourselves. How fortuitous, so do I. With that, the 4 hastily excused themselves, leaving Lin Xiao alone amidst the swirling chaos. He inwardly cursed his companions for their lack of loyalty. Ultimately, he steeled himself. What was inevitable must be faced, and he could no longer avoid greeting Luo Yao. It was evident that Luo Yao was under the influence of her second persona, for otherwise, she would not have dared to block their path. Most notably, her speech exhibited no stammering. May I inquire, Miss Luo, what brings you to seek me? If you intend to engage in a brawl, I must regrettably decline. I concede at once. Lin Xiao's words caused Luo Yao's expression to shift, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. Ironically, Lin Xiao too seemed to have dredged up a troubling thought, instinctively rubbing his hands together in a manner that appeared somewhat lewd. Luo Yao nearly lost her composure. This fellow truly had a knack for resurrecting the most inappropriate topics. Striving to regain her composure, she resisted the urge to unleash a torrent of blows upon Lin Xiao. Shall we take a stroll? We can converse as we walk. This time, Lin Xiao did not refuse. He too was intrigued to uncover Luo Yao's intentions. The night scenery of Jingdu Lingwu was rather splendid. As Lin Xiao and Luo Yao strolled silently along a secluded path, the silvery moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns upon the ground. The sight of an attractive young man and a beautiful woman might lead any passerby to believe they were a couple on a romantic rendezvous, though the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive, with neither daring to speak. Ultimately, it was Luo Yao who shattered the silence. What have you been up to lately? Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. Her inquiry was far from courteous. Does your family reside by the sea that you feel entitled to pry into my affairs? Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict, Lin Xiao opted to respond. As it turns out, without the need for military training and finding the school environment rather dull, I ventured out to register as a mercenary, seeking to broaden my horizons in the mysterious realms. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Luo Yao's eyes sparkled with interest. She too had been exempted from military training and was at a loss for what to do lately. The reason she sought Lin Xiao was that she believed his combat prowess was commendable, hoping to engage in sparring sessions to mutually enhance their skills while alleviating her boredom. Now, with Lin Xiao's suggestion, she found herself intrigued by the prospect of exploring the mysterious realms. Becoming a mercenary? It seemed like a splendid choice. May I join you? Instinctively, Lin Xiao took 2 steps back, wishing to distance himself from this unpredictable girl. How could he possibly embark on an adventure with her? Perhaps not, for he preferred to operate solo. Observing Lin Xiao's apprehensive demeanor towards her, Luo Yao's fists clenched. Did she truly hold no allure for him whatsoever? Chapter 146. The absurdity of it all. Luo Yao had awakened her extraordinary abilities at the tender age of 10, with the rare distinction of possessing dual SSS abilities. To claim she lacked a sense of pride would be a gross understatement. Over the years, she had garnered an astonishing number of admirers. Among those who pursued her, some were drawn to her illustrious lineage, others to her untapped potential, and many more to her striking beauty. Yet, none had truly captured her interest. Initially, she dismissed these suitors, but as their numbers swelled, she ultimately unleashed her true nature, besting them to the point where they dared not pursue her further, earning her the moniker of the witch. As the saying goes, what girl does not yearn for love? Luo Yao had often fantasized about what her ideal partner would be like. However, after all these years, she had yet to find someone suitable. She had vowed that any man she chose must be of similar age and possess strength on par with her own. Was this too much to ask? Regrettably, that single criterion had eliminated 99 of the male population, until she encountered Lin Xiao. Out of her own stubbornness, she sought Lin Xiao, intending merely to teach him a small lesson. Unexpectedly, she found herself outmatched, and Lin Xiao had taken advantage of the situation. While she had not unleashed her full capabilities in that battle, a loss is a loss, and Luo Yao would not deny it. She was not naive enough to believe Lin Xiao was her fated one. However, she could not deny that her interest in him had deepened. After being defeated by Lin Xiao, her second persona had temporarily retreated. This marked her first defeat in many years, yet upon reflection, Luo Yao felt that this setback was not entirely detrimental. In fact, it had loosened the constraints preventing her from breaking through to level 5. If all went well, she would achieve that milestone within the next couple of days, elevating her combat prowess significantly. Thus, she resolved to set aside her prejudice against Lin Xiao and even contemplated progressing alongside him. Moreover, she wished to learn more about him, as he was the first boy in years to evoke such distinct feelings within her. However, she did not anticipate that when she sought Lin Xiao, he would be missing. Having finally tracked him down, she had no intention of letting him slip away so easily. Observing Lin Xiao's repeated rejections only intensified her intrigue. She wondered if he was attempting to capture her attention through a game of hard to get, yet his expressions did not suggest any pretense. Was she truly that bothersome to him? Unable to restrain herself, she inquired, "Am I really that frightening?" Upon hearing her question, Lin Xiao could not help but roll his eyes. "Are you truly so oblivious to yourself?" Frightening is an understatement. Just as he was about to respond, he caught sight of Luo Yao's earnest expression, which inexplicably softened his resolve. "It's just that I feel we are not yet at a level of familiarity sufficient for teaming up." Upon hearing this, a smile finally graced Luo Yao's face. "That's a relief. I will strive to earn your acceptance." Lin Xiao, huh? What does that mean? Does this girl harbor feelings for me? What does she mean by acceptance? It's utterly perplexing. Luo Yao suddenly realized her words might have been misconstrued. Noticing Lin Xiao's astonished expression, she felt a mischievous urge to tease him. What does that expression signify? After all that has transpired, you wouldn't dare deny it, would you? This caused Lin Xiao to retreat once more. What have I done? Was it merely an accidental brush with the lamp and a playful slap on the backside? Perhaps that was slightly excessive, but I was truly left with no other choice, was I? What on earth is this girl thinking? Surely she doesn't expect me to take responsibility. What do you want? Lin Xiao's awkward demeanor elicited a giggle from Luo Yao. She suddenly realized that Lin Xiao was quite amusing. Rest assured, I have no intention of imposing on you. I confess I harbor a slight interest in you, but that is as far as it goes. My primary persona seems indifferent to you, so if you wish to pursue me, you'll need to win over both of my personas. Lin Xiao, wait. Why are you discussing this with me? When did I express a desire to pursue you? From the current situation, it is quite evident that you are the one pursuing me. However, from Luo Yao's words, Lin Xiao gleaned some information. It was her second persona, the witch, that found him intriguing, while her primary persona, the more reserved aspect, felt no attraction. This was not particularly promising news for him. Conversely, he might be able to accept the latter. Not wishing to dwell further on this matter, lest the witch attempt something outrageous, he cleared his throat. Let us not linger on this topic. I wonder what brings you to seek me this time. Seeing Lin Xiao change the subject, Luo Yao ceased her pursuit. Her initial intention was to foster mutual growth and engage in regular sparring with Lin Xiao. However, she had now resolved to register as a mercenary herself. If he was reluctant to take her along, she could always follow him discreetly. "Oh, it's nothing much. I just missed you and wanted to chat." Lin Xiao's internal alarm bells rang loudly. Truly, she was a seductress. How audacious to utter such shameless words. "Miss Luo, I beg you to comport yourself. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Without waiting for Luo Yao's response, Lin Xiao turned and departed, though his exit appeared somewhat flustered. Watching him retreat, Luo Yao could not help but smirk. This was becoming increasingly entertaining. Contemplating her next move, she retrieved her phone and sent a message to Hu Yu. "Here I have several 100 billion projects, and I am interested in collaborating with your company. The conditions are simple. Keep a close watch on Lin Xiao's movements, and notify me immediately if he intends to leave the school. Rest assured, I guarantee that no harm will come to him. You should know what to do, right?" After sending the message, Luo Yao tucked her phone away. She believed that Hu Yu would know how to handle the situation. To become a mercenary? She hadn't registered yet, so it seemed necessary to find time to do so. Should she give her father a heads up? Perhaps it would be wise. Otherwise, she would have to manage everything herself, which was quite troublesome. Once Lin Xiao disappeared completely from her sight, Luo Yao skipped away, her mood evidently buoyant. Chapter 147, Procurement. Lin Xiao found himself perplexed by Luo Yao's intentions. He sensed that her approach had a purpose, yet she never articulated it. Moreover, compared to their previous encounters, Luo Yao seemed transformed. This time, she playfully teased him multiple times, sending a chill down his spine. To be frank, he preferred the earlier, more obstinate version of Luo Yao. The current Luo Yao made him feel as though she desired something from him. Could it be that she was attracted to his looks? At this thought, Lin Xiao couldn't help but shudder. "Temptress, do not entertain such notions. I am a man forever beyond your grasp." Lin Xiao quickly returned to the dormitory, where the other three appeared to have truly overindulged, as they had already succumbed to slumber. The dorm echoed with a symphony of snores. Shaking his head, Lin Xiao washed up and lay down. Although he had managed sufficient rest during his days in the secret realm, nothing compared to the comfort of his bed. With a 2-day respite ahead, he had no intention of idling. This journey into the secret realm had unveiled its terrors to him. Lin Xiao felt his preparations were inadequate, and with no military training scheduled for the next day, he could persuade Hu Yu and the others to accompany him on a shopping expedition. He needed to replenish his supplies. To begin with, as the chef for the Wolf mercenary group, many essential spices were still lacking. Thus, it was the perfect opportunity to procure some. After a night devoid of dreams, Lin Xiao was awakened by the dormitory's alarm clock at 3 in the morning. Checking the time, he realized the trio had taken his words to heart and had indeed been training diligently. Despite their revelries the previous night, Hu Yu and the others rose promptly when the alarm sounded, immediately vying for the bathroom. Lin Xiao observed their antics with an amused smile. Once they finished grooming, the four of them headed to the training ground, where Lin Xiao was eager to assess their recent progress. Upon arrival, they commenced their exercises. After several days of training, the trio's physical capabilities had noticeably improved. Even with additional weight, they could run several laps without gasping for breath, as they had previously. Lin Xiao pointed out their shortcomings, providing them with some jerky before focusing on his own training. When dawn broke, they concluded their workout. "Impressive. Your progress is commendable. Keep up the effort. You all are free today, correct?" The three shook their heads. Although their families resided in Kyoto and today was a break, they had no intention of returning home. After all, having finally escaped their familial confines, they were reluctant to face reprimands. "Is there anything planned, young master? I intend to purchase some supplies. Will you join me?" Hu Yu's eyes lit up. "Absolutely. Young master, please allow me to cover the expenses this time. I felt quite embarrassed when you paid last time at the auction." Lin Xiao did not decline, as he had no plans to acquire anything extravagant. Hu Yu wished to express his gratitude, and he certainly did not want to disappoint him. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, Hu Yu felt a deeper sense of guilt for having profited by divulging Lin Xiao's information, which had led him to numerous projects courtesy of Luo Yao. The rewards he received at home were substantial, and spending some of that on Lin Xiao would alleviate his conscience. After freshening up, the group set off. Hu Yu and the others, unaware of Lin Xiao's intended purchases, brought him to Kyoto's largest commercial street. No matter what Lin Xiao desired, they would buy it. Lin Xiao himself was uncertain about his needs. He merely intended to browse and purchase what could be of use. Naturally, he began by acquiring various spices. Although many spiritual herbs could substitute for seasonings, not everyone had a viable alternative, so it was prudent to stock up. The trio was utterly baffled by Lin Xiao's actions. "Young master, are you planning to rent a place? To cook for yourself? Young master, you're not considering abandoning us, are you? We can't bear the thought." Lin Xiao was speechless. Was it merely a matter of buying some spices? Did it warrant such a dramatic reaction? He had no immediate plans to rent a place. He simply found the cafeteria's food rather bland, and thought he might cook when he had the time. "You can cook?" "Just a little," he admitted. Realizing Lin Xiao wasn't planning to move out, the trio felt relieved. Subsequently, Lin Xiao entered into a fervent shopping spree, buying everything he deemed useful for future excursions in the secret realm. Even so, the expenditures remained modest. Just as Lin Xiao felt he had purchased enough, Hu Yu interjected. Young master, are you looking down on me? You've hardly spent anything. I just remembered, you don't have a vehicle yet, right? Let us go buy one. I'll take care of the bill. Lin Xiao did not oppose. He indeed required a means of transportation. He needed to frequently traverse between the school and the mercenary headquarters, and he couldn't rely on their vehicle indefinitely. Seeing Lin Xiao's agreement, Hu Yu took him to the Hu family's own dealership. Initially, he intended to procure Lin Xiao a luxury sports car, but Lin Xiao declined. Ultimately, he chose an off-road vehicle. While a sports car was flashy, its practicality was too limited. In addition to the off-road vehicle, Lin Xiao also purchased 12 all-terrain motorcycles. This idea struck him spontaneously. During the last Secret Realm expedition, the return journey had consumed a day and a half, an immense waste of time. With all-terrain motorcycles, the travel time could surely be significantly reduced. Although Hu Yu didn't understand Lin Xiao's reasoning for such a large purchase, he didn't press further. He was more than eager to spend more on Lin Xiao. Utilizing his connections, Hu Yu secured the vehicle registration swiftly that same day, alleviating Lin Xiao of considerable hassle. While waiting, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered that despite his exceptional driving skills, he lacked a driver's license and couldn't continue driving without one. Observing Hu Yu's efficiency, he wondered if he could also arrange for his driver's license. Hu Yu readily agreed, and once the registration was settled, Lin Xiao's license was as well. Lin Xiao felt quite satisfied with this outcome. Having procured most of what he needed, Lin Xiao led the trio back. Upon returning to Kyoto Lingwu, he recalled that it had been quite a while since he last contacted the elderly residents at the nursing home. Immediately, the family chat group of the nursing home was activated. As Lin Xiao perused some previous messages, he was indeed reminded of how many elderly residents had been mentioning him. A considerable number expressed their disappointment, lamenting that he had lost touch after venturing out. Lin Xiao promptly greeted the elderly members in the group. The flow of messages was sparse, as they often communicated face-to-face. However, after Lin Xiao chimed in, the atmosphere became lively in no time. In the blink of an eye, the message count surged to 99. Touched, Lin Xiao briefly shared his current situation and engaged in delightful conversation with the seniors, which continued until 10 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 148, being followed. Initially, Hu Yu and his companions speculated whether Lin Xiao was chatting with some girl. Upon realizing he was conversing with the elderly from the nursing home, particularly recognizing their elder relatives among them, they quietly withdrew. It was prudent for them to remain silent at that moment. Hu Yu had already seen the message from Luo Yao and, considering that their outing was merely for shopping with little to report, he refrained from updating her. Although he was an insider, he felt it was unnecessary to disclose every detail. He had his own boundaries. Realizing it was getting late, Lin Xiao decided to end the conversation for the sake of the elder's health. Once the chat concluded, he felt a twinge of anxiety. It seemed that such extensive conversations with the elderly could not be a regular occurrence, with a ratio of 1 to 107, even with swift fingers. It was a challenge to keep up. In the future, a simple greeting would suffice when conditions allowed. Otherwise, he would truly lose track of time. In a villa near Jingdu Lingwu, Luo Yao was also engrossed in her phone, reading a message from her father. Yao, the matter you asked me to handle is settled. Why the sudden interest in becoming a mercenary? It's quite dangerous. For your safety, I found a capable mercenary group for you. They have a task the day after tomorrow. Just seek them out then. I understand you may be reluctant, but it's your first mission, and it's better to have experienced individuals with you. Reading her father's message, Luo Yao pouted in annoyance. Her father had once again taken matters into his own hands without consulting her. She had no intention of obediently following his directives. Her objective was crystal clear, to accompany Lin Xiao wherever he went. As for the mercenary group her father had found, she could care less who went. Feeling a bit bored with nothing to do, she thought of teasing Lin Xiao. However, it seemed she didn't have his contact information. Wasn't Hu Yu around? She quickly composed a message and sent it. Give me Lin Xiao's contact information. Hu Yu, engrossed in a game, was startled by the sudden message, causing him to lose a potential 5-kill streak. Just as he was about to curse, he noticed the sender was his major financial backer. Casting a wary glance at Lin Xiao, who was already resting, he felt relieved. No way. I'm not obligated to share Xiao Ji's contact details with you. A project worth billions. Deal. Hu Yu. Xiao Gu, my apologies, but the offer is simply too generous. He promptly shared Lin Xiao's contact bubble with Luo Yao, leaving Lin Xiao's consent out of his considerations. Upon receiving Lin Xiao's contact bubble, Luo Yao eagerly sent a friend request. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao was already resting and would not be able to approve it. After multiple attempts to send the request without any response, she clenched her fists in frustration, vowing that she would make him pay. The next day, military training resumed, and Lin Xiao found himself feeling somewhat bored. Unsure of what to do, he decided to watch Hu Yu and others during their training after resting in the dormitory for a while. When Murong Jing spotted Lin Xiao, he was momentarily taken aback. Had this kid changed his ways? Was he actually interested in military training? However, upon seeing Lin Xiao carrying a sunshade and a lounge chair, he realized he was mistaken. Lin Xiao set up his sunshade not far from his class, reclining on the lounge chair, leisurely observing the new students' training while enjoying slices of chilled watermelon. If older students had behaved this way, it would have annoyed the newcomers, but Lin Xiao had completely maximized the level of mockery. Noticing the angry glares directed at him, Lin Xiao felt quite pleased. During this leisurely time, he opened his phone and discovered a friend request. Initially, he paid it little mind and had no intention of accepting it, as he wasn't inclined to add just anyone. However, upon seeing the request note stating, "I am Luo Yao, please accept," Lin Xiao immediately clicked ignore. Ridiculous. What good could come from this enchantress adding him? He certainly wouldn't agree. The leisurely day passed swiftly, and that evening, Zishu sent him a message. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, the mercenary guild will assemble. Okay, finally. There was something to do. He couldn't just continue to attract animosity. Although it was amusing, it began to feel somewhat tiresome over time. Luo Yao, having missed military training due to other commitments, was unable to attend school that day. After waiting all day for Lin Xiao to accept her friend request, she was left feeling quite discontented. Especially upon learning that Lin Xiao had been showing off all day at school, her frustration reached new heights. Lin Xiao? Just wait. In his dormitory, Lin Xiao sneezed. Ah, it must be the older brothers and sisters from the nursing home thinking of him again. After pondering for a moment, he sent a greeting message in the group and chatted with the elders for a while before resting. Before he retired for the night, he informed Hu Yu and the others about his departure the following day. Upon hearing this news, Hu Yu immediately relayed it to Luo Yao. Upon receiving the news, Luo Yao's mood instantly brightened. Little did he know, he wouldn't be able to escape this time. On his way to the mercenary guild, Lin Xiao continuously glanced in his rearview mirror. Since departing from Jingdu Lingwu, he had sensed a vehicle persistently trailing him. Initially, he thought it was merely a coincidence, but the prolonged following began to feel suspicious. Was it merely a matter of coincidence? While waiting at a red light, he deliberately turned to glance back, instantly recognizing that the driver was Luo Yao. This Luo Yao was truly relentless. Lin Xiao attempted several times to lose her, but the road conditions in Kyoto were not conducive to his efforts, leaving him unable to shake her off. Once he arrived at the underground parking lot of the Mercenary Guild, he finally seized the opportunity to create some distance from Luo Yao. While she parked, he quickly altered his appearance and even changed his outfit, then swaggered out confidently. He even passed right by Luo Yao, who was hastily exiting her car. Luo Yao was momentarily taken aback upon spotting Lin Xiao in his new guise. For some inexplicable reason, she sensed a familiar aura emanating from the man before her. After a moment's reflection, she realized she had no recollection of him. Perhaps she had encountered him somewhere before and simply forgotten. Now is not the time to be concerned about this. I cannot afford to lose sight of Lin Xiao. At this moment, Lin Xiao also exhaled a sigh of relief. When Luo Yao's gaze fell upon him, he felt he could hardly breathe, fearing that he might be recognized. Now, he could finally feel at ease. After Lin Xiao departed, Luo Yao anxiously surveyed her surroundings. Despite the throngs of people in the parking lot, she was unable to catch a glimpse of Lin Xiao. She even rushed to his car to confirm, only to find that he was already long gone. Damn it, has he vanished into thin air? He must have noticed me. Trying to shake me off is not that simple. I shall certainly find you. Chapter 149, I agree. Luo Yao understood that Lin Xiao had undoubtedly detected her following him and had likely managed to elude her while she was parking. This thought caused her considerable distress. Upon exiting the underground parking lot, she immediately commenced her search. However, locating Lin Xiao proved to be a formidable challenge. Just searching the mercenary building before her was an overwhelming task. Luo Yao resolved to adopt the most primitive method. She would wait outside for him. Convinced that Lin Xiao had entered the mercenary building and would eventually emerge once he completed his mission, she refused to believe she could not wait for Lin Xiao. As Luo Yao had surmised, Lin Xiao had indeed entered the mercenary building. He did not immediately contact the Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps, but instead made his way to the mission hall. The tasks in the mercenary hall were continually updated, and he wanted to see if there were any suitable missions available, though he did not necessarily need to take one on right away. Simply viewing them would leave an impression in his mind, allowing him to effortlessly handle any required spiritual herbs or spirit beasts if he encountered them in the secret realm. By the time Lin Xiao had familiarized himself with the available missions, it was also time for his appointed meeting with Zishu. Before Lin Xiao could reach out to him, Zishu's call came through. Lin Xiao promptly answered, "Hi Zhu, have you arrived? If so, come to the third floor. We have nearly completed our mission assignments." "All right, just a moment, I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Lin Xiao proceeded directly to the third floor, where he quickly spotted Zishu and the others. The members of the Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps were visibly excited upon seeing Lin Xiao, their eager gazes making him feel somewhat bashful. Was it truly necessary to be so enthusiastic after merely 2 days apart? Haiju, I've missed you terribly. You have no idea. Ever since I tasted your cooking, nothing else seems to satisfy. Indeed, I used to enjoy everything I ate, but now it all feels somewhat lacking. Oh, go away. All of you. My dear Haiju is mine. Observing the animated chatter among the group, Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed these individuals were not merely missing him, but rather his culinary creations. Seeing the members of the Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps brought him immense joy. Actually, regarding the issue you mentioned, I have a suggestion. When I am away, let Sister Cixi prepare a meal for you. After that, when you return to regular food, you will surely find it to be an exquisite delicacy. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, everyone cast a wary glance at Cixi. But they couldn't help but acknowledge the soundness of his reasoning. If they were to be separated from Lin Xiao for an extended period again, perhaps they should indeed try this approach. Cixi shot Lin Xiao an exasperated glare. You little rascal, always using your sister for jokes. And you lot. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you reminiscing about my culinary skills? I can whip up a feast for you anytime. Sister Snake, we were just kidding. Please don't take it to heart. As the group continued to engage in light banter, Zishu patiently observed until their pleasantries had subsided. He then turned his attention to Lin Xiao, presenting him with a bank card. Haiju, this is the bounty from our last expedition into the secret realm. Evenly split among us. This portion belongs to you, amounting to approximately 130 million. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a substantial haul, but he had not expected such a significant sum. Did we truly earn so much? Unbeknownst to him, the actual earnings were not as high as they seemed. As the members of the Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps felt that their success in this venture was closely tied to Lin Xiao's contributions, thus awarding him a larger share. Rest assured, everyone received the same. Lin Xiao ceased to protest and accepted the bank card. With this addition to his previous earnings, his journey into the secret realm had netted him nearly 200 million. A sudden realization struck him. Making money was indeed quite effortless. However, reflecting on it further, it seemed only natural. After all, he was now a member of the Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps, where all members, save for him, were of higher rank. And given the substantial rewards from their last expedition, it was likely that he would encounter fewer conflicts with spirit beasts in the future. All right, the funds have been allocated. Now, on to another matter. Haiju, regarding what I mentioned earlier, have you given it any thought? Lin Xiao momentarily paused, uncertain of what Zishu was referring to. After a considerable pause, he finally recalled. If he was not mistaken, it was about the proposition of joining the military. Brother Zishu, didn't we discuss this before? I am not fond of constraints. The military is truly not suited for me. Why not hear my conditions first? No matter what conditions you propose, I cannot agree. Let us refrain from being so absolute. As I said, listen to my conditions first. This piqued Lin Xiao's curiosity. He was eager to learn what terms Zishu's superior had in mind for him. Very well, Brother Zishu, please share the conditions you are offering. Zishu grinned. Lin Xiao's willingness to listen suggested there was an opportunity. The others also looked on with anticipation, aware that Zishu intended to recruit Lin Xiao. Yet they were wholly oblivious to the specifics of the offer. First, I must apologize. We conducted an unauthorized investigation into your records as part of our necessary protocol. Unfortunately, we were unable to uncover any information about you, as your data is classified at a high level, beyond our access. However, this also indicates that there are no issues concerning your identity. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao silently rejoiced, relieved that he had successfully concealed his information when creating a false identity. Otherwise, no matter how convincingly he fabricated it, others could easily expose his deception. That is of no concern, I understand. I'm glad you can comprehend. Now, let us discuss your compensation. We are offering you the rank of second lieutenant in the Special Abilities Unit. While this rank may not be particularly high, the number of Special Abilities Units is quite limited. In the regular military, your rank would be equivalent to that of a captain. Lin Xiao listened quietly. For a newcomer like him, the rank was not insignificant. However, it did not particularly entice him. Noticing Lin Xiao's unexpressive demeanor, Zishu inwardly acknowledged his expectations. He had anticipated that Lin Xiao would not be easily swayed. Let us not rush. There is more to discuss. Serving in the military will not interfere with your studies. You will not be required to participate in any missions, merely holding a nominal rank. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao felt a flicker of interest. If he could hold a military title without undertaking any responsibilities, that seemed rather appealing. However, he refrained from hastily expressing his approval. Furthermore, there lies the matter of your remuneration, a monthly salary of 1 million, alongside contributions to the 5 insurances and 1 fund. It's a deal. I consented. Lin Xiao, I am certainly not drawn to that modest salary. I merely wish to experience the life of a soldier. Chapter 150, The New Member. Zishu was taken aback. Before he could finish outlining his terms, Lin Xiao had already acquiesced. It was utterly unexpected, especially since he believed that this aspect would least likely sway Lin Xiao. Let us not even mention the previous expedition into the secret realm, where Lin Xiao had nearly accrued 200 million. He ought to be indifferent to this mere million a month, had it not been the maximum salary he could offer. He would have preferred to negotiate a higher figure with Lin Xiao. Is it truly agreed upon? Lin Xiao gazed at Zishu in astonishment. Was his agreement not satisfactory? Is there an issue? Of course, there isn't. It's just that I have yet to disclose some additional conditions. But rest assured, even though you've consented now, you shall still receive the benefits entitled to you. Subsequently, Zishu elaborated on the numerous advantages Lin Xiao would enjoy. Not just Lin Xiao, but even the other members of the Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps felt that Lin Xiao's treatment was exceedingly generous. Nonetheless, they bore no envy towards him, as their lives had been saved by Lin Xiao. Reflecting on this, one might conclude that such rewards were indeed well-deserved by Lin Xiao. I am well aware of the benefits. Let us now discuss my obligations. I presume you would not have me on your payroll without reason, correct? Although I have verbally agreed, should I be unable to fulfill your expectations, I shall withdraw. Zishu found conversing with astute individuals to be quite straightforward. In truth, your responsibilities are minimal. The higher-ups simply wish for you to visit the military when you have the time and impart your marksmanship skills to the team, though this is not obligatory and depends on your inclination. Additionally, should there be any special missions requiring your assistance, we hope you will participate, although this too will be contingent upon your consent. Other than that, there is nothing more. At this revelation, Lin Xiao was genuinely astonished by this measure. He was indeed receiving a salary for little to no work. Are you certain? It's that simple? Yes, indeed. Very well, I accept. Under such conditions, to refuse would be foolish. One wonders if Zishu's superior is equally naive to propose such terms. Seeing Lin Xiao's acceptance, Zishu felt elated. His superior had issued a strict order to recruit Lin Xiao at any cost. It seemed he had fulfilled his mission successfully. The rationale behind such generous offers from Zishu's superior was clear. He was grateful for Lin Xiao's rescue of the Wolf Warriors, but more so, he recognized Lin Xiao's potential. When Lin Xiao utilized the spirit bullet, his identity was revealed. Not to mention, the opportunity to recruit a legendary figure's disciple into their ranks made it all worthwhile. Lin Xiao's agreement to join the military was indeed mutually beneficial. Congratulations. Second Lieutenant Xiao, we are delighted to welcome you as an official member. As Zishu spoke, he retrieved several items from his spatial ring and handed them to Lin Xiao. The military uniform and identification were all complete. Lin Xiao accepted them, realizing they had been prepared in advance, particularly the ID photo, which had been edited to display him in military garb. Given the circumstances, Lin Xiao chose not to dwell on these matters. Brother Zishu, let us set aside these details for now. Where are we headed? Are we returning to a level 5 secret realm? Yes, to another level 5 secret realm. However, there is no need to hurry, for we have a new member. A new member? This piqued the interest of not only Lin Xiao, but also the others, who were previously unaware of this development. Boss, why is there a newcomer again? You didn't inform us beforehand. It was arranged from above. I only received the notice recently. Zishu felt somewhat helpless. He had been reluctant to accept an additional member after learning that he was assigned someone, as he believed his team was already quite adept. The only previous shortcoming had been remedied by Lin Xiao's inclusion. Moreover, with all 12 zodiac signs accounted for, how would he address this new addition? However, when his superior informed him that this individual came from a wealthy family and had donated vast resources worth billions, he acquiesced. Very well. Let the scion of a wealthy family experience life. They can serve as our bodyguard for the time being. After all, once this individual has had their fill of adventure, they will likely depart on their own. As the designated time had passed, and the newcomer had yet to appear, Zishu's impression of this unintroduced member began to sour. Contemplating this, he decided to reach out to the individual. He dialed a number, knowing that if the other party failed to answer, he would not continue waiting for them. This was a breach of agreement on their part and had no bearing on him. Furthermore, the billions in resources were certainly non-refundable. Meanwhile, Luo Yao, waiting at the entrance of the mercenary building, observed the throng of passers-by. She had already come to a conclusion. As long as Lin Xiao remained unwilling, she would not locate him today. Yet, her unwillingness to concede made her reluctant to give up. Just then, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Upon checking, she noticed an unfamiliar number. Initially intending to hang up, she reconsidered, realizing her number was not easily acquired by just anyone. Perhaps there was indeed something important. Ultimately, she answered the call. Hello, who is this? Zishu was somewhat surprised to hear a female voice on the other end, which was unexpectedly melodious. Greetings. I am from the Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps. I was informed that you wish to join our team and partake in our operations. The assembly time has already elapsed. Do you still wish to participate? If not, we shall be departing shortly. It was then that Luo Yao remembered her father had arranged for her to join a mercenary group, with today being the agreed-upon date. However, she had come in search of Lin Xiao. Just as she was about to decline, she realized that if she returned without having done anything, she would be left with nothing to occupy her time. Moreover, Lin Xiao would undoubtedly be undertaking a mission. There might still be a chance of encountering him. I apologize. I have arrived. I merely forgot how to contact you. Where are you currently? I will head over right away. Upon hearing Luo Yao's response, Zishu's expression brightened considerably. It seemed the other party was not as unreliable as he had initially perceived. He informed her of their location and then patiently awaited her arrival. After putting her phone away, Luo Yao took a deep breath. Lin Xiao? So eager to shake me off, are you? Then I shall surpass you in mercenary ranks. Heh. If this fellow were to discover that I have also become a mercenary and surpassed him in rank, he would surely be astonished. With that thought, Luo Yao's spirits lifted once more. However, without Lin Xiao, it still felt somewhat lacking. Never mind, I shall let my other persona handle this matter. I have been in control for quite some time. It is time for her to take the spotlight. Chapter 151. What is wrong with this world? After hanging up, Zishu glanced at the other members. The new member appears to be a strikingly beautiful young woman. You all need to maintain a semblance of composure and not act as if you've never encountered the world before. Boss, what you say is quite amusing. Our team already boasts 4 stunning beauties, so what kind of beauty could possibly unsettle us? Precisely. Moreover, boss, have you actually seen her photograph? How else could you ascertain she is a great beauty? I haven't seen it, but her voice is melodious, leading me to believe she must be exceptionally beautiful. Lin Xiao refrained from joining the discussion, as he has recently developed an aversion to beautiful women and wishes to avoid any interaction with them. Just as they were chatting, Luo Yao finally arrived at the scene. Lin Xiao had been keeping an eye on the entrance, and upon spotting Luo Yao, he felt utterly dismayed. Why has she come here? Could she possibly be the so-called new member? They say that what one fears often comes to pass. Upon her arrival, Luo Yao strode directly toward them. Lin Xiao stumbled, nearly losing his balance. What kind of misfortune have I brought upon myself? Fortunately, he stood at the rear of the group, and at that moment, all the members of the Warwolf Mercenary Corps were focused on Luo Yao. Everyone was taken aback by her beauty. Even the female members, such as Mao Tu, had to concede that in comparison to Luo Yao, they paled significantly. Upon reaching the Warwolf Mercenary Corps, Luo Yao found herself at a loss for words. Finally, mustering her courage, she managed to say, "Hello everyone. May I ask if you are the Warwolf Mercenary Corps?" Internally, she berated her other persona, which had taken charge in her pursuit of Lin Xiao. Now that she could no longer locate him, it had thrust her forward without granting her the opportunity to refuse. Why should she bear the brunt of the trouble it caused? Zishu was the first to regain his composure. "Hello, we are indeed the Warwolf Mercenary Corps. You must be our new member. Welcome." Although Zishu spoke, he was still perplexed. What is going on? The voice sounds the same as before. Yet it feels as if there are 2 different people. Just moments ago, she spoke without a hint of hesitation, yet now she appears so bashful. Is this what they call social anxiety? Upon realizing their new member was Luo Yao, the other boys in the group became quite animated. A few even began to tease. "Wow, you're so beautiful. Compared to you, a few of us here seem rather lacking." "What do you mean lacking? They are leagues behind. Are you all seeking death? If so, just speak up. I wouldn't mind sending you on your way. You fickle lot. Just a moment ago you were singing a different tune." At least Haizhu remained quiet. Lin Xiao. Oh, invisible mode activated. Please don't engage. Thank you. Even though he had confidence in his disguise, he felt inexplicably anxious. Zishu interrupted the chatter. "Everyone, quiet down. What a disgrace. Now that we've met, let us adhere to the usual protocol and introduce ourselves. I am Zishu, an A-class mercenary, with a level 5 SS wind affinity. Ahem, I'm Haizhu, a C-class mercenary, with a level 2 SS strength affinity." When Luo Yao heard the introductions from the Warwolf Mercenary Corps, she was filled with astonishment. A uniform display of level 5 SS abilities. Her father had not lied. This mercenary corps indeed possesses considerable prowess. It was not until Lin Xiao introduced himself that the formation was momentarily disrupted. However, this also caused Luo Yao to glance at Lin Xiao a few extra times. Among so many level 5 powerhouses, the appearance of a level 2 individual, albeit also SS rank, seemed rather jarring. When she saw Lin Xiao, she was momentarily stunned. She possessed 2 personas, yet their memories were interconnected. She recognized Lin Xiao immediately. Wasn't he the one she had encountered in the underground parking garage? Noticing Luo Yao's gaze upon him, Lin Xiao could only feign calmness and offered her a smile. "Hello, it's nice to see you again. At that moment, Lin Xiao began to reflect on whether he had overthought things previously. Judging by the current circumstances, it seemed Luo Yao had not recognized him. Could it be possible that she had not genuinely been following him, but rather was merely passing by? Otherwise, the current scenario would be quite difficult to explain. Luo Yao remained silent, her face flushing, yet she nodded in acknowledgement. The others, upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, grew increasingly curious. Haiju, do you two know each other? Lin Xiao quickly shook his head. Not really. We merely crossed paths in the underground parking garage. A girl as beautiful as her is bound to leave a lasting impression, but I never anticipated she would be our new member. Hearing Lin Xiao's compliment made Luo Yao's cheeks redden even further. This surprised Lin Xiao. The Luo Yao he encountered now seemed to be her primary persona. For him, this was good news, as it meant the current Luo Yao would not engage in any outrageous behavior or make inappropriate remarks toward him. Zishu observed Luo Yao, awaiting her to speak, but she merely blushed and remained silent. Ahem, as the leader of the mercenary corps, shouldn't you introduce yourself? At last, Luo Yao realized that since everyone else had introduced themselves, it was her turn. My name is Luo Yao, a level 5 SSS dual affinity in light and darkness. I look forward to your guidance. Luo Yao's introduction felt like a bombshell dropped within the Werewolf mercenary corps. Everyone gazed at her in disbelief. They had not discerned that Luo Yao was younger than them, likely no older than Lin Xiao. But what did she just claim her rank to be? On par with theirs at level 5? How has this girl cultivated? Is she cheating? Luo Yao, may I ask how old you are? 18. A profound silence enveloped the room. An 18-year-old level 5 powerhouse. SSS rank. Dual affinity. What are we to do with such a setback? Even Lin Xiao looked at Luo Yao in astonishment. What on earth? Hadn't Luo Yao been a level 4 powerhouse? How had she leveled up to 5 in just 2 days? It seems he ought to maintain a distance from her. He might not have been her match before, but now he was even less likely to be. Not worth the trouble. Not worth the trouble. Ultimately, it was Zishu who first regained his composure. Initially, he thought the new member would be a burden, but it now seemed otherwise. He glanced at Luo Yao and then at Lin Xiao. Although Lin Xiao's level was low, after their last expedition in the secret realm, he understood that the most formidable member of this team might just be Lin Xiao. If he recalled correctly, Lin Xiao was also 18, right? What on earth is happening in this world? Why does he feel so much older when he is barely in his 20s? Chapter 152, The Glutton. Time was no longer on their side, and all personnel were present. Zishu waved his hand, leading them forward. Their destination was yet another level 5 secret realm. Given the strength of the Werewolf mercenary corps, venturing into a level 4 secret realm would yield little profit, while a level 6 secret realm could potentially harbor level 7 spirit beasts, presenting excessive danger. A level 5 secret realm was the most suitable choice for them. The target chosen this time is roughly at the same distance as the first, albeit with a different direction. Consequently, the time spent remains quite similar. Lin Xiao continues to hitch a ride with the Wolf Warriors mercenary corps. Initially, he had intended to drive his off-road vehicle himself, but he has since abandoned that idea. After all, whether Luo Yao is shadowing him or merely traveling in the same direction, she would undoubtedly recognize his vehicle. If he were to drive his own car, his identity would be compromised, a scenario he wishes to avoid. Meanwhile, Luo Yao shares a vehicle with a few of the female members of the mercenary group. The journey is marked by silence, and upon arriving at the entrance of the secret realm, it coincides perfectly with lunchtime. Zishu initially sought a place to conceal the off-road vehicles, but Lin Xiao, finding it troublesome, promptly stored all 3 vehicles within his spatial ring. Zishu opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. He had long known that Lin Xiao's spatial ring was quite capacious, and now it seems it might be even larger than he had imagined. Throughout the ride, Luo Yao remained silent, filled with curiosity about everything outside. If one were to count, this marks her first venture into a secret realm. Zishu distributed communication devices and other equipment before turning his gaze toward Lin Xiao. You must have quite a bit of spirit beast meat, right? Let us resolve lunch right here. At the mention of food, everyone's eyes sparkled with fervor. Hog, make plenty. I've been starving since last night, and I'm ravenous now. Haha, what a coincidence. So am I. I feel like I could devour a whole pig. Luo Yao quietly observed this scene, realizing that the hog was the cook of the team. Given this, his lower rank seemed somewhat acceptable. Patting her stomach, Luo Yao felt her own hunger pangs. Lin Xiao had set off too early in pursuit, leaving her no time for breakfast. At that moment, something seemed to dawn on her, and she timidly approached Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao glanced at Luo Yao in surprise. If Luo Yao's second personality were in control, he wouldn't find it odd. After all, anything that which did would not surprise him. But now, it was her first personality in charge. Although he didn't know much about it, he understood that this personality was rather shy. Her initiative to approach him was indeed unexpected. Seeing Luo Yao hesitate to speak, Lin Xiao could hardly contain himself. Miss Luo, is there something on your mind? Luo Yao's cheeks flushed momentarily as she finally mustered the courage to voice her request. I have quite an appetite. Could you possibly prepare a bit more food? Lin Xiao was taken aback, realizing that her bashful approach was merely about this. He had thought she had discovered something that startled him. No problem. Everyone has a good appetite. I'll make sure there's enough for you to be satisfied. Thank you. The members of the Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps were already bustling about, gathering firewood and setting up stoves. Lin Xiao didn't need to lend a hand. He merely focused on preparing the meal. From his spatial ring, he retrieved the corpse of a 6th-level golden bear, which stood over 2 meters tall, surely sufficient for everyone. In the previous world, bears were not easily accessible for consumption, and he had never tasted bear meat while in the nursing home. Luckily, he knew how to cook. After a moment's thought, Lin Xiao also brought out a 5th-level antlered deer. If there were leftovers, it wouldn't matter. His spatial ring had preservation capabilities. Having spoken his intentions, he felt it prudent to prepare enough to avoid any potential shortage. The ingredients were quickly processed, and Lin Xiao began his culinary endeavors. Filling the air with an enticing aroma, Luo Yao could not help but swallow hard. What was happening? Why did this scent seem even more delectable than that of the dishes prepared by the chefs at her home, who were hired at great expense by her father? The aroma was so tantalizing that she couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Lin Xiao, oblivious to the thoughts of those around him, continued to focus on his cooking. Soon, a lavish spread of dishes was laid out before them, with over 20 dishes in total, all in generous portions. Given that the 2 spirit beasts' meats alone weighed nearly 600 to 700 gene, small plates would be inadequate to prevent everyone from growing weary of solely consuming meat. Lin Xiao thoughtfully prepared several vegetarian dishes as well. All right, it's time to eat. Everyone dig in. As soon as Lin Xiao's words fell, the group eagerly began to feast. Had it not been for the ample amount of food, Lin Xiao would have genuinely worried about a potential food fight breaking out. Luo Yao watched in astonishment as the members of the Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps devoured their meals with fervor, momentarily hesitating to join them. Miss Luo, don't just stare. The Hog's culinary skills are exceptional. Oh my goodness, this is delicious. Please, don't be shy, or you might miss out. Hog. It seems your skills have improved once again. Lin Xiao, at that moment, was savoring a bare paw, rolling his eyes at the accolades being directed at him. Of course, it's not my skills that have improved. It's simply that I had all the necessary ingredients this time, ensuring the flavors are elevated. Look at you all. So unaccustomed to fine dining. Watching the scene unfold, Luo Yao, now genuinely hungry, finally began to partake. She delicately picked up a piece of deer meat and elegantly placed it in her mouth. The tender and juicy meat captivated her instantly. Her expression transformed into one of rapture, her eyes slightly glazed as she succumbed to the delightful sensations brought forth by the exquisite cuisine. In that moment, she began to comprehend why the others held Lin Xiao in such high regard. Her movements became more frequent as she reached for more food, while her demeanor remained poised. Her pace quickened, and her hands moved with the speed of a blur. The members of the Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps were equally drawn to Luo Yao's actions. Her rapid consumption was impeccable. Even the most stringent etiquette instructor would find no fault in her manner. Completely entranced by the culinary delights before her, Luo Yao remained blissfully unaware that the attention of the group had shifted to her. Her mind was solely focused on one thought. This is so delicious. I must eat more. Lin Xiao, too, was taken aback, observing Luo Yao. Who would have thought she was such a foodie? It was rather endearing. Chapter 153, The Ignorant Human. Luo Yao's elegance in dining was matched only by the speed at which she devoured her food. If this continued, there might not be any left for others. The rest of the group continued their meal, so engrossed they could have devoured their own tongues. After some time, they finally paused, satisfied and unable to consume another bite. Whether it was due to the 6th-level spirit beast meat or Lin Xiao's generous preparations, everyone felt full. Yet half of the food remained on the table. The only one still eating was Luo Yao, who had not spoken since she began her meal. Her entire focus consumed by the delectable spread before her. At that moment, she remained completely oblivious to the fact that everyone else had already satiated their hunger. She continued to devour her meal with fervor. Initially, Zishu and the others had not perceived anything amiss. After all, during their first encounter with Lin Xiao's culinary creations, they too had indulged excessively. I found myself harboring a fondness for this newcomer, for a girl with a love for food surely possesses a kind heart. What a peculiar logic. Why does it feel so undeniably reasonable? Why discuss this? Let her eat. Let her consume as much as she desires. Gradually, the gazes of the others towards Luo Yao began to shift, revealing a hint of incredulity. The food on the table diminished at an astonishing rate. Yet Luo Yao showed no signs of pausing. Lin Xiao exclaimed, "What on earth? Is this girl a glutton?" Initially, I merely sensed that her eating pace was somewhat rapid, without feeling that anything was amiss. Now that everyone had ceased, it became apparent just how extraordinary Luo Yao's situation was. Lin Xiao calculated roughly. In this brief span, Luo Yao must have consumed at least 100 pounds of meat. Given her physique, she likely weighed less than 100 pounds. Where could all that food have gone? Moreover, her abdomen remained flat as ever, leaving Lin Xiao in a state of silence. The collective astonishment of the group grew as, after clearing the table, Luo Yao finally let out a satisfied burp, her face radiating contentment. The members of the Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps gasped in astonishment. A substantial portion of the meal had undoubtedly found its way into Luo Yao's mouth. How on earth had she accomplished this? At this moment, Luo Yao finally sensed the weight of their gazes, and her face flushed crimson. Completely captivated by the exquisite food, she had entirely forgotten the magnitude of her extraordinary appetite. I apologize. It has been so long since I savored such delicious food that I lost control for a moment. I assure you, my appetite is not that large. Upon hearing Luo Yao's words, the others simultaneously rolled their eyes in disbelief. Is that what you call a modest appetite? Do you harbor some misconceptions about human consumption? No worries. Being able to eat is a blessing. I cannot guarantee much, but in our Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps, ensuring you are well fed is never a problem. Oh, I understand. It's not a big issue. A glimmer of hope flickered in Luo Yao's eyes at Zishu's words. Really? Can I truly eat my fill every time? Lin Xiao interjected. Hey, am I the one cooking, or are you? Preparing so much food for every meal is exhausting for me. He continued, and Luo Yao. How deeply do you obsess over food? You even speak more fluidly when it comes to eating. Of course, right, Haiju? At this point, Lin Xiao found himself at a loss for words. Well, this is not a problem at all. It seems to be a form of acknowledgement for me. Thank you, everyone. You are all so kind to me. The members of the Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps could not help but swallow hard at the sight of Luo Yao. Her natural, endearing innocence was profoundly captivating to the men. Fortunately, everyone maintained their composure and bore no ill intentions towards Luo Yao. At most, they regarded her as a little sister. To be honest, having such a sister seemed rather delightful. Lin Xiao observed all of this with a wry smile. You ignorant humans are all bewitched by her facade. If her other persona were to emerge, you would soon understand what a true enchantress is. It was imperative that he found an opportunity to reveal Luo Yao's true nature to everyone, lest they be deceived by her outward appearance. Zishu, being the leader of the Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps, displayed a level of composure unmatched by the others. He was the first to respond. All right, having eaten our fill, it's time to attend to business. Everyone prepare to enter the secret realm. As usual, close combatants will scout ahead. Luo Yao and Haiju. You will be in the middle of the formation, with Chon Yo tasked to protect the two of you. Naturally, there were no objections from the others. Yet Lin Xiao felt somewhat exasperated. Why must I be paired with Luo Yao? I would prefer to keep my distance from her. This is absurd. However, he could find no valid reason to oppose the arrangement and could only silently accept the outcome. Luo Yao's primary persona was rather introverted. Had this been in the past, she might not have objected to Zishu's arrangement, although it would have undoubtedly left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Her introversion did not imply a lack of pride. Zishu's current plan was clearly aimed at safeguarding her. Yet, at present, she felt entirely at ease with it. Haiju's cooking is simply divine, yet his rank is somewhat low. He certainly requires protection. After all, who better to fulfill that role than herself? Strangely enough, she sensed a familiar aura emanating from Haiju, and she felt that his gaze upon her differed from that of the other boys. Haiju, I will protect you well. Lin Xiao responded. Huh? Protect? Have you misunderstood something? Keeping your distance from me is the greatest protection you could offer. Of course, Lin Xiao could not voice these words directly. He could only manage a somewhat strained smile at Luo Yao. Thank you then. The members of the Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps began to enter the secret realm in succession, with Lin Xiao and Luo Yao following suit. Upon entering, Lin Xiao immediately began to survey his surroundings. There were no signs of battle, and the area appeared relatively safe. Approximately 700 meters ahead lay a level 4 giant silver serpent, which had likely detected their presence but showed no signs of aggression. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao retrieved his sniper rifle and fired a shot in the direction of the serpent. It is said that one should strike a snake at its most vital point, as the heart lies at that critical juncture. Lin Xiao's shot precisely struck the heart of the giant silver serpent. The serpent, despite its excellent concealment, could not fathom why it had been discovered. Unprepared for such a ruthless tactic, it met its end. Although the giant silver serpent's life was extinguished, its body twitched momentarily due to reflexes. Zishu and the others now became aware of the serpent's presence. They had been startled by Lin Xiao's gunshot, and upon witnessing the serpent's thrashing form, they immediately readied themselves for battle. Haiju, couldn't you have given us a heads up? Can we not enjoy ourselves anymore? Chapter 154. Yinzu, stop. Observing the tense expressions of Zishu and the others, Lin Xiao felt a twinge of embarrassment. Everyone, there's no need to be so tense. The giant silver serpent is dead. I have assessed the situation, and this is the only spirit beast in the vicinity. The danger has been averted. Just as Lin Xiao proclaimed, the serpent's body only wriggled a few times before becoming completely still. Despite being a level 4 spirit beast, the effectiveness of firearms in an unprepared state was undeniable. The members of the Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps felt their anxieties ease. Haiju, next time you engage, could you perhaps give us a warning? You startled us. The others nodded vigorously in agreement. Lin Xiao's sudden action had indeed been quite alarming. I promise to do so next time. In truth, Lin Xiao had not acted impulsively, following the previous expedition into the secret realm. His abilities had become known to the members of the Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps, particularly his sniping prowess. Since they were already aware, there was no longer any need for concealment. Why squander one's spiritual energy when a single bullet can resolve the matter? Moreover, at that moment, when he had just entered the secret realm, the massive silver serpent would never have anticipated his assault. It was indeed a time of minimal vigilance on its part. Such a splendid opportunity should not be wasted. Furthermore, while Lin Xiao was observing, he instinctively activated his ability to see through. To his astonishment, within the body of this fourth-tier giant silver serpent, there existed a spiritual pearl. Faced with such temptation, it was exceedingly difficult not to take a shot. Of course, these considerations were secondary, even if he refrained from acting. Merely reporting the location of the giant silver serpent would enable Zishu and the others to eliminate it with relative ease. The true catalyst for his action was the provocation from Luo Yao. Protect oneself diligently? What about his own dignity? Why should a mere girl be the one to offer protection? Luo Yao, being closest to Lin Xiao, witnessed his decisive action most vividly. Upon entering the secret realm, Lin Xiao merely glanced around before raising his sniper rifle and firing in one fluid motion. This triggered memories in her mind of Lin Xiao competing with Murong Jing in marksmanship back at school. She pondered who was truly the stronger of the two. With the giant silver serpent now lifeless, its body lay still. Shenhe could no longer contain his eagerness and turned to Lin Xiao. Brother Haiju, can this fellow be consumed? Lin Xiao. That question caught him off guard. Yes, and it is quite delectable. Let's clean up the battlefield. Together. Lin Xiao and Shenhe approached, as the corpse of the giant silver serpent required his attention, with a voracious eater now in their midst. Although Lin Xiao's spatial ring still held ample provisions, he felt compelled to gather more, lest he find himself at a deficit. After a moment's thought, Luo Yao decided to join them. The corpse of the giant silver serpent lay quietly, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length and as thick as an adult's thigh, presenting a somewhat terrifying sight. Yet Lin Xiao's focus was not on these aspects. From its size, it should ordinarily suffice for a meal for the entire group. However, with Luo Yao's addition, that was uncertain. After all, her displayed combat prowess suggested that the giant silver serpent might merely satisfy her hunger to a modest extent. Shenhe prodded the giant silver serpent's body with a stick, confirming its demise before promptly beginning to collect it. The first order of business was to check for spiritual pearls. Ah, what a stroke of luck. The first spirit beast yields a spiritual pearl. I have a premonition that this expedition into the secret realm will yield fruitful rewards. Zishu and the others were taken aback upon hearing about the spiritual pearl. So soon? This is the first spirit beast we've encountered since entering the secret realm. The corners of Zishu's mouth curled upwards as he regarded Lin Xiao with newfound admiration. This guy truly was their lucky star, as even fortune seemed to accompany him. Lin Xiao collected the giant silver serpent's body, planning to feast upon it that night. After tidying up, the group set off. In the secret realm, their ultimate goal was always the core area, where the spirit beasts were of the highest tier and the bounty most abundant. The route had long been mapped out. The Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps had ascended to B rank through steady progression. They had thoroughly scoured numerous secret realms below level 5. Naturally, the current secret realm was no exception. And this familiarity alleviated the tension among the Wolf Warriors. The one most anxious was the newly added Luo Yao, who found everything around her refreshingly novel. Though her level was not low, she had been highly protected by her family, leaving her with no prior opportunity to enter a secret realm. She was now contemplating how to engage when facing spirit beasts. Should she unleash her ultimate move using her 5th-tier spiritual technique, or employ smaller skills to wear them down? The Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps maintained their conventional formation, with Lin Xiao and Luo Yao positioned in the middle, strictly adhering to Zishu's commands. Luo Yao stayed close to Lin Xiao, which made him feel quite uncomfortable, yet he had no grounds to send her away, ultimately resigning himself to the situation. He was immensely grateful that Luo Yao was currently exhibiting her primary persona, Otherwise, he might truly have lost his mind. Throughout their journey, Luo Yao spoke little, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Xiao. The more time she spent with him, the stronger that inexplicable sense of familiarity grew. Several times, she felt the urge to initiate conversation. But her nature held her tongue. She found it surprising that, in the past, she would have preferred to reside in her own world, undisturbed by anyone. Yet now, she felt an impulse to engage Lin Xiao in dialogue, which was quite astonishing. Although Luo Yao's second persona was not controlling her body, she was aware of the external circumstances. Upon entering the secret realm, she felt a stirring desire to emerge and explore. However, sensing her primary persona's intentions, she chose to observe patiently. She also sensed that her primary persona was overly somber. Perhaps this outing with the wolf warriors would bring about some change. Yet, this girl was far too shy. On several occasions, she attempted to seize control of her body to voice her primary persona's thoughts. Regarding Luo Yao's silence, Lin Xiao was more than content. He remained alert to the changes around him. Unlike his first foray into the secret realm, this time he chose not to be discreet. Whenever he sensed the presence of spirit beasts, he refrained from alerting the others, instead simply raising his hand to fire. Those spirit beasts were still at a distance from Lin Xiao and were entirely unaware of the wolf warrior's presence, much less that someone had set their sights on them. Caught off guard, even fifth-tier spirit beasts could not withstand Lin Xiao's ambush. Zishu and the others looked on helplessly at Lin Xiao. What happened to the plan to greet them? Next time, we will absolutely stick to it, right? Throughout their journey, their task was merely to handle the remains of the spirit beasts. They had yet to encounter any living spirit beasts, leaving them with a sense of clinging to Lin Xiao's coattails. Yanzu, please stop. Give us a chance to contribute. This makes us appear utterly inept. In a single afternoon, apart from Lin Xiao, the others had no opportunity to engage. Their sole responsibility was to obediently process the corpses of the spirit beasts after Lin Xiao fired. The most exasperating part was that after shooting, Lin Xiao pretended as if nothing had transpired, continuing to search for traces of spiritual herbs. The members of the Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps now eagerly anticipated encountering a horde of spirit beasts. If that were to happen, Lin Xiao would find it difficult to handle them alone, thus granting them a chance to act. Unfortunately, fate did not favor them by the time they paused for rest. They had yet to see a pack of spirit beasts. The most they encountered at once was merely 3 spirit beasts, and before they could act, Lin Xiao had already dispatched them all. At this moment, Luo Yao began to grasp Lin Xiao's combat prowess. She understood why he, despite his low level, was able to join the mercenary corps. With his culinary skills so exceptional, reconnaissance abilities so keen, and marksmanship so precise, it would indeed be puzzling if such a talent were not accepted into the Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps. Luo Yao remained silent throughout the journey, quietly trailing behind Lin Xiao. Observing him diligently collecting spiritual herbs, she occasionally lent a helping hand in the search, which slightly improved Lin Xiao's impression of her. Setting aside other considerations, Luo Yao's ability to learn was commendable. Merely by watching from the sidelines, she was able to discern the types of spiritual herbs she had gathered, never once making a mistake, which was a significant improvement over the other members of the Battle Wolf Mercenary Corps. By the afternoon, Lin Xiao felt quite elated, reveling in the freedom he hadn't experienced in quite some time. Moreover, he was assured that Luo Yao had not recognized him. It was evident that he had overthought things. The disguise techniques he had learned altered not only his appearance, but also his stature, voice, and even scent. Aside from the elder who had taught him, no one else should be able to detect his disguise, allowing him to relax completely. As dinner time approached, Lin Xiao retrieved the necessary ingredients from his spatial ring. The others quietly busied themselves, feeling increasingly useless if they did not find something to occupy their time. Noticing that everyone was engaged with the ingredients, Luo Yao once again approached Lin Xiao's side. Before she could speak, Lin Xiao preemptively remarked, "I am aware of your appetite. Rest assured, I will ensure you are well fed." Luo Yao felt a twinge of embarrassment from Lin Xiao's words, yet this time, she had not come to discuss her appetite. To Lin Xiao's surprise, she presented him with a bag of mushrooms. Taken aback for a moment, he realized that Luo Yao also possessed a spatial ring, which he had previously overlooked. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao felt no astonishment. With her family background, acquiring a spatial ring would undoubtedly be a simple matter, given that they were not lacking in wealth. "This is a collection of mushrooms I gathered along the way. I thought they might be useful to you," she explained. Lin Xiao accepted the mushrooms without hesitation. Tonight's dinner featured a mountain delicacy chicken, perfect for a dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms. "These mushrooms will indeed come in handy. Thank you for your efforts," he said, turning his attention to the bag. However, his expression quickly shifted to one of incredulity. Goodness! Does Luo Yao intend for everyone to succumb to misfortune? A glance at the contents revealed that not a single mushroom was safe to consume. Some were highly toxic, the kind that could easily lead to fatal consequences. Hastily discarding the poisonous mushrooms, he found himself left with an empty bag, having failed to identify even one edible specimen. How did you manage this? Every single mushroom is poisonous? Seeing Lin Xiao cast aside the fruits of her labor, Luo Yao's spirits sank. She had assumed he found her collection lacking. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's assessment of the mushrooms, her face flushed with embarrassment. I'm so sorry. I had no idea they were all toxic. I was told that the more beautiful the mushroom, the more poisonous it is, so I specifically sought out the ugly ones. There's no need to worry. Just be more cautious next time. It's not only the vibrant mushrooms that are toxic. In the future, avoid gathering these without supervision. Fortunately, these are only harmful when ingested. Encountering ones that are toxic upon contact would be far worse. Understood, Luo Yao replied, her cheeks reddening further. Was he genuinely concerned for her? Since her second persona had achieved notable fame, she had not experienced the warmth of such concern from anyone other than her family for quite some time. Strangely enough, she found the sensation quite pleasant. The mushrooms Luo Yao had gathered may have been unusable, but Lin Xiao had also collected a fair share of edible fungi along their journey. He was determined to prepare a delightful chicken stew. The members of the Battle Wolf Mercenary Corps were processing the ingredients with increasing efficiency, and even Lin Xiao could find no fault in their work. They had all become competent sous chefs. As the fragrant smoke began to waft through the air, enticing aromas permeated the mysterious realm. Lin Xiao commenced preparing dinner, while Luo Yao observed quietly beside him. The others dispersed. They were no longer at the periphery of the realm, and the enticing scent would surely attract spiritual beasts. In the past, they would have preferred to avoid any encounters with such creatures, but today was different. They were all harboring a pin-up energy, eagerly awaiting an opportunity to unleash it upon any unsuspecting spiritual beasts that might wander near. As anticipated, it wasn't long before an unfortunate spiritual beast arrived on the scene, a level 1 violent rabbit. Oblivious to the danger, it hopped blissfully toward the source of the delectable aroma. Upon sighting the violent rabbit, the members of the Battle Wolf Mercenary Corps were instantly filled with excitement. Wind and clouds sweep, flames consuming the heavens, thunder smite. Under the barrage of advanced spiritual techniques, the rabbit stood no chance and was reduced to nothingness, leaving no trace behind. The violent rabbit lamented, I am but a beast. How could I provoke such a multitude of 5th-level warriors to unleash their formidable techniques upon me? My existence has truly been worthwhile. The melee fighters, the horse and the monkey, wore expressions of discontent. These ranged attackers have no sense of honor. They struck the moment they spotted the rabbit, denying us any opportunity to engage. While Lin Xiao was engrossed in cooking, he sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy and curiously raised his head, catching sight of the violent rabbit being obliterated by a flurry of techniques. Unable to suppress his thoughts, he quipped, I must ask, is it truly necessary to exert so much effort over a mere violent rabbit? Hearing Lin Xiao's audacity to voice such a remark, everyone glared at him with indignation. Silence. Lin Xiao instinctively recoiled. It was merely a few kills. Surely that's not too much to ask. Chapter 156. Listen to me, thank you. Lin Xiao recognized that he had likely provoked the ire of the group and wisely chose to remain silent. Observing the unfolding scene, Luo Yao couldn't help but smile faintly. She found herself increasingly fond of this mercenary group. As Lin Xiao continued to cook, the enticing aroma intensified, drawing in numerous spiritual beasts unable to resist the allure. The members of the Battle Wolf Mercenary Corps finally found their opportunity to act, channeling their pent-up frustrations. Once they had dispatched the majority of the spiritual beasts, Lin Xiao's meal was nearing completion. The group hurriedly gathered around. To be honest, since Lin Xiao had cleared out all the spiritual beasts earlier, they had hardly contributed at all. If not for their lack of culinary skills, they would have felt embarrassed to let Lin Xiao do all the cooking. Now that they had finally slain some spiritual beasts, they felt justified in joining the table. At the very least, it lifted their spirits somewhat. Dinner proved to be far more sumptuous than lunch, with Lin Xiao showcasing a variety of dishes. However, the highest level creature was merely a level 4 giant silver snake. This was not due to Lin Xiao's reluctance to use higher level beast meat, but rather for the sake of the Battle Wolf Mercenary Corps members. Through these days of camaraderie, Lin Xiao had gained a fair understanding of their abilities. Perhaps due to their military backgrounds, the members of the Battle Wolf Mercenary Corps possessed commendable physical prowess. All individuals present are 5th-level awakened beings, capable of withstanding the consumption of 5th or even 6th-level spirit beast meat. However, during lunch, they indulged rather excessively, leading to an overload of energy within their bodies. This was a primary reason behind the frustration felt by the members of the War Wolf Mercenary Corps, who were unable to take action in the afternoon. Should dinner consist of more high-grade spirit beast meat, it is likely that some would find themselves unable to sleep that night. Strangely, Luo Yao's condition surprised Lin Xiao. Although she consumed the most during lunch, he detected no signs of agitation emanating from her. It remains uncertain whether this is due to her personality or an exceptionally efficient digestive system. The group commenced their meal. And while the spirit beast meat was of a lower grade, its flavor was not lacking. Everyone feasted with great enthusiasm, perhaps due to their earlier indulgence. Most were not particularly hungry, with many satisfied after only a modest portion. Luo Yao, however, was an exception. As the others began to finish their meals, she continued to quickly devour the food before her. Had they not known how much she had eaten at lunch, one might have thought she had been starving for days. This led to an amusing spectacle of everyone watching Luo Yao eat. The men, including Lin Xiao, were not overly concerned, merely astonished by her remarkable appetite. In contrast, the four women in the group became visibly unsettled. Why is it so unfair, oh heavens? The meals prepared by Brother Haiju are so delectable that I've gained 5 pounds recently. I've gained 4 pounds as well, though I wish to control myself. Brother Haiju's cooking is simply irresistible. Everyone seems to be gaining weight, which I can bear. But why does Luo Yao eat so much yet show no signs of gaining? Just look at her abdomen. Despite her consumption, it remains flat. Envy dripped from the corners of their mouths. This is intolerable. Upon overhearing the ladies' conversation, Lin Xiao and the others wisely chose silence. Speaking up at this moment would be unwise. After another 10 minutes, Luo Yao completed her meal, a sight Lin Xiao had grown accustomed to. Witnessing the joy his culinary efforts brought to others fulfilled his vanity. Having such a little foodie in the group was indeed delightful. After satisfying their appetites, instead of resting immediately, the group gathered to engage in conversation. Initially, Luo Yao felt somewhat shy about joining in. However, Zisher and the others, aware of her personality, instinctively steered the conversation towards her, which compelled Luo Yao to speak up more often. Gradually, she began to relax, speaking more freely and overcoming her stutter. Luo Yao felt immense joy at this transformation, as it was something she had longed for. After chatting for a while, it was time to assign night watch duties. Maintaining the previous arrangement, but this time Luo Yao was assigned to Lin Xiao's group. Zisher believed that Luo Yao and Lin Xiao, being of similar age, would have more in common to discuss. Moreover, he held a fondness for both youngsters, and the prospect of a budding story between them seemed quite appealing. Had Lin Xiao been aware of Zisher's thoughts, he would have surely serenaded him with a song. Listen to me. Thank you. Initially, Lin Xiao intended to object. Yet he ultimately yielded, unable to present a valid reason. Well, let fate decide. Upon returning to the tent, Lin Xiao observed that everyone was preparing for rest. So he quietly retrieved a mattress from his spatial ring. The companions sharing the tent with him, Chonyo, Chenlong, and Su Go, would join him in the night watch for convenience. Lin Xiao's actions astonished the others in the tent. They were aware of his spatial ring. Yet this level of usage was unexpected. Are you trying to tease us? Lin Xiao chuckled at Shun Ho and the others. Apologies, but there's only one mattress, and the space is too limited to accommodate more. I'm turning in now. Good night, everyone. Chonyo and the others exchanged glances, but remained silent. Lin Xiao was now a treasured member of their mercenary corps. What was wrong with sleeping on a mattress? That seemed perfectly reasonable. Before long, Lin Xiao drifted into slumber. Though his sleep was not particularly restful, throughout the night, there were several instances of spirit beasts attempting to ambush them. Fortunately, the members of the other two night watch teams swiftly resolved the skirmishes. Their choice not to call for assistance indicated they could handle the situation themselves. But the commotion slightly affected everyone's sleep quality. At 2 in the morning, it was Lin Xiao's group's turn to stand watch. When Lin Xiao and his companions emerged from the tent, they found that Luo Yao was already awake. Upon seeing Lin Xiao and the others, she nodded in acknowledgement. The presence of a beautiful girl among the night watch team was certainly not a disadvantage. At least it provided a pleasant distraction during moments of boredom. The group remained silent, quietly observing their surroundings. Naturally, their primary focus was on Lin Xiao. Once he confirmed there were no spirit beasts nearby, he decided to take a stroll around the vicinity. The last time he was on night watch, he discovered a century-old Guiyuan ginseng, which was worth 50,000 points. Perhaps this time would yield similar rewards. The other three were already accustomed to Lin Xiao's explorative nature. Chonyo immediately followed suit, wanting to ensure Lin Xiao's safety. Upon learning of the situation, Luo Yao decided to accompany Lin Xiao. Being the only girl present, she felt more at ease with him than with the others, whose company felt rather awkward. Chapter 157. Alarm bells. The early morning in the secret realm was eerily tranquil. Perhaps shyly, the moon had concealed itself, casting a deeper shadow around them. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if whispering mysterious tales. A light mist enveloped the area, quickly dampening the hems of their pants. Visibility was poor at night, but it mainly affected Chonyo. Although he had adjusted to the darkness, He could only vaguely discern Lin Xiao and Luo Yao's silhouettes. Neither Lin Xiao nor Luo Yao's vision was hindered. Lin Xiao possessed night vision, perceiving the surroundings as clearly as during daylight. Luo Yao, endowed with dark-based abilities, also enjoyed significantly better night vision than the average person, albeit not on par with Lin Xiao. After scouring the vicinity extensively without discovering any valuable spirit herbs, Lin Xiao felt a pang of disappointment. Throughout his search, he remained vigilant, noting that no spirit beasts had been detected thus far. This prompted him to ponder a different strategy. Perhaps if he ventured a bit further, he might stumble upon something worthwhile. With this thought, Lin Xiao turned to Luo Yao and Chon Yo. I intend to explore a little further. What do you think? Chon Yo felt a twinge of unease but refrained from voicing any opposition. With Chunlong and Sugo stationed at the camp, they could handle any spirit beasts that might appear. No problem, but let's not stray too far. Luo Yao merely responded with a soft relishing the current atmosphere. The sensation of being enveloped in darkness invigorated the dark energy within her. Upon obtaining the consent of both parties, Lin Xiao no longer hesitated and casually chose a direction to venture forth. He was not particularly intent on acquiring a valuable spirit herb. Rather, he sought merely to find something to alleviate his ennui. After traversing approximately 1,000 meters, Lin Xiao's nostrils twitched as he caught a whiff of an exceptionally fragrant aroma. I ask you both, have you detected a scent? Chon Yo and Luo Yao sniffed the air and nodded in agreement. Indeed, there was a delightful fragrance that invigorated the senses. Perhaps there truly exists some high-grade medicinal herb nearby? Let us investigate. But with caution, spirit beasts possess a keener sense of smell than we do, and if such a herb is present, it may attract some spirit creatures. Lin Xiao's night vision remained activated, and thus far, he had discerned no immediate dangers. Only traces of spirit beasts were found underground, all of which were of a lower tier and seemingly in a state of slumber. Following the enticing scent, the trio continued onward, the alluring fragrance growing increasingly potent. After a diligent search, Lin Xiao finally discovered the source of the captivating aroma, a three-leaf qingji. His gaze instantly ignited with fervor. The three-leaf qingji was exceedingly rare, rivaling the century-old Guiyuan ginseng he had previously acquired. The three-leaf qingji possessed a unique characteristic. It bore no scent until it neared maturity, at which point it emitted an alluring fragrance. The maturation period was fleeting, lasting merely 2 hours. If not harvested within this time frame, the herb would wither, becoming worthless and even toxic. This rarity accounted for its high market value, with bounties for mature three-leaf qingji tasks in the mercenary hall reaching a staggering 100,000 points. Lin Xiao refrained from immediate action, opting instead to survey his surroundings. Such a precious treasure ought not to be devoid of guardians. It was likely that formidable spirit beasts lurked nearby. After a thorough examination, Lin Xiao found no threats, which eased his concerns. It seemed he had been overly cautious. This three-leaf qingji would be his. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his racing heart. Just as he prepared to collect the herb, he felt a tug at the hem of his garment. Turning, he beheld Luo Yao, who gazed at him with apprehension. What is it? Something feels amiss. I sense a potent presence of dark energy in the vicinity. There may be high-level dark spirit beasts nearby. If you approach carelessly, you could be in grave danger. Lin Xiao paused, taken aback by Luo Yao's serious demeanor, which suggested she was not jesting. He was somewhat surprised, amidst their conversation. He had not stuttered once, perhaps due to the heightened concentration. Although Lin Xiao held confidence in his night vision, he recognized that Luo Yao was not one to speak falsely. It was prudent to heed advice. He halted his advance and began to reassess his surroundings. There were indeed spirit beasts present. He had previously underestimated the potential threat. This time, Lin Xiao employed all his spiritual techniques, convinced he could uncover the hidden danger. His focus quickly zeroed in on a tree 100 meters away from the three-leaf qingji. Upon it perched a spirit beast the size of a palm, which Lin Xiao had noticed earlier but had instinctively dismissed due to its diminutive stature. Now, however, it seemed there was more to this creature than met the eye. What piqued Lin Xiao's suspicion was the presence of a spirit pearl within the beast. While it was not unusual for a first-tier spirit beast to possess a spirit pearl, the circumstances surrounding this particular instance raised significant doubts. Lin Xiao pointed toward the tree and addressed Luo Yao. There is a spirit beast atop that tree. Can you sense anything unusual over there? Rather than glancing in that direction, Luo Yao closed her eyes. Moments later, she reopened them. Indeed, the dark energy there is exceedingly dense, far stronger than that surrounding us. It is undoubtedly the source. Confirmed in his suspicions, Lin Xiao broke into a cold sweat. Had Luo Yao not alerted him, he might have strolled over nonchalantly, and even with Chon Yo's protection, he would likely have faced an attack. If this spirit beast were of a higher tier, his chances of being killed outright would have been significant. This incident served as a wake-up call for Lin Xiao. In the future, he must refrain from such impulsiveness. This spirit beast had sought to deceive him, and he could not allow it to go unpunished. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiao seized his sniper rifle, aiming it at the creature. "Thank you for your warning. In gratitude, I bid you farewell." Without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger. To his astonishment, the spirit beast seemed to sense the impending danger, vanishing into the shadows at the very moment he pulled the trigger. Indeed, it was a dark-type spirit beast. He had underestimated it. Exercise caution. It is a dark spirit beast. Chonyo, alerted by Lin Xiao's warning, immediately positioned himself in front of Lin Xiao, vigilantly scanning the surroundings, while Luo Yao melded into the shadows. She had pledged to protect Lin Xiao, but had yet to find an opportunity. Now, that moment had arrived. No one was better suited to confront a dark spirit beast than she. Chapter 158, Harmonious Coordination. Although the spirit beast had retreated into the shadows, it remained visible under the enhancement of Lin Xiao's myriad spiritual techniques. What surprised him, however, was that after entering the shadows, the beast's size rapidly shifted. It transformed from its original palm-sized form into a 2-meter-long creature, demonstrating its ability to manipulate its own dimensions. Lin Xiao finally discerned the identity of this spirit beast, the nether leopard. The aura emanating from the nether leopard suggested it was of comparable cultivation to Zishu and the others. Indeed, it was a level 5 spirit beast. While level 5 spirit beasts were manageable, it seemed that Luo Yao's luck was exceptionally fortuitous. Having just broken through to level 5, she encountered a level 5 dark spirit beast, coincidentally possessing a spirit pearl as well. What incredible fortune she had. The nether leopard was not one to be trifled with. Lin Xiao's earlier attack had ignited its ire. After vanishing into the shadows, it fixated on Lin Xiao, sensing the opportune moment to launch a surprise assault. Dark-type attacks were notoriously difficult to defend against. Although Chonyo stood before Lin Xiao, he lacked Lin Xiao's capabilities and was unaware of the nether leopard's location. As the nether leopard charged toward him, Lin Xiao remained remarkably composed. He had noticed that Luo Yao was already taking action, possessing dark-type abilities. Luo Yao was acutely attuned to the fluctuations of dark spiritual energy. When she sensed the nether leopard preparing to strike Lin Xiao, she swiftly transformed into shadow, positioning herself directly in the creature's path. Thus commenced the first clash between the two. Neither party sustained any damage with a single strike. They quickly distanced themselves from one another. The shadow leopard sprang forth from the depths of the shadows, casting a wary glance towards Luo Yao. This human also belonged to the dark element, her cultivation level matching its own. Yet that was not all. An unsettling aura emanated from Luo Yao, filling the creature with trepidation. Upon spotting the shadow leopard, Luo Yao made no attempt to conceal herself further and stepped out directly from Lin Xiao's side. The shadow leopard is formidable. Exercise caution. I am not afraid of it, but subduing it will not be an effortless task. At least, I cannot guarantee its capture. Lin Xiao cautioned, observing the seriousness in Luo Yao's demeanor, which stirred a ripple of admiration within him. Luo Yao exuded a unique charm that compelled him to gaze upon her longer. Fortunately, her focus remained solely on the shadow leopard, oblivious to his uncharacteristic reaction. "Fear not. I can assist you from the sidelines. We should have no trouble dealing with this creature together, especially with the 3-leaf Qingji at hand. It will not escape easily." Luo Yao realized, affirming that she was not alone in this battle. The opponent was a level 5 dark elemental beast, just as she had recently ascended to level 5 herself. Although it was merely a single spirit beast, she could not help but ponder the possibility of a spirit pearl residing within its being. "All right, I will take the offensive. You seize the opportunity to strike. Rest assured, I will prevent it from getting near you." With that, Luo Yao vanished into the shadows, initiating her assault on the shadow leopard. Being of the same dark element, the leopard was not blind to her movements. It would not cower and charge towards Luo Yao in kind. In an instant, the two became entwined in battle. Their struggle concealed within the shadows, leaving Lin Xiao as the sole witness to the ferocity of their combat. Since he had promised to assist, he could not remain a mere spectator. Grasping his sniper rifle, he fired a shot, not aimed at the shadow leopard, but rather at the space beside it. To any onlookers, it might have appeared as though Lin Xiao had missed. Yet, only Luo Yao and the shadow leopard understood the brilliance of his shot. Having narrowly evaded the leopard's attack, Luo Yao spotted an opening and unleashed a powerful punch. She did not expect this strike to injure the shadow leopard, as evading it should not pose a significant challenge. The crux of the matter lay in Lin Xiao's shot, which effectively sealed off the leopard's escape route. Faced with only two choices, either to absorb Luo Yao's punch or to endure Lin Xiao's bullet, the shadow leopard opted to take the blow from Luo Yao. Though her strength was considerable, absorbing the punch left the shadow leopard reeling, forcing it to retreat. Lin Xiao would not let this opportunity slip away. He fired again. The shadow leopard sensed imminent danger and, despite its discomfort, managed to halt its retreat, narrowly avoiding calamity. Luo Yao seized this moment, deploying her dark elemental technique. The Shadow Hand. As the technique activated, a massive, obsidian hand reached out toward the shadow leopard, but to Luo Yao's dismay, the shadow hand dissipated upon touching the beast's form, inflicting no harm. Lin Xiao observed intently. This was not a reflection of Luo Yao's abilities, but rather a testament to the shadow leopard's inherent resistance to dark elemental powers. Luo Yao, utilize your light elemental abilities, Lin Xiao urged, realizing the strategic advantage. Luo Yao acknowledged that, despite the current environment dampening the effectiveness of light techniques, they remain superior to dark ones. Understood. Prepare to face my judgment of light, she declared, unleashing a barrage of luminous arrows towards the shadow leopard. This time, the leopard truly sensed the peril. How could this be? This human, like itself, was of the dark element. How could she wield light elemental skills? From the oncoming arrows, the shadow leopard felt the threat. Should it absorb this attack, it would likely sustain severe injuries. Without hesitation, it prepared to evade, but Lin Xiao awaited this very moment, firing yet again along the leopard's retreat path. The frustration within the shadow leopard grew. Cursed human. Such a lack of martial ethics. Compared to the bullets, it was far less inclined to endure the light elemental attack. Thus, it chose to withstand Lin Xiao's bullet instead. Complete evasion was impossible. The shadow leopard could only maneuver its body to avoid critical damage. A bullet struck its hind leg, blood seeping from the shadows. Lin Xiao regarded this outcome with satisfaction. Given the current circumstances, it was only a matter of time before the shadow leopard was subdued. Luo Yao, press on, he commanded. Luo Yao remained silent, already launching another attack on the shadow leopard even before Lin Xiao's words finished echoing. Their first collaboration against a foe unfolded with an uncanny synchronicity, as if they had rehearsed this many times before. Chapter 159, Shadow Phantom. Luo Yao continued to employ her light elemental techniques, this time opting for the non-offensive light radiance. Under its brilliance, the night was swiftly dispelled, the surrounding shadows vanishing instantaneously. The shadow leopard was compelled to emerge from the cover of darkness. Lin Xiao appeared to have anticipated this outcome, unleashing 2 shots at the revealed shadow leopard, aiming for vital points. Should he succeed, even with the leopard's preparedness, it would not emerge unscathed. The shadow leopard felt exasperated. Within this secret realm, it was not the apex being. Yet even the level 6 spirit beasts within the domain posed no threat to it. Having fortuitously discovered a 3-leaf Qingji, it had claimed this territory, deterring other spirit beasts from approaching. It awaited the maturation of the Qingji, which would likely elevate it to a level 6 spirit beast, establishing itself as the dominator of this realm. However, just as it prepared to harvest, intruders encroached upon its domain, initially intending to ambush them during their gathering. It was caught off guard by their adept concealment. Now, it found itself ensnared in an exceedingly disadvantageous position. It realized that while it could not overpower the woman before it, escaping unscathed seemed feasible. The true threat lay in the gun-wielding man. Through their deft cooperation, it found itself bereft of any opportunity to retaliate. Should this continue, it may very well meet its demise here. With that thought in mind, the shadow leopard resolved to flee. Its form shrank instantaneously, narrowly evading Lin Xiao's bullet. Observing this, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. He had anticipated that even if he could not slay the shadow leopard, he would at least severely wound it. To his surprise, the leopard had evaded the shot by altering its shape. Indeed, conventional weaponry is not omnipotent. When faced with a vigilant opponent, one's marksmanship may appear somewhat inadequate. It is imperative to strive towards enhancing one's own capabilities. The Shadow Panther is not a fool. It understands that lingering in this confrontation would yield no favorable outcomes. As the radiant effect dissipated, it too unleashed its own spiritual technique. Shadows swiftly converged around it, conjuring 4 identical Shadow Panthers that materialized beside it. Externally, the 5 Shadow Panthers bore no discernible differences. Even their auras were indistinguishable. Lin Xiao and Luo Yao instantly heightened their vigilance. Should the strength of these 4 Shadow Panthers be on par with the original, they could indeed find themselves in considerable peril. To Lin Xiao's astonishment, the Shadow Panthers chose not to attack them. Instead, they fled in various directions. Lin Xiao exclaimed, "What the hell? Is this creature truly so cowardly? I had anticipated a grand battle." At this moment, Luo Yao found herself at a loss. Despite possessing dark abilities herself, she could not ascertain which of the panthers was the true entity. However, Lin Xiao's infrared perception allowed him to discern the genuine Shadow Panther without difficulty. Furthermore, only the true form of the Shadow Panther bore the existence of the spiritual orb. What infuriated Lin Xiao the most was that at such a critical juncture, the Shadow Panther still harbored thoughts of seizing the three-leaf Qingji. Its true form was clearly headed in the direction of the coveted herb. Damn, not only is it fleeing, but it dares to covet the three-leaf Qingji, he thought. Such greed deserves to be punished. Luo Yao, the one heading southeast, is the true form. Capture it. Initially hesitant, Luo Yao, upon hearing Lin Xiao's command, launched an attack towards the genuine Shadow Panther. This time, she held nothing back, unleashing her light-based spiritual techniques with abandon upon the Shadow Panther. Lin Xiao, too, was not idle. He swiftly squeezed the trigger, effectively cutting off all avenues of escape for the creature. In light of their combined efforts, the Shadow Panther was unable to evade capture this time. It was first struck by Luo Yao's light techniques and ultimately met its demise at the hands of Lin Xiao's bullet. In that moment, the Shadow Panther regretted its greed. Had it not been so avaricious, perhaps it could have escaped. But whom could it blame? It simply could not bear to relinquish the three-leaf Qingji that it had guarded for so long. Observing the Shadow Panther's lifeless form, Lin Xiao felt a sense of relief. After scanning the surroundings and confirming there were no dangers, he turned to Luo Yao and said, "You handle the aftermath while I collect the spiritual herb." Luo Yao understood Lin Xiao's reasoning. He was sending her to check for the spiritual orb. Seizing the opportunity, while Luo Yao was preoccupied with the battlefield, Lin Xiao swiftly plucked the three-leaf Qingji. This herb had been a personal desire, and he believed others would have no objections. At least, he hoped so. He had no intention of relinquishing it. Chonyo had remained before Lin Xiao throughout the ordeal, observing his every action without comment. These spiritual herbs were unfamiliar to him, as he had accompanied Lin Xiao solely to seek them out. Regardless of the outcome, it was Lin Xiao's gain, not his. Having been merely a bystander during the battle, he felt he had no right to claim any spoils. After securing the three-leaf Qingji, Lin Xiao joined Chonyo at Luo Yao's side. She was currently staring blankly at the corpse of the Shadow Panther. Lin Xiao, well aware of the spiritual orb's presence within it, noted Luo Yao's reaction. She had likely discovered its existence. What's wrong? Did you find a spiritual orb? Luo Yao nodded mechanically. Although she had been aware of the potential for a spiritual orb, the realization of its existence before her was still surreal. This orb is exactly what I need. Could I possibly acquire it? I can pay for it. Lin Xiao was rendered speechless. The battle had only just concluded, and she was already reverting to her previous self. Stuttering in her speech. I know you're not short on money, but you shouldn't treat it so lightly. Keep the orb. Any spiritual orbs obtained by the Wolf Mercenary Corps are prioritized for the team members. You are considered part of our group, so this orb rightfully belongs to you. Really? She asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. Why would I lie to you? Take it with confidence. By the way, what spiritual technique did you gain? Dark Shadow Soul. She replied. It should be the last technique used by the Shadow Panther. The specific effects will only be known once I absorb it. Lin Xiao was pleasantly surprised that the Shadow Panther had been generous enough to yield such a technique. Its effects appeared promising, useful for both confusing foes and facilitating escape. Very well, let us return for now. The commotion here may have drawn the attention of others. We cannot let them worry. With the battle concluded and satisfactory gains secured, there was no need for further searching. Today had indeed been invigorating. On their return journey, Luo Yao seemed to recollect something. Haiju, may I ask you a question? While I was battling the Shadow Panther, I was concealed in the shadows. How did you detect us? Just having acquired a spiritual orb. Luo Yao was still brimming with excitement. Now that she had calmed down, her curiosity led her to pose the question directly. Previously, during her encounter with Lin Xiao, she had been discovered, and now she was surprised that Haiju could also find her. This realization somewhat disheartened her and sparked doubt. She was rather shy, but that did not equate to foolishness. The similarities between the two were striking. Haiju belonged to the SS class of strength. Lin Xiao had mentioned during the class meeting that his acceptance letter also indicated he was in the SS class of strength. Both were of the second tier, and their marksmanship was commendable. Lin Xiao's true ability was enhanced vision, while Haiju's keen eyesight allowed them to spot spiritual beasts before others. Now, coupled with the ability to detect someone employing dark abilities, the convergence of such coincidences was hard to ignore. Upon hearing Luo Yao's question, Lin Xiao felt a sense of unease. He had not considered these details during the battle, and this aspect was indeed difficult to explain. She couldn't have discovered something. Could she? He pondered. What you mention is true. I am particularly sensitive to fluctuations in spiritual energy, enabling me to accurately distinguish different individual spiritual signatures. I suppose this is my unique talent, Lin Xiao replied, attempting to fabricate a plausible excuse, albeit with a hint of nervousness. Oh, I see. Lin Xiao thought, what? She actually believed it. How naive. However, it was not entirely Luo Yao's fault. After harboring suspicions, she had closely observed Lin Xiao. She could ascertain that there were no masks or makeup on his face and that, in all aspects, physical appearance, voice, and so forth, Haizhu and Lin Xiao did not resemble one another. Perhaps she was simply overthinking it. The trio soon returned to camp. While the others had heard the sounds of battle to varying extents, none had risen from their posts. This was a prior arrangement made by the Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps. If one could resolve the battle independently, there would be no need to rouse others. Lin Xiao's choice not to seek assistance indicated that they were capable of handling the situation. This also explained why no one came to aid him during the fight. As Qinlong and Su Go saw Lin Xiao and his companions returning, they rushed over. "Are you all right?" From the commotion over there, it seemed rather intense. "We have already dealt with a level 5 dark-type spirit beast and obtained a dark spirit pearl, which I have given to Luo Yao. It is quite useful for her." Qinlong and Su Go stared at the three in astonishment. They had slain numerous level 5 spirit beasts before, but a dark-type spirit beast was an entirely different matter. Although they were not afraid, capturing such a creature was nearly impossible. They were incredulous that Lin Xiao and his two companions had managed to kill a level 5 dark-type spirit beast. How on earth did they accomplish that? Their gazes immediately turned to Chonyo, as they were more familiar with him and hoped to glean the details of the event from him. Chonyo exclaimed, "Why are you looking at me? I was merely a bystander," without even a chance to intervene. Lin Xiao, aware of their curiosity, explained, "Isn't Luo Yao dual element? Both light and dark? That gives her an advantage." Although Qinlong and Su Go still found it hard to believe, they had no choice but to accept this explanation. Lin Xiao glanced at Luo Yao. "You have a few hours. Take this time to absorb the spirit pearl." Eagerly, Luo Yao sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb the newly acquired spirit pearl. Half an hour later, she successfully absorbed it. As she opened her eyes, she found Lin Xiao gazing intently at her, their proximity causing her cheeks to flush. Lin Xiao, caught in the act of peeking, felt his own face redden. "Ahem. You're awake? How is the effect of the spirit technique?" "Very impressive. I can now summon 4 ghostly avatars, each possessing half of my strength. For every level I gain thereafter, I can summon an additional one." Hearing Luo Yao's words, Lin Xiao inhaled sharply. This spirit technique was remarkable. Previously, when he had seen the Nether Panther utilize it, he had thought the avatars were mere facades, not realizing they possessed half of the original's power. This made the spirit technique exceptionally valuable. How could the Nether Panther think of fleeing when it had such a powerful technique? If it had attacked alongside its avatars, perhaps they could have turned the tide. Luo Yao was very pleased with her new ability, as it significantly enhanced her combat prowess. Lin Xiao felt a twinge of envy. Why had he not acquired any offensive spirit techniques yet? It was exceedingly frustrating. He only possessed a petrifying gaze, but that was a level 7 spirit pearl. Far beyond his reach, such valuable treasures seemed to be reserved for others. The next day, when Zishu and the others awakened, they inquired about the events of the previous night. After all, the noise Lin Xiao had made was considerable, even if they had not risen. They could not have failed to hear something. Lin Xiao did not conceal anything and briefly recounted the main events. Upon learning that Lin Xiao had obtained a rare spirit herb and that Luo Yao had acquired a dark spirit pearl, everyone was genuinely astonished. These two youngsters were indeed fortunate. However, no one expressed a desire to claim the spirit herb from Lin Xiao. They merely admired it. Lin Xiao was quite pleased with this, as he still needed the 3-leaf Qingji to quickly elevate his own mercenary rank. In the following days, the members of the Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps swiftly reached the core area of the secret realm, which was their intended destination. Once there, they settled into completing their tasks. They spent a full day in the core area, dispatching over a dozen level 5 spirit beasts and 1 level 6 spirit beast. Fortunately, they encountered no significant dangers, as Lin Xiao consistently detected the presence of the spirit beasts in advance, allowing them to prepare before engaging in battle. However, their luck seemed to falter, yielding only 2 spirit pearls. When the Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps realized this, they were somewhat speechless. In previous ventures into the secret realm, such results would have been considered quite satisfactory. When had they begun to feel unlucky over such bounty? It seemed to have started after the arrival of the Haizhu. Having only entered the secret realm twice with him, they could hardly imagine what their fortunes might have been without him. The core area still harbored numerous spirit beasts, and the Wolf Warriors could not eliminate them all. After all, they would need to return to the secret realm for future missions. Depleting the area entirely would leave them with nothing to pursue later. With most of their current tasks completed, there was no longer any need to continue. Calculating the time, it was time to return. Upon reaching the capital, Lin Xiao had matters to discuss with Haizhu. Chapter 161, The Secret Realm Frenzy. The moment Lin Xiao heard they were returning, he became exhilarated. His spatial ring contained 12 off-road motorcycles, and finally, they would have a chance to be put to use. Brother Zishu, are we heading back? Yes, we have nearly completed our tasks. It is time to return. Shall we retrace our steps? While taking a different route could yield more rewards, it would be too time-consuming. We should rest as well. Great. I happen to have something that can expedite our return. With that, to the astonishment of the Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps, Lin Xiao produced the 12 off-road motorcycles. This is quite absurd, Zishu remarked, having grown accustomed to Lin Xiao's eccentricities. Who knew how vast Lin Xiao's spatial ring truly was? Now, regardless of how bizarre the items Lin Xiao retrieved were, Zishu felt he could accept it all. I bought 12 because I didn't expect an extra person to join us, Luo Yao. You can decide who to share a ride with. Naturally, the members of the Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps had no objections to returning on off-road motorcycles, as this would indeed reduce their travel time. Each person selected a motorcycle. Lin Xiao initially thought that Luo Yao would ride with the female members of the Wolf Warriors. However, to his surprise, she chose to sit behind him. Upon realizing her choice, Lin Xiao felt quite uneasy. What was happening? Wasn't he her primary persona that was in control? Based on his understanding of this persona, she should not have made such an audacious decision. He cursed himself for allowing her to choose freely. He should have simply designated who she could ride with. But now it was too late. Luo Yao had chosen to ride with him, and he could hardly just push her off. As the others noticed Luo Yao's choice to ride with Lin Xiao, their gazes turned somewhat ambiguous. Are they having an affair? Otherwise, this makes no sense. Lin Xiao felt overwhelmed by the scrutiny of his peers and decided to take the lead. Hold on tight. The off-road motorcycle roared to life and sped off. The others, fearing Lin Xiao might encounter some misfortune, quickly followed suit. There were no roads within the secret realm, so some bumps along the way were to be expected. At first, Luo Yao maintained a degree of restraint, but as the ride progressed, she clung tightly to Lin Xiao's waist to avoid being jostled off. Lin Xiao suddenly felt utterly unwell, putting aside the pair of hands that were tightly wrapped around him. He could feel their soft pressure repeatedly impacting his back amidst the violent jolts. At that moment, he seemed to comprehend why so many individuals enjoyed riding motorcycles to impress women. They were all beasts. What could Lin Xiao do? He could only silently recite a calming mantra in his heart. Unity of mind and spirit, harmony of breath, the interplay of opposites, unperturbed by myriad changes. Free from obsession and anger, devoid of desire and expectation, neither clinging nor abandoning, fearless and selfless. Luo Yao, too, felt a pang of regret. She was even unsure why she had unwittingly boarded Lin Xiao's thief vehicle. Perhaps it was the peculiar sense of security Lin Xiao had instilled in her. By the time she regained her senses, Lin Xiao had already sped off. All she could do was brace herself to avoid being thrown off. Lin Xiao's driving skills were commendable, having been honed through rigorous practice. He was adept not only at motorcycles, but could also handle planes and tanks with ease. To quell his inner tension, Lin Xiao cranked the throttle to the maximum and began to race wildly through the secret realm, in order to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Zishu and the others could only grit their teeth and follow suit. All of them were soldiers with commendable driving skills. However, to their dismay, given that they were equally equipped and Lin Xiao was carrying a passenger, the distance between them and the lead vehicle only increased. This ignited a competitive spirit among Zishu and his companions. Surely, this was a bit excessive, especially when they couldn't even match up to Haizhu. In a moment, the roar of engines echoed wherever the Wolf Mercenary Corps passed. Although this road followed the direction they had come, it did not imply that no spirit beasts lurked nearby. These spirit beasts had never ventured out of the secret realm, and the sound of engines was utterly foreign to them. The unknown breeds fear. Upon hearing the roar of the engines, the spirit beasts instinctively chose to retreat. This was precisely what Lin Xiao wished to see. Any disruptions from spirit beasts could potentially impede their speed. With no interference from spirit beasts, the journey was remarkably smooth. They saved a great deal of time on their return, compressing a journey that would have taken 2 days on foot into just over half a day. Upon racing to the entrance of the secret realm, Lin Xiao executed a stylish drift before coming to a stop. Only by fully immersing himself could he avoid external distractions. As soon as the vehicle halted, Luo Yao promptly leapt off the motorcycle. Her cheeks were flushed, leaving one to wonder if she regretted boarding Lin Xiao's thief vehicle. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, and Lin Xiao was at a loss as to how to break the silence. Glancing back, he realized that Zishu and the others had not managed to catch up and were entirely left behind. Cough, cough. It seems we may have been a bit too fast. Let us wait here for a moment. Once again, silence enveloped the scene until half an hour later, when Zishu and the others finally appeared at the entrance of the secret realm. Seeing Lin Xiao safe and sound, they collectively sighed in relief. Haizhu, I know your driving skills are exceptional, but next time, please don't stray from the team. If we encounter danger, we want to be able to provide timely support. Lin Xiao nodded vigorously, understood. I didn't notice you all had fallen behind. I thought you were right behind me. Everyone else, oh, just listen. Is that something a person would say? Who can maintain full throttle regardless of the road conditions ahead? If everyone were like you, while they might not perish midway, their vehicles would surely be wrecked. Let us not dwell on that. It's getting late. Should we head back to Kyoto to find a place to rest? Or wait until tomorrow morning to set off? After a brief discussion, they ultimately decided to rest once they returned to Kyoto. The rumor of Lin Xiao sleeping on a plush mattress had spread, eliciting envy from many. Reflecting on their own predicament of sleeping in sleeping bags, they felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Regardless, they were determined to return today. At the very least, they wanted to lie down on a bed for a proper night's sleep. However, after such a long ride on the motorcycle, they wouldn't be setting off immediately. They needed to rest first. During their break, they could also savor a meal prepared by Lin Xiao. After all, they wouldn't have the chance to taste his culinary skills before their next operation. With this in mind, the group cast glances of longing towards Lin Xiao. It was all his fault. He had spoiled their palates. Chapter 162. Invitation. This time, Lin Xiao prepared a plethora of dishes. In addition to the meal they were about to enjoy, he also made an abundance that Zishu stored in his spatial ring. Even in Lin Xiao's absence, the Wolf Mercenary Corps would still be able to enjoy good food. Zishu and the others were overjoyed by Lin Xiao's generous gesture. Hi Zhu, you're quite a decent fellow. You're really thinking of us. After a hearty meal, Lin Xiao retrieved the off-road vehicle. Under the cover of night, they made their way back to Kyoto. They arrived in Kyoto just past midnight, and at that hour, it was impossible to submit any tasks. Zishu promptly found a nearby hotel for everyone to temporarily settle down. No one objected, as they had endured a long journey and deserved a good rest. Lin Xiao shared this sentiment, but just as he returned to his room, there was a knock at the door. He was somewhat surprised. Who could be seeking him at such a late hour? Upon opening the door, he discovered it was Zishu. He was puzzled as to why Zishu would come to him at this time. Brother Zishu, why aren't you resting so late? There are some matters I need to discuss with you. I actually wanted to talk to you before we went to the secret realm, but I thought it best to wait until we emerged to seek your opinion. Go ahead, Brother Zishu. If I can manage it, I want refuse. Seeing Lin Xiao's willingness, Zishu let out a sigh of relief. It's nothing serious, really. My superior wishes to meet you. Don't overthink it. It's merely to inquire about your opinion. If you're not inclined to go, there's no pressure. Zishu understood the character of his superior. When the latter first approached him about meeting Lin Xiao, he had been quite taken aback, especially upon witnessing his superior's attitude of leaving the decision to Lin Xiao. No one could fathom the depth of his astonishment. Upon hearing Zishu's words, Lin Xiao did not respond immediately, but began to contemplate. He was uncertain whether he should meet this superior. Just then, a thought struck him. If he didn't go to meet this superior tomorrow, he might have to return to the Kyoto Spirit Martial Academy. If all went as expected, Luo Yao would also be departing. Did this mean he might encounter Luo Yao at school? And there was a high probability that it would be the other personality of Luo Yao. Would his return then raise suspicions in Luo Yao? She had already harbored some doubts about his identity. If their timings coincided, it could intensify her suspicions. Yet, if he didn't return to Kyoto Spirit Martial Academy, it seemed he had nowhere else to go. Forget it. I shall meet this so-called superior. Is this person in Kyoto? If so, I suppose I could meet them. So, you're agreeing to it? Yes, I agree. Upon receiving a definitive affirmative from Lin Xiao, Zishu let out a sigh of relief. The fact that the leadership entrusted this matter to him indicated their faith in his capabilities, and he felt he had not let them down. Noticing that Zishu showed no intention of departing, Lin Xiao expressed his surprise. Brother Zishu, do you have further matters to discuss? Yes, there is one more thing. Now that you hold a military rank, it signifies that you are indeed a part of the organization. While you have the option to decline, there are still members in your squad. My suggestion is to seize the opportunity of meeting the leadership tomorrow to visit your troops. Lin Xiao had not anticipated this. He thought his rank was merely nominal, unaware that he had subordinates to command. Will this conflict with the meeting? He inquired. No, it will take place at the same location. Then let us proceed together at that time. All right, if there is nothing else, you should return early. After we complete our tasks tomorrow, I will take you there. Once Zishu departed, Lin Xiao lay on his bed, pondering the true intentions behind the leadership's desire to meet him. Furthermore, he found himself with a group of subordinates, and he was curious about the type of individuals they were. What kind of scene would unfold during their meeting the next day? All of this stirred a sense of anticipation within him. The following morning, after rising, the group made their way to the mercenary guild. Zishu submitted the tasks due, but the rewards this time were modest. Each member only earned just over 20,000 points. Lin Xiao was not entirely pleased with this outcome. It seemed the previous points had led him to underestimate the challenges of becoming a B-rank mercenary. Given the current pace, achieving B rank during military training appeared somewhat daunting. Fortunately, During the Secret Realm expedition, he had acquired a rare 3-leaf Qingshi, worth 100,000 points, along with other personal tasks. His total earnings amounted to 130,000 points, which was not a slow pace at all. He hoped for such fortune in the future. Once all tasks were completed, it was time for farewells. In truth, only Luo Yao was departing. Luo Yao, we will be resting for a few days. The exact duration is uncertain, but you will be notified when new tasks arise. All right, I understand. If previously Luo Yao had felt thrust into the Wolf Warriors mercenary group, she now genuinely wished to act alongside everyone. This expedition had been rewarding for her. Not only had she obtained a dark element spirit pearl, but she had also savored exquisite food, and she would certainly participate again in the future. Let us part ways this way. We will find time to sell the spirit pearls, and your share will be given to you when we meet next. No need for that. I already have a spirit pearl I can use. Dividing it further would be impolite. Besides, you must know how I came in. And I believe I am not lacking in finances. Zishu sighed, feeling frustrated yet unable to retort. Lin Xiao, however, sensed a warning bell ringing in his mind. While others remained oblivious, he keenly noticed that Luo Yao was no longer the same as in the Secret Realm. Her second personality was now in control. You cannot see me. I am invisible. Do not mention me. Whether it was due to Lin Xiao's silent prayers, Luo Yao merely cast him a fleeting glance before turning away. After her departure, she headed to the underground parking garage. Instead of immediately checking on her own vehicle, she approached Lin Xiao's off-road vehicle. Seeing it still there, she fell into contemplation. The unchanged position indicated that Lin Xiao had not yet returned. She wondered if she would have the chance to see him upon her return. After considering it, she decided to send a message to Hu Yu. If Lin Xiao returns to school, inform me immediately. There will be benefits for you. Unbeknownst to Luo Yao, Lin Xiao was currently en route to a remote military base in Kyoto with Zishu. Brother Zishu, who am I going to meet shortly? Could you provide me with some information in advance? That is not for you to inquire about. You will understand once we arrive. Lin Xiao felt helpless as, no matter how he delicately probed, Zishu remained tight-lipped. He could only suppress his curiosity. The others had not left either, all heading towards the military base. Suddenly, Zishu seemed to recall something and flashed Lin Xiao an ambiguous smile. By the way, what are your thoughts on Luo Yao? Initially, I assumed she was a spoiled rich kid, but it seems the higher-ups have made a rare commendable decision. She is quite impressive, and I have a favorable opinion of her. Lin Xiao was taken aback by Zishu's abrupt shift in topic to Luo Yao. He was at a loss for how to respond. She is indeed quite remarkable. I feel you two might actually be well suited. She seems to have an interest in you. Brother Zishu, please do not frighten me. That must be your misconception. Zishu stared at Lin Xiao in astonishment, as this was not the reaction he had anticipated. A stunning beauty like Luo Yao should not elicit such indifference from Lin Xiao. Could it be that he prefers men? I observe that you both seem to get along well. That is because you have not witnessed her terrifying side. You two knew each other before? It does not seem like it. Lin Xiao realized he might have let something slip. Not exactly. I know of her, but she has not seen me. This piqued Zishu's interest further. How so? Luo Yao is a legendary figure among this year's freshmen, a first-year student at level 4 or 5, and an SSS-rated dual-element wielder. It is rather difficult not to know of her. True, but what of it? I believe you are not inferior to her. You need not feel self-conscious due to a lower rank. Lin Xiao grimaced. Self-conscious? Not at all. I am not the least bit self-conscious. You are mistaken. Her most daunting aspect is not her rank, but her dual personality. The persona that entered the secret realm with us is her dominant personality, which is rather shy. The truly formidable side is her second personality, a most troublesome witch. Lin Xiao then recounted tales of Luo Yao's second personality, embellishing the details for effect. This was the first time Zishu had heard of such a side to her. He had not anticipated Luo Yao possessed such a fearsome aspect, which was indeed quite alarming. Why do I get the impression that you know her quite well? I sense there might be a story between you two. There truly is none. Brother Zishu, you are overthinking this. Observing Lin Xiao's somewhat transparent demeanor, Zishu narrowed his eyes. He could not comprehend the nature of their relationship. From their initial meeting, it appeared they had never crossed paths before. Yet, something felt amiss, leaving him puzzled. Not wanting to dwell on it further, they soon arrived at their destination. Lin Xiao recognized that they were entering a specialized area, though still within Kyoto. The surroundings consisted solely of this military base, encircled by sturdy walls. Their arrival went without hindrance, as 3 vehicles smoothly entered the base. Upon entering, they were greeted by orderly barracks and advanced weaponry. Among the impressive sights, Lin Xiao even spotted the latest stealth fighter jets. Upon seeing the fighter jet, Lin Xiao could not help but swallow hard, wishing fervently that he could seize it for himself. Everything around him indicated that this was no ordinary military base. On the training grounds, soldiers shouted resounding slogans, engaged in rigorous drills. Witnessing this spectacle stirred a surge of passion within Lin Xiao. Come on, the commander has arrived. You should accompany me. Although the commander holds you in high regard, it would be prudent to refrain from speaking out of turn. Rest assured, I am well aware of the decorum required, he replied. While everyone else headed to the military camp for rest, Lin Xiao followed Zishu to a barracks within the base. Just as Zishu was about to knock, a voice emanated from within. Come in. Zishu ushered Lin Xiao inside. Upon entering the barracks, Lin Xiao beheld a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 30s or 40s. The commanding officer was tall and upright, his face etched with the marks of time. The sharply defined contours of his visage conveyed resoluteness and decisiveness, while his deep-set eyes sparkled with wisdom and composure, as if capable of discerning all truths. His short, neatly kept hair projected an aura of efficiency. Though subtle wrinkles adorned his forehead and the corners of his eyes, they did nothing to detract from his impressive demeanor. His skin, kissed by the sun, bore a healthy tan, exuding vitality. Clad in a crisp military uniform, the insignia on his shoulders gleamed with distinction, golden pine leaves accompanied by a lone star, signifying the rank of Major General. Zishu rendered a proper military salute to the middle-aged man, prompting Lin Xiao to think for a moment before also saluting. Greetings, Commander. The middle-aged man returned the gesture. Shifting his gaze to Lin Xiao, Zishu, you may leave. There are matters I wish to discuss privately with this young friend. Zishu appeared somewhat disappointed, having hoped to eavesdrop. But he soon realized that such aspirations were misplaced. Understood. With that, Zishu exited the room, leaving Lin Xiao alone with the commanding officer. An awkward silence enveloped them as they silently regarded one another until the middle-aged man broke the tension. Allow me to introduce myself. I am He-Yun, the highest-ranking officer of the Special Abilities Unit in Kyoto. In other words, you are under my command. Lin Xiao remained noncommittal, pondering whether this was an attempt to establish dominance. No need to be anxious. Please share your background. Should I address you as Xiao Lin or Lin Xiao? Taken aback, Lin Xiao wondered how his fabricated identity had been uncovered. You conducted an investigation on me? That is part of my responsibilities. I must admit, your disguise is quite commendable. Even I lack the authority to access your files. However, this year, there are not many who have been exempted from training across the various spiritual martial arts academies. A cursory inquiry would reveal your identity is not particularly elusive. Realization dawned on Lin Xiao. It was not his file that had been compromised. Reflecting on it now, he recognized that there were indeed several flaws in his ruse, making its discovery entirely reasonable. I kindly request that you keep my identity confidential. I have my reasons for this. I shall maintain your secret. Given that I am already aware of your identity, there is no need for you to conceal it further. Your skill in disguise is truly remarkable. Had I not seen your photograph, I would have believed this was your true appearance. Acknowledging that his identity had been uncovered, Lin Xiao understood there was little point in prolonging the charade. In the astonished gaze of He-Yun, Lin Xiao's physique began to shift, transforming back into his original form in an instant. Goodness! He-Yun exclaimed, astonished at the remarkable display of Lin Xiao's transformative abilities. Not to mention anything else. This talent alone marks you as an exceptional individual. I am genuinely impressed. Your skills are indeed awe-inspiring. Lin Xiao chose not to respond. Uncertain of how much He-Yun knew about him. Did he merely grasp Lin Xiao's name, or had he uncovered the entirety of his circumstances? Thus, it seemed prudent to remain reticent. Noticing Lin Xiao's silence, He-Yun felt somewhat disheartened. His intention in summoning Lin Xiao was driven by personal interest, particularly regarding Lin Xiao's extraordinary marksmanship. Should his subordinates master such skills, it would significantly enhance the unit's combat capabilities. Young friend Lin Xiao, please do not feel apprehensive. There is no particular agenda for this meeting other than to meet you. Your marksmanship is taught by Senior Xia, correct? I have a close rapport with him. We refer to each other as uncle and nephew. If I am not mistaken, Senior Xia is likely from your grandfather's generation, so we are essentially kin. You need not stand on ceremony. Simply call me Uncle He. Lin Xiao thought to himself, oh dear, while I have no objection to forging a connection, to suggest such familial ties is rather excessive. Xia Nuo was his elder brother. If He-Yun insisted on being called uncle, that would create a confusing generational overlap. This is absolutely unacceptable. Furthermore, Lin Xiao discerned much from He-Yun's words. It appeared that He-Yun's knowledge of him was rather limited. He likely only knew Lin Xiao's name and educational background, with little else comprehended. Lin Xiao felt no concern about He-Yun probing into his actual records. There was nothing of significance to uncover, as his most profound secret, the matter concerning the Red Sun retirement home, would never be documented. Understanding this, Lin Xiao relaxed. His greatest fear was He-Yun discovering his true identity and exploiting his connections to compel him into unwanted actions. As it stood, He-Yun sought to build rapport, which was acceptable, But the generational hierarchy could not be as he proposed. Commander, this is inappropriate. He was taken aback by Lin Xiao's direct rejection of his overture. His expression soured. Although he was merely a major general at present, his youth suggested he possessed considerable acumen to rise to such a position. Countless individuals sought to align themselves with him, yet here he was, extending an olive branch to a junior, only to be rebuffed. Truly preposterous. What? Do you look down upon me? Lin Xiao sensed He Yun's ire simmering beneath the surface. Regardless of the situation, He Yun was still his superior, and it was imperative to prevent any misunderstandings. Commander, you misunderstand. That is not my intention. It simply pertains to our generational ranks. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's clarification, He Yun realized his misinterpretation. It seemed he had indeed misunderstood this young man. Ah, so you are from the lineage of Senior Sha's great-grandchildren. You should have mentioned that earlier. Lin Xiao thought, what on earth? Why am I now a generation lower? He was at a loss for how to articulate this predicament. Directly explaining it to He Yun might not yield a favorable reception. He needed a more tactful approach. Suddenly, an idea struck him. I can't explain this in a moment. Would you mind if I made a phone call? He Yun paused briefly, but quickly grasped the implication. Lin Xiao intended to contact the legendary Senior Sha from the military. The mere thought of being able to converse with Shano filled He Yun with excitement, momentarily overshadowing his comprehension of Lin Xiao's words. Of course you can. After receiving He Yun's consent, Lin Xiao promptly retrieved his mobile phone. After an extensive search, he finally located Shano's green bubble and initiated a video call. The connection was established swiftly, and before Lin Xiao could utter a word, Shano's voice resonated from the other end. You little rascal, have you emerged from the secret realm? It's commendable that you've thought to chat with me. Xiaozi, what do you mean by seeking out old Shano alone? We might just get a tad envious. It was only then that Lin Xiao noticed several other elderly residents of the nursing home surrounding Shano. Greetings, esteemed elders. I have a matter to discuss with old Shano. He Yun, puzzled, contemplated elders? Who is Lin Xiao speaking to? Could they possibly be Shano's juniors? Yet, their voices seem oddly familiar. Wait, the other voices also sound quite recognizable. This situation seems to be spiraling beyond my control. Lin Xiao, what brings you to me? Have you encountered any difficulties? Oh no, not at all. I've recently taken on a nominal position in the military, and my superior mentioned knowing you. He wishes to meet you and has expressed a desire for me to call him uncle. Since you are acquainted, I thought it best to arrange that. He Yun felt a chill run down his spine. Oh, so you've joined the military. That's not a bad thing. It's good for your development. What was that you said? He wants you to call him uncle? Let me see who this person is. Lin Xiao immediately handed the phone to He Yun. He had never felt a phone so heated in his hands. After a brief internal struggle, he accepted the device. Upon seeing the familiar faces of the elderly, he straightened his posture and saluted them. Greetings, esteemed leaders. Ah, it's young He. It's been ages since we last met. You've risen to the rank of general. But don't think that just because you've reached such a status, I won't still keep you in line. Lin Xiao refers to us as brothers. And yet you wish to be his uncle? What are you trying to gain from us? Why not aim for the heavens instead? That would make you his little uncle. Indeed. Esteemed uncles, I was mistaken. Observing He Yun bowing and apologizing profusely, Lin Xiao struggled to suppress his laughter. This is what you get for being so arrogant. I can't deal with you myself, but I can certainly get others to do so. The elderly gentleman took turns admonishing He Yun for quite some time before the phone returned to Lin Xiao's hands. Their demeanor shifted dramatically upon seeing Lin Xiao, as they engaged in warm exchanges before he ultimately terminated the call. He Yun had been silently watching, too intimidated to interject. Although he was a general, he felt utterly insignificant in their presence. Once Lin Xiao ended the call, He Yun finally mustered the courage to speak. Why didn't you inform me of your relationship with these esteemed elders beforehand? Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. Would you have believed me if I had told you? He Yun fell silent, realizing that if Lin Xiao had revealed it himself, he would have undoubtedly doubted his words, possibly even slapping him for good measure. Now, however, the evidence lay before him, and he could not deny the reality. Lin Xiao's entry into the military was undoubtedly due to Shano's influence. Anyone capable of obtaining such resources from Shano could not be an ordinary individual. Yet He Yun now recognized that he had underestimated Lin Xiao. The individuals he had just encountered were all legends within the military, figures who commanded respect and admiration. And here were these esteemed individuals, on equal footing with Lin Xiao. How had he ever thought to have Lin Xiao refer to him as uncle? The thought of Lin Xiao accepting that relationship made He Yun shudder at the potential consequences. If those uncles discovered it, they might very well come after him. The implications were chilling. He had initially believed he held Lin Xiao in high regard, yet now it seemed he had barely scratched the surface. A young man esteemed by so many high-ranking officials could not possibly be ordinary. With this realization, a smile quickly spread across He Yun's face. Little uncle, I must admit I misjudged your stature. Lin Xiao shot He-Yun a surprised glance. He had merely invoked Shano's name to avert misunderstandings, never expecting He-Yun to genuinely address him as little uncle. After all, Shano was his superior, and He-Yun's willingness to adopt such a title was unexpected. Clearly, someone who could ascend to such a position at this age had to possess a certain audacity, and He-Yun's thick skin was evident. Ah, you flatter me, but I must remind you, should I truly accept you as my uncle, you are well aware of the repercussions that would entail. Little uncle, let's not dwell on that. I fully grasp your noble intentions. Here among us, there's no need for formal titles. I simply can't bear the weight of it. After several exchanges of refusal, Lin Xiao reluctantly agreed, albeit with the caveat that he would save face for He-Yun in the presence of others. However, Lin Xiao found himself in a predicament, unsure of how to address He-Yun. Calling him superior was out of the question, and referring to him as nephew felt inappropriate. He-Yun, perceptive as ever, quickly understood Lin Xiao's dilemma. Little uncle, when we are alone, you may simply call me Xiao He. Lin Xiao sighed inwardly, resigned to this arrangement. Ah, sometimes, being of a higher generation can indeed be quite gratifying. Haha, now, let us dispense with the pleasantries and discuss why you summoned me, He-Yun urged, his demeanor shifting to one of eagerness. Truthfully, I wish to meet you, as I had heard tales of your exploits from Zishu, which sparked my desire to connect. Enough of the niceties, let us get to the crux of the matter, Lin Xiao interjected, sensing He-Yun's intent. Indeed, little uncle, you are astute as always. I had initially considered merely granting you an honorary title, but then I realized it would be a waste. Thus, I employed a few clever tactics to arrange for some of your subordinates to receive training from you. Of course, I have no ulterior motives. I merely thought that when you have the time, you could come and train these young men. If you are truly unavailable, I want to press the issue. Lin Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes, finally grasping He-Yun's true intentions. He was being drawn into a commitment. While He-Yun spoke coyly, Lin Xiao recognized the underlying message. He-Yun had set a trap, ensuring that once he became accustomed to this environment, it would be challenging to extricate himself. Listen here, Xiao He, Lin Xiao began, you are quite the schemer. Little uncle, you must understand my predicament. For someone of your caliber, employing unconventional methods is sometimes necessary. Now that I am aware of your situation, I assure you that I will not resort to such measures again. Lin Xiao found himself at a loss for words. He still had much to learn compared to these seasoned veterans. Fortunately, his own backing was robust. Otherwise, he might genuinely have fallen into He-Yun's trap. Well then, since I am already here, let us take a look around. He-Yun's face immediately broke into a smile, for he had been apprehensive that Lin Xiao might only hold a nominal title. However, now that Lin Xiao had spoken, matters became considerably more manageable. As long as Lin Xiao was willing to instruct his subordinates, all would be well. Suddenly, the notion of having such a young uncle seemed rather fortuitous. Before stepping out, Lin Xiao once more altered his appearance. Though He-Yun was aware of his identity, others were oblivious. He had no desire for Zishu and the others to discover his true self, especially since he would need to engage with Luo Yao in the future. A careless slip revealing his identity could jeopardize the tranquility of his journey through the secret realms. Upon witnessing Lin Xiao's instantaneous transformation, He-Yun was once again filled with awe. If only his soldiers could master such skills, it would greatly facilitate their missions. Lin Xiao discerned He-Yun's thoughts and cautioned, do not overthink it. This relies on talent. I can teach them some basic disguise techniques, which should suffice. And rest assured, my identity will remain confidential, particularly from Zishu and the others. I promise to keep silent. As the two exited the tent, they found Zishu waiting outside. Upon seeing them emerge, Zishu hurried over. Commander, Haizhu, have you concluded your discussion? He-Yun and Lin Xiao had previously agreed to maintain appearances in front of others. Indeed, Zishu, we've finished our conversation. Little Haizhu is preparing to check on his troops, and I would like to join him. Come along with us. He-Yun nearly blurted out little uncle, but managed to restrain himself at the last moment. Zishu gave He-Yun a puzzled look. What's the matter with the commander? Why does it feel strange? What's this little Haizhu nonsense? Lin Xiao, unconcerned with their speculations, addressed Zishu. Big brother Zishu, you know this area well. Please lead us to the training ground, as I wish to observe the capabilities of my soldiers. Upon hearing Lin Xiao refer to Zishu as big brother, He-Yun felt a surge of indignation. Damn it, Zishu, what rank are you? I call this fellow little uncle, and you dare let him call you big brother? Clearly, I must find an opportunity to put him in his place, otherwise, I cannot reconcile this in my heart. Zishu sensed nothing amiss and merely regarded He-Yun with a confused expression. What is going on? Why does it feel like the commander is looking at me with murderous intent? I haven't done anything wrong, have I? And why does it seem like there is something unusual between the commander and Haizhu? It's as if the commander is being particularly cautious, showing a degree of respect towards Haizhu. It must be an illusion. Surely, I'm overthinking things. Chapter 166. Everyone present is trash. Casting aside these unfounded thoughts, Zishu guided the two towards the training ground. At this hour, the troops were engaged in rigorous training. If they wished to find Lin Xiao's soldiers, the training ground was the only place to go. At this moment, He suddenly recalled something. This was the special spirit martial force in the capital, aside from logistics. The combat units were divided into 3 sections. The first was the main force of the special spirit martial force, comprised of seasoned veterans, all of whom had achieved a high level of skill, with an average rank exceeding level 6. The second section consisted of the middle generation, of which Zishu and others were representative. They were relatively younger, but not lacking in strength. The final section was the new generation, composed of recently enlisted members, who had only been in service for a short time and could hardly be considered formal members of the special spirit martial force. At most, they were reserves. The soldiers under Lin Xiao's command were mere recruits. He decision to arrange it this way was made after careful consideration. He had gleaned some of Lin Xiao's abilities from Zishu, but second-hand knowledge was often unreliable. Moreover, Lin Xiao's actual rank was only level 2. Assigning him to manage the main force and middle generation would undoubtedly lead to discontent. Reflecting on this, He began to suspect he had made a grave error. How could someone so closely connected with those senior commanders lack genuine abilities? Was it a misallocation of talent to have such a genius instruct mere recruits? With this thought in mind, He came to an abrupt halt. Seeing him pause, Lin Xiao was taken aback. Commander? What's wrong? Hi Zhu. I just realized that your soldiers are all recruits. Perhaps I should assign you some experienced personnel. Wouldn't that yield better training results? Before Lin Xiao could respond, Zishu grew anxious. He understood the implications of He suggestion. The commander was implying that Lin Xiao should train some seasoned soldiers? Be they members of the main force or the middle generation, their skills rarely fell below level 4. Would it truly be wise for Lin Xiao to instruct these individuals? While Zishu acknowledged Lin Xiao's marksmanship surpassed theirs, such a move might be met with resistance. Just as Zishu contemplated how to advise He to reconsider, Lin Xiao spoke up first. Recruits are excellent. They possess a strong potential for development. He pondered this and realized Lin Xiao had a point. Since Lin Xiao had no objections, he would allow him to lead the recruits for now. If the results were favorable, they could later consider having Lin Xiao train the veterans. The trio soon arrived at the training ground, where the soldiers, upon spotting the 3, particularly He intensified their drills. It was well known that He was the highest authority here, rarely seen in this locale. His presence implied an inspection, and it would be remiss not to perform well at such a moment. He did not linger. Under Zishu's guidance, they made their way directly to the corner of the training ground, where the recruits were stationed. Though labeled as recruits, this designation only applied within the realm of the special spirit martial force. Even the new soldiers were the elite selected from various units, having undergone rigorous screening to arrive here. The recruits had not been here long and were still unfamiliar with their surroundings. Many did not even recognize He. Yet the atmosphere of the training ground suddenly surged with energy, causing curiosity to ripple through the ranks. What is happening? Why does it suddenly feel warmer here? I don't know. Perhaps a significant figure has arrived. Didn't you notice? The one at the forefront is a general officer. If I'm not mistaken, he is likely our highest-ranking leader. Ah, I see. Silence. Is this the time for idle chatter? If I catch anyone speaking again, it will be 500 push-ups for all. The recruits promptly fell silent, though their gazes occasionally drifted towards He. They had gathered enough information about his status. But who were the 2 accompanying him? Why were they dressed casually? Could they also be important figures? Unlikely. They seemed too young. Lin Xiao's position had been sanctioned by He and arranged by Zishu, so they were well aware of where Lin Xiao's soldiers were stationed. Lin Xiao was assigned recruits, yet they were among the finest of the new batch. The 3 quickly located the soldiers, stopping in front of Lin Xiao's team. The individual responsible for training these recruits promptly sprinted over to the trio. Report, Commander. Squad leader Chu Xing of the new recruits is currently leading training exercises. Please review. He waved his hand, signaling Chu Xing to relax. Do not be so tense. I have come solely to observe your training. You may fall back. I have brought your actual squad leader with me. The rest is for him to handle. Upon hearing that He was there to watch their training, Chu Xing felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that his management had impressed the commander? However, as He continued, Chu Xing sensed something amiss. Fall back. The real squad leader? Is that fellow behind the commander? He thought, feeling a twinge of resentment. Yet he understood that this was not the time for such thoughts and complied, returning to formation. The others, meanwhile, cast curious glances at Lin Xiao. Previously unclear, they now recognized Zishu. It was impossible for Zishu to become their squad leader. It must be the unfamiliar young man. This youth appeared no older than they were, perhaps even younger. What merit could he possibly hold to lead them? Surely, he must have connections. In the special spiritual martial forces, aside from the company commander, all recruits were indeed fresh faces. Among peers, those who stood out to become squad leaders or platoon leaders were undoubtedly the most exceptional. The soldiers in the first squad had a high regard for Chu Xing. They had always wondered why Chu Xing's title included acting. Now, they understood the reason. Their squad leader was merely a product of favoritism, a recipient of unearned pay. Most of them held ranks above 3, easily discerning that Lin Xiao's capabilities fell short of theirs. They resented the notion of such a person leading them. With this mindset, their gazes towards Lin Xiao were filled with disdain. He Yun and Zishu observed this, but made no attempt to intervene. In the military, strength reigned supreme, and they believed Lin Xiao was capable of handling the situation. Lin Xiao, of course, was acutely aware of everything unfolding. He felt no discomfort. Rather, he found a thrill in it. This was far more interesting. He decided to stoke the flames further. Approaching the new recruits, he smirked and pointed at them. I expected my soldiers to be elite, yet upon seeing you, I am sorely disappointed. To put it bluntly, each one of you is utterly pathetic. Chapter 167. You shall be haunted by your nightmares. Every person present was in the prime of their youth. Even if Lin Xiao was brought by a commander, what of it? If they found him unsatisfactory, they would deal with him. A few hot-headed individuals were ready to step forward for a friendly spar with Lin Xiao. Fortunately, more rational members of the group quickly restrained them, averting a brawl. Lin Xiao watched this unfold, knowing that he had prepared thoroughly to earn their respect. Oh, you all have quite the tempers. It seems you are dissatisfied. Well, since the commander is here today, I will lay it out plainly. Any one of you who can surpass me in any regard shall become the squad leader. Lin Xiao's declaration ignited the recruits once more. This was an affront to their pride. You, a mere level 2 awakened, dare to boast so? They thought. Damn it, my temper is flaring. Don't hold me back. I'll make him regret those words. My 40-meter blade is itching to be unleashed. Seeing the crowd's rising ire, Chu Xing narrowed his eyes. It would be impossible for him to have no objections to Lin Xiao's arrogance. Among the new recruits, he was confident he was the best, and he could not fathom why he was merely an acting squad leader. Now, he finally understood and had laid eyes on the real deal. Even if Lin Xiao did not provoke him, he would seek trouble with him. Observing Lin Xiao inciting public outrage, Chu Xing, while tempted to act, retained his composure. He turned to He Yun. Report, does the squad leader's challenge hold weight? If we defeat him, can we become the true squad leader? He Yun was eager for the recruits to stir up trouble, wishing to see what his little uncle was truly capable of. He had reviewed the recruits' profiles. Each was exceptionally talented, or they would not have been accepted into the special spiritual martial forces. He wished to respond affirmatively, but harbored concerns for Lin Xiao. In terms of weaponry, he was confident that none present could match Lin Xiao. However, Lin Xiao had not mentioned a gunfight. His true rank was level 2. While most of these recruits were level 3, and Chu Xing was even at level 4. Could his little uncle truly contend with him? With this thought, he glanced at Lin Xiao. Noticing his unwavering confidence, he felt reassured. It counts. I shall serve as your referee. With He Yun's words, Chu Xing felt a surge of confidence. However, he hesitated to challenge Lin Xiao immediately, sensing a hint of unease at Lin Xiao's self-assured demeanor. Lin Xiao did not appear to be reckless. His confidence must be backed by something substantial. The others' emotions stabilized as well, with the commander's endorsement. Their next step was to show Lin Xiao what they were made of. All eyes instinctively turned to Chu Xing. He had been appointed as their acting squad leader for a reason. He was the strongest among them, and they chose to trust him. Tang Zhou, you go first. As Chu Xing's voice fell, a heavily muscled man stepped forward. All right, I've long had my eye on this guy. Let me show you how it's done. With Tang Zhou stepping forward, silence fell over the group. They had complete faith in his abilities. Among the team, aside from Chu Xing, Tang Zhou was the most skilled in combat techniques. Lin Xiao cast a casual glance at Tang Zhou. What do you wish to compete in? As long as it's not too outrageous, I'm game. Lin Xiao's words prompted realization among the crowd. They had initially thought that defeating him meant a straightforward confrontation. Now, it seemed he intended to overwhelm them on all fronts. How audacious. Tang Zhou's expression darkened. Lin Xiao truly had a way of belittling others. Humph. Tang Zhou, I challenged the squad leader to a combat match. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xiaolin. Remember it. For this name will haunt you for a long time. After declaring this, Lin Xiao confidently beckoned Tang Zhou with his finger. Tang Zhou could not withstand such provocation and charged at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled. While he dismissed his opponent's attitude, he would not be careless in actual combat. After all, he was indeed at a disadvantage in rank. The moment Tang Zhou entered the fray, he unleashed his spiritual technique. The speed of Tang Zhou began to appear sluggish in his eyes, and the vulnerability assessment swiftly identified his weakness. Tang Zhou's Achilles heel lay in his lower body. Armed with this knowledge, Lin Xiao knew precisely how to counter. As Tang Zhou initiated his attack, the others rallied behind him, united in a moment of camaraderie. Although Tang Zhou was not slow, he closed the distance to Lin Xiao in a mere stride, his fist aimed directly at Lin Xiao's face. Lin Xiao felt a surge of indignation. It is commonly said that one should not strike the face, and such a blatant assault was intolerable. In light of this, he decided to shed any pretense of courtesy. Lin Xiao slightly sidestepped, evading Tang Zhou's punch, and then launched a powerful kick to Tang Zhou's calf. The sequence unfolded with astonishing rapidity. Tang Zhou felt excruciating pain shoot through his leg, causing him to kneel involuntarily. By the time he regained his composure, Lin Xiao's fist had already collided with his face. When one seeks to strike another, one must be prepared for retaliation. Next, Lin Xiao's voice was devoid of warmth, and silence enveloped the scene. Tang Zhou rose from the ground and silently rejoined his comrades. He acknowledged his defeat, realizing that Lin Xiao had held back on that final blow, and he accepted his loss with equanimity. Following a brief silence, a chorus of cheers erupted from the ranks. In a military camp where strength reigns supreme, Lin Xiao had, to a considerable extent, garnered their respect. Chu Xing was taken aback by Lin Xiao's formidable combat skills. Even he would not have been able to subdue Tang Zhou so swiftly, conceding that this squad leader possessed genuine prowess. Zishu and He Yun gazed at Lin Xiao in astonishment, realizing their understanding of him had been woefully inadequate. This was the first time Lin Xiao had showcased his combat abilities. During their previous foray into the secret realm, he had merely taken potshots. It seemed there were still many secrets concealed within him. It appeared their concerns had been unfounded. They had underestimated the competence of the Haishi. Chapter 168, The Tortoiseshell Mage. After Tang Zhou's defeat, several others stepped forward to challenge Lin Xiao, without waiting for Chu Xing's cue. Lin Xiao welcomed their approach, swiftly dispatching each combatant. Most of these challengers were focused on grappling techniques, and none utilized their special abilities. In a contest of martial prowess, they were all too inexperienced. His combat techniques had been honed under the rigorous tutelage of Sun Yuan's Iron Fist, complemented by the aid of his spiritual abilities. If he were to lose, it would be akin to seeking a fatal blow against a block of tofu. Next, Lin Xiao had already bested 5 opponents, and those daring enough to step up after Tang Zhou's defeat were naturally adept in combat. The atmosphere grew still, and no one volunteered to challenge him. Is that all? Chu Xing sighed, initially hoping that Tang Zhou and his peers could gauge Lin Xiao's skill. Ideally, if they could defeat him, it would be even better. Should they fail, they should at least discern Lin Xiao's general level of ability. To his dismay, these challengers had failed to reveal anything, and Lin Xiao's martial prowess could only be described as unfathomable. At this juncture, it would be up to him to step in. With this thought, Chu Xing emerged from the ranks. Squad leader Xiao, I admit I underestimated you previously, and I acknowledge that in a contest of martial techniques, I am not your equal. Therefore, I shall resort to using my special abilities. Feel free. I have never imposed restrictions on the use of special powers, Lin Xiao replied, though a sense of caution crept into his heart. Chu Xing was truly oblivious. Previous challengers had merely sought to test his combat skills, using only enhancement techniques at most. Chu Xing's declaration indicated he was prepared to unleash his full strength. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao was not one to shy away. Be careful. I'm coming. Chu Xing called out as he charged at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao remained silent, uncertain of the nature of Chu Xing's special ability. If it were ranged, he needed to close the distance swiftly to prevent Chu Xing from creating space. Golden Bell Shield, Iron Cloth Shirt, Oath of the Shield, Guardian Shield. Chu Xing unleashed 8 defensive techniques upon himself. By their very names, they were all defensive in nature. Lin Xiao thought to himself, is this it? You've prepared all this defense, and you present yourself as a tortoiseshell mage? However, it seemed excessive to have so many defensive techniques. Lin Xiao was aware of several defensive-oriented abilities, such as earth and metal attributes, which possessed some defensive techniques, but he had never encountered anyone like Chu Xing, who relied solely on defensive techniques. Squad leader, watch out. I'm charging, Chu Xing declared, launching himself towards Lin Xiao. For the first time, Lin Xiao found himself at a loss for how to proceed, as his vulnerability assessment unusually faltered. With so many layers of defensive techniques enveloping Chu Xing, Lin Xiao perceived no weaknesses. How was he to attack? As Chu Xing closed the distance, Lin Xiao decided to test the waters, throwing a punch with remarkable precision. Yet, his strike failed to penetrate Chu Xing's surrounding defenses. Realizing he could not breach this layer, Lin Xiao quickly distanced himself from Chu Xing, shaking his hand, which throbbed from the impact. What kind of defense is this? He knew how much power he had put behind that punch. Even some level 4 warriors might not withstand it. Yet, A punch infused with such force had not even managed to breach a single layer of Chu Xing's defenses. How could he possibly win like this? Sensing that Lin Xiao's punches posed no threat to him, Chu Xing gained confidence and charged at Lin Xiao once more. Lin Xiao felt a headache coming on. Was he truly about to lose? Had he perhaps spoken too loudly earlier, and was it too late to retract his words? Soon, Lin Xiao discerned Chu Xing's weakness. Despite all the layers of defense, Chu Xing's speed was considerably hampered. Given Lin Xiao's agility, it was quite simple to maintain distance from him. Recognizing his sluggishness, Lin Xiao swiftly devised a strategy to play the kite. The ensuing battle became somewhat monotonous, one pursuing while the other fled. Chu Xing could not catch Lin Xiao, and Lin Xiao could not breach Chu Xing's defenses. Squad leader Xiao, if you're a man, stop running. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. If he could not break through this guy's defenses, what else could he do but evade? It was not yet time for him to strike. He was waiting for an opportunity. No matter how provocatively Chu Xing taunted him, Lin Xiao remained unfazed, quietly observing him. Only when the defensive aura surrounding Chu Xing dissipated would he mount his counterattack. Chu Xing quickly realized Lin Xiao's intention, but there was little he could do about it. It was his own fault for not conserving his spiritual energy earlier. He had recklessly deployed all his defensive techniques at once. Now, he felt his energy waning. Under Lin Xiao's relentless harassment, Chu Xing's spiritual energy finally ran dry. Lin Xiao seized the opportunity, grasping Chu Xing's arm and executing a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. What followed was a flurry of strikes. With no option left, Chu Xing was forced to concede. After Chu Xing conceded defeat, Lin Xiao gradually withdrew his hands and shook them once more. Damn, truly, the tortoiseshell mage has tougher skin than anyone else. With all his spiritual energy expended and no restraint on his part, such a ferocious output resulted in minimal harm to the opponent, yet left his own hands stinging. How on earth did this fellow train? Fortunately, the other party admitted defeat. Otherwise, he genuinely would not have known how to proceed. This battle could be described as the least entertaining and the most time-consuming. The onlookers were yawning, already familiar with Chu Xing's tactics, and the new recruits nodded in understanding. So, this is how one can deal with the acting squad leader. Kite them to death. They learned something valuable. A few who excelled in speed were already preparing to challenge Tang Xing when the time permitted. He Yun, on the other hand, was wide-eyed with excitement. Lin Xiao's performance had been anticipated, but it was Chu Xing's display that truly illuminated his perspective. This guy was worth nurturing. Was there anyone still unconvinced? If you're unconvinced, I'll beat you into submission. After defeating Chu Xing, Lin Xiao couldn't help but revel in his triumph. This time, no one responded, with Chu Xing having lost. They realized that defeating Lin Xiao head-on was likely impossible. Lin Xiao's prowess had earned their respect. However, allowing Lin Xiao to simply become their squad leader felt somewhat lacking. Report. Squad leader Xiao, I wonder if what you said earlier still stands. I admit I cannot defeat you, but if I were to best you in another area, would that count? Others began to chime in, realizing that alternative methods were indeed possible. Lin Xiao smirked. Was this not the opportunity for a little showmanship? He had been stifling a lot of pent-up frustration after his battle with Tang Xing. Just as he sought a place to vent, someone had conveniently offered themselves up. Of course it counts. As long as you can surpass me, my words will hold true. Who dares challenge me? I will. I'm Zhao Wei, the squad leader of the first class. I want to compete with squad leader Xiao in marksmanship. Before coming here, I was a sharpshooter in my old unit. Are you up for it? Lin Xiao readily accepted. This was akin to walking right into his trap. He Yun and Zishu exchanged glances, finding the naivety of their comrades amusing. The first squad quickly moved to the shooting range, and it wasn't just one person who wanted to challenge Lin Xiao. To save time, Lin Xiao decided to let them all compete at once. Minutes later, the first squad regarded Lin Xiao as if he were a monster. We can't compete. This guy is cheating. After dispatching this group, Lin Xiao felt considerably lighter in spirit. Still unconvinced. You can challenge me in anything. I'll take it all on. Now, the first squad of recruits had acknowledged Lin Xiao, but conceding so easily left them feeling somewhat humiliated. Squad leader, I have some hacking skills and want to challenge you. I know it's a bit much, so even if you lose, you'll still be our squad leader. I just want to save face. He Yin face-bombed, wondering how things had escalated to this point. This request was rather excessive, just as he intended to intervene. Lin Xiao spoke up. Are you sure? I'm afraid I might crush your spirit. Impossible. I've never lost to anyone my age. He Yin fell silent as they brought in 2 laptops. 2 minutes later, the challengers stared at their black-screen computers, speechless. Does it really have to be this ruthless? Not even a chance. Anyone else? I'll accept any challenge. I will. Lin Xiao continued to compete in various contests, effortlessly handling whatever the first squad threw at him. The challenges grew increasingly bizarre. He Yin felt embarrassed even watching. The squad was losing all semblance of dignity. There was even someone who dared to challenge Lin Xiao to rock, paper, scissors. Such a game of pure chance was audaciously put forth. Yet the crux of the matter was that Lin Xiao agreed and won. Nearly 30 members of the squad lined up to play rock, paper, scissors with him, and not one emerged victorious. It was utterly absurd. Lin Xiao felt an immense satisfaction. Challenging him in rock, paper, scissors was akin to courting disaster. His enhanced vision allowed him to perceive their movements in slow motion. No matter what they threw, he could predict it in advance. As long as he controlled the time frame to under 0.1 seconds, they would never realize he was cheating anyone else. This time, the first squad fell into collective silence. They had exhausted all options and truly did not know what else to compete in. Surely, they couldn't measure who could urinate the farthest. They still had their pride. In unison, they declared, "We concede," wholeheartedly. Led by Chu Xing, everyone called out to Lin Xiao. "Squad leader, good day?" Lin Xiao was in exceptionally high spirits. Today had been gratifying. The more time He Yun and Zishu spent with Lin Xiao, the more mysterious he seemed. Seeing Lin Xiao now accepted by the recruits, He Yun realized it was time for him to take his leave. "Xiao Lin, I leave these soldiers in your capable hands. I will be returning. Take care, sir. I promise to train these fellows diligently." Zishu also bid farewell to Lin Xiao, as he had his own matters to attend to. As Zishu departed, he informed Lin Xiao that should he wish to leave, he could contact him directly, and he would ensure Lin Xiao's safe passage. Soon, only Lin Xiao and the first squad remained. The recruits were now utterly convinced of Lin Xiao's capabilities, standing in perfect military formation, awaiting his inspection. Lin Xiao, not being a true soldier, was unaware of how they had been trained. However, these individuals were now his subordinates, and he had his own ideas. Training them using methods similar to those employed with the elderly in a nursing home might be quite effective. Of course, it would be a simplified version. Not everyone possessed his innate talent, and he could only impart a limited range of skills. Chu Xing, step forward. The others will continue training. Once I devise a training plan for you, adhere to my methods, as soldiers are duty-bound to obey orders. The others resumed their training under Lin Xiao's command, with only Chu Xing puzzled as to why he had been retained. Lin Xiao regarded Chu Xing, bemused. Such a tortoiseshell mage was indeed a rarity. "Chu Xing, from this moment on, you shall serve as the acting squad leader." Upon hearing this, Chu Xing quickly shook his head. "Squad leader, that won't do. I am thoroughly convinced of your abilities. Please do not jest." "I'm not joking. I may occasionally check in, but I won't be here constantly. This arrangement has the approval of our superior, and when I'm absent, you are responsible for management." "Chu Xing, huh? Indeed, you are a man of connections. Fortunately, you possess strength as well. I assure you I will fulfill my duties. By the way, are all your abilities defense-oriented? Did you choose them deliberately, or were you simply born this way?" "Chu Xing, squad leader, you wouldn't understand. My abilities are SSS-grade special defense skills. All the awakened spiritual techniques are defensive, and the spiritual orbs I absorb are all defense-based. If it weren't for necessity, who would want to be a tortoiseshell mage? It's a sorrowful tale, squad leader. You wouldn't comprehend." Lin Xiao sighed. "How could I not understand? We are both lost souls in this vast world. Even now, I possess not a single offensive spiritual technique. If one were to claim superiority over him, it might merely be because I still have the potential to acquire offensive abilities in the future, whereas Chu Xing is genuinely devoid of any such opportunity. I relish this fleeting moment of schadenfreude. However, I am taken aback to discover that Chu Xing's abilities are of the SSS grade. Indeed, they are worthy of that classification. Reflecting on my previous skirmish with Chu Xing, had he adeptly harnessed his spiritual techniques, overcoming him would have posed a significant challenge. It is imperative to recognize that honing a singular direction to its zenith is far more formidable than indulging in flamboyant distractions. You would do well to enhance your speed. Otherwise, should you encounter an opponent swifter than yourself, you would find yourself at a distinct disadvantage. It would be prudent to acquire artifacts that could augment your velocity. I possess some, yet employing artifacts in mere sparring feels rather underhanded. Lin Xiao fell silent, realizing that his victory had indeed been a stroke of luck. With such innate talent, why did you not attend the Spirit Martial University? I have a penchant for military service, after spending a year in my former unit. I was promoted to this position, and I find it quite fulfilling. Lin Xiao understood. Everyone walks their own path, and Chu Xing has the right to make his own choices. Very well, you may proceed to train those individuals. I shall contemplate the forthcoming training regimen. In my absence, ensure that they adhere to my methods. I guarantee the completion of our objectives. With that, Chu Xing departed, and Lin Xiao retrieved paper and pen, commencing his planning. As one who benefits from the state's resources, I too must fulfill my duties. Even if I am not frequently present, I must devise systematic training methodologies. How perplexing it is. What exactly should I impart to these individuals? It is vexing that I possess an abundance of knowledge, and thus I must selectively teach that which I deem most beneficial.